In Step, Painted Bay Book 3, by Jay Hogan, narrated by Gary Furlong. Chapter 1. Late August, Cain. I skirted to the far end of the bench seat under the wide veranda, leaving Hannah plenty of room to perch alongside. She shuffled her hips back until she was comfortable and hung her canes off the side, while I perused the tiny main street of Painted Bay and tried to pretend I hadn't noticed the wince in her expression, or the moment of silence that followed as she waited for the pain in her arthritic joints to settle. "So, Cain," Hannah swung her foot gently back and forth and considered the slate-grey sky hanging heavy over the tiny township. The air as close and still as a sullen teen and just as moody. A storm was coming. "So, Hannah." I slipped a hand into my bag of groceries and ferreted around for the one thing that hadn't been on my list. "Looks like it might rain," she added, pointedly avoiding my eyes. I snorted. "But it's warm for August, don't you think?" I elbowed her gently and opened my hand to reveal a Moro bar, her favourite. "Oh my, look what fell into my bag." She grinned and stole a quick look over her shoulder into the general store that her father owned, her blonde curls bouncing on her shoulders. I leaned close. "Is the coast clear?" She nodded, and quickly grabbed the caramel and nougat chocolate bar, licking her lips. "Dad's still serving a customer. They'll ear-bash each other for ages. Thanks." She ripped off the wrappings and took a big bite, groaning with pleasure. "You're welcome." We bumped fists and I settled back to enjoy my own guilty pleasure, a bag of sour snakes. We ate in silence. This was our thing, Hannah and me. Whenever I did my weekly shop, we sat out front afterward and shared a treat, sometimes chocolate, sometimes ice cream. It didn't seem to matter much to Hannah. It was the sneakiness which floated her boat, and I was happy to play along. "Just as well you guys finished up early on the boat." Hannah wiped some chocolate from the corner of her mouth. "That's lightning." She nodded east toward the cliffs at the end of the main street. I cast a glance at the inky clouds mushrooming on the horizon. An occasional flash pierced their interior, lighting up the slate-grey ocean at their feet. Yeah, I can't say I'm a big fan of being on the boat when those things hit, unlike Fox and Leroy, who love nothing better than a good storm. Dad says they're crazy. Anna went back to swinging her feet. He says too many years muscle farming has done funny things to Leroy's brain. I chuckled and shoved another sour snake in my mouth. It could be right. But what excuse does that give Fox? Hannah thought about that for a moment. He lived on Stewart Island. That's like just north of Antarctica. He must have been crazy before he even got here. I barked out a laugh. "I'm going to tell him you said that." She shrugged, adding a small smile. "I think I'll be okay." I chuckled because she was right. Everyone in town had a soft spot for Terry's 10-year-old daughter. Hannah took another bite of the caramel chocolate goodness and spoke around a mouthful. "Dad says you used to be a farmer." I blinked. He's right. Although it was my father's farm, not far from here, actually. "Why did you leave?" She sucked on the end of the Moro bar. "Out of the mouths of babes." How the fuck did I answer that? I took a breath. "It was time to do something on my own," I said, working the truth just a little. Hannah didn't seem to notice. "Do you like working on the mussel farm?" I fired her a smile. "Is this 20 questions?" "Maybe," she smirked. "I like knowing about you." She handed me the scrunched Moro wrapper, evidence to stow in my bag. "Okay. Do I like working on the mussel farm?" I blew out a sigh. 6 months back, when Cora had found me sleeping in my car after I'd finally found my balls and got the hell off my father's farm, better late than never, I'd just been grateful for the job, any job. But now? "Yeah, I do," I replied, surprising even myself at the truth of the words. 12-hour working days plus most Saturday mornings hadn't given me much time to think about it. I'm not sure it's what I want to do forever, but Leroy and Fox and Patrick are kind of fun to work with. And wasn't that a fucking miracle? Hannah nodded enthusiastically. "They're the best." I smiled and made a mental note to tell the guys. "But your dad's right. They sure are a crazy pair. I'm pretty sure we'd still be out on the boat if it wasn't for Judah's choreographer friend arriving today. Leroy wants to make sure everything's ready to welcome him up at the homestead. Hannah's eyebrows knitted. He's staying with Leroy and Fox? There's no spare room at Judah and Morgan's boathouse, I reminded her. And Judah and Leroy's mum and Martha have a tiny house. It's better that Abe, I think his name is, stays at the homestead. She nodded. You went to school with Dad and Leroy and Judah, right? Hannah was clearly on a roll today, and I nodded. Yeah. I'm a year younger than Leroy and a few years older than Judah and your dad, but we all crossed paths at school, and I should be charging you per question. I'd make a fortune today. I smiled at the chocolate smeared from one side of Hannah's mouth to the other. You might want to. I tapped my mouth. Oh. Hannah gave a stealthy look over her shoulder, licked her bottom lip, and ran the back of her hand across it. Better? I nodded and tried to get off the subject of me. This choreographer has come to help you guys with your recital, right? You must be excited. Hannah shrugged. I guess. I just hope I'll be okay for it. The new meds are helping, but they still mess with my balance. I reached for her hand and squeezed it. I'm sure Judah and his friend can work around that. You're my hero, do you know that? She stared at me, eyes wide. Me? She squeaked. Yes, you. If I could ever learn to be as brave as you, I think that would be really something. You're a very special person, Hannah O'Connor. She ducked her head but couldn't hide the pink tinge to her cheeks and the pleased smile that stole over her face. So, you really think I can do this? I nodded with certainty. I know you can. Whether you use canes, crutches, or a chair, you'll find a way to make it happen or be as much a part of it as you can. That's who you are, Hannah. And I'll be right there cheering for you. She grabbed my sleeve and tugged me down to bust my cheek. Thank you, she whispered. I mean, they'll be working with Corinne and Joseph, who have wheelchairs, right? So if I'm really sore, I could do that too. Like you said. Dad says I'll be fine, but then he always says that, so... She refocused on the thickening clouds. How long do you think until it hits? I threw a glance back down the road and rubbed at my newly healed, screwed and plated forearm, the result of an accident on the boat a few months back. The bugger was tuned in to barometric pressure these days and ate like a bitch before rain. An hour, maybe, I speculated. But, unlike Fox and Leroy, I have zero seawater running through my veins, so who knows? Time enough for me to get home and get these groceries unpacked, I hope. Bossy ran out of cat kibble this morning. My phone buzzed and I pulled it from my pocket, my throat thickening at the name on the screen. She'd remembered. I swiped it open with a smile on my face. You said to let you know what Bobby might like for his birthday this year. He's into superheroes if you want to go that way. I stared at the screen until the words started to blur and the lump in my chest pressed tight against my heart. Stupid hope. Hannah's hand landed on my forearm. You okay, Kane? She sounded worried. What? Oh. I cleared my throat and sucked in a shaky breath. Yeah, it's from my sister. Hannah looked surprised. What's her name? Jacqueline. I glanced back out to sea, fast blinking the moisture from my eyes so Hannah didn't twig. She's a couple of years older than me. That's a pretty name. Hannah's stare burned hot into the side of my head. I didn't know you had a sister. She lives overseas, I said, still trying to get my head around the text. I hadn't heard from Jacqueline since Christmas. Christmas and birthdays, that pretty much summed up our relationship. There were complicated walls between us, and we'd gone years without any contact at all. We'd once had each other's back, knew the other one's secrets. The two of us against the world. Against him. But then she'd left, and it was just me. It still was. That part hadn't really changed. I pushed down the sting of hurt. I'd spent all day trying to forget it was my birthday. It wasn't like anyone gave a shit. Not me. Certainly not Jacqueline. I might wish for more between us, but I'd settle for giving her some security. That much I owed her. That's cool, Hannah said, still staring. Do you miss her? Did my chest ache every time I thought of her bright smile and the way it dulled in the years before she left home? Before she left me? I do, but she's happy, I think. We can't always have family as close as we'd like. Terry came outside lugging a huge bag of dog food, which he dumped at my feet. do you mind dropping this up at the homestead for Mac? Leroy called to say he's run out, and since you're heading there, it'll save me a run. No problem. A couple of locals passed with a smile and a hello to Hannah and Terry, and the briefest of nods to me. 30 years in the district, and I still felt like a clown at a dinner party. Few saw past the fucked-up teenager, which made Terry's friendship a gift I could never repay. Haven't you got homework to do? Terry handed Hannah her canes, and she gave a huff of discontent before shuffling forward onto her feet and then disappearing inside the store. Terry took her place on the bench and tilted his head toward me. So, what was it today? I grinned. A Moro bar. You sure you don't mind? Nah. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure Hannah was out of earshot. She deserves a treat and a break from a strict diet every now and then. Plus she loves thinking she's got one over on me. It's only you and Judah I'll let spoil her. A wash of nerves swept through me. I hope I'm not muscling in on Judah's thing with her. Chill. Terry patted my arm. It's fine. Isn't that choreographer guy arriving today? Judah played the class some clips of the guy dancing, and in Hannah's words, he rocked. Terry made air quotes, and I chuckled. Yeah, Judah and Morgan have gone to pick him up. I wouldn't know anything about the dancing part, though. Not my thing. Terry shuddered theatrically. I know exactly what you mean. I have zero rhythm, completely clueless. How are things in the muscle business? I shrugged. Good, I think. I gather Leroy buying the farm and wharf from his mum was a good decision. And Fox seems to be enjoying his new job as a fishing boat observer, although he's still talking about farming seaweed, much to Leroy's horror. He came out on the green lip with us today, and Patrick threatened to tie the two of them to the mussel farm backbone if they didn't stop mauling each other. You'd think they'd been apart for 6 months, not 3 weeks. Terry laughed. Yeah, I'm still trying to mentally file that one. Leroy with a guy? Fuck me. You could have knocked me over with a feather when I heard. Although, to be honest, Leroy with anyone is a stretch. The guy's crankier than a rattlesnake most of the time, although he's certainly mellowed with Fox around. Goes to show you never can tell. Things are getting very cosy and domestic around this town all of a sudden. How about you? You seeing anyone? He turned those shrewd blue eyes my way, and I quickly looked away. Nah, too busy keeping my head down and trying not to fuck up, surrounded by the Maddens, as I am. I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know. Like one day they'll wake up and come to their senses and realise that taking me on was a truly bad idea. And who would blame them? Here I am ensconced in Leroy's bedside above his garage, not to mention working for the guy in his mussel farm, and all after I'd been a total arsehole to his brother in high school. I'm lucky to still have all my teeth, let alone a job. I feel like a cuckoo in the nest, and they just haven't cottoned on yet. Terry watched me for a minute. I don't agree. I think this might be the very best thing that could have happened for everyone. This way you and Judah and Leroy can't ignore each other. Give them time, Kane, because you're right. You really were a fucking douchebag back then. I shook my head. I really fucking was. And I meant it. His eyes were sad. You know what I mean? It's none of my business, but I never understood why. I mean, in here, he patted my chest. You're not that guy. Not at all. When you came back after university, you were like a different person. He frowned. No, that's not right. You were more like the real you, the kid I used to know at primary school before your mum died. He nodded. I shot him a pointed look. Yeah, well, I appreciate your faith, Terry. But you don't really know me, no matter what you think is in here. I pointed to my own chest. I still did those things. And apologies aren't enough. The Maddens don't owe me anything. And as soon as I'm on my feet and have a few things sorted out, I'll get out of their hair and out of Judah's sight. That's the best thanks I can give everyone. He held my gaze. Fine, but if you ever need to talk, I'm here, anytime. I don't care what anyone else thinks. You're not that same stupid kid anymore, Kane. Not to me. You're a friend. Damn it. I will not fucking cry. Thanks, I managed, looking away. But I'm fine, really I am, and I should go, before that storm hits. I pushed to my feet and grabbed the bag of dog food, loading it up into my beat-up Honda Accord, then went back for my shopping. Terry's watchful gaze tracked my every step, but he kept his thoughts to himself, for which I was grateful. Hey, Kane! Henry appeared from the pharmacy, dangling a white paper bag in his hand. Don't leave without this, and I'm going to need a new script from your doc next time, don't forget. He glanced to the end of the street. That storm's going to be a doozy. Chapter 2. Kane. As it turned out, I was slightly off in my storm calculation, no surprise there, and the first sheet of lightning lit up the sky above Painted Bay just as I pulled into the homestead. It was accompanied by a scattering of fat raindrops that splattered on the windscreen and then, in a few seconds, quickly enveloped the car. Fuck! I grabbed the groceries from the back seat, took one look at the dog food, and knew I'd need to do a second run. Bugger! I sprinted for the stairs, but hadn't made it halfway there before the skies split open with a crack of thunder and the rain started bucketing down. By the time I clambered up the steps to my front door, I was drenched to the skin. The roof over the stairwell offered zero shelter from the driving easterly that was firing hail-like shotgun pellets into my back. I threw open the door and stumbled inside, never more thankful that I had nothing of worth to justify locking the damn thing. Dropping the grocery bag on the floor, I grabbed the front door and fought to close it against the fierce wind, threatening to clean the dust from my bedsit in one fell swoop. Son of a bitch! I paused to catch my breath with my back still pressed to the door. A pitiful wail came from the bathroom to my left, and a tiny black head poked out, eyes wide with terror. I immediately dropped to my knees and called the frightened cat over. Hey, Bossy, come here. He warily scanned the room and then carefully picked his way across the worn mat to rub against my outstretched hand. But when a flash of lightning lit up the tiny bedsit and thunder rattled the corrugated iron roof above our heads, he made a swift beeline back into the bathroom. I followed and found him, cowered in his favourite spot between the toilet and the wall. Come on, Braveheart. I tucked my jersey into the waistband of my jeans and then fed Bostock down the front. He immediately curled up into a ball against my belly and started purring. With Bossy happy, I headed back onto the bedsit, flicked on the heat pump, and started unpacking the groceries onto the butcher block I'd bought from Jam and fashioned to fit over the Tideful mica countertop. A plastic container sat front and centre on the jerry-rigged workspace, and a smile broke over my face as I read the note taped to the top. Don't eat them all at once, and there's vegetable lasagna in the fridge. Martha overestimated dinner. Love, Cora. I shook my head. Overestimated my ass. Nobody could be that bad at math to overestimate at least 3 nights a week since I'd moved into the damn bedsit. Not that I wasn't grateful. Without Judah and Leroy's mum, Cora, and a partner, Martha, acting as my personal food bank, I'd have been a lot skinnier than I already was. I opened the lid and was almost knocked over by the explosive force of the sugar rush. I popped a chocolate chip cookie between my teeth and chewed on it while I unpacked the rest of the groceries. With everything stored away, I headed to the large sash window at the back of the bedsit to get a good look at the storm rolling in over the bay. On a nice evening, I could slide up the sash and step out onto the small but perfectly formed wooden fire escape landing, aka my deck. A month back, I'd rescued a couple of old outdoor chairs abandoned on the roadside, and they took pride of place. It was my favourite spot in the entire property, a vision of Painted Bay all the way down to the wharf and out to the small offshore islands, the beauty of the ocean rolling out like a welcome mat. It was a slice of heaven that belonged just to me, and it offered a rare peace, at least for a little while. But not in the maelstrom currently battering the tiny bedsit. The rickety chairs lay on their sides, the sash window banged ominously in its frame with a charging easterly, and beyond the wharf, through the curtain of rain and murky creeping night, the usually placid water of Painted Bay churned like a cauldron, the surface lit by sheets of lightning that caught the dance of flung spume to explode like glittering fireworks. Bossy let out a mournful yowl, and I drew the curtains closed against the storm and stroked the cat through my jersey. Me too, little one, me too. I think Mac can wait until tomorrow for the dog food. I pulled out my phone to text Leroy. No problem, Leroy texted back. She can have leftovers tonight. You okay up there? I winced at the graunch and creak of the roof trusses and hugged Bossy tighter. Yeah, fine. Come and join us if it gets too hairy. Yeah, right. like I was ever going to do that with Judah and his friend arriving for dinner. Thanks. Your new lodger arrive? Fly was delayed. They're on the way back now. See you in the morning. I texted a thumbs-up emoji and pocketed my phone. Then I poked my head into the small laundry to check on my own lodger. Hey there, Widget. The brown and white lop-eared bunny glanced up from his pile of vegetables, seemingly unfazed by the storm. I shook my head and lifted him from his cage to check on his leg, or lack of it, as it happened. The rabbit had been found in someone's back garden with his rear leg half chewed off. The local vet recognised a well-loved pet and removed the leg rather than put the rabbit down, and I'd agreed to look after him until Gavin found the family. It wasn't the first time. The wound was clean and dry, so I puffed some antibiotic powder over the site and I returned Widget to his dinner, which only made me think of my own rumbling stomach. Sour snakes did not a meal make. I put Martha's lasagna in the oven to heat, and then showered, groaning with pleasure as the waterfall of hot needles washed the accumulated salt from my body. Water swirled around my feet and over the inky tiles. Come morning, the shower floor would be a mass of silver-crusted trails. Some days it felt like I carried half the ocean home with me, and if left to dry unwashed, my clothes would likely stand on their own by the morning. It was a never-ending battle that the salt inevitably won. You're a damn pervert, I grumbled at Bossy, who sat watching me from my towel on the vanity. He purred and began kneading the towel into submission, almost settling before thunder shook the entire bedset on its foundations, and lightning lit up the bathroom like a stage show. At the first rumbling boom, Bossy leapt from the vanity like he had a rocket up his ass and scooted behind the toilet. If you think I'm getting down on my knees to pull you out, you've got another thing coming. I switched the water off before I drained the tank, dried, and then ran my forearm over the mirror to clear the fog. My hair had bleached almost white gold over the summer, and I still carried a bit of a tan, which was an improvement on the pallor I usually wore. I badly needed a haircut, but I needed the money more, and the shoulder-length waves caught and pulled as I finger-combed them into some kind of order that lasted all of a minute before they returned to doing whatever the hell they liked. Just like your mother's hair. My father's voice came unbidden, although softer for once, and I could almost picture the brief, wistful look before he'd inevitably scowl and turn away. Fuck off out of my head, Dad. As if in answer, rain beat on the roof like maracas and the light bulb flickered. I eyeballed it. Don't you fucking dare. I turned for a once-over inspection, not much pleased with what I saw, grimacing at the loose skin over my hips. I'd put on a little weight, although not enough to hide my ribs, and my once solid ass still needed some rounding. But I looked better than I had 6 months ago when Cora found me in my car, so there was that. Not that it mattered. It wasn't as if anyone was likely to see me naked any time soon. My love life gave new meaning to the words dry spell. Get over yourself. I stared hard at my reflection. Let it go. I threw a couple of pills down my throat and padded out to the chest of drawers by my bed. The soft skinny jeans I'd grabbed from the local thrift shop fit me like a glove, and I threw a black thermal and a Pearl Jam sweatshirt that was 2 sizes too big over top. Then I added the pair of thick merino socks that Leroy dropped off when the weather turned cool, claiming they were too small. He couldn't lie for shit. The cosy bedstead might be perfect for my limited needs with its tired but comfortable mismatched furniture, bright rugs, and small efficient kitchen. But it was built in an era with little regard for insulation. Its iron roof turned the space into an oven in summer and a fridge in winter, not to mention a war zone when it rained or hailed. The heat pump Fox insisted on installing a month before was a godsend, but I couldn't afford to run it all the time, and once it turned off, most of the heat bled through the roof and windows within minutes, leaving my breath fogging by the middle of the night. Still, they were small problems compared to sleeping in my car, and nothing that another blanket couldn't fix. Not that it stopped Leroy and Fox checking on me all the time like freaking mother hens. But they'd done more than I could ever repay, and I wasn't about to be a whiny little bitch on top. I loved this bedsit. My own space, mine. When I shut the door, no one came in unless I wanted them to. No one. And that was worth the small inconvenience of inadequate insulation, even if the metal in my forearm ached with every degree below tropical holiday setting. My phone buzzed on the countertop with a text and I glanced over. My father. I rolled my eyes, wondering why I even bothered to look. The story never changed. This is a family farm. We work it together or you hand it over, but it stays on the family. That's what your mother would have wanted. She wanted you to work the farm. Don't be stupid about this. I texted back. What family? And how the fuck would you know what she wanted? I flicked the phone to mute and threw it on the bed, knowing he wouldn't give up at just one text. I stared at it for a moment, his words replaying in my head, stirring those doubts that always lay just under my skin. Was he right? Did it matter if he was? Should I just fucking let him have it and walk away? It would be so much easier. What had she intended when she'd left me her half of the farm and then made me wait 19 fucking years? What did she think I was going to do with it? I sighed and shook my head. What the hell were you thinking, Mum? Then I raised my middle finger to the phone. And fuck you for getting in my head again. I threw a pillow on top of the phone for good measure and headed back into the kitchen. The lasagna oozed tomatoey, cheesy goodness all over my plate as I settled on the couch to watch some television before choosing a book from the latest pile Cora had dropped off for me a few days before. Go me. My social life knew no bounds. Bossy crawled onto my lap and I lifted my plate out of reach of his twitching nose. Use those claws in your history. I scratched his head and he curled into a tight ball and his eyelids drifted shut. I took in the moment, and my brain snapped a picture of my life now, and 50 years down the track where nothing had changed. Oh, fuck me, I'm a sad sack tonight. By the time I finished dinner and tidied up, the thunder rumbled softly in the distance, and the beating rain had notched down to a soft shower. I thought of the dog food in my car and grabbed my rain jacket from beside the door. Before I could leave, headlights played on the bedside wall. Shit. No prizes for guessing who'd arrived. I crept to the large picture window that overlooked the driveway in time to see Morgan and Judah's SUV pull up in front of the house. I shrugged out of my coat and threw it aside. I had zero energy for another awkward interaction with Judah. Keeping out of his way was a strategy that worked for both of us. The dog food could wait. The truth was, I admired the hell out of Judah. He'd really done something with his life, and the fact his ballet had been stolen from him by Meniere's disease was a fucking tragedy. I'd witnessed more than one of his mind-boggling drop attacks, and I'd no idea how he coped or how he'd turned his life around, but he had. He was a better man than me any day of the week. The porch lit up and Leroy and Fox appeared on the veranda to greet the arrivals, huddling together against the still gusty wind. A pang of envy caught at my heart, seeing them wrapped in each other's arms, and I shoved it aside. 6 months of working for Leroy and he and I were almost friendly. However, Judah and I were a much more complicated beast. There was no excuse for my total fuck-up there. In Judah's eyes, I was still the teenage arsehole who'd once kicked him hard enough to make him piss blood. And if I was Judah, I wouldn't be interested in anything I had to say either. I sure as hell didn't deserve his forgiveness. I certainly didn't deserve the job and roof over my head they'd given me. I hadn't a clue how to fix any of it, but I was determined to spend the rest of my damn life trying to make up for it. Leroy's gaze swept the bleak darkness and then unexpectedly up to my window. I jerked back, cursing myself for not hitting the dimmer or at least drawing the curtains before creeping on them. The bedsit sat above the garage, only meters from the homestead, and the porch light illuminated my window like a freaking spotlight. All of which only went to show how deeply pathetic my life had become, getting my jollies by spying on the neighbours. It should have been a cautionary tale to my embarrassed psyche, but instead, after what I figured was a safe amount of time, I slunk back into position for another look. Morgan and Judah were pulling bags from the back of the SUV, while a third man shook hands with Leroy and Fox. Abe, no doubt. The well-known, in ballet circles, choreographer dude who also happened to be Judah's friend. I studied what I could see of the guy as he ran through the rain to fetch his last bag. His graceful movements, so much like Judah's, had made me swallow hard. At any given moment, Judah always seemed 2 seconds away from a pirouette, and it was the same with this man. Like their bodies heard something in the universe none of the rest of us were privy to. Abe was older than I'd expected, maybe early 40s, the silver threads in his mass of dark waves dancing in the light as he hauled the final bag under the shelter of the veranda. He then shrugged off his coat and shook it in a spray of water that sparkled in the light, catching Judah, who bounced out of the way, then shoved the man playfully. The gesture spoke of friendship and warmth, and as I watched the five of them laugh and talk, it was all I could do not to wallow in another splurge of self-pity. What the hell is wrong with me tonight? Introductions done, Fox held the door open and hustled everyone inside, but not before looking up and giving me a wave. Fuck! Matahari, I wasn't. I held up a hand and waggled my fingers in return, hoping against hope that the raging blush on my cheeks wasn't too obvious. Unfortunately for me, Abe followed Fox's wave and caught me illuminated in all my mortified glory. Oh, God. Bastard. Kill me fucking now. Abe frowned, clearly wondering who the idiot in the window was. Join the club. And I fought the urge to leap back from sight and make an even bigger fool of myself. I didn't, helped by the fact the man was totally fucking gorgeous, and you couldn't have dragged my gaze away with a monster truck. Fox said something, and under the porch lighting, the man's frown eased to a curious expression that highlighted bright eyes with a web of laughter lines that almost made me grin in response. It was a kind face, strong, determined even, and with a sexy dark stubble so heavy it bordered on a short beard, which usually wasn't my thing, but yeah, I'd be revisiting that notion. Abe held his hand up to me in a tentative hello, and I wiggled my fingers. Again! Good God! I bolted from view to the safety of the unlit bathroom to grab one final peek, because that's how I rolled, and also the guy was fucking hot. I immediately wished I hadn't when I caught sight of Fox and the new guy with their heads together laughing, no doubt at me. They stepped into the house and closed the door, and I slid down the wall and dropped my face into my hands. Could I be more ridiculous? Not a fucking chance. Chapter 3. Abe. Early morning murmurings and the muffled sounds of breakfast permeated the old homestead like a warm welcome. I reached out a hand and checked my phone, groaning at the arse-crack of dawn time that glowed back at me. 6. Ugh. I rolled onto my back under the thick feather duvet to soak up the sounds of the wakening house. A restless mind had kept any decent sleep elusive, but nothing beat stretching out in a bed on my own, far away from the intense family discussions of the last 2 weeks. My time in Wellington with my brother and his family, staying in their tiny guest room, had been nice, but my mind was still reeling. Originally, this was only ever meant to be a long overdue but relatively quick visit home, a break from my nomadic life as a freelance choreographer where 10 months out of each of the last 10 years had been spent on the road in motels, hotels, and rental apartments. I'd originally planned to spend just a few days with my family in Wellington. I got on well with Con and his family, but too much time spent with my mother and old wounds tended to surface, on both sides. Then I'd intended to fly to Painted Bay to work with Judah for 6 weeks, about as close to a holiday as I'd had in a long time. But when Con called with concerns about our mother's health, I changed plans and cancelled a contract so I could get more time with my family. I wriggled my toes under the duvet and sighed, my breath fogging in the chilly room. I loved my life, but once in a while it was nice to get an injection of the domesticity I'd chosen to leave behind, not least of all because, after the initial nostalgia wore off, the experience was usually enough to remind me exactly why I'd made that decision in the first place. The idea of staying in one place and one house with one person was about as suffocating as it got. Soft rain pattered on the roof, the murmurings grew louder, and a strip of light flashed at the bottom of my closed door as footsteps made their way back to Leroy and Fox's bedroom. A burst of laughter softened as their door clicked shut, followed by the thump of something, or someone, being shoved up against it. I grinned and snuggled further under the duvet, my hand wrapping around a surprisingly insistent morning wood for a couple of lackluster tugs. It was tempting, but felt way too creepy to jack off to the sound of my housemates getting off down the hall, even if I had been in a longish dry spell for reasons I was still unwilling to look at. Judah had warned me that Fox and Leroy had been apart for a few weeks, and that things might be energetic in that quarter. Apparently they were still firmly entrenched in the honeymoon period. I chuckled, reached up and pulled my curtains open for a quick look at the still dark sky. No stars meant cloud cover, and the sound of fat raindrops on the iron roof said the rest. Welcome to winter in New Zealand, wet and cloudy and cool. I fell back and stretched my aching muscles. Years of dance had taken their toll on my admittedly slightly less resilient body. A smile broke over my face as I remembered the laughter-filled evening. I was going to enjoy my time with this crowd. Fox and Leroy made a handsome pair, grumpy Leroy with his brooding dark looks, and tall, good-natured Fox with his shoulder-length sun-tipped locks and brilliant green eyes. They didn't bother hiding how gone they were for each other, barely able to keep their hands to themselves, so much so that I'd gone to bed with a semi just from the fucking fallout. Judah and Morgan weren't much better, but it had been a relief to find my friend happy and in love after the shit show he'd lived through, even if handsome Morgan himself had come as somewhat of a surprise. Not Judah's usual type, although I didn't know that side of him as well as I did his professional one. We'd never actually lived in the same city at the same time. We just clicked as friends when his dance company employed my services. After that, we hung out whenever I worked in the area and exchanged texts in between. We'd flirted a little back in the day when Judah was relatively unknown, but it never developed into anything more. He was barely pushing 20 at the time, and I was 17 years older. I wasn't about to be that guy, although rumour had it the artistic director at Judah's old ballet hadn't been quite so prudent with his young star, a fact which angered me intensely. A lot of that went on in the business, and most of it didn't help anyone. Judah and I were much better as friends. I wasn't anywhere near as gifted as he was in ballet, finishing my professional dance career fairly early in order to focus on choreography, my real passion. Judah, on the other hand, was driven, hugely talented, and anything but the settling-down type, especially with someone about as far removed from the dance scene as you could possibly get. In small-town New Zealand? Hell no. But a lot had changed for him since we last met, and he and Morgan worked well together. I admired what Judah was doing with his dance therapy classes, which was why I'd agreed to help the minute I'd received his email. I'd done something similar before, most recently with a group of US Army vets living with various disabilities. We'd flash-mobbed in Grand Central Station on that choreography. It was a refreshing change from the professional dance arena with its egos and exacting perfectionism. The pattering of rain grew heavy on the iron roof, and my thoughts ran to the beautiful guy I'd glimpsed in the window above the garage the night before. Kane was his name, apparently. He worked with Fox and Leroy and rented the bedsit. I wondered why Judah had made no mention of him when he'd given me a rundown on virtually the entire town. Even in the gloom, and lit only by the reflected porch light, Kane's stunning good looks and shoulder-length, sun-bleached locks belonged on the cover of a surfing magazine, not manning a boat on a mussel farm. Just the memory had my cock thickening in my hand. Nope. I dropped it with a groan. Way too creepy, since I was surely going to have to talk to the guy at some point. Get a life, Abraham? The click of claws on wood made their way up the hall, and a black nose pushed my door open. I scooted back and patted the bed. Come on, gorgeous. Mac pushed through and jumped on the bed, quickly settling in a big lump behind my knees. Prue followed soon after, curling her small feline body into a ball between Mac's front paws. So that's how it's going to be, huh? I scratched Mac behind the ears. Why do I sense I'm being played here? Are you normally allowed on the bed? They both ignored me. Okay, you get a free pass this time, but I'm taking it under advisement. One word from your daddies and this is all over. Now move over. You're hogging the blankets and there's a dirty paw print on my damn sheet. I jumped at the loud knock on the front door right outside my bedroom. At this hour? I got up on one elbow to peek through the window. Surfer boy himself. But with no answering footsteps from Leroy and Fox's bedroom, I figured they were still occupied. Guess I'm it. I threw back the covers and bounced out of bed, shivering with the sudden wash of cold over my bed-warm skin. Shit! I glanced down at my black briefs, then briefly considered my still unpacked bag before pulling the spare blanket around my waist instead and hot-footing it to the front door. The glacial blast when I hauled it open almost knocked me sideways and instantly pebbled my skin. Damn, that's cold! I fumbled the blanket up under my armpits, but not before I noticed Kane's eyes bug out of their sockets. Sorry, I motioned back down the hall. It's just me. Leroy and Fox are... I snorted in amusement. Well, they're likely having a lot more fun than either of us and getting a damn side warmer in the process. How can I help you? It's Kane, right? Kane nodded, still staring at my naked chest, and for some ridiculous reason my cheeks warmed. Oh, for fuck's sake. I was far too old and comfortable in my own skin for that rubbish. I danced for a living, and there wasn't a square inch of my skin that hadn't come under intense scrutiny at one time or another. Age might have frayed me around the edges a bit. I wasn't as tight or streamlined as I used to be. But I didn't suck for a 44-year-old who was pushing middle age and with a perilous fondness for pasta. Kane? Hello? I sucked in a breath laced with a strong hit of ocean salt. He licked his lips and his gaze shot up as if suddenly aware he'd been staring, and I got a good look at his eyes for the first time. They were the clearest, deepest blue, like those tropical lagoons you drooled over in tourist brochures. Although that's where the similarity ended, as they jackrabbited nervously across my face, making me wonder what the hell I'd done to unnerve the guy. I came to drop off the food, he muttered, still not meeting my eyes. For Mac. He dropped the weighty bag of dog food on the deck at my feet, pulled up the waistband of his jeans, and turned to leave. Wait! My hand shot out. We haven't met. I'm Abe Tyler. I'm staying with Leroy and Fox while I help Judah out with his class recital. Kane stared at my hand for a second, like it might bite him, and his grasp when it came was cool, dry, and very short. Hi, I'm Kane Martin. He blushed prettily. But then, you obviously know that. Once again, those magnetic blue eyes flitted away, and I realised Kane was older than the whole surfer vibe indicated, closer to 30 than 20. Leroy mentioned your name and that you worked with them. It was you at the window last night, right? I inclined my head toward the bedsit, prolonging an unnecessary conversation that was turning me into a human popsicle. But the man in front of me was as gorgeous as I remembered, and a man's balls worked strange magic on his brain that way. We, waved. I bit back a smile and he blushed. He fucking blushed. Kane tugged at his jeans, then glanced up at the bedsit and sighed. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be nosy. He hesitated and the flush deepened. Yep, total lie. That's a small town, you know. He dropped his gaze and scuffed the sole of his boot on the old plank deck worn smooth with age. I chuckled. I get it. I came from a small town too. I willed him to look at me, wanting another moment with those cobalt eyes and the cut glass cheekbones with a spray of freckles like someone had thrown chocolate hail and only a few had stuck. A darkly sweet and all too inviting constellation. Really? You finally met my gaze. I thought you hailed from Wellington. I shook my head. We moved to Wellington when I was 8, but I was actually born in Reefton on the South Island. You don't get much more small-town New Zealand than that. Couldn't wait to leave, to be honest. His lips quirked up, soft and red, and... Fuck me, I wanted nothing more than to kiss them. They were the only soft thing about Kane. Like his cheekbones and the hollow beneath them, everything else about Kane seemed a little too sharp, a little too thin, a little too... hungry, like the tips of his shoulders that poked through his sweater, and the outline of his clavicle at its neck. The bulky knit hung loose on a narrow frame over a pair of jeans that seemed perilously close to falling from his hips, judging by the number of times he hauled them up. I felt the ridiculous urge to sit him down and feed some meat onto those bones. He chuckled. Yeah, small towns aren't for everyone. He glanced at the lightening horizon. Well, I should be going. You might be waiting a bit. I flicked my head toward Leroy and Fox's bedroom. Oh, no. Kane glanced over my shoulder. We don't... together. I mean, I walk. It's just down the hill. I peered into the slowly lightening gloom of dawn. But it's still raining. It's fine. He smiled and the gloom lifted just a little. I work a muscle farm, remember? Gonna get wet regardless, and I don't like to take advantage. He trailed off, his gaze sliding once more down my bare shoulders, and then quickly away as a door slammed behind, and laughter floated up the hallway. Hey, Kane? Leroy appeared on my shoulder, took one look at the blanket and snorted in amusement. What the hell are you doing? You'll freeze to death. Answering the door, I deadpanned. Somebody had to. Oh, right. Leroy bit his lip, his cheeks pinking. Thanks. Then he turned to Kane. I appreciate you picking that up, sugar. Mac will love you forever. No problem. Kane shuffled on his feet, looking awkward as shit. I frowned, sure I was missing something. I just didn't know what. And also, sugar? Leroy caught my puzzled look and laughed. You should see your face, he teased. We have both nicknames, Fox's idea. Kane, of course, is Sugar, right? I grinned because the man was certainly sweet. And Patrick is Tricky, I nodded. And Fox? Leroy smirked. Silver, which he hates. Mind you, he's got competition now that you're here. Leroy waggled his eyebrows, which made me laugh. And yours is never to be mentioned. Leroy's expression turned stony. Ask me later. Kane smirked, earning himself a killer look from Leroy that would cower most men, but that Kane duly ignored. Another wrinkle in the dynamics. One minute they seemed uncomfortable with each other, and the next they're joking like good friends. I made a mental note to tackle Judah about what gave. Leroy grabbed the bag of food and then tried and failed to tug the blanket onto my shoulder. Get inside. Sorry if we woke you. He grinned, not looking particularly sorry at all. I chuckled. Nah, I was awake, but I might pop into town for some earplugs today. Leroy flushed, then shook his head. Shit, sorry. We haven't seen each other for a bit. I patted his shoulder. Just kidding. The pair of you are too fucking cute. Leroy's eyes narrowed. I am not cute, and you are never to say that again. Fox appeared and nuzzled his lips against Leroy's neck. You are absolutely cute, my prickly little hedgehog. Leroy's eyes glazed over for a second, then he shook Fox off with an indignant huff. You're ruining my reputation, he grumbled. Any minute now, I'm going to start smiling in the street, and people are going to think they can just, I don't know, talk to me and shit. My life is ruined. He pushed Fox away and strode toward the back of the house, before apparently changing his mind and returning to the front door to grab Fox by his shirt. Bring that dog food and follow me. I haven't finished with you. I called after them. Too fucking cute. Fuck you. Leroy stuck his finger in the air, and 2 seconds later the family room door slammed. Still laughing, I turned back to find Kane staring at me. So, I'll see you around, maybe? His smile was almost shy, and it tugged at a question taking shape in my head. Was Kane gay, or maybe bi? I wasn't even sure why the thought even occurred to me, other than his reticence had the faint whiff of attraction to it. Not that it mattered, except no one had made mention, which in a bunch of gay and bisexual guys was kind of odd. I'm sure we'll run into each other. I glanced at the darkening sky and tried for my warmest smile. I don't envy you going out in this today. Kane's gaze dropped to my lips, then out to the bay where the white caps were just beginning to show in the dull grey light of dawn. Nah, this is nothing. He turned back. And this time I didn't imagine the way his gaze faltered once again over my bare shoulders. We'll soon warm up. Have a nice one, Abe. You really should get inside. I will. I locked eyes, looking for confirmation of my suspicions, but there was nothing other than a cool wariness in his gaze. The man was an enigma. I watched as he shoved his arms into his heavy rain jacket and then shouldered a bulky pack. See you around, Abe. He held my gaze for a second too long, and then was gone down the driveway without another word. Shivering, I stood in the open doorway like an idiot and watched Kane leave, a lonely figure disappearing into the lingering gloom and taking a healthy dose of my lust with him. Jesus Christ, I needed my fucking head read. I pulled the blanket around my shoulders, kicked the door shut on the winter weather, and headed for the shower before my icy balls crawled so far inside my body not even Kane would be able to coax them down. Although I wouldn't take that bet. Chapter 4. Abe. As the morning passed, it took the worst of the weather with it, leaving the wharf splashed with weak winter sunlight, the few remaining clouds passing swiftly on an icy wind. And by the time Judah's class was done at 5 and evening shadows lurked on the horizon, the breeze had stilled enough to flatten the chop of the bay to a mirror calm. I hoisted the collapsed wheelchair into the hatchback of the small SUV and rapped on its roof to let Joseph's mum know they were good to go. She tooted goodbye and headed up the wharf hill, with Joseph waving madly from the passenger seat. Ruby and her dad quickly followed in his Mercedes, which left only Hannah waiting on her dad, Terry. "Here he comes!" Hannah pointed to the black Mazda making its way slowly down the hill. "He drives like an old woman." I barked out a laugh. "That's sexist and ageist," I reminded her, trying to keep a straight face. I hadn't met 10-year-old Hannah's dad as yet, but judging by the cool little girl he was raising, I was pretty sure I'd like him. "It's still true," she grumbled as Terry pulled in alongside the old converted barn/studio, and we wandered across. "Hi, I'm Abe." I offered my hand through the open driver's window, and he shook it. "Terry, so you were the famous choreographer?" He looked me up and down with a smirk, or as we like to say, fish food for the sharks. "Hey, don't scare the guy off." Judah appeared from the studio wearing a huge grin. "In case you've forgotten, I can't afford to actually pay anyone for this gig." I laughed. "Nice to meet you, Terry. Your daughter's a blast. I can see where she gets it from." "Don't encourage him," Judah mocked. "It'll take me months to knock his head back down to size." He wavered slightly on his feet, and I reached a steadying hand to his elbow, which he accepted with a quick smile. Terry caught the gesture and frowned. "Bad day, Judah?" Judah shrugged. "Bad night. Getting better. Abe was kind of thrown in at the deep end today." I shrugged. "It's the best way. Anyway, it serves me right for arriving a couple of weeks later than planned." I apologized for the millionth time. "Stop it!" Judah shot me a warning glance. "It forced me to make a choice I should have made ages ago. I don't know what I was thinking trying to pull off both a spring and a Christmas recital. Ditching the Christmas one was a good move. Not to mention this way you get to be here for the recital itself." "True," I nodded. Judah's smile slipped. "You know, I'd pay you if I could." "Not another word." I shot him a look. "You're giving me room and board. That's all I need. And the kids are great. They only rolled their eyes like 1,000,000 times today at this old guy's mistakes." Judah snorted. "What mistakes? You did fine considering you had no lead-in whatsoever, and it takes a while to get your head around all the differing abilities." I huffed out a laugh. "Well, it's a good thing the kids aren't shy about correcting me when I get it wrong." Judah grinned. "Yeah, shy is one thing these kids aren't. They'll remind you. And over the next week, I'll get you some sit-down time with every kid and with Danielle, the physio, and Sophie, the occupational therapist as well. That'll give you a better handle on things. Plus, all the parents want to meet you." I groaned. "You sure we couldn't skip that part?" Terry laughed and shook his head. "You're lucky they aren't demanding government-level clearance. Ruby's mum wanted a police report. We're a protective lot." I laughed. "So, no pressure then." I took a swig from my water bottle. "None whatsoever." Terry hustled Hannah into the passenger seat and slid her canes into the back before turning to Judah. "Next class is Monday, right?" Judah nodded. "Abe and I will work on some ideas over the weekend, and then the goal is to have a class Monday to Thursday for the next month, as long as they can manage it. If Hannah or any kid gets too tired, they can be pulled. We'll leave it to you guys to monitor. But it's the only way to learn the routine in time. Closer to the recital, we'll need extra rehearsals, but we can play that by ear." Terry started his car. "Okay, then I'll see you both for lunch on Sunday. Hannah's overnighting at a birthday party, so it's just me. Have a nice weekend." Terry reversed and I squinted into the sun to watch as he headed up the hill. "Sunday?" I cast a look Judah's way. He rolled his eyes. "It's a thing. We do Sunday lunch at the homestead for friends and family once a month. It used to be almost every week, but now that Morgan and Fox are in the picture, we've finally convinced our mothers that we need some free time as couples, minus them. Thank you very much. But the gruesome twosome want to meet you properly, much to Leroy's disgust, as I don't think he had any intention of letting Fox out of their bed for the next month. Fucking late bloomin' bisexuals." I choked on a mouthful of water. "So, it's true? Your mother and Fox's shacked up? Yes, go figure. Leroy thinks there's something in the water, so I'd watch out if I were you. He nodded to my bottle. It might turn us lot straight. I've been checking my wardrobe choices over the last 6 months just in case, but so far I think I'm okay. If I start wearing cargo shorts and singing Redneck Paradise, Fox knows to send in the drag queens to rescue me. I snorted as we walked back to the studio. I'll be sure to keep a close eye on you. And, by the way, I met Kane this morning. The change in Judah's demeanour was palpable, like chalk and cheese. His shoulders stiffened and his gaze jerked to mine. Oh, yeah, seems a nice guy, if a bit jumpy. Judah's eyes darkened. He's okay? I shot him a look as we walked through the studio doors. I sense a story. There's this weird vibe between you guys. Judah turned and shrugged dismissively. We knew each other in school, although we didn't exactly travel in the same crowd. He chewed the inside of his cheek as if weighing his options. To be honest, Kane was a bit of an asshole back then, he finally offered. Apparently he's changed. Apparently? Judah's gaze slid to the door, and he looked uncomfortable. Kane works for Leroy. It has nothing to do with me. Yeah, I wasn't buying it, but I knew a brush off when I heard one. It was a good day, right? Finally, a smile again. It was. Thanks for taking point. My pleasure. I handed him his jacket and frowned as he swayed a little, getting his arms into the sleeves. Have you heard from your brother? I nodded. He said Mum was a little sad yesterday when I left, but she knows I'll visit again before I head off. Judah laid a hand on my arm. I'm sorry, Abe. It sucks. It does. Now go home and let me clean up. He shook his head. I'm fine. Just a bit tired. You don't need Judah. My voice carried a warning. I'm going to dance for a bit first, stretch my body properly. It might help me sleep better tonight, and I don't need you watching this old body go through its moves. He sighed. Jesus Christ. You can't lie for shit. Morgan spoke to you, didn't he? I said nothing. Don't worry. He told me he was going to, the fucker. Judah scowled, but there was affection there as well. He's such a freaking nana. Fine, you can tidy up, and feel free to use the studio any time you like. If I felt better, I might even join you. I haven't danced with a partner in over a year. A wistful expression crossed Judah's face, and my heart squeezed at the reminder of what he'd lost. Hey, I caught his eye and held it. I'd love to dance together when you're up for it. And for what it's worth, I think you're amazing with these kids. They hang on every word you say. You might miss the stage, but those kids need you, Judah. What you're doing really matters. He took a shaky breath and his eyes filled, and I immediately pulled him in for a hug. Thank you, he whispered hoarsely against my shoulder. To be honest, it's been a fucking nightmare at times. Morgan is amazing, but I know you get the dance part of it in ways he maybe can't. He pulled back and took my hands. Losing that felt like I was ripped in half. And then coming back here, he sighed. My entire life has been about dance, about ballet. It's all-consuming. You know that better than most. I nodded, knowing exactly how he felt. It was everything. And that it was just gone. His voice broke a little, and a wash of grief passed through his eyes before disappearing just as quickly. And not for the first time I wondered how I'd have coped. Not well. I couldn't do what I did now forever, I knew that, but the thought of walking away from it, I wasn't sure I was strong enough. Judah leaned against the coat rack and stared out the open door to Painted Bay. I was pretty much doing a good job of slowly checking out, drinking and doing shit I shouldn't, just so I didn't have to deal with what was happening. Stupid self-pity, right? I shrugged. Jesus, Judah, you lost a whole way of living, a life, a career, a body. You're allowed to feel sorry for yourself and grieve it. Yeah, and I did a good fucking job of it. He pulled a face, and then Morgan found me feeding fish one night on the pier and... His mouth curved up in a wide grin. Eventually I started to believe again. It's good to see you happy. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be content living back home after everything you said about this place. Morgan's my home, not Painted Bay, Judah corrected. Just you wait. One day, Abraham Tyler, One day. Never. I held my fingers up in the form of a cross. I am never settling in a small town. He laughed and kissed my cheek. It's good to have you here, Abe. Take the keys with you. I have another set, and I'll text you the alarm code. He squeezed my hands and turned for the door. I glanced at the thickening shadows creeping over the unfinished path between the studio and the boathouse and followed him out. You need to get some lights on this. I'll walk you back. He stared at me for a moment, then nodded with a sigh. They're on Morgan's list, and I'll agree on one condition. You tell Morgan. That way I get a star on the stand performance chart he's stuck on the fridge aimed at me accepting more help. There's a prize every week. He waggled his eyebrows and linked arms, regaling me with what constituted as a prize in the Madden-Wipini household, and chatting about the new service dog he was going to be trialling before Christmas. Kane. Apart from the rain clearing, nothing had gone right on the mussel farm all day, and everyone was in a foul mood by the time we docked at 6, in the dark and much later than usual. We'd let Martha know not to hang around, and the entire wharf was cloaked in evening shadow, apart from a glow in Morgan and Judah's boathouse and another in the studio out back. Were Judah and Abe still working? I knew Morgan didn't like Judah pushing himself too hard. Then again, it was none of my business. We cleaned up and left Patrick talking furtively on his cell, while the three of us and Mac headed toward Leroy's SUV, still bitching about the pissy day. Is Patrick seeing someone? I glanced back. He's been very close-mouthed about his social life lately, and he's been on his phone a ton. Leroy snorted. Wasn't aware he ever had a social life. He caught the rugby bag Fox threw his way from the SUV. Didn't think you guys had training on a Friday. We normally don't, Leroy grumbled. But our beloved coach has decided we need to win this bloody game tomorrow afternoon against Russell United, and we apparently sucked big hairy donkey balls at Wednesday's run in the paddock. Like another lot of drills is going to somehow raise our standard of ball handling from pitifully woeful to hands of steel. If there isn't a beer in this after we're done, I'm going to be fucking ropeable. Fox chuckled and pulled Leroy into a kiss. You're such a big softy. Idiot. Leroy wriggled free but failed to hide his lopsided grin. Do you need me to take Mac home? The dog cocked her head at her name and Fox opened the rear door, waving her in. Nah, she likes to run with the team. Tires are out. He headed for the passenger seat, buckled up and then pinned me with a look. And here's a novel idea. Since we're finishing at noon tomorrow, maybe you could actually leave the bedsit for once and go have some fun. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Fox rolled his eyes and I waved them off. So, I didn't have a life. There was nothing new about that. I threw my bag over my shoulder and set off up the hill, my attention drawn to the glow in the studio and the upbeat music leaking through the fire door, which had been propped open with a chair. The closer I got, the slower my steps, until I found myself at a complete stop about 10 metres from the open door. I glanced around, but I was alone. Beyond the studio lay Madden Land and the hill up to the homestead. Judah's boathouse, the wharf and painted bay were out of sight to my right at the front. And behind me, the road was flanked by a steep bush-covered bluff up to the township perched on top of the hill. Feeling like a spy in some low-budget movie, I detoured down the small bank and picked my way across the sodden grass to the open fire door, the muffled thuds of feet hitting the floor growing louder by the second. The studio floor sat about thigh height, and I dropped my bag on the damp ground and sneaked my head through the opening. The room was about 20 by 30 metres, big enough for Judah's kids to comfortably move around with their wheelchairs and canes and other equipment that might be necessary. But tonight, there was only one person using the space. Abe. And I was instantly spellbound. His body flew across the room in a whirlwind of turns and leaps in sync with the rhythmic bass, so loud it rattled my spine and thundered in my chest. Big band music, horns and saxophone, and double bass and piano and drums. Memories crashed through my head and almost took my knees from under me. My mother dancing in our kitchen, my tiny hands in hers, spinning and laughing, dipping me, spoon in one hand like a mic as she crooned words that never seemed important at the time. The music was everything. How had I forgotten that? A word popped out at me. Swing. This was swing music. Then I startled as Abe landed a jump close to where I was hiding, so close I could pick out the small holes in those soft as butter leggings. The thin material outlining every fibre of muscle in his thick thighs and the bunched muscles of his ass. His cock nestled soft and large in his groin. The waistband rolled low in his flat stomach, tight with rigid abs over a steel core lightly dusted with hair. The cut-off T-shirt wet with sweat and clinging to his toned chest and budded nipples. Holy fucking hell. I barely contained a yelp, ducking back into the shadows until the sound of his feet fell into the distance, and I risked another look. Perspiration coursed down his face. His dark hair, threaded with silver, pulled into a topknot that bobbed with every leap and turn. Eyes closed like he was dancing by feel, led around the space by some invisible force. And I stood transfixed, my ridiculous dick thickening in my jeans like the traitorous fucker that it was. And still Abe danced, sliding past the open door where I crouched watching, his voice low with the music, singing, stray words catching in my ears, arms wide, then high, then circling into a spin. Around and around until he suddenly stopped, dancing on the spot, tap, shuffle, whatever the fuck it was called. His body dipping and rocking to the beat, a wide smile on his face. And then he was off again. And I lost myself in the pure, raw joy of his energy. Pretty sure of only one thing, that I'd never felt anything close to whatever Abe was feeling in that moment. The energy of life rippling through him, power and hope and emotion. I'd never felt that, not even close. There was a magic to it, and heat and lust and wonder. A hunger I'd never allowed myself to feel ripped open in my heart. And that moment, Abe was alive to his core, and I couldn't even begin to imagine what that felt like. But I wanted it, more than I'd wanted anything in my life. A change in tempo along with dying footfalls signalled the finale of the music and shook me from my stupor. Shit, I needed to leave, now before Abe saw me. I had no business stalking the poor man when he thought he was alone. Jesus Christ, if Judah found me. Way to go, idiot! I released my death grip on the edge of the door and fumbled at my feet for my bag. Kane? I froze with my backpack halfway to my shoulder and slowly stood, registering the gasping breaths, the tang of fresh sweat, and Abe's shadow falling across my face. I'm sorry. I stumbled, the height difference between studio floor and the ground leaving me staring past the bulge in his crotch, a long way up into those intriguing, mismatched eyes that I'd carried with me all day. One grey, a small scar bisecting the eyebrow above it, and the other, the palest blue. I heard the music and was curious. I shouldn't have, I know. I just thought... I trailed off into a heavy sigh. I only meant to have a quick look, but you were so good, so beautiful. I ducked my head, unable to hold his calculating gaze. I shouldn't have stayed. I'm sorry. I stepped away, intending to bolt back to the road before my humiliation buried me. But all Abe did was smile. I don't mind. I was just letting off a bit of steam. You liked it? He stepped forward, which only made the height difference between us more awkward, putting his groin way too front and centre for my poor sex-starved body to ignore. I retreated further. Yeah, of course, it was amazing. Lord knew what he read in my expression. Envy, admiration, lust. Mostly that last one, no my luck. You're really good, but I'm guessing you probably know that. He shrugged. I've never met a performer who didn't suck up a compliment like it was water in the desert. A silence stretched between us. Just leave. It was swing, right? The music? Or don't leave. There is always that option. He looked surprised. Yes, you know it. Heat bloomed in my cheeks and I shrugged. Not really. It reminded me of my mother. She used to dance to that kind of music when she was cooking, and sometimes she dragged me into it. I'd almost forgotten. Anyway, I'm sorry for creeping on you. It was rude. I shouldered my pack and started to leave. Wait up, he called after me. You're welcome to watch, any time. Or join in if you'd like. I nearly tripped over my feet. Join in? The horror in my voice had his lips twitching. It's not dental work, you know. He grinned. I'd even let you come in the front door. I returned the smile. If you knew me better, you'd understand just how ridiculous that idea is. I don't dance, never have, except with my mum, of course. But thank you for asking. He shrugged. I'll leave the invitation open. Do you often ask random guys into your studio to dance? He studied me for a long second as if holding back a laugh, and I replayed the words in my head, feeling my cheeks blaze. Shit, I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I didn't mean... Fuck. His eyes crinkled at the corners, and his mouth curved up in a slow, sexy smile. Only the... gorgeous ones. The what? My mouth opened and closed like a degenerate guppy as heat pooled in my belly, and every sensible thought north of my dick went AWOL. Holy fuck! Was Abe flirting with me? The gobsmacking question was quickly followed by another far more disturbing one. He knows. How does he know? He knows because you were creeping on him, you total nutjob! Fuck. Abe was Judah's friend. What if he... Shit... Sorry, but I'm not... I didn't mean... Shit! Abe's expression turned from interest to concern, and then embarrassment and apology, and he stepped back, lifting his hands. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I should really go. I spun on my heels and legged it back onto the road and up the hill, my face hot enough to fry an egg. I was such an idiot. Back at the homestead, I took the stairs 2 at a time and practically fell into my bedsit. I leaned against the closed door and waited for my heart to calm the fuck down. I needed a drink or 10, but a water was going to have to do. What the hell had I been thinking, even talking to the guy? Abe was Judah's friend, for fuck's sake. I breathed out a heavy sigh and slumped against the door because the truth was, I knew exactly what I'd been thinking. I'd been thinking that just for a moment, for a few seconds, a man had seen me. Abe had seen me. Me, Kane Martin, free of my fucked up past, the pretense, the hiding, the shame. Abe had simply seen a guy that he apparently found attractive. And wasn't that just a fucking mind trip? I couldn't have turned away if Judah had walked into the damn studio himself. It didn't get any more pathetic. The sooner I was out of this suffocating town and into a life where I could be myself and no one knew my past, the better. Because just for a few seconds with Abe, I'd felt almost okay. I ran a hand over the wall behind, hitting the light switch by chance. But as my head cleared of all my stupid thoughts, something stopped me from taking a step onto the bright room. I dropped my bag and looked around, my heart thundering in my chest. The bedsit was quiet, nothing out of place, but something was off. My gaze swept over the space again, still finding nothing, but it didn't stop my skin from crawling. And then it hit me. It wasn't that there was anything to see. It was the smell. A familiar sour tang of hops and sweat that buckled my knees. My father had been here. Oh, hell fucking no. I strode to the middle of the room. Dad! The only answer was a yowl from my right, and I raced into the bathroom to find Bossy cowered next to the toilet, hackles raised. He arched his back, then realized it was me, and his cry softened to a mewl. Shh, boy. Come here. I got my hands around his shaking body and buried my face in his fur, refusing to think about why he hadn't raced out to greet me as he usually did when I got home. Did he touch you? I lifted Bossy to eye level and walked him out into the light, but thankfully he looked just fine, if a little scared. Then I remembered Widget and I froze at the sight of his cage door swinging free, knowing damn well it had been closed when I'd left that morning. But when I raced into the laundry, the rabbit was happily munching on his greens, completely oblivious. I shook my head. Sometimes a small brain was a good thing. My heart settled in my chest, and I did a slow circuit of the bedsit, relieved to find nothing else disturbed. Even so, just knowing he'd been there sent bile flooding up the back of my throat, and regardless of the freezing cold, I threw a window open. What I really wanted was to scrub the place from top to fucking bottom until I couldn't catch even a whiff of him. But a blast of fresh air was going to have to do. It wasn't until I reached the kitchen that I saw the single, large brown envelope sitting on the countertop, hardly visible against the butcher block. Shit. I put Bossy on the floor and stared at the thick envelope like it might jump up and bite me. Then I ripped it open. The first thing out was a fucking 30th birthday card. Happy birthday, son. Nice cat. Fuck you! I threw the card to the side, trying to stem the rising tide of fear at his casual mention of Bossy. My father said nothing without it having meaning. I pulled out the sheaf of papers and quickly flipped through them, noting the sticky arrows meant for my signature. I almost laughed. That motherfucker. Not a fucking chance. Still, I read them again, more carefully this time, dropping my hand from where I'd been fingering the scar on my hairline, only to find it back there again within seconds. My phone buzzed, and I knew without even looking at the screen. I sighed and swiped it open. Sign. It's not yours. It never was. It belongs to me. My work, my life. Your mother knew that. She'd never take it from me. Don't be selfish. Do the right thing. The words stung even though I knew they were lies. Even though I knew that's exactly what he wanted. The phone clattered on the counter, and I fumbled to pick it up, firing off a reply before I lost the nerve. I'm not signing anything, and stay the fuck out of my flat. You come again and I'll report you. FYI, it was always fucking mine from the day she left it to me. I waited, but there was no reply. And after a minute I threw the phone aside and ran heaving to the bathroom. Chapter 5. Abe. I passed the bread buns across the table to Leroy, who shoved 2 on his plate and began piling them high with fixings. I'd found enough in the kitchen to get a simple dinner ready by the time they returned from training, and judging by the way they fell on the food like hungry wolves, it was appreciated. I ran into Kane again this evening outside the studio, I ventured, adding a slice of cheese to my bun as Leroy and Fox shared a quick look. Seems like a nice guy. I looked between them. Still, I can't help but feel there's a story there. I mentioned it to Judah, but he drew up that wall of stone the two of you seem to have in common. Leroy sighed and waved a tomato knife at Fox. You tell him, that way I can throw you under the bus if it bites us in the ass. Fox leaned sideways to land a kiss on Leroy's cheek. Such a brave wee soul. Leroy's cheeks blazed. Shut up! But his mouth quirked up and he returned the kiss. Eat your damn burger. Fox took a mouthful, answering between chewing. Kane, Leroy, and Judah went to the same school, although Judah was obviously younger. He took a swallow of beer. Anyway, Kane started hanging with a bad crowd. They bullied Judah. What? I frowned. Kane? Fox nodded. Hard to see it now, but yeah. And Leroy didn't always stand up for Judah like perhaps he should have. Say it how it is. I fucking sold him out, Leroy muttered, carefully positioning his bun on top of his teetering burger. I let those dipshits get away with too much. Fox laid a hand on Leroy's shoulder. You didn't know how bad it was. Leroy jerked away. Doesn't matter. My own little brother. I was an asshole. He looked at me. Did he ever tell you? I shrugged. Just that you and he didn't get along. But things seem better between you now, right? Leroy nodded, but his eyes flashed with guilt and Fox returned his hand to Leroy's shoulder. You're both getting there, Fox said softly, and their eyes met. You can't turn the clock back, babe. You can only change what you have now. Leroy turned his head to kiss the back of Fox's hand. It took a long time to get my head out of my ass. Fox grinned. Well, it's dark in there. Fucks with your navigation, right? Leroy snorted and took a huge bite, putting a stop to me directing any more questions his way. Fox's eyes met mine. According to Judah, the bullying was mostly homophobic bullshit name-calling, but it did get physical at times, although just once with Kane, right? He looked to Leroy, who nodded and took over the story. Kane shoved Judah one day and he fell, and while he was on the ground, Kane kicked him. It was pissing blood for a bit. Holy shit. I gaped and fell back in my chair. Kane did that? I could hardly believe what I was hearing. It so didn't fit the quiet, almost shy guy I'd just been speaking to. Yeah. Leroy swallowed another mouthful. If I'd known at the time, I would have fucking killed him. But Judah never said anything until years later. His mouth twitched. Last year, to be accurate. Whoa. I shoved my second burger aside, having suddenly lost my appetite. So that certainly explains why Judah was decidedly icy when I asked about Kane. Fox nodded. You're lucky he gave you any answer at all. To be fair, Kane did apologise when Judah came back last year, but you can imagine how well that went down, and rightly so. Apologies mean shit without action. So how in the hell did he end up working for you? Leroy rolled his eyes. My fucking mother, that's how. My brow creased. I don't get it. Leroy wiped his chin with his napkin. Something happened with Kane back at the beginning of the year. No one knows exactly what, except I bet my mother does. Whatever happened, Kane left his family farm and was sleeping in his car. Mum ran into Kane sometime after that and asked me to consider offering him a job. He spread his hands. You can guess the rest. Fucking hell. I blew a low whistle. I bet Judah wasn't pleased. Fox jumped in. Leroy told his mother he wasn't doing anything without Judah's okay, and he gave Judah the final say. Funnily enough, Judah wasn't as pissed about it as we all expected. He and Leroy exchanged another look, and Leroy took over. The terms were that Kane is to keep his distance from Judah. No talking or hanging around if Judah's there. I was pretty cool about the whole thing at the start, but Kane's turned out to be a good worker, and we get on pretty well, although it's still like having a thundering elephant in the room whenever he and Judah are within cooey of each other. We're all pretty tired of it, but the ice is thawing, so there's hope. Judah actually nods and grunts hello to Kane every now and then. I doubt they'll ever hold hands singing Kumbaya, but it's progress. Take it. I pushed my untouched burger toward Fox, who was eyeing it covetously. I have to say, Kane didn't come across as homophobic to me at all. Quite the opposite, which was interesting. Leroy carried his empty plate to the kitchen. Hard to believe, right? He's fine with all of us. But then you never really know people, do you? Maybe he was and he's changed. We cleaned the kitchen and the conversation switched to mundane themes. The mussel farm, the mothers, and the spring recital. When we were done, the two lovebirds headed for bed and I made for my room in the blissful sanity of my earbuds. Stripping down to my briefs, I lay in the dark and stared at a field of stars pinned to a cloudless sky with Glenn Miller crooning American Patrol in my ears. All the while, I tried and failed to ignore the soft glow from the bedsit window and any thoughts I had about what Kane might be doing up there, in his bed. The idea of the quiet, beautiful man beating on someone? I didn't know what the fuck to do with that. I presumed myself a pretty good judge of character, and I wouldn't have guessed that about Kane in a million years. Not to mention, if that hadn't been interest in the man's eyes, I'd eat my fucking hat. Still, I'd been wrong before, and he'd sure as shit jackrabbited out of there when I flirted with him, so who knew? And yeah, I was going to have to apologise for that too, damn it. At some point in the night, I must have put my earbuds on the table and crawled under the duvet, because I wasn't a complete popsicle when I woke, even though the chill off the window had sprouted goosebumps on my skin. I groaned and dragged myself up on one elbow to peer out the window, but I couldn't see a thing through the condensation. I reached for my old T-shirt and cleared the glass enough to reveal the driveway striped with sun and awash in the thin light of morning. I listened, and sure enough, the house was quiet. How the hell I'd slept through Leroy and Fox leaving at 6 was a miracle. Those boys weren't quiet. But the frosty daylight spilling into the room and the 7:15 flash on my phone screen assured me I had. And on a Saturday as well. Note to self, there is nothing romantic about working on the deep blue. The hours sucked. I scooted to the edge of the bed for a better look and noticed a black cat sitting on the windowsill of the bedsit, staring down at me. I smiled and gave the Moggy a wave. So, The man liked cats. Not going to say the thought didn't make something in my chest go a little squidgy. I loved animals, but my lifestyle didn't. Enjoying other people's cats was as close as I got. I dragged my gaze from the bedsit to the sky and smiled happily. The day was shaping up to be a beauty. A glacial blue sky, streaked with the fading apricot and buttercup tints of sunrise, presided over grass tips pale with frost, and the twin pots of lavender on the front step remained motionless in the still air. I huffed out a breath and shuddered. It was also fucking cold. I wrapped the duvet around my body, opened the door to the hall, and waddled down to grab the hall's heat pump remote from the dresser outside Leroy and Fox's room. A contribution to the power bill was a small price to pay to keep my balls from freezing, and I secretly hoped Judah had the studio heater set on timer. Otherwise, warm-up was going to be a bitch. I crawled back into bed, accompanied by Prue, who immediately prowled to the window to look up at the other cat, tail swishing. It occurred to me that this might be an everyday thing between them once their humans were gone for the day, and I made a mental note to tell the others. It might even be a good icebreaker in my apology to Kane. An hour later, I was rugged up in a coat, scarf, and gloves, and on my way down the hill to Judah's studio. Bright sun on my face, the flat skin of painted bay reflecting the hills above, and the air so crisp I could snap it in my fingers. The studio door opened to the happy strains of Romeo and Juliet, and a welcoming rush of warm air that brought a smile to my face. Heaters, thank God. Judah greeted me in bright orange dance tights that hid nothing, and gave me a hug. His lithe body not quite as hard-muscled as when I'd worked with him in Boston, but still mighty fine. I took a minute to appreciate the fact, making my approval obvious with a low whistle. "You've still got it." I eyed him up and down. He laughed and threw a towel at my face. "Pervert. Hey, professional opinion only." I chucked the towel back. "You were in loose yoga pants the other day, so I couldn't get the full picture, just saying." He fired me a smug grin. "Yeah, I'll let you explain that to Morgan." "Nope, don't think so. Come on, we've got work to do." We took our time warming up, my muscles still rigid from the chilly walk down the hill. But once our bodies were supple, we danced until noon, stop and start, testing different pieces of music using canes and an old wheelchair we'd been loaned so we could finesse the choreography for the kids. We argued over tastes and coffee, differing visions for the recital, men, favourite dances, anything and everything, laughing and settling into working together as easily as we always had. Right up until I noticed a drop in Judah's precision footwork. I didn't need any more pointers. I knew Judah's body, his dance and his ability like the back of my hand. A perfectionist and incredibly talented, Judah didn't make mistakes after just a few hours of light work unless something was up. The slight misplacement of feet and the loss of height and power in his moves told me all I needed to know, and I shut him down. He blustered in protest, wiping the sweat from his face, but I had Morgan to answer to. I stabbed a finger his way. "Zip it, sweetheart. We've achieved a lot for the morning. Besides, it's lunchtime. We've got the basic choreography for one piece, and we can't do any more until we tried with the kids." He tried to hide it, but I caught the relief in Judah's pretty eyes, and I knew I'd made the right call. "I've had some thoughts about the other pieces," I said. "I was thinking last night about something with tap. We could incorporate the canes into the rhythm, maybe even using them on the wheelchairs. And what about Queen's We Will Rock You? Might get some audience participation with that." Judah's eyes lit up. "That's an awesome suggestion. See, that's why I need you. I would never think of that shit. I'll listen to some pieces this afternoon and pick a couple of possibilities." "Great. I've got another idea as well, but only if you're interested." "I'm all ears." Judah eased himself down onto one of the benches that lined the walls. "Okay. Well, this might seem like a lot of work," I began, "but it could boost your business long term. What if we expand the recital to include a community dance afterward? We'd have a mix of music and dance styles like country hall dances used to be back in the day. Then you could offer some refresher classes to anyone interested, and you'd have a platform to maybe continue a version of those after, possibly even into local schools. You could cover ballroom, hip-hop, swing, rock and roll, contemporary. I know you have the basics of all of those, at least enough to satisfy what would be expected. I helped a friend do a similar thing in the UK." Judah hung his towel around his neck and gaped, but I could hear the cogs of his brain turning. I never thought of doing that kind of thing. He bit his lip and thought for a second. I've been focused on the therapy and rehab side, but yeah, that's actually a great idea as long as I could be flexible around my many years. But just community classes, nothing too formal, because I'm not nearly as skilled as you. My ballroom is pretty basic, my hip-hop and contemporary is better. Pfft. I waved aside his protest. Don't forget, I've seen you in clubs. I know you're better than you're saying, but I can help you sharpen the ballroom stuff if you want. I thought it would be a great way to bring in more than just the families of the kids attending, plus it would add to your income options. Judah nodded, and I could see him warming to the idea. Okay, let me talk to Morgan. I want his opinion on the workload. I don't always take that into account. He rolled his eyes, reaching for his water bottle. Have I mentioned he's a nana? I nodded. Once or twice. And, what would you think about a demonstration? Maybe a tango? I thought you could partner Morgan, and if we could get Leroy and Fox up on the floor, it would be good advertising for more classes. Judah choked on a mouthful of water, spraying it down the front of his jersey. Leroy? He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Never gonna happen. But I'll pay good money to watch you try. I narrowed my gaze. You know I love a good challenge, but maybe it might be best if we tackled it together. Judah's jaw worked. Let me think about it. I could also ask John and his wife Connie, see if they're game. Seems like the kind of thing the local cops should be involved with, don't you think? He gave a wicked grin. And I'll see if I can come up with some others. In the meantime, I'm off to rest. Enjoy your afternoon, and we'll see you for dinner in the boathouse at 6. I'll be there. I watched Judah head back along the path to the boathouse. The wharf parking lot jammed with cars and boat trailers as families made the most of the calm seas and beautiful Saturday weather. I closed my eyes and turned my face up to the sun. Then I drew a long breath, edged with the tang of ocean salt, and sighed happily. Want to lift up the hill? Leroy's voice startled my eyes open, and I turned to find him leaning out his driver's window with Fox in the passenger seat. Thanks, but I'm going to tidy the studio and then enjoy the sunshine. Are you guys done for the day? I wandered over, scanning the wharf for Kane, but not seeing him. He nodded. We've got a rugby game at 2. Good luck. See you tonight. I waved them off just as Kane emerged from the wharf office and made for the road. With his head down as he walked, he cast a lonely figure in the crowd of day-tripping boaters, looking anything but the bully homophobe he'd been described as. And I was still staring when, a few steps later, he glanced up and caught me. Of course he did. Fuck it. I lifted my hand in a friendly wave. He hesitated, then raised his in reply, but the all-too-brief accompanying smile was a surprising bonus. I wasn't quite ready to tackle an apology, and I didn't want him to feel obligated to stop and talk as he passed, so I disappeared back inside the studio and let him make his way home. Chapter 6. Kane. The farmhouse looked quiet enough, but with my uncle's car out front of the garage and the Blues playing the Chiefs in an afternoon game, I knew the brothers would be parked in front of the television, yelling at the ref, and more than a few beers in already. I checked my phone. The second half had just started, which gave me 40 minutes or so to be done and gone. I grabbed the bag of supplies I'd picked up from the vet and slipped from my car, which I'd stowed up a paved access road in the thick bush that bordered our property. If my father came out the front door and looked this way, I was done for. But the living areas faced the other way, and no one ever visited except Dad's brother and a few cronies, and they always used the back door. It was a risk. But I hadn't been back since the day I'd left, and I needed to check on the animals, especially after my father's visit. Asshole. He must have been desperate to pull that stunt, which didn't bode well. And that was why I'd come. I crossed quickly to the carport, shaking my head at how neglected the place appeared after just a few months. At least he'd managed to find the ride-on lawnmower, but I figured that was about all he'd done in the way of maintenance. He'd never considered the house his domain. That job had been my mum's, and then Jacqueline's, and then mine when I returned. I hoped to hell he'd done better with the rest of the farm, because if it looked anything like this, that precious organic certification would be gone before the year was up. A fresh wash was pegged on the clothesline, hanging motionless in the breathless day. I used it for cover and then half-crouched below the level of the windows as I made my way around back of the carport and across toward the tractor and hayshed. A mountain of empty bottles sat by the overflowing rubbish bin, and I wrinkled my nose at the sour odour as I passed. He'd obviously missed the rubbish collection, again, and I wondered for the millionth time why I'd bothered staying as long as I had. You know why. Once I was safely out of sight, I straightened and took a slow breath to calm my thundering heart. Aware of eyes on me, I turned and smiled at the lineup of curious chickens staring from their coop as they clucked disapprovingly, no doubt at my prolonged absence. But they looked healthy enough, so at least my father was looking after them. "Shh, girls," I whispered. "Don't give me away." I hurried into the hay shed just in time to catch a dark, slinky shape disappear between two rows of round bales. She was alive. Tears pricked my eyes and I sucked in a breath and fired a thank you to whoever was listening. "Possum," I called gently, peering down the narrow gap between the two rows of bales. A pair of light green eyes stared back at me from a few metres away. "Hey there, how you doing, baby?" I cooed, and a soft answering mewl tore at my heart. I crouched on the hay-strewn floor and held out my hand. "You gonna come for a cuddle?" I wiggled my fingers, but Possum kept a distance, eyes wary. Shit. She was usually a lot more friendly, at least toward me. The thought made me frown. "Has he been giving you a hard time?" Feral most of her life since my dad banished her from the house and stopped feeding her while I was away at university, the barn had become Possum's home and she didn't trust easily. I shuffled into a sit and kept my arm extended, telling her about where I was living, how beautiful her babies were, and how they were doing in their new homes. As I talked, she slowly crossed the distance between us, and I finally managed a few strokes of her head, and one along the worrying line of her ribs. She'd been a good ratter in her youth, but age had caught up, and I'd been feeding her daily before I left. The door slammed somewhere in the house, and Possum darted out of reach. I froze, listening for any sign my father was coming, but all was quiet. I finally blew a relieved sigh, and reached my hand back between the bales, but Possum ignored it. "You can't stay here." We stared at each other. "You need to come with me." I stretched my arm and tried to squeeze further between the bales, but Possum backed away. My stomach dropped. Damn it! Loud laughter followed by a string of obscenities made me jump. I had to get out of there and return with a better plan. I pulled the vet bag from my coat, opened a small can of Possum's favourite tin food, and upended it between the bales, shoving some worm and flea tablets into the middle. Her nose twitched, but she didn't move. "Really, girl?" I sighed. "It's Chicken Delight, your favourite." She mewled pitifully, but stayed where she was. "Bugger!" I stood and ripped a large hole in the bulk bag of cat biscuits I'd brought, and then hid it well around the back of the bales, hoping my father wouldn't go exploring. The rats would eat their fill, but it was the best I could do. Then I returned to Possum, who was still eyeing the cat food from a distance. "Soon, girl," I whispered. "I'll come back for you soon." More laughter floated from the house, and I gathered my rubbish to leave. "Stay out of his way," I warned her in parting, and then headed back. I'd got as far as the carport when the back door flew open and my uncle stumbled outside. I jumped back around the corner of the house as fast as I could, my heart thundering in my chest. But he clearly had a few and didn't even look my way. He lumbered to the beer fridge, grabbed a fresh slab of cans and carried it inside, the screen door slamming shut behind him. I blew a couple of calming breaths and sprinted for my car. 2 hours later, a knock startled me from the deep sleep I'd fallen into when I returned, a copy of the Count of Monte Cristo open on my chest. I slipped my bookmark in place and scrambled off the couch, running my fingers through my messy thatch of hair. Hopefully it was Cora with another meal Martha had miraculously over-catered and I wouldn't have to cook. The second I opened the door, Bossy was through it, twining his slinky body around a set of bare ankles and misshapen feet that certainly didn't belong to Cora. "Well, hello there, kitty." Abe crouched to pet Bossy, who positively gloated at the attention, and promptly flopped on his side and exposed his belly in a display of complete hussydom. The embarrassing performance provided me with a much-needed few seconds to recover from the shock of finding Abe on my doorstep. I gave my hair another hopeless tug and tried to check my instant lust at having the subject of all my fantasies currently on his knees at my feet. Epic fail. I swallowed half the Sahara Desert and cleared my throat. Abe? He looked up and smiled. Hi. Then he went back to loving on my cat, while I ran a hand over my mouth in the hope of clearing any crusty sleep drool that might be lurking in the corners. Jesus Christ! I'd barely talked myself down from the itch the man had put under my skin as I'd watched him dance the night before. So sexy, so beautiful, so at home in his body, so everything I wasn't. And so irresistible that I'd come scarily close to saying something completely stupid the night before. The man was dangerous, like nuclear-level dangerous, at least to me. And here he was on my doorstep, smelling fresh from the shower. And that clawing itch was back, my skin too tight on my bones, my nerves prickling with that familiar but unwelcome awareness I'd locked down for more years than I cared to think about. And I needed him gone before those shrewd, fascinating eyes saw straight through me, again. No one knew about me. No one guessed. No one got behind my walls. And then Abe Tyler talks to me for 5 fucking minutes, and I'm blushing and flirting and making a complete twat of myself. I had a job, a good one, and a reasonable life I was settling into, and I couldn't afford to lose either of them. Not yet. Does she have a name? Abe glanced up as he continued to pet Bossy, who was now rubbing his head shamelessly against Abe's thigh, his very fucking muscular thigh. I blinked several times to clear the image and then scrambled to remember what Abe had just said. Another fail. Sorry? Abe grinned. The cat. Does she have a name? Oh, right. I leaned against the door jamb in an effort to not look as flustered as I was. Bostock, Bossy. And she's a he. Abe gave Bossy a final scratch, then slowly got to his feet, his gaze tracking up my sleep-rumpled clothes, lighting dozens of tiny fires under my skin along the way. No matter how you measured it, Abe was a beautiful man, and standing in worn, soft grey sweats topped with a white T-shirt under an open black shirt, his dark waves hanging damp around his nape, and that sexy scruff I itched to feel against my face, he looked nothing short of mouth-watering. If you were into that kind of thing. The name fits, in case you were wondering. I reached for Bossy before he headed for the stairs and set him back inside. He thinks he runs the place. Cats are always in charge, right? Abe's warm smile returned, sparking another round of fluster and dialing up the burn on my cheeks. Because seriously, could he be more fucking perfect? You like cats then? He nodded. I do. I move around too much for my own, so I have to settle for enjoying other people's. Well, you've got plenty of choice around here. Bossy and Prue are litter mates, along with Rudolph, Judah and Morgan's cat, and Hannah's Poppy, and Cora and Martha's Betty. Sorry, you didn't really need to know all of that. No, it's great. As I said, I love cats. His face lit up in a huge smile that hit like a bolt of sunshine on my chest, and good God, if I'd thought the man was gorgeous before, a smiling Abe was something to behold. And just so you know, Bossy and I aren't really strangers. Did you know he and Prue stare at each other through my bedroom window in the morning? Really? I turned to Bossy, who was making the most of a tiny patch of sun on the lounge rug while washing his feet. He's such an attention whore. We get them together for play dates to keep up their connection, but I'd love to set up a camera and see what he gets up to when I'm not here. Abe snorted. Maybe it's better not to know. I nodded. You could be right. I was going to fetch Prue up for a play this afternoon. They haven't been with each other for a while. Really? Abe's eyes sparked. I'd love to see them together. I can get her now if you like. She's asleep in my bed. Shit. You don't have to do that. Abe in my house was the absolute last thing my crush needed. I'll grab her later. You must have better things to do. He shrugged. Not really. Judah and I finished at lunchtime and Leroy and Fox are playing rugby. I'm heading down to the boathouse for dinner, but until then, I'm free. Oh. The moment stretched awkwardly as I scrambled for any reason to turn him down that wouldn't seem rude. Nope, nothing. He broke eye contact as a flush crept up his neck. I'm sorry. That was incredibly pushy. You've better things to do than entertain me. The actual reason I came was to apologise for last night. I'm sorry about the flirting thing. I'm not usually like that. He snorted. Well, actually. I'm totally like that if I'm attracted to someone. I just don't usually embarrass myself with straight men. I clearly read things wrong, and I apologise if it made you uncomfortable. He's attracted to me? I thrilled at his words, then mentally slapped myself. Bad idea. Bad idea. Shut him down. You're good at that. Shut him down. Move him on. But Abe wasn't some nameless guy in a club who'd taken a punt on me. Abe was Judah's friend and someone who'd given up his time to help a bunch of kids he didn't know. I could still bluff this in a roundabout way. There's nothing to apologise for, I said, pulling up a smile. I'm used to a whole lot of flirting and puss-taking around here. In case you hadn't noticed, the gay is strong in this place. The bright sound of his laugh chased the depressing remnants of my visit to the farm far from my head, and before I knew it I was speaking. Well then, how about you fetch Prue and I'll put the coffee on? I almost turned to see who the fuck had just said that shit, except, oh right, that would be me. If you'd rather a beer, you'll need to bring one back with you. I don't drink. He shot me a pleased grin. Coffee will be just fine. Chapter 7. Cain. What the hell was I doing? I switched the coffee machine on, the one Leroy and Fox had foisted on me under some bullshit excuse about needing to replace theirs, and plated some of Martha's chocolate chip cookies. Then I took a deep, calming breath because, yeah, I'd just invited bloody Abe Tyler into my bedsit alone, with me, alone, and had I mentioned alone? A drop-dead, gorgeous man who just said he was attracted to me and who I really needed to keep thinking I was straight. I wasn't sure there was a cock cage invented that would do a good enough job of hiding the semi that was guaranteed to make an embarrassing appearance on my groin at some point. I groaned and banged my forehead on the cupboard above the coffee maker. You complete chook. The last thing I needed was Abe of the soft smile, breathtaking eyes and delicious body, with that rigid outline of his cock lying just behind the soft cotton of his sweats, in my space and messing with my head. 2 days. He'd only been here for 2 days, and I was a basket case already. Every heady centimetre of the man nibbled at my brain, and I should have just accepted his apology and let him go. Why? Why hadn't I just let him go? Because you've lost your freaking mind, that's why. Because you broke the rust from your on switch, and now you don't know how to shut the fucker off. Because you're starving, and because he's only here for a short time. I breathed out a sigh. Could I risk a friendship with someone like him for just 6 weeks? Risk that attention, knowing his attraction even at a distance? He wouldn't need to know about me. Just a little time, a little piece of someone to lock away and keep the fires going until I broke out of Painted Bay. If I could just keep those lines clear. So maybe you could fucking behave yourself for once? I glared down at my dick tucked safely in my jeans. You're straight. Get it? S-T-R-A-I-G-H-T. Footsteps on the stairs shut me up, and I went back to grinding beans. Here she is. Abe sat Prue down close to where Bossy was still washing himself on the lounge rug. The two cats sniffed each other before walking off in opposite directions like they didn't give a shit. Abe frowned. What'd I do wrong? Nothing. I crossed the room to join him, the scent of his freshly showered body doing funny things to my stomach, and with a hint of cologne I was almost positive hadn't been there before. Keep watching. He did. And sure enough, after a wary lap of the couch, Bossy ambushed Prue with a stealth attack from the coffee table, and it was all on. Abe barked out a laugh, and together we stood and watched them rough and tumble for a couple of minutes before the coffee machine beat to temperature, and Abe followed me to the small kitchen and leaned on the butcher block to watch as I finished making our drinks. I've never seen cats play like that. He snorted as Prue ran through my legs toward the bathroom, almost tripping me up, with Bossy in hot pursuit. 2 seconds later, Bossy reappeared with Prue on his tail. They're still kitten enough, I explained, carrying our hot drinks to the butcher block. They'll happily hoon for another 15 minutes or so, and then that'll be that. They'll curl up in a chair together and sleep until the urge strikes again. Milk or sugar? Just milk, thanks. Is it your birthday? I spun back from the fridge and... fuck. I'd forgotten my father's card still sitting on the butcher block. He must have caught something in my expression because he quickly raised his hands. Sorry, that was rude. It was just right in front of me. I blinked and waved away his concern. It's fine. It was Thursday. I pushed the milk and cookies his way. Help yourself. Martha's a great baker. He took 2, then studied me with a frown. Your 30th, huh? Did the others know? I shrugged. It's just a number, right? Come on, let's take these out back. It's too nice a day to miss. As we passed the laundry, Abe looked in and a wry grin stole over his face. You have a rabbit? Not mine, I quickly explained. I'm just looking after him until the vet tracks down the owners. He was on the run. Abe regarded me with soft eyes. And you, naturally, offered sanctuary? I shrugged. Seemed the right thing to do. I named him Widget. Abe studied me for a few seconds as if I was some puzzle he hadn't figured out. And then just as quickly the look was gone. Well, FYI, your rabbit appears to be missing a leg. Just saying. His mouth curved up in a smile that would have made my toes curl if I didn't have my straight mantra in place. It totally did anyway. I grinned. Thanks for the heads up. The vet thinks it was a dog. Widget's lucky he's still here at all. He is indeed. Abe lifted the roof of the small hutch and managed a couple of strokes before the nervous rabbit bobbed back into his den. I sighed, unwilling to admit I was jealous of a freaking rabbit. Come on. I raised the lower half of a huge sash window and ducked through the opening onto the wooden platform with the fire escape. Welcome to my own personal Narnia. Window in lieu of a wardrobe, notwithstanding. Abe stepped out, curiosity and delight shining in his eyes as he soaked in the panoramic view. Holy shit! Who'd have guessed? His gaze swept the silken cobalt bay, and out to the distant islands and their hilltops dotted with tiny clouds flushed with pink in an otherwise bluebird sky. And I thought the view from the back deck of their house was amazing. This is a whole other level. It's great, right? I pushed one of the chairs his way with a warning. Be careful, they're not exactly robust. He sat gingerly at first, and then relaxed as the chair took his weight. I settled into the other, putting my feet up on the middle railing. When they fitted out the bedsit, they put in this old sash left over from the homestead renovations. It was the best decision, although why the hell they didn't build the lounge facing this way, I've no idea. Ah, that's beautiful. Abe's happy sigh made me smile, and I stole a glance to find him smiling at the scene laid out before us. I know I told you that me and small towns don't really get along. He slid down in his chair and crossed his legs in front. But I have to say, there's something almost magical about this. I liked that he got it, and for a few minutes we simply sipped on our coffees and drank on the view. Laughter floated up from the long pier dotted with families busy bait fishing, while further along, 2 men fought an outgoing tide to get their boat into the water before they ran out of concrete and hit sucking sand. And on the short sandy beach next to Judah and Morgan's boat shed, several children braved the wintry water with excited giggles, their parents standing ankle-deep in the shallows with towels over their shoulders. Another group of children dug in the tight sand with long sticks, searching for pippies, while the tang of warm kelp exposed to the sun lent a sour bite to the salty air. Abe chuckled in a kind of wonder. It's like some damn children's book from the 50s. The Waltons Go to the Beach. I studied the groups of people and shrugged. How much of that do you think is real? I mean, statistically? At least a couple of those families are likely to be train wrecks waiting to happen. And a day like today just gives everyone a chance to pretend life's okay. Abe regarded me with a bemused look. And I thought I was jaded. At least I have my advanced years as an excuse. I quirked a brow. And just how old would that be? It's only fair since you know my age. He cringed. 44. I couldn't hide my shock. Really? You don't look it. You're very... I swallowed hard and looked away. Well preserved. He snorted. Makes me sound like last year's bottled fruit. He waggled his brows. See what I did there? I rolled my eyes. Don't give up your day job. Can I ask why you thought you needed to apologize? We pretty well covered it at the time. Abe arched a brow. You work with Leroy and you know Judah, and you live on the property. He shrugged. I didn't want there to be any awkwardness. He scooted his chair around and leaned forward, elbows on his knees, forcing me to meet those haunting eyes. He was so fucking beautiful. The marks of age were unescapable, laughter lines framing his eyes, the flash of grey at his temples and the silver in his thick stubble, crease marks on his forehead, and the confidence that leaked from every pore. An intoxicating and reassuring sense of being at home in his body and his thoughts, in a way I couldn't even imagine. I was staring and we both knew it. But Abe said nothing and I couldn't seem to drag my gaze away. I'd never responded to a man in the way I'd done with Abe, and for a second I wanted nothing more than to tell him exactly that. To know, even for a little while, what it was like to be the focus of this man's attention. I suspected that would truly be something. "You have beautiful eyes." The words were out before I knew it, and hearing them on my lips was enough to break the spell. I mean, the two different colours. They're startling. He blinked. "I think I prefer the part where you called them beautiful." Warmth spread up my neck. Nothing says a man's eyes can't be beautiful, is there? He stared a moment longer before a smile crept over his face. "Nothing at all. And it's mostly genetic. Heterochromia. My father's eyes were the same." "What?" "He died of bowel cancer when I was 15. "Oh, I'm so sorry." I watched him for a moment, struck by a huge loss we apparently shared in common. "I lost my mum in a farm quad bike accident when I was 11. I took a breath. "I still miss her like crazy." His eyes widened. "So you get it, then." "My dad lasted almost 18 months. It was a tough time. I know it sounds bad, but there are times I can barely remember what he was like before he got sick. And, to be honest, it was almost a relief when he finally went, and we didn't have to see him in pain any longer." Doesn't sound bad at all. It's just real life, right? No one gets to judge anyone's reaction to loss from the outside. Every person's experience is different. He stared at me with soft eyes. "You're right about that. Do you have any brothers or sisters?" "One sister, Jacqueline. She's a couple of years older than me and lives in London. She's got a son, Bobby. He's 8. Are you close?" My gaze slid to the bay and the happy families. "Not really. Although I'd like to change that. I hesitated. "I've never met my nephew, or spoken to him." The ensuing silence wrapped around my throat in a tight squeeze. There must have been something in my voice because Abe stilled, and the children's laughter fell away, leaving a 1-metre circle around the two of us. And when I looked up, Abe was watching me like he could see the tear in my heart. And for the scariest second, I wanted to tell him everything. "That must be hard," he said. I shrugged. "It is what it is. I'm working on it. How about you? Any siblings?" He said nothing for a few seconds, clearly debating whether to press me on the switch, but then nodded. "A brother, Conrad, 3 years younger than me." He fell back in his chair, stretched out his long muscled legs, and downed the last of his coffee. I finished my own and set the empty mug on the deck, letting the silence draw out, sensing he wasn't done. "Mum was devastated when Dad died." His words were soft, hesitant. "They had this big love affair type marriage, and when he died, it was as if we lost her as well. She barely left the house for a year. Hell, she barely left her bedroom, and there's only so much takeout you can eat. Dad's insurance kept us afloat, and eventually Mum went back to work after about 18 months, but it wasn't easy." His voice choked, and without thinking, I reached over and squeezed his hand. "I'm so sorry." He looked startled, but when I went to pull away, he locked fingers and held on. Looking back, I can see all the signs of depression were there, but no one picked up on it, and her doctor was a jerk. But it meant that being the eldest, I was pretty much it as far as keeping the house going. And what with school and shopping and cooking and keeping an eye on Conrad, well, let's just say it's not something I recommend for any 15-year-old. If it wasn't for my dancing, I'd have gone under, I think. "I get it," I said. "When Mum died, I was #1 farm worker, cook, and general dog's buddy. Dad doesn't do domestic." This time it was Abe who squeezed my hand. "Losing a parent when you're young is a special kind of hell, isn't it? And that's before any practical considerations." I couldn't look at him. Couldn't lose myself in the kind of understanding and care I knew I'd find in his eyes. My walls shaking, too fucking scared of what might come out if I opened my mouth. But oh, how I wanted to. Abe dropped his head and sighed. I'm sorry. That was pretty personal. It's fine, I said quickly, not wanting him to feel bad. This was my stupid awkwardness, not his. I don't really talk about this stuff with anyone. I guess I don't know what to say. I just miss her. I was a kid of 11, and she was there one day making my school lunch and then gone by the time I got home. It was like this huge rift tore across my life, and I just fell into it, and everything went dark. His eyes grew soft, and I wanted to fall into them. Then I felt his grip tighten, and I glanced down to see we were still holding hands. I'd almost forgotten. I should have pulled free then, but I didn't. He leaned so close I could feel the heat emanating from his body. You don't have to say anything. It's your story, Kane. You tell it or you don't. It's up to you. There's no right or wrong. I swallowed hard around the ball of fear swelling in my throat. I needed the focus off me. I needed Abe out of my space before I... Who the fuck knew what? Talked? Kissed him? Neither would end well. I carefully unfolded my hand from his and cleared my throat. Did your mum improve? Abe stared at his empty hand and then leaned back, and I tried to dismiss what looked like disappointment in his eyes. He nodded. She eventually changed doctors to someone who actually gave a shit and was much better by the time I left school, holding down a job and doing well and being a mum again. But that sense of being stuck didn't go away. And when I auditioned and was offered a place with the London Ballet at 18, I couldn't get out of the country fast enough. He winced. It was 10 years before I went home again. I gaped. 10 years? He flushed. I know. I was angry at the world for a long time. At my mother too, I guess. I knew I was hurting them. My brother didn't exactly hold back what he thought about it, so I got myself some therapy and started to put the pieces together, and 6 months later I went home for a holiday. Is it why you still lead such a nomadic lifestyle? He looked thoughtful. Maybe. But I love what I do, and I can't imagine giving it up to put roots down. Not yet. I enjoy a month or two in places like this, but I get itchy feet. Leroy mentioned you'd been home for 2 weeks before you came up here. Abe nodded. I was supposed to be here earlier, but I changed plans when Con called to say he'd noticed stuff happening with Mum. Memory stuff, mostly. Forgetting her meds or how to work the remotes. But it was getting worse. She'd burned a couple of pots and was struggling to remember Dad's name at times, or recognise him in photos. My heart squeezed, and I fought the urge to reach for his hand again. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, we're guessing dementia, but she's got an assessment coming up that I'll go back down for. That should give us some answers. She's only 65, and I feel pretty fucking guilty for all those years I never came back. We do what we do for reasons that seem valid at the time, and God, how I knew that. I tried for safer ground. So, what exactly does the job of a freelance choreographer entail? Abe seemed as relieved as me at the subject change. It's a feast or famine business. I'm either swamped with work or I'm out peddling for it. And it's less about being hugely creative as it is about designing a ballet around a company's needs and abilities. I might be hired for a 30-minute piece or a full-length ballet on a per-day rate or a fixed term. My job is to highlight what the company does best, along with showcasing their top dancers and fudging any weaknesses. You have to make them look good. He chuckled. They wouldn't have me back if I didn't. I listened raptly as he talked about the company politics and the competitive nature of dance. The joy of not having to deal with budgets and boards, but how he missed not building long-term mentoring relationships with individual dancers. And how he missed having a home, but that he felt tied down when in one place for too long. But dear Lord, the way his eyes lit up when he described his choreography work. My heart ran at pace as his hands flew through the air. His short nails, clean and painted clear, bright in the sun as he described his favourite performing artists, including Judah. The admiration in his voice, the passion, the joy of creating something special for those dancers to shine. My heart ran at pace as every part of his body engaged in the tilling, the stretch of his sweats across his thighs, and the way the thin material bunched and folded over the bulge of his soft cock. The curve of his neck and shoulders as he threw back his head and laughed into the blue winter sky. The swell of his biceps beneath the sleeves of his open black shirt, and the flat planes of his chest stretched beneath the white T-shirt that clung to his body. And his feet, dear God, his feet. Naked and pale with just a smattering of dark hair that ran to strong toes. Every inch painted in scars and calluses born from years of dancing. It shouldn't have been as sexy as it was, but my body was so fucking on board I could scarcely breathe. It's exciting, stressful, exhilarating, rewarding, hair-tearing out frustrating, and I love every freaking minute of it. Abe finished, almost out of breath, and I had to force my mind back to the mew and caw of the gulls and the soft swish of the tide against the sand. Seeing something in my expression, he flushed. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Don't apologise. I rushed to reassure him, wanting to kiss him fucking senseless instead. Because for just a few minutes he'd carried me with him out of Painted Bay, and out of my small life. I loved it. It's a world I know nothing about. I've never even left the bloody country. There's no shame in that. I think it's kind of special to feel such a connection to a place. I fired him an amused look. Is that another way of saying I'm nuts? He laughed. I'm going to take a pass on that. So, have you lived here your whole life? Except for 3 years at uni in Auckland. I studied English, but by the time I was done, I'd a lot of debt and Dad needed help on the farm, so I came back. My gaze shifted off his pretty face and sideways to the wharf. But you left it. I glanced back to find him watching me. Yes, it was time to do something different. But mussel farming? Abe looked doubtful. I mean, Leroy and Fox are no-brainers. They could walk on water, they're so at one with the ocean. But an English major, forgive me, but it hardly seems a good fit. I snorted. Maybe not. But I needed the work and I like it well enough. If you could choose anything, what would it be? The question caught me off guard since I rarely allowed myself the luxury of that kind of thinking. To be honest, I'm not sure. I liked the animal side of farming, just not the farming itself. But I suck at sciences, so vet school is a non-starter, unlike Leroy, who aced sciences. Abe's eyes widened. Leroy went to vet school? Until their dad died. Then he came back to run the farm. He seems to love what he does. He does. It's a better fit for his less sociable personality. And that boat nickname he hates so much? I waggled my brows. It's Prickles. Abe laughed. That suits him. And yours? Sugar? He grinned. Well, flirting aside, it's pretty fucking cute. I rolled my eyes. It's fucking embarrassing is what it is. They all are, which is, of course, the whole purpose and the reason they're strictly confined to the boat. Well, I think it's a good fit. His eyes danced with amusement and something that set my skin on fire. You are totally sweet. The casual tease was at odds with the thickness in his voice, and sparks shot through my nerves and straight to my fucking balls. Before I could stop myself, my gaze dropped to his full lips, and a voice inside my head screamed, "Terrain warning, pull up, pull up!" I dragged my gaze sideways to the glittering sea and a fresh stripe of violet on the horizon that carried the promise of rain. I very much doubt that. I managed in a glaringly husky voice. You underestimate yourself, he answered, then groaned and shook his head. Fuck. I did it again, didn't I? Ooh, I can't seem to stop flirting with you, and I'm not sure why. I'm sorry. I stole a sideways glance, but he didn't look sorry at all. In fact, he looked like he knew exactly where my mind had gone and why. I fucking knew this had been a bad idea. Did you do anything special for your birthday? The subject change was a relief. Are we doing small talk now? He shrugged. Why not? I'm having a nice time. You? His gaze shifted from the bay to me, and there was a challenge in it. He knows. It hit like a punch to the chest, but instead of panic, I felt oddly calm. I held his gaze. Yeah, actually, I am. That's good to know. His smile turned into a huge grin, and like an idiot, I returned it until my cheeks flamed and my throat dried like I'd swallowed a cup of sand. For the next hour we talked and laughed and then talked some more. We covered the highlights and lowlights of Painted Bay and small towns in general, my time at university, Abe's job, Moore and his family, his travels, and the quirky world of professional dance. He pushed me a little about my family, but I kept things brief and turned the conversation back to him. He avoided my school years, which made me wonder what he already knew. He was Judah's friend, after all. I wasn't sure how I felt about that, but whatever he knew, it clearly hadn't put him off. We talked past the sound of Leroy's car pulling into the garage below the bedsit, past Fox's call for Prue, which I answered, promising to return her soon, and well past the buzz on my phone, which signalled another unwanted text from my father. And before we knew it, the violet stripe on the horizon had rolled in to cover the bay in blue-grey shadows thick with moisture, while a chill breeze corrugated the surface of the incoming tide and caught at the trees. I shivered and rubbed the strand of hairs on my exposed arms. Wow, that sun disappeared quick. I can't believe we've been talking for a couple of hours. Good company will do that. Abe checked his phone and shot me a quick smile, while I was still stuck on the good company bit. But I should get down to the boathouse before Judah starts blowing up my phone. He got to his feet and brushed off his sweats, the material dragging against his soft cock while I tried not to stare. Will I see you at lunch tomorrow? I stood and waved the comment aside. Nah, that's a family thing. Abe frowned. Looked like he was about to say something, but then changed his mind. Well, maybe you could show me some of the local sights while I'm here. My stomach wobbled a little. I'm sure Judah has all that in hand. He might, but that doesn't mean we can't do something as well. He waited while I reached for an excuse that didn't come. I settled on, sure, we'll see what happens. He snorted. As good a brush off as any I've heard. I grimaced. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I just don't want to step on Judah's toes. He locked eyes with me. I make my own decisions, Kane. And I'd like to talk some more if you're interested. If not, just say so. I'm a big boy. Do not go there. I shoved my hands in my pockets. Okay, then sure. I'd like that too. Great. He smiled that 1,000-watt smile of his, and I flushed to the roots of my hair, my gaze sliding off his and down to the wharf where Martha and Cora walked hand in hand toward the parking lot. Abe's attention followed. They're too cute. I was about to agree when Judah appeared from the boathouse, jogging toward his mother. She turned to greet him, caught sight of the two of us up the hill, and gave a wave. Judah immediately spun to see who it was, and Abe's hand shot up in reply. I followed suit a little slower because what the fuck else could I do? But even at a distance, it was hard to miss Judah's stiff body language or his slow, lackluster wave. He was clearly confused at seeing Abe and me together, and I didn't blame him. You better go. I led Abe back into the bedsit, slid the sash shut, and gathered Prue for him to return to Leroy and Fox. He said nothing until he was through the door, but then he turned to me. Don't worry. He flicked his head toward the boathouse. And thank you. I had a really nice time. And fuck me if my eyes didn't prick. I had no idea what he knew or didn't know, or what the hell I was doing, but I couldn't stop the words. Yeah, me too. I held his gaze far, far longer than I should have before breaking it to step back. He put his hand on the door before I could close it. I meant what I said, Kane. You're welcome in the studio any time. Judah and I are rehearsing tomorrow morning, and then there's this lunch thing, but he's got a doctor's appointment in Auckland Monday morning, and Morgan's driving them down tomorrow. In other words, if you see the lights on in the studio, I'm alone. He gave a quick smile and left before I could form any sensible reply. Like, thanks, but no thanks, sensible clearly being my forte and all. But I didn't move. I couldn't. Watching his back until the door of the homestead closed, his words repeating on a loop in my brain, my nerves sparkling like fire under my skin. I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, trying to pull breath into a chest that suddenly felt like a vice around my heart. He did know, or he thought he knew, because he couldn't have been any clearer. But he was also leaving it to me, which left only one question. What the hell was I going to do about it? Nothing. I was going to do absolutely nothing. Chapter 8. Abe. Man, your mother sure can cook. I handed Fox a fresh beer and crashed out on the sofa next to him, stretching my tired legs and undoing the top button of my jeans. "Ah, that feels better." He snorted. "Just as well one of them can cook." He tapped his bottle to mine. "Cora's food comes with an obligatory side order of Pepto-Bismol." I laughed. "I'll take your word for that." I took a long swallow and Max settled on the floor between us, resting her head on my feet with a contented sigh. Fox continued. "To be fair, Cora bakes better than she cooks, and Mum has managed to steer her towards desserts, a great relief to all concerned. The first Sunday lunch I ever attended had way too many plates of unidentifiable food. I took notes and came better prepared for the next one." "Leroy didn't warn you?" Fox snorted. "Leroy hated my guts back then. Well, hated and lusted after them simultaneously is the way he tells it. Sounds like there's a good story in there. And one day I might even tell you." "Hey, Terry," Fox called to the man sitting on the couch opposite, talking to Patrick and Jam. "I hear you're flying solo tonight. Hannah's at a friend's place, right? Am I going to need to mop you up in the morning?" Terry flipped him off. "Fuck off, asshole. A sleep-in with no one to cook breakfast for is worth more than any hangover. I'm too damn tired, not to mention old, to go clubbing. The only thing I can pull these days is the tab on this can of beer." He held it up. "Dad bod is a real thing. Hey, you're only 30 and you're still hot." Judah slipped alongside Morgan, wrapping an arm around his husband's shoulder. "I was all over that cute little butt of yours in high school, sneaked a peek whenever I could." Morgan elbowed him. "You're such a little shit." Judah laughed. "He knew." "I did," Terry smiled. "But I can assure you my butt is less perky these days, along with a few other things." "Rubbish," Jam added. "You look great." Patrick agreed. "There's nothing wrong with your ass, man." Terry's cheeks blazed. "Jesus, you guys are gay as fuck. I'm out of here before someone decides to take me shopping. Anyone want a ride?" He reached for his jacket and Jam and Patrick got to their feet to join him. I finished my beer while Leroy walked them to the door, thinking about how very much more than just family this group actually was. How it must feel to be Kane, watching these lunches come and go, and always from the outside. When Leroy got back, Martha and Cora brought coffee and the 7 of us settled on the 3 couches facing each other. "On a different topic," Judah began once everyone was comfortable. "Abe's had the brilliant idea to extend the kids' performance into a general community dance afterward, including an exhibition of tango. Under Abe's instructions, I'm going to partner Morgan, and John and Connie are willing to give it a go. I was kind of hoping the rest of you might agree as well." Judah looked specifically to Leroy, who suddenly paled. "Abe will teach us everything we need to know, and we'll keep it simple." "Are you fucking crazy?" Leroy's eyes bulged as he slid off the arm of the couch to squeeze alongside Fox. "I don't dance. Ever. At least not in public." I bit back a laugh. "Hey, it could be fun." Fox pulled a scowling Leroy closer. "No, it fucking couldn't." Leroy wriggled free. "And it's all right for you. You might have a voice like rusty iron, but at least you have rhythm. I have 2 tree trunks for legs." "Make that excellent rhythm." Fox kissed Leroy's temple. "It's all the practice I get and the very specific and detailed feedback you give me." Leroy blushed and shoved him away with a smile. "Idiot." "And you dance better than you think," Fox added, pulling him back against his side. "I've watched you in the kitchen." "We'll do it," Martha piped up. "I did a bit of ballroom when I was young. And your father and I danced a little too." Cora kicked Leroy's foot. "Come on, it's a great idea." "No, it isn't. I told you I don't dance." He looked desperately at Fox. "Well, I, for one, would love to dance with you." Fox's hand slid up Leroy's jaw as he pressed a gentle kiss to Leroy's lips. "Come on, let's do this for Judah and the kids." Leroy stared at Fox with soft eyes as something private passed between them that I couldn't read. A bubble of something too fucking close to envy rose in my dusty heart, and I squashed it flat. "Ugh, you don't play fair." Leroy cupped Fox's face. "But, okay, for you and the kids." Then his narrowed gaze swept the room. "But if I hear a single laugh or snide comment, I will personally fuck you all up. Understood?" Everyone laughed and promises were made. I turned to Leroy. I'll keep the steps simple. The tango is really a walking dance, which means if you can walk, you can tango. It also relies on a truckload of attitude and connection with your partner. Attitude? Fox laughed and pressed a kiss to Leroy's cheek. Oh, my God. You have so got this, babe. Leroy swatted Fox's arm. And you'll have plenty of time to practice, I reassured him. The concert is still weeks away, and I promise that if you absolutely hate it, you can pull out. Damn right. Leroy slouched in his seat, and Fox pressed a line of kisses down his cheek. You missed a spot. Leroy pointed to his lips when Fox was done. Fox obliged. Better? For now, but you owe me big time, and I intend to collect. Fox waggled his eyebrows. I can't wait. Oh boy. I grinned at Judah. I'm not sure the old house foundations had these two in mind. Judah rolled his eyes. Ugh, tell me about it. Can we change the subject, please? Cora interrupted. I'm too old for this. I reached out to pour myself a coffee and thought, fuck it. Did you guys know it was Kane's 30th birthday Thursday? Silence filled the room and all eyes turned to me. No. Leroy's gaze darted to Judah, who sat ominously still, staring at the coffee table. He never mentioned it, but then of course he didn't. He says fuck all about anything personal. Fox nodded. He's a secret squirrel for sure. But I wish we'd known. We should have done something for him. He works hard, damn hard, and he's a good employee. He glanced at Judah, then back to me. And he's a friend. How did you find out? I happened to see a birthday card in his kitchen when I took Prue up to play with Bossy yesterday. So is that why you were there? Judah shot me a cool look. I shrugged dismissively. Partly, and I enjoy talking with him. Judah's gaze narrowed and Leroy gave me a stunned look. Talking? He shook his head. This is our Kane you're talking about, right? He glanced at Fox, who seemed equally flabbergasted. We should have a barbecue or go to the pub for him, Cora blurted. You can't let a 30th birthday pass without doing something. He's had a tough year. No. Judah shot his mother a glare. No more interfering. If Kane didn't say anything, then he likely doesn't want a big deal made of it. It's not interfering to wish someone happy birthday, she huffed, equally pissy. It costs nothing and he works for Leroy. And we all know how he got that job. Judah said pointedly, and I guessed there was a story there. Just leave it, Mum. His gaze flicked to me, and then back to Cora. It's not the time. Definitely a story there, and it was clearly time to make myself scarce. I was about to get up when Martha's calm voice broke through the tension. I'll make him a cake, say it's from all the kittens, and Leroy can drop it up to him. Cora bristled. I still think stop, Mum. Please. Judah's voice went quiet, and Morgan grabbed one of his hands and settled it on his lap. I'm trying. Okay? Leroy sat forward and eyeballed his mother. You can't force this thing between Kane and Judah, Mum. You need to step back and give them space. They're big boys. Let them sort it out. He shot a glance to Fox, who took his hand. And since we're talking about giving people space, he swallowed hard. Since the paperwork is done on the property sale, Fox and I are getting all the locks updated. Tomorrow. He looked more than a little nervous, and I wondered if I should try to sneak out. They've never been changed, and there are a zillion different keys. Not to mention a couple of the locks are so ancient, they may as well have come inside and make yourself at home written on them. And half the town has keys or knows where they are. It needs to be done, you know that. But it also means your key won't work anymore. Or yours. He turned to me. I'll leave you a new one tomorrow. I glanced at Cora sitting stiff in her seat, the pink in her cheeks deepening to crimson. And we're doing the same, Judah quickly added, glancing Leroy's way while steadfastly holding on to Morgan's hand. Saves the locksmith making 2 trips. Then he sighed. It's time, Mum. Having heard numerous tales of Cora's impeccable and embarrassing timing from Judah, I totally understood where her sons were coming from. You're changing the locks? On me? She blinked rapidly, her eyes glittering with emotion. Not on you, Mum, Leroy hurriedly explained. We're just changing the locks, period, to get some control back. Fox and I need to know we have privacy when we want it, since we're together now. You understand that, right?" It was hard to tell what Cora was thinking, but I wasn't sure understanding had any place in it. She narrowed her gaze. "And that means I can't have my own key?" "We didn't say that. It's a good idea." Martha put her arm around Cora's shoulders, and Cora shot her a glare. "I suppose you knew about this?" "No, I didn't. But it is a good idea," Martha insisted. "They're not just your sons anymore. They're adults, with partners and husbands and homes of their own. They deserve to be able to do what they like, when they like, and where they like in their own home, without fear of someone walking in on them unannounced." She eyed Cora pointedly. Cora huffed but said nothing. "And of course, we'll be giving you a key." Leroy looked pleadingly to Fox, who nodded. "We just ask that you knock before you come in if we're not expecting you, and if the door's locked, maybe think first." Cora's eyes widened. "Please," Judah said quietly. "We love you, Mum, you know that. But we need you to give us a bit of space and maybe trust us to run our own lives." Cora closed her eyes and the room fell into an awkward silence. I grabbed my opportunity. "I think I'm going to take my overfull stomach for a snooze, or I won't be able to lift an arm, let alone dance later. Have a good trip to Auckland, you two." I smiled at Judah and Morgan, then turned to Leroy and Fox. "No dinner for me tonight. Catch you later." I fled the room, making sure to shut the door, and the conversation burst back into life as I headed down the hall. Good luck getting through the rest of that conversation without a few tears, guys. I fell onto my bed and drew the duvet up to my chin, letting the soft pattering of the rain on the tin roof lull me towards slumber. Prue leaped up and curled beside my pillow, and my mind drifted to Kane as it was increasingly apt to do. Was he playing with Bossy, or maybe lying on his bed cuddling Widget? The thought of the three-legged rabbit brought a smile to my lips. Kane was an obvious soft touch with animals, and it was increasingly hard to reconcile those gentle parts of him with the bully he'd supposedly been. It simply didn't fit. Not to mention, I was pretty sure he wasn't entirely straight. There was something in a few of his glances, some kind of interest, maybe even heat, fucked if I knew, but he intrigued me in a way no man had for a long, long time. It should have been enough to set my alarm bells ringing, especially with 14 years between us, but I wasn't put off. Everything about Kane fascinated me, and I'd barely scratched the surface. It was gorgeous, for sure, all those blonde waves, deep ocean blue eyes, and disreputable surfer good looks. A little thin, maybe, but with leanly muscled thighs that would look excellent wrapped around my waist. And a tight ass, perfectly sized for my hands. No tattoos or piercings that I'd seen, and not much in the way of body hair or scruff, just acres of smooth, tanned skin I itched to feel against mine. And to add to the mystery, there was this whole attitude juxtaposition that was driving me crazy. Kane had a sweet, almost shy manner about him a lot of the time, but it was laced with moments of dry sarcasm and the hint of a lot more humour just below the surface, almost like that part had been wrung out of him at some point, and was only just beginning to surface again. It was like an onion, and I was determined to peel back those layers and find what was underneath, if it killed me. No one seemed to suspect Kane was anything but straight, and yet I couldn't seem to let go of the idea that he wasn't. But if he wasn't straight, he was also shoved so far back in the closet he had mothballs coming out his ears, and I needed to be involved with that kind of complicated, buttoned up to the chin and skittish as a doe in hunting season guy, like I needed a hole in the head. 6 weeks and I was gone. I should really just admire and lust, but leave Kane the fuck alone. Yeah, because that was going so well, right? A bleak grey light darkened the bedroom as a cloud took residence over the homestead, and the soft rain turned squally. I sighed happily and snuggled further under the duvet, my hand wrapped around my half-hard cock. A few tugs to images of Kane on his knees, and it was fully on board with the program. Did I feel guilty? A little, maybe. But Kane wasn't getting out of my head any time soon, and I may as well deal with it. Chapter 9. Abe. Glenn Miller's In the Mood rattled the studio walls as I wiped the sweat from my thundering chest and tied my damp singlet in a knot at the front to keep me cool. I'd snoozed until 4 and then, umbrella in hand, I'd picked my way through the showery gloom, past Kane's bedsit with its beckoning lights, and down the hall, the road laced with small rivers of water racing to the sea. I'd promised Judah I'd iron out a few kinks in the choreography while he was in Auckland, making sure we were ready for the kids by Monday afternoon. That had only taken an hour, leaving plenty of time to burn off lunch. My taste in music and dance was infamously eclectic. Tango, salsa, hip-hop, ballet, rock and roll. It didn't matter as long as I could dance to it. But swing was definitely my go-to for a fun pick-me-up and my die-on-that-hill choice of warm-up music, much to Judah's amusement when I'd made him swing and tango with me that morning before we got down to work. It wasn't often I got to indulge my love of couple dancing, especially with another man. I loved tango, and swing just made me smile. Big bands, fast moves, intricate steps, and loads of fun. Judah was a quick learner, no surprise there, and I had no worries about Morgan's dance demonstration with Judah in charge. And Cora and Martha, at least, had some ballroom background. But I'd need to put some time in with Leroy and Fox if I was going to get Leroy over the line, and confidence if nothing else. John and Connie remained an unknown quantity. It felt good to stretch my tired muscles, and with a bit of improvisation and a whole lot of imagination, it barely mattered that I was alone on the floor. There was nothing better than feeling the ache in my body down to the very last ligament, a sure sign I'd left it all on the floor. I didn't strictly need to be as fit as when I'd been dancing professionally, but I still wanted to be able to mix it up with the dancers I worked with. It earned me quick respect and avoided the can teach but not do label. I was most definitely not that guy. I loved being on the floor and I'd been good at it. I just loved choreography more. Breathing hard between songs, I grabbed my water bottle from my cool bag and took a quick guzzle before running the icy plastic over my sweaty brow. I threw the bottle back in my bag, took a few cleansing breaths, and dimmed the lights, flicking the music to one of my favourite tangos to cool down. I swayed in place, head moving in circles, eyes drifting as my soul peeled open to the sensual strain of accordion and guitar. The music teasing, coy and titillating, tempting and demanding, dramatic and yet so subtle. The promise and the question, the look, the nod, and finally, deep breath, shoulders back, spine straight, arms boxed, eyes shuttered closed, a man in my embrace. Dear God. Kane, of course it bloody was. In my fantasy, Kane cocked his head and smiled, blonde, tanned, deep blue eyes, fierce on mine. And then we danced, slow salon style, cheek to cheek, his lithe body pressed hard against mine. Cat-like steps on the 4/4 time, caminada, cadencia, giro, latigo, sharp and syncopated, then slow and languid, leg curled around mine, lift and down. He filled my frame, arm wrapped around my shoulder, fingers threaded with mine, moving as one, step for step, as I drove the dance forward. My body strung tight with sensation, my cock thrumming to the image of the two of us spinning in my head. Then, resolution. The finish, the longing fade of the music, and the empty space in my arms, suddenly cool against my chest. The fantasy gone, disappointment standing tall in its place. My arms fell to my side, my chin on my chest, breathing ticking down, my heart not even close. What the fuck? A slow clap shot my eyes wide to find the man in question leaning against the wall, a flush to his cheeks, and a huge smile on his face. I blinked furiously, wondering if I'd somehow conjured him. He continued clapping. That was amazing, he said, a rough note to his voice that caught somewhere in my balls. And I was suddenly aware how I must look. Skin-toned dance tights, wet with perspiration and clinging to every nook and cranny, my singlet tied on a knot at the front, my skin and hair slick with sweat. How long have you been standing there? It came out sharper than I'd intended, and his flush paled. I walked past him to grab a towel, his eyes 2 points of fire on my back. It wasn't that I was upset he was there. I was just struggling to reconcile the reality of the man himself with the fantasy of the last few minutes. And yeah, my cock hadn't forgotten either. I hung the towel over my arm to hide my semi. "Shit, I'm sorry," he flustered. "It was only that last dance. I didn't want to disturb you, but you did say if I saw the lights on." His cheeks lit up. "I'll go. It was stupid to come." I grabbed his wrist as he turned to leave, the warmth of his skin sending a shot of lust to my already addled brain, which was apparently all for extending the fantasy. "No, stay. Please, I'm sorry. I just wasn't expecting an audience." He stared at where my hand held his arm, and I dropped it immediately, adding, "I did invite you, and you are welcome. I was just surprised, and I was still—" I waved my hand in the air. "In your head?" He finally smiled and I nodded. "You dance with your eyes closed," he observed softly. I shrugged and carefully wiped my hands on the towel, relieved to note my cock had softened and was tucked innocently into my rehearsal tights, the little shit. "It helps sometimes," I explained, reaching for my water. "If it's supposed to be a partnered dance, I close my eyes and imagine the guy I'm dancing with. The tango is a good warm-down. I don't often have the luxury of someone to share it with, so an imaginary partner is as good as it gets." I glanced sideways and caught his gaze running over me. He quickly looked away. It was strikingly beautiful. Our eyes locked, and there it was again. That look. "Thank you. Do you get to dance like that a lot? I wouldn't have thought there'd be many places offering that kind of music. Tango, right?" "Not as often as I'd like. Although I can usually find a guy in whatever ballet company I'm working with at the time who can at least hold his own on the floor. There are a few bars in the bigger cities who specialize in tango, if you know where to look. They're usually not inclusive, but two guys dancing together is less scandalous than it used to be. Having said that, there's always assholes. But to be honest, I don't really give a fuck if they do or don't like two guys on the floor. It's not going to stop me dancing." "Oh, right." His cheeks blazed and I bit back a smile. He was too fucking cute. And tango has a sneaky advantage as far as two men dancing together. It has a history of same-sex partners right back to its roots, when men dominated society and women weren't allowed into clubs. So if women weren't around or in short supply, men often danced or practiced tango together. One of the first ever photographs of tango was of two men dancing. Kane nodded thoughtfully. "That's pretty cool." "It is. You said your mother danced?" "Yes." Kane's lips quirked up at some memory. "She was pretty good, I think. Not the tango. My dad would have nothing to do with dancing. She just danced with me in the kitchen when he wasn't around." He shrugged and looked away. It was just kid stuff. There was something deeply sad in his expression. And before I knew it, I'd blurted, "Would you like to dance with me now?" "What?" His gaze jerked back, a deep frown carved onto his forehead. "No, I can't. Remembering, of course, that men historically did dance this together." He stood, wide-eyed. "Straight men," I quickly added. "And to be honest, it would be nice to have an actual partner for a change. Help keep my teaching skills sharp. We've decided to do a tango demonstration after the recital, and I could do with the practice since I'm going to be teaching Leroy and Fox, the mums, and maybe John and his wife." Kane was still staring, open-mouthed. Then he blinked and his brow notched. "Wait up. Leroy's going to dance? In public?" I pulled a face. "Well, it's not entirely in the bag, but I'm hoping so if I don't scare them off. So, what do you say? Will you help me?" He looked ready to bolt, and I didn't blame him. "Look, it's not a problem. Let's just forget about yes." He blinked like a startled owl, as if surprised to hear the word come out of his mouth. Then he closed his eyes and sighed. "If it would help, then sure, I guess." Help? I almost laughed. It was going to get me into a shitload of trouble was what it was going to do, and the anticipation surging through my body did nothing to allay that fear. "Oh, well, great. I'll get some music cued and we can start." "What, now?" His eyes widened in panic. "You want to wait?" His gaze darted around the studio. "No. Well, maybe." I shrugged. "Sure, we can do that. I just thought that since Judah and Morgan are away tonight, it might be a good time." "Oh, right." Kane visibly relaxed. Of course, they're in Auckland. He looked straight at me. Okay then. My hands opened. So that's a yes. He nodded, drawing a decidedly shaky breath. But I feel the need to apologise in advance for what will no doubt be a very painful experience for you. I snorted. We'll see about that. Now get your shoes and socks off. My shoes? I waved at my own bare feet and he stared at them until I cleared my throat and his gaze shot back up. No shoes on the floor, I explained. And get rid of the jacket. Also, you'll want to roll up your jeans a little so I can see the position of your feet. Okay. He took a seat on the bench and followed my instructions. While he was busy, I bit off half of an energy bar from my stash, cued a loop of tango music on Judah's sound system, and cursed myself for being the total bonehead that I clearly was. Having just fantasized about practically fucking the man on the dance floor, I was now about to actually have Kane in my arms. And I somehow was expected to just walk away and forget about him after? Yeah, nah. I was in deep, deep shit. From the dwindling common sense remaining in my head, a voice reminded me it wasn't too late to shut the whole impending disaster down. I even considered it for a few seconds, but no. Apparently my brain had scarpered and my balls were running the show. Story of my fucking life. Okay, I'm ready. He stood. Will I do? And Jesus, there were so many, many answers to that question. I sucked in a breath and tried not to stare because, damn, he looked fucking delicious. Nervous, but with a shine in those beautiful eyes I hadn't seen before. Perfect. Too perfect. Now, head to the middle and I'll join you in a second. I'm not exactly spring fresh after an hour of practice, I apologised, but I can at least have clean hands for you. He glanced to where I indicated but didn't move, that look of panicky unease returning to his face. He was going to run. Hey, I said softly, I'm just going to walk you through a few basic steps. Nothing tricky. And at this stage, the music is just to give you a feel for the dance, something to practice the rhythm with. Don't worry, I'm not expecting you to dance a tango with me start to finish, okay? Kane still looked skittish, but he blew out a long, slow breath and his shoulders relaxed a little. Okay. I'll flick the lights up so we can see better. He spun to face me. Do you have to? I mean, it'd feel less awkward in the semi-dark, if that makes any sense. I watched him for a moment, noting the way his gaze darted on and off me. He was blushing so brightly I just wanted to kiss it right off his beautiful face. Except that would be bad. Very bad. Sure, I smiled. Let's do that. The complex to and fro of Kane's moods was doing my head in. I'd fucked a lot of men. A lot. And I'd been fascinated by more than a few of them over the years, but nothing like this. And fascination had never run to straight or potentially closeted guys, no matter how achingly beautiful. I didn't need that kind of complicated pain in my life. Self-flagellation wasn't my thing, and Kane Martin was about as easily read as a locked diary. The sensible option was still to shove him right back on the bookshelf, but instead, I was breaking all my fucking rules by pulling at his cover and searching for the key to crack him open. He couldn't be straight. He just couldn't. At 44, I wasn't some naive kid, and no matter what everyone around Kane thought, I just couldn't be imagining this thing between us. When I turned around from washing the dry sweat off my hands, Kane was waiting quietly where I'd directed. He looked mostly terrified and just a little excited, and as he slowly tracked my approach, his cheeks stained pink, and my balls did a little happy dance in my tights. Of course they did. I took a moment to roll down the high waist of my damp tights and undo the knot in my singlet so it hung loose to my thighs, aware of Kane's eyes following every movement. And yeah, I was going to pop a semi if he kept that up. When I looked up, there was that blush again. So, the tango. A few things before we start. Kane's eyes locked on mine, dark navy in the dim lighting, and it took a second to adjust to the intensity of that focus directed solely at me. Heady, breathtaking stuff. I swallowed hard and scrambled for what I'd been about to say. Yes, the tango is a dance, I started again, but ultimately, it's an experience. I guess you could say that about all dances, but with tango, it's just more. It's a deeply internal connection, not just a performance. I shrugged. I don't know if I'm making any sense. He frowned and folded his arms, but there was curiosity there. Keep going. Well, it's like I was telling the others at lunch today. Tango is as much about attitude as anything else. If you can walk, you can tango. But to be good, you have to embody the music. I sighed and searched for a better explanation. What I mean is that even if one person is more accurate with the steps, they can be less commanding to watch than someone who simply feels the music better. It's a dance of love, but even more than that, it's a dance of passion. It's very deliberate, dramatic, and the slow movements mean every look and gesture is amplified in importance. Kane smiled and shook his head. I think you're setting the bar a little higher for me there. I snorted. I don't expect that from you or any of the others. It's just good to have an idea about what the dance really means. The best tango dancers suck you into their bodies and emotions almost like you're feeling it yourself. It's a contact sport. He laughed, and the rare sound sparked under my skin like hot diamonds, and I wanted more. At one time, tango was actually forbidden because of its raw sexuality, which mostly came from the fact the leader puts their leg between the follower's legs, something very definitely not allowed in polite society dancing at that time. It's supposed to get your juices running. I held his gaze. Like the very best foreplay. This time he didn't look away, and I didn't miss the darkening of those pretty eyes, but he said nothing. I cleared my throat and held my arms in position. I'll be leading, and all you have to do is follow. You'll find I'll be quite strong in my direction to start with, so you're clear about what I want you to do. So, your leg between mine then? He asked roughly. If that's okay. I gave him an out. He shrugged. You're the one who knows what they're doing. And I couldn't help but wonder if he was talking about more than the dance, or if that was wishful thinking. We'll start with the embrace. He arched a brow. I smirked. That's what the hold is called? Ah. He didn't look at all convinced. And for the record, the embrace, the abrazo, is the single most important part of a great tango. Every movement of your legs starts from the torso and embrace. It sets the scene. It's the foundation of everything. Think of it like an actual embrace with someone you care about, just as you're about to kiss them. His eyes widened, and okay, I might have been messing with him a bit. How you hold someone sets the foundation for a kiss, right? He frowned, I guess. No guessing involved. If there's no arms involved, it's not going to be much of a kiss, is it? Acquaintance-type stuff, but arms around the shoulders, arms around the waist, hands cradling the face, fisting a shirt. They all change what the kiss means. You follow? Sure. The flush on Kane's cheeks, the pulse point in his throat, his darkening pupils, the way his knuckles whitened on his folded arms told their own story. We start with a cabeceo, I explained. That's the traditional way men of Buenos Aires invite a partner onto the dance floor. They look around the room, spot someone who interests them, make eye contact, and then nod. If the other person nods back, it means they accept. It's almost like cruising for a hookup. Kane's gaze slid from mine to the door. Maybe this isn't such... Come on! Let's give it a try. I caught his eye and waited. One more glance to the door and then he sighed. All right. I couldn't stop my grin. I stood back, raised a questioning brow and nodded. He snorted in amusement and then straightened his back and returned the nod. Good. I created a frame with my arms and flicked my fingers to invite him closer. The embrace can be flexible in casual dancing. It can open and close as the dance dictates, bringing us closer or creating more separation. It's less like a rudder and more like a communication device. I slid my right hand around his back. Now put your left hand on my shoulder to start with. We can work on the complexities down the track. Kane slid his hand into place, and I held back a shiver, the vanilla scent of whatever shampoo he used messing with my concentration. I'm going to suggest we place our palms flat against each other to start, rather than clasping them. It helps when you're learning. You'll know instantly when you've lost connection or moved differently to my direction because our hands will fall apart. He lifted his palm to mine and I smiled. Perfect. Our faces were barely inches apart. I only had to lean forward and... There were a few different head positions, I continued as steadily as I could with his closeness completely fucking with my composure. But the two I like the most are simple cheek to cheek or with your nose to my cheek and our foreheads touching. The latter is a more intimate style. Kane's eyes narrowed. But for now, I reassured him, I think we should keep it simple and focus on feet and movement before we add anything else. So just whatever you find easiest, okay? He swallowed. This is fucking crazy. I hesitated, feeling suddenly guilty. I wanted to dance with him, of course I bloody did. And I may have manipulated the whole practice thing just to get that chance. But I wasn't a dick. Well, not totally. I stepped back. We can stop right now. I don't want to make this awkward for you. He stared at me for a long second, his jaw working hard. No, it's okay. It's just... He flushed. Just don't expect too much from me. I gave him a warm smile. You've surpassed anything I expected just agreeing to do this for me. His brows drew down in a frown. It's no big deal. I don't know why it's freaking me out. But it was a big deal, and I suspected he knew exactly why it was freaking him out. I grabbed the remote for the sound system and set it going, then returned to Kane. Basically, I'll move you around the floor in a few simple steps. The more relaxed you are, the easier it is. Don't fight my directions. Don't anticipate what I'm going to do. Just let my body tell yours where to go. His gaze shot to mine. Our palms lying hot against each other, and holy fuck, you could have cut the air between us with a knife. Okay. Now breathe. I sank into the rich blue of his eyes and stayed there. He took a deep breath and I followed suit. And twice more. He did as I asked, visibly relaxing. Good. Now, don't look down, and keep to the balls of your feet if you can. It's a bit like walking like a cat, slow and deliberate. For now, we're just going to try and hit the major beats with our feet, nothing fancy. It's a slow, quick, slow rhythm. But all you have to do at this stage is try and let me lead you. Your right foot will be the first to move, and we try and separate each step rather than running them together like in a waltz. If you say so. He lost me back at the embrace, just so you know. I chuckled and adjusted his arms a little, told him to relax his shoulders and straighten his back. Ready? No. I smiled and waited for the right spot in the music, and then led him into the first step, and then another, and another, his body rigid and unyielding, stuck in that to and fro fight for control all newcomers struggled with. Shit, I'm sorry. He broke the hold after standing on my foot and jumped back, shaking his head. I told you, I'm hopeless. I'm not going to be any help. How about we keep going and not expect Dancing with the Stars in under a minute? I smiled and lifted my arms back into the frame. Come on. He studied me nervously, then sighed and returned to the hold. Wouldn't have picked you for a masochist, he muttered. I snorted. There's a lot you don't know about me. He shot me a look full of something. Okay, remember to straighten your back and... Now. We began again, and then again and again until finally we had something close to a rhythm going, and the war in my arms became a gentle battle. A smile broke over my face. That's it, I said softly. You're getting it. Well done. He immediately stepped the wrong way and groaned. You really need to do something about those low standards of yours, he grumbled, missed another beat and swore. I bit back a laugh, paused and started again. Concentrate. I whispered the word into his ear and his head shot up from staring at his feet, putting our lips barely a breath apart. His wide eyes lingered hot on mine for just a second before he turned away. Dear God, the man was killing me. Masochist was right. I was scarcely registering the music as it was, running on autopilot as the imagined Kane and the actual man fused weirdly in my brain and in my arms. The fantasy had been hot, but it paled against the real deal in my arms. Kane, dancing with me. Awkward and halting and uncoordinated, but dancing with me. And my balls were locked in this slow, exquisite torture, the thin cotton of his t-shirt failing to hide the slide of lithe muscles under hot, tanned skin, the tingling weight of his hand above my bicep, the seductive brush of our chests, the slide of my thigh between his, the relentless crawl of heat and hunger through my blood. I chanced a sideways glance and found Kane's lips caught between his teeth in concentration, his forehead creased in a frown, eyes flicking a constant triangle, floor, hands, my shoulder. He caught my look and rolled his eyes in apology. I smiled, resisting the urge to just stop and kiss the fuck out of him. You're doing great. Remember, the tango's about passion. Stop watching your feet, stop trying so hard to get the steps right, and just feel the music. Lift your head, step out bravely, and trust. You'll make mistakes. It's not about perfection. It's about connection. Easy for you to say. Kane managed a few more halting steps before he tripped over my foot and fell against me. Hard. We both froze. I swallowed, trying to keep still with his blonde hair pressed against my lips, the scent of him storming my nostrils, his hips achingly aligned with my own. I blew a shallow breath and willed my body not to respond as I waited for him to catch his balance. Shit, I'm so sorry. He pushed off, finding his feet, his eyes darting everywhere, landing on my groin and then straight off again, cheeks blazing. But when he tried to step away, I tightened my hold. It won't be the last time, I said, wincing at the telltale croak in my voice. It gets easier. He threw me a sidelong look, and I wondered what he saw. Me, 2 seconds away from throwing him on the floor and getting kicked out of Painted Bay, no doubt, because no matter what calm expression I'd somehow managed to plaster in place, my threatening semi was doing a fine job of letting him know it was all lies. His expression flattened, like he was sizing me up, and all of a sudden, shy, flustered Kane was gone. And something a lot more predatory flashed in those blue depths. Then, as fast as it appeared, it was gone, leaving me wondering if I'd imagined it. He shook out his arms, blew out a slow breath, and returned to the hold. Ready? He arched a brow and eyed me cheekily. And, fuck me, feisty Kane was back. I grinned and turned my head, bringing his hot breath to my lips. I believe I am. His gaze dipped as if he couldn't help himself, then shot back up just as quickly before he flushed and looked away. And if I had any remaining doubt about whether Kane's sexuality stretched to men, it disappeared in a smoky puff of unresolved sexual tension with that one heated look. It was a miracle the rest of me didn't join in. Over the next 30 minutes, Kane and I worked on putting together longer chains of steps, landing the beats as he got comfortable with the music, and me, and the idea of letting go of control. He didn't give in easily, not many men did, but I finally started to feel that hesitant surrender as he began to trust me. Trust that I had him, that I knew what to do, that I would lead him where he needed to go, that all he had to do was give in and follow. And the taut muscles in his back and shoulders slowly relaxed, and he softened into my embrace. And finally, the jerking movements started to flow. I switched the embrace to a more intimate one, forcing him to look over my shoulder or to the side, our chests pressed lightly together. He turned his head with a raised brow but didn't pull away. I want your eyes off the floor, I said by way of explanation, one that barely excused my desire to draw him close. Try and keep your weight on the balls of your feet. I swore he bit back a smile just before he turned away. I also swore he stepped just a fraction closer than he needed to. And as we moved, there was no escaping the occasional brush of our groins or the slight shudder in Kane's body each time my thigh slid between his. And I was 2 seconds away from losing my shit completely and making my attraction to him very, very obvious. But that wasn't the plan. If Kane wanted me, he was going to have to take it from there. And so, at the end of the next sequence, I brought us to a stop, barely able to breathe, every square centimetre of skin ablaze where Kane touched me, the silence between us stretching as thin as the edge of a blade. A question, waiting on an answer. His palm sat flat against mine, his breath hot on my neck, his hips a tiny lean away from mine. But he didn't break the hold. His gaze stayed focused over my shoulder, his breathing sharp and shallow in my ear. Chapter 10. Kane. Was I breathing? because I sure as fuck wasn't thinking. Nothing north of my neck was operational, while everything south of it was spinning off a cliff, lost to the moment, to everything Abe fucking Tyler. Lost in his scent, the tangy sweet aroma of talent and sweat, and the heady musk of an actual fucking man. A man holding me close, and not just to get off and get gone. A man I liked and who seemed to like me. A hard-muscled body, and a mouth-watering promise in my arms. His faltering breath on my shoulder, a rush of pleasure over my skin. His quiet stance, a question waiting for an answer. Waiting for me. He knew, and I didn't dare turn my face just those few inches to look. I was so turned on I was pretty sure I had a neon sign flashing on my forehead that said, "Fuck me right the hell now." Abe's short scruff of a beard sat right there, so close that a small tilt of my head would bring its rough scrape along my jaw. Dance with him? Help him out? How about shake my fucking world like a snow globe and leave me lost in the blizzard? What the hell had I been thinking? Walk away. Drop his hand and walk away. Abe was everything I didn't need in my life, everything I hadn't had for too long. And he would be a mistake. Walk away. But I was so tired of the loneliness. I wanted the moment to spin out, to feel coarse hair against my skin, needy hands, a deep voice in my ear, a cock in my mouth, in my ass. Anything to remind me who I was. A chance to feel that fire again, to feel wanted. All my resolve undone by a few minutes of care in Abe's arms. A few minutes of acceptance, of letting go, of being me, of being liked for who I was. The most profoundly intimate few minutes of my life. I turned before I lost the courage, and almost immediately Abe responded, bringing us face to face, his breath hot on my lips. Concern notched his brow as he released my hand and brought up his thumb to brush the dampness from my cheek I hadn't known was there. But there was heat in those beautiful, haunting eyes as well. Lots and lots of heat. His fingers trailed fire along my jaw, but still he waited. Waited until I finally bridged that tiny space between us. And with my heart thundering in my chest, I pressed the lightest, softest of kisses to the corner of his mouth. On and off, heaven and hell, the salt on his skin prickling my tongue. I hovered close enough to keep the plush of his lips just a heartbeat away, his rough stubble a siren's song to that deep fucking need in my chest, and I brushed my cheek against it. Blue and grey eyes searched mine, more questions as his hand lifted, fingers tangling in my hair. My head leaning into the touch as my lips reached once again for his, more demanding this time. My turn to question. He answered with a whispered, "Yes," against my mouth, as he gently fisted my shirt and opened his lips, allowing my tongue to slide alongside his. Slick and warm and so fucking glorious, his salty, sweet taste exploding in my mouth. Keeping my lips to his, I shifted in front of him, cradling his face and deepening the kiss, sweeping through every nook and cranny, tongue fucking his mouth as he groaned and growled and let me have my way. I lifted off to kiss along his jaw, reveling in the rough burn to my skin, then pulling his head down to kiss across his forehead and run my nose through his hair, inhaling deeply, drinking him in, drenching the fucking desert I'd lived in for too long, my heart beating so wild I thought it might burst out of my chest. "Fuck, you taste so good. You smell so fucking good," I gasped, finding his lips again. A rumbling groan was all the warning I got before Abe took over, his tongue plunging into my mouth, his kiss demanding, my starved body stunned, trembling at the flood of sensation. Abe in my mouth, on my skin, wrapped around me, pressed hard against me, the rub of his cock, his lips, his arms, the sting in my scalp as he fisted my hair. I'd never been kissed like it. His hands slid around my waist to cup my ass and pull me flush, his cock thick against mine, a groan erupting from his throat to meet the one from mine as I ground against him, unable to help myself, aching and a twitch away from exploding in my jeans. "Fuck, Kane." Abe swore against my lips and broke the kiss, walking me backwards. "What you do to me?" My back hit the wall, and he lifted my hands above my head and started kissing up my neck, his lips nuzzling the curve of my shoulder as someone, me, whimpered. I like the sound of that. He nibbled my ear and dipped the tip of his tongue inside. Do that again. Another whimper, because I was generous like that, and another murmur of approval from Abe. Then his hand slid over my aching dick, and holy fuck, I almost came on the spot. Oh, God, what am I doing? What if Judah found out? What if... No, stop, please, I'm sorry. I shoved his hand away and raced to the bench. I'm sorry. He stumbled backwards, confused, and not a little out of it, blinking rapidly to clear his head. I knew exactly how he felt. He lurched toward me. Don't go. I shouldn't have. No. God, no, it's not you. I fumbled for my shoes under the bench. I'm a mess. I shouldn't have come. I'm so sorry. I have to go. I shoved my feet into my trainers, continuing to vomit inane apologies while Abe stood there pale and shaking his head. I grabbed my jacket and bolted for the door, throwing it open to a blast of cold air that sucked the breath from my lungs, and pulled the door from my hand, slamming it back against the wall. Then Abe was there, blocking my way. Stop, Kane, please. The freezing wind whipped at my face, but Abe was an immovable object. Please, Kane, just talk to me. Concern wrinkled his brow, but I shook my head and he sighed. So you're not entirely straight. Big deal. I'm not about to tell anyone. I'm not that guy. Come on, Kane. Stay, please. Talk to me. I froze, searching his face. You have my word. I won't say a thing. You don't have to worry about Judah. I kept shaking my head. You don't understand. Did they tell you about me? About what I did? I eyeballed him, daring him to lie. And from the pause before he answered, I knew somebody had. And I wanted to fucking cry. As long as I lived in Painted Bay, I would always be that guy. Yes, he answered softly. Then why do you want me? I shot back. Why dance with me? Why let me kiss you? Why kiss me? A sickening thought occurred to me. Oh, shit. Is this some kind of game? Payback for what happened? Did Judah put you up to this? What? Abe paled. Of course not. Why the hell would he do that? Yes, I knew about the bullying, but I don't understand it. That's not you. That's not the guy I spent yesterday with, and it's not the guy I danced with tonight. But I'm guessing what just happened has something to do with it, right? I didn't answer, and he closed his eyes for a long second before opening them again. Look, I like you, Kane, and I'm a good judge of character. Please, just talk to me. He glanced over his shoulder, and in case you haven't noticed, it's fucking freezing out there. It suddenly registered that he was standing in the icy squall, dressed in only a singlet and dance tights. Get inside, you idiot. Not until you agree to stay. He tilted his chin and stared me down. If I get pneumonia and die, you'll never forgive yourself. The smile was there before I could stop it. Oh, for fuck's sake. I fisted his singlet and hauled him inside. The door slammed shut and he ran for his sweater, giving a shudder of relief as he pulled it over his head. Then he made for the heat pump and stood directly beneath, stabbing a finger toward the bench. Now, sit your ass down and talk. I mustered my best eye roll and remained standing. If you ever thought of becoming a therapist, don't. Yeah. He looked down at my hands and frowned. For fuck's sake, put something on. Your hands are almost blue and you're shaking. We didn't even warm down. A shiver rolled down my spine at the reminder, and I fumbled to get my arms into my jacket. Here, let me. He grabbed it from me and held it open. I slipped my arms inside, and he spun me around to zip it up while I gaped at him. Pretty sure that hadn't been done for me since I was 5. It felt such an intimate thing for a man to do for another, like the dancing, and I'd no fucking idea what to do with any of it. Every intimate interaction I'd ever had with a guy consisted of a quick and dirty transaction of mutual orgasms, usually anonymous and almost always depressing, in corridors, bathrooms, alleys, pantries, garages, gardens, or if I was really lucky, a bedroom at a party where no one knew me. They'd been panicky, shame-filled, and risky disappointments to achieve one thing and one thing only, a starved reminder, just for a few minutes, of who I really was. Abe smiled and tipped my jaw closed with a finger under my chin. "Don't tempt me with that beautiful mouth." Then he patted my chest, seemingly satisfied. "Much better. Now don't be such a stubborn prick and take a seat." And so I did, mostly because I was still stunned by the idea of someone zipping me into my own damn jacket. Abe sat cross-legged on the floor, and I slid down to join him, my back resting against the bench as I fidgeted under his scrutiny. Eventually I looked up and caught his soft gaze. "So, what did they tell you?" "First off, it was Leroy and Fox who told me, not Judah." "Huh." I couldn't hide my surprise, and Abe instantly picked up on it. "Yes, and they only told me because I asked them outright after picking up this weird vibe between you all. Judah is cool and evasive if you're mentioned, which isn't like him, and the others skirt around the topic of you as well. So, of course, I wanted to know, especially when it didn't seem to fit the man I'd met." He reached for my hand. "Is this okay?" I shook my head and he withdrew. "And exactly who did you think you'd met?" His mouth tipped into a smile, dimples creasing. "Someone warm, and maybe a bit shy, but mostly closed off. Someone who interests me. Someone I want to get to know." I swallowed hard and looked away. "It's a nice fantasy, but you're wrong about me not fitting what they said I did. I am that guy they told you about. Or at least I was." Abe arched a brow. "I'm going to reserve judgment on that if you don't mind. Will you tell me what happened? And for the record, I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume you're not straight, even though they all think you are." A familiar fear clenched around my throat, and my gaze sought his, so sure of what I'd find. But his smile was warm, and without a scrap of judgment. The panic slipped away, and all I felt was tired. So fucking tired. My head fell back and I stared at the old beams that straddled the barn like massive arms, holding the freezing winter night at bay. I'd held those two words close to my chest all my life. But they were tired of waiting for the right time, the right place, or the right person. I stared at the man who'd managed to upend my world in 3 days. Every strand of silver in his scruff there for the count, the scar on his eyebrow, the haunting blue and grey of his mismatched eyes, the reassuring smile. And just like that, the two words burst onto my tongue, and 30 years of silence and secrets went to hell. I'm gay. Chapter 11. Cain. "I'm gay," I repeated, almost a whisper. Or maybe I shouted the fucking words, who the hell knew? I wasn't sure what to expect, but a simple nod, wasn't it? But it was the gentle acceptance in Abe's expression that almost undid me. It was something I'd not had a lot of in my life. "Cora guessed," I added. Not that I actually ever said the words to her, but I could tell she knew. So I'm assuming Martha does as well. And Jacqueline did, of course. She never said much. I think she felt sorry for me. And although my mum and I never talked about it before she died, I'm pretty sure she guessed. In fact, I know she did. When Dad was on a rant about the gays, she'd shoot me a look and change the conversation. Something you did at your peril with Dad. They're the only people who knew. God knows why Cora pushed Leroy to give me this job, knowing what she did. Maybe because she sees what I see. Abe's gaze remained steady, his voice soft. Was that what the bully thing was about? Hiding the fact you're gay? My gaze shot to his. That would be the easy answer, right? Poor closeted gay kid deflects attention and takes his frustration out on a soft target? I huffed. It was part of it, sure. But life's really that simple. No, it's not. So, tell me, I sank back against the bench and eyed him warily. You have no idea what you're asking. You're friends with Judah. You're staying with Leroy. I'm trusting you. He never blinked. Yes, you are. I drew a deep breath and shut my eyes for a second to settle my roiling stomach. Then I met his gaze. First off, I don't blame anyone or anything for what I did, for the arsehole I was in high school. That's all on me. I can't take it back, but I can at least fucking own it. Judah was a couple years behind me, out and fabulous and everything I wanted to be, and couldn't. Painted Bay wasn't exactly waving rainbow flags back then, but Judah's parents made sure no one messed with their son. But you messed with him. His bluntness grounded me. God fucking help me, I did. Mostly just name-calling until the day I pushed him down and I dragged my hands down my face and choked out. I kicked him, Abe. I fucking kicked him. Who the fuck does something like that? I stole a look, waiting for the disgust to show on his face, but it never came. You knew, didn't you? They told you. He nodded with apology in his eyes, and then leaned forward, and I knew this was the part that really mattered. I'd like to know why, if you feel you can tell me. Was being gay that terrifying? I hesitated, worrying at a stray thread on the hem of my jeans, and Abe's warm hand landed on mine. Kane? Yeah, it was. I shifted my thumb just a fraction to graze his, and shivered at the feel of it. He slowly flipped his hand in invite, and after a few seconds, I fitted mine over top and our fingers threaded together. You're not that teenager anymore, Kane. He squeezed gently. I snorted, still staring at our hands. Some days, I'm not so sure. Do you know I've never held hands with a man before? I glanced up to find him studying me with gentle eyes. I've done other things with men, but I've never held hands. His eyes crinkled at the corners. Then I'm honoured to be your first. Silence stretched between us, and I knew by the quiet in his eyes that Abe wasn't about to drag this from me. My dad is an asshole, I finally choked out. Homophobic and generally abusive, among other things. It's no excuse for what I did. No sob story. Nothing that lots of other gay kids haven't gone through and managed a lot better than I did. But it's still the truth. Abe's grip tightened, his thumb drawing slow, hot circles on the back of my hand. It was mostly verbal. Not only that, but in some ways the hateful shit he said was worse than his hand. It got worse after Mum died. He was a firm believer in the whole divide and conquer mentality, pitting Jacqueline and me against each other, punishing us both for what one did. If one of us tried to stand up for the other, it just shifted his attention. That kind of thing puts distance between you after a while, and you stop speaking up. I dropped my gaze to stare at the floor between us. I regret that more than anything. Abe tipped my chin up with his fingers, his eyes gentle and sad. You were only kids, Kane. You were just surviving. You see this? I pushed my hair back, showing the long scar running up the hairline just above my right temple. Abe grimaced. I got that when I was 12. Mum was gone by then, and Dad was drinking more. He caught me with our neighbour's son roughhousing in the river that bordered our old farm. Max wasn't even fucking gay. We were just having fun. But my dad always suspected Max of being light in the trousers, as he called it. So I got reminded to keep my distance from boys like that. He slammed my head into a kitchen cupboard, and I caught the handle. Bled like you wouldn't believe and needed 20 stitches. It came with a warning that if he ever found me messing with boys, he'd make sure I had a face nobody wanted. Abe paled. Oh, Kane. God, I'm so sorry. He covered our joined hands with his free one, and I was suddenly caught in the moment, in the way he held on so tightly like I might break apart. One good tug, and I'd have crawled into his lap. As it was, the words spewed in a crazy jumble from my mouth that I couldn't seem to pull back. The stopper was off, and I was fucked if I could shove it back in. And then there were 2 cracked ribs from the day he pulled me from the tractor when I was 16, because I'd flattened a section of fence while I was bringing in a load of firewood. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's a charmer, all right. And all that was without him even knowing I was gay. There was never going to be any coming out to him as a kid, ever. So did your father being an arsehole have something to do with what happened between you and Judah? I sighed and freed my hands, putting some space between us, and Abe frowned but let me go. Dad hated everything Judah represented with a passion like you wouldn't believe. He spewed the filthiest shit every time he saw him. Still does. The first time he got called to school because I'd supposedly been giving Judah a hard time, he practically beamed with pride. I shook my head. Fucking hell. Yeah. The fucked up thing was, I hadn't actually said or done anything that day. I'd just been in the general vicinity. I'd been worried Dad would be furious about the detention, but instead I had the easiest few weeks I'd had in years. It wasn't rocket science putting 2 and 2 together. And so after that I made a point of hanging around those assholes a bit more, just to keep Dad off my back. I was too much of a coward. I'm too selfish about my own payoff. And so I lied to myself that what the others were doing wasn't too bad, and I could stay on the fringes. But you didn't. No, I whispered, swallowing down the bile rising in my throat. This was it. This was where Abe walked away. No. I'd missed making the swim team the day before, and Dad wasn't much pleased about that. It was the only sport I was any good at. Anyway, he sank a ton of beer that night, and then for whatever reason he pulled me from bed about 2 a.m. and set me to cleaning the house while he yelled about how I needed to be more disciplined and set better priorities and all that shit. Abe scooted closer until our knees touched, and the gentle support and warmth grounded me. The next day I was a mess. No sleep, no breakfast, and a whole lot of feeling sorry for myself. And anger. Anyway, I was late to class, and so I was running when I turned a corner and ran straight into Judah. He grabbed me around the waist to keep his balance just for a second, and I gripped his arms to help. He regained his feet, but I didn't let go. I let him hang on, sucking up that connection with someone, a guy who was like me. I choked out. Oh, Kane. Abe rested a hand on my knee, and I desperately wanted to slide mine over top, but I didn't. I blinked hard and tried to find the words, heat raging in my cheeks. He was so close, so close I could smell the vanilla of his body wash. And he was staring at me, half pissed off, half amused, with a little bit of uncertainty thrown in. And with that cocky, I just dare you to say something look in his eyes, his hands so hot on my waist, his face right there. And I just wanted to fucking kiss him, Abe. Of all things, Jesus. I bet he never knew that. I shook my head, tears pricking my eyes. I wanted so badly to pull him aside and tell her what was going on and why I'd been such an arsehole to him. I wanted to finally tell someone about who I was, someone who'd understand. And I almost did. But you didn't, he said softly, rubbing my knee. Something happened to scare you, right? Oh, God. My gaze shot to his and I nodded, remembering the moment everything changed. And as if he felt it, Abe's hand moved to slide once again over mine and hold on tight. I sucked in a shaky breath, the memory like it was yesterday, still so fresh it hurt my heart. The growing confusion on Judah's face, the question I couldn't answer, his thumbs digging into my sides, his surprising strength, the hard muscle of his arms flexing against my palms, the rush, the want, everything pulling me closer to the edge. I wanted to. God, how I wanted to. But when I didn't push him back straight away, Judah looked confused. And then he kind of half smirked, half smiled, and all I could think in that moment was that he knew. He knew about me. I huffed. It didn't, of course. It was just being Judah throwing down a challenge to the last possible second. Still, It was almost enough to make me think that maybe I could take that risk and tell him. I wiped my eyes on my sleeve and took a second to get my head together, while Abe rubbed hot thumb circles over the back of the hand he held. I'm here. It's okay. But before I could say anything, the group of dipshits I hung with appeared at the other end of the path. They took one look at Judah and me, and I could tell they were wondering what the hell was going on. For Christ's sake, I practically had Judah in my arms. And all I could think was, what if this gets back to Dad? And before I knew it, I'd shoved him to the ground and lashed out with my foot. Oh, Jesus. Abe sucked in a breath between his teeth, and his hand clenched around mine so tight I almost winced. I shot him a panicked look, knowing I'd lost any sympathy I might have had. I know. In that moment I wasn't even thinking about him. And I honestly didn't mean to hurt him like I did, but I wasn't paying attention and I shouldn't have done it. I should have fucking walked away. I hated myself, and I totally deserve everything he thinks about me. It was such a fucking mess. After that day I stopped hanging with those jerks and never spoke to Judah again until I saw him on the street in Painted Bay last year and tried to apologize. He rightly shot me down. Abe blinked slowly and took a deep breath. I knew what he thought. I thought it myself every fucking day. He held my gaze, but his expression was hard to read. Guarded, careful. Fuck! My heart sank. How stupid was I? No surprise, but it still stung. Nothing to see here, folks. Just a bully trying to explain himself. Age-old fucking story. Of course I disgusted him. Hell, I disgusted myself. I pulled my hands free and made to stand. This was a bad idea. Kane, wait. He grabbed my wrist, but I shook him off. I don't blame you. I tried to stem the flood of something stupid in my eyes. I tried to warn you. I'm not this poor misunderstood guy that you think I am. I'm not going to come out of this smelling like roses with some explanation that's suddenly going to make everything okay. If you're looking for that, then you've got the wrong guy. Kane, if you just shut up for a second. He pulled me around to face him, and my heart tore a little, but my mouth snapped shut at the anger in his eyes. Sit down and listen to me, please? He pleaded. You don't have to do this. I slumped back down onto the floor and he sank in front of me, wearing a wretched expression. I couldn't meet his eyes. Couldn't handle the disappointment I knew I'd find there. There's no excuse for what I did. I get that you're angry. Anyone would be. I don't expect... Shh. Abe held out his hands, palms up. Give me your hands, Kane. Please? I looked up then, and instead of disappointment, warm concern flooded his gaze. I gave a shuddering sigh and slipped my hands on top of his. We closed fingers around each other and he pulled them to rest on his knees. I'm not angry at what you did. Not in the way you think. But I am so fucking angry with your father that you would feel that was your only way out of his violence. Were there other choices you could have made? Maybe, sure. But you were a kid, Kane. And what you did wasn't done in a vacuum. I'm angry for the hurt kid who lashed out. And I'd do anything to take that pain from you if I could. The pain of your dad. And the pain and guilt of what you did. But you're not that person anymore and you deserve to live your life. You deserve that. He leaned in close, his blue-grey eyes drilling into mine, like he was trying to imprint the belief into my brain by sheer force of will. Come here. He wrapped his arms around my back and pulled me against him, pressing my face under his shoulder, and I sank into the embrace like I'd been waiting for it my whole life. He didn't say stupid shit to make me feel better. He just held me so tight I could hardly breathe, and I didn't give a fuck. The tighter he held, the more I buried my face and the less chance he'd see the fat tears I couldn't hold back. Bad enough he knew everything else. He didn't need to see that. I waited for the horror to grab me at what I'd done, telling my story for the first time for reasons I didn't even understand. I waited for the shame to rise in my throat, but instead there was just a strange, hollow feeling. Maybe peace. Maybe just the emptiness left when the shit in your life was exposed in all its glory for the first time. Eventually I pushed free, and Abe dropped his arms. "You okay?" He watched me intently. "I don't know," I answered honestly, and his hand was instantly back around mine. "Can I ask you why you went back to your father's farm after university? I'd have thought you'd be gone in a cloud of dust teaching English or something." I snorted. "Because it's not just his farm." He frowned. "What?" "Mum left her half share to me when she died, much to Dad's horror. But it's been tied up until I turned 30. Until then, Dad had full control. Running the farm was something I knew how to do. I had a mountain of student debt, but I wasn't a kid any longer. So I figured I could live with his asshole personality for a few years if it meant keeping our investment safe, Jacqueline's and mine. She's a single mum working rubbish jobs to make ends meet, and Bobby has some kind of learning disability. They deserve whatever I can get them." His slow-spreading smile told me he finally got it. "And now, you're 30. I couldn't help returning a grin. "And now I'm 30. Which means I'm entitled to half the profit, or I can claim 50% of the total value, and he has to buy me out." Abe's gaze softened, but there was a twinkle in his eye. "You're going to force him to sell, aren't you?" A smile tugged at my lips. "I so fucking am. I'm lodging the claim with my lawyer this week." He grinned. "Good for you. You know, I think you'd have Leroy's support if you decided to come out, especially with Fox in the picture." I had in fact been tempted to tell Leroy several times in the last couple of months, as we'd grown friendlier. "Yeah, but can you imagine, Judah?" Abe winced. Point taken. "But would you need to tell, Judah? One step at a time. Just don't rule it out." He tucked a few strands of hair behind my ears and then ran the back of his knuckles down my cheek. The gesture so intimate it drew a shiver from my skin. Then he helped me to my feet and wrapped me in his arms one last time. "Friends?" I melted against his chest and nodded. "Friends." Then I tried to draw that thick shell back in place and shrug him off to stand alone, the shell I'd worn most of my life. But it was nowhere to be found, at least not in front of this man. Only this soft and distinctly vulnerable underbelly of a Cain Martin I hardly knew remained, and I tried not to let the idea of that terrify me too much. Tried and failed. "Thank you." I made no attempt to hide my choked emotion. "For the dancing. For listening. For everything. I haven't felt seen in a long time, mostly for reasons I deserved. I'll never forget it." "You're very welcome," he said, almost a whisper. "How would you feel about still dancing with me sometimes?" A touch of pink stained his cheeks and I shot him an amused look. "Dancing? Is that what they're calling it these days?" He grinned. "Okay, so I might have exaggerated the whole needing to practice my teaching skills thing. But look at you. What red-blooded gay man wouldn't grab a chance to hold you in their arms? And it is a lot easier to rehearse with a partner if you're game." I shook my head. "Aside from the fact I'm not buying that little sob story for 1 minute because I totally sucked tonight, and no one in the right mind would want me as their dance partner, there's Judah to consider. Judah doesn't need to know," he said flatly. "He doesn't rehearse in the evenings if he can avoid it. It messes with his many ears. And if he finds out, I'll tell him exactly what I told you. I need a newbie partner to practice with, and he can't do that for me. And just so we're clear, you did not suck tonight. We danced remarkably well together for a first time. It surprised me." I searched his face but couldn't find the lie if it was there. And just the idea of having him close, touching me, knowing about me, and still liking me, was a shot of happiness I wasn't sure I could deny myself. It was risky, but I didn't intend on staying in Painted Bay for much longer. And maybe it was time to come out to Leroy and Fox, especially considering what they'd done for me. Then if Judah found out, I might have some support. If not, I'd leave if I had to. Could I really have this? Could I take something just for me for once? "Okay." Abe's expression brightened. "Really?" I nodded. He practically beamed. Everyone will be here for a lesson on Friday, so maybe you and I could do Tuesday and Thursday at 8? We should exchange numbers. I handed him my phone. It's just dancing, right? If that's all you want. Abe entered his number, sent himself a text, and handed the phone back. Then he slid a hand up my jaw, startling me, that warm, easy smile sliding back into place. But just to put it out there, it could be more if you wanted it to be. He licked his lips. You're a good man, Kane. A good man. And you're damn sexy. He leaned in, his breath hot against my lips, and my heart fluttered in my chest, my cock rising in my jeans just at the thought of that thick tongue sliding back into my mouth, his hard-muscled body pressed against me. I wanted it. Wanted him more than I could say. I wanted everything he offered, and it would be so easy to close that tiny gap between us and just take it. I pressed my hand against his chest. Just the dancing. But thank you. He slow blinked in obvious disappointment, then nodded. Your call. You, me, and a tango? How hard can it be to keep that seemly? I can see a lot of cold showers in my future. I rolled my eyes at his ridiculousness, and he surprised the shit out of me by taking my hand from his chest and pressing his hot lips to the palm, his scruff rough and sexy. Until Tuesday, then. I swallowed hard and cleared my throat, the imprint of his lips like a brand on my calloused palm. Right. Tuesday. I barely remembered the walk back up the hill to my bedside, but when I fell against the closed door with my heart slamming in my chest, every fibre in my body zeroed in on my palm, on that burning patch of skin where Abe had pressed his lips and fucked my head completely. Chapter 12. Abe. Jam's Collectibles was a treasure trove of curiosities with not a mothball, dank smell, or scrap of dust in sight. My planned 10-minute lunchtime excursion to scout a few props for the recital had turned into an hour of chatting with the owner while perusing a range of antique furniture, old books, stage posters, vinyl records, vintage clothes, and a myriad of other fascinating objects. I'd even found an exquisite glass perfume bottle to add to my own small collection, which I kept in a tiny lock-up storage unit in London. Benjamin, Jam, the 30-something owner that had first met at the homestead Sunday lunch, was hot in that cool hipster way, sporting ear gauges, a saucy angular cut beard, and a glimpse of 2 intricately designed tattoo sleeves that made you want to strip him down to get a proper look at the rest. He'd also spent a great deal of our hour together, flirting and eyeing me up like I was the dessert to the ham and salad sandwich that he'd finished for lunch. Judah had given up on our chatter about perfume bottles and chintz armchairs and gone to annoy Terry, the two of them currently occupying the bench outside Terry's hardware store, eating ice creams and chatting. I watched through the store window and smiled, still amazed at how well Judah fit back into a place he'd never had anything good to say about. But when he suddenly threw back his head and laughed at something Terry said, an unexpected ache filled my chest and I was brought up short. It wasn't that I didn't have friends, because I did, but my nomadic life meant they lived in a strange, sporadic, all-or-nothing way. When I wasn't in town, I might not talk to a friend for months, even years, and then when I returned I could see them every week, sometimes every day if they were in the dance company I was working with. There were none of the normal ups and downs of regular visiting that cemented those deeper bonds, the lifetime ones. I was acutely aware my friends could live without me and me without them. My throat thickened, and I cut the train of thought. It was just the cost of doing a job I loved. It had rarely mattered before, and I wasn't sure why it should now. But as I stared at Judah, I knew the life for what it was. I did know why. I wasn't 30 anymore, or even 40. It didn't mean I wanted to stop what I was doing, but I couldn't pretend I didn't feel the occasional pang of loneliness either. I was way, way past drinking and clubbing every night, and the thrill of cruising for random men in a dozen different cities was long gone. Judah had almost pissed himself laughing when I told him that my current idea of an exciting night typically included a wine, a sports or arts channel, and my right hand, if necessary. Or if I was really busting out, a selective swipe right. But even that had become fraught with new perils, a profile pic and age tending to bring out the barely legal daddy lovers and silver fox groupies, who frankly scared the shit out of me. Nothing against it, but that wasn't me. When some random hookup in Berlin asked if I minded spanking and calling him baby boy, my erection had spontaneously withered into 1,000 hell no's, and it had taken some sustained effort on the guy's part to reverse the trend. It had been a close call, and one I wasn't keen on repeating, but it did answer a question. I was never going to be that guy. It's great to see him happy, right? Jam appeared at my shoulder, his eyes on Judah and Terry. He worried a lot of people when he first got back. I glanced sideways. He's worked hard to turn things around. I'm hugely impressed at what he's achieved. Jam nodded. I don't know how he does it sometimes. It's a hell of a disease. I know Morgan had a lot to do with helping him rediscover that strength, you know? A belief in himself as more than just a shining star ballet dancer. More than just a dancer. Even the thought scared the fuck out of me. That's very deep for 1 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon, I commented dryly. Jam waggled his eyebrows. Well, I happen to like it deep, any time of day. I laughed and shook my head. You're incorrigible. What can I say? I try. And I was struck again by just how very attractive he was. And I knew if I reciprocated his flirting even a little, I'd have a welcoming bed as long as I was in Painted Bay. And yet, nothing stirred at the thought. Not a single thing. It seemed that particular response was saved for a certain blue-eyed, blonde-haired set of tempting contradictions who had been filling my head, not to mention other bodily parts, all too frequently over the last couple of days. Not that I spent all my time thinking about Kane because, well, sleep, right? But yeah, enough said. Jam considered me, then smiled in obvious defeat. Boyfriend? Nope, just distracted by possibilities. I left it at that. Ah, he nodded sagely. Well, I hope he knows how lucky he is. Although why he'd want to walk away from all this. His hand swept over his body. I'll never know. I snorted. Still, you can't blame me for trying. Painted Bay is hardly a gay dating mecca, or dating mecca of any kind to be fair, and you get tired of fishing out of the same small, murky pond. I chuckled. Maybe don't put that in your tourist brochures. Cora's car pulling into a parking spot in front of the hardware store caught my attention. Oh, trouble at the mill, Jam hummed. I take it things are still tense in the Madden clan. A little. The locks are changed, but Judah says Cora's still a little frosty. I winced as Cora walked past Terry and Judah with barely a word. Ouch! Terry patted Judah on the shoulder, then followed Cora inside. Shit, here he comes! Jam turned his back to the window, but not before Judah had caught us both staring and waved. Too late, I muttered. Jam huffed. The man likes to think he's the centre of attention. I laughed. That's because he nearly always is. Now ring up this perfume bottle and we'll take the other props as well. I'm not charging you for the props. If they survive, give them back. If not, we can discuss it later. Consider it my community service. I didn't know what to say. That's amazing. Thanks. He winked. Small towns. Shit for getting laid. Great for barn raising and similar sports. I laughed just as the bell above the door chimed and Judas swept into the shop. Are you two done ogling my family dramas, or shall I throw down with my mother in the main street when she comes out again? My money's on Cora, I said, handing over my credit card. Judah leaned on the service desk, looking pale and tired. What can I say? The woman can hold a grudge. Her icicles have grown icicles, but she'll come round. Martha's on our side, and Mum just has to get her head around it. To be honest, I think it's Leroy's stance more than mine. I doubt it ever occurred to her he'd nab anyone who could actually put up with him. Or that we might, as couples, need actual private time, let alone have sex, other than between 7 and 10 on weekends, and maybe not in the bedroom. Shock horror. His hands flew dramatically to his mouth. I was stopped from laughing by the visible tremor in his fingers. He saw me looking and shoved his hand in his pocket. It's going to take her a minute to realise she hasn't actually lost us, just gained a couple of adults instead of kids, and 2 more men to dote on. She'll get there. Although we might need a few extra polar fleeces while she works it through. Well, she loves me, I reminded him. Brought me a coffee this morning while I was waiting for you, and a brownie to go with it. Judah's gaze narrowed. Did she now? Crafty little witch. I got nothing, of course. He sighed and glanced across the road to the hardware store. Damn it. We might have to force a conversation. I'll talk to Morgan. Maybe Friday night after a dance lesson? He looked at the collection of props. Have we got everything we need for the class today? I checked the list. Hat stand, coat that we can make look like tails, top hats, not close enough with some work, long white gloves, a glittery sequined thingy for Hannah to wear, 2 canes in addition to Hannah's, and the rest we can come back for. Check! I saluted. That's 1 dance number off the list. He grabbed the coat stand, leaving me the bags. Right, then let's go. Morgan needs his car back, and I might try and fit in a rest before the class. Alarm bells went off in my head, and I grabbed his elbow. Judah? He rolled his eyes. Yeah, I'm, spinning a little. My heart caught. Shit. Well, you're not carrying that. Here. I shoved the coat stand at Jam. Come on, let's get you home. I can start the kids off with the help of the physio if you're not up to it later. Judah nodded, the relief unmistakable along with the misery in his eyes. I might have to take you up on that. An admission that told me all I needed to know. By the time we got him to the passenger door, he was already staggering. As soon as we had him safely inside, Jam put a call through to Morgan while I tore down the tiny main street and past a gaping Cora who looked as pale as a ghost. Kane. I pulled my car alongside the homestead's garage just as the sun dipped behind the bush, casting a creepy orange glow over the military row of seagulls perched on the ridgeline of the house. The line of heads turned as one, and I almost shivered. Straight out of a Hitchcock movie. I cut the engine and sat for a moment, gripping the wheel like the safety bar on a roller coaster, until finally my shoulders slumped, and my head fell forward onto my hands, the wave of relief shuddering through my body. It was done. My lawyer, Ashley Burrant, had barely batted an eye. After reading the copy of my mother's will and perusing the accompanying farm and legal documentation, he'd listened to my intention to claim settlement and why I was concerned for the farm's security once my father was served with the demand. Ashley said he'd need to check a few things, but would get the paperwork underway. It might take a week, but he'd let me know when we were ready to file with my dad's lawyer. And he'd include an injunction to prevent my father doing anything to reduce the farm's value in any way, including selling its equipment or stock. Plus, we would be demanding an audit of the farm's accounts. Once that was all done, in Ashley's words, let the games begin. Ashley warned that if my father chose to fight, he could tie me up in court as he'd threatened. But Ashley was happy the original agreement and will were clear, and he thought my father would struggle to come up with any legitimate challenge, in which case he'd face hefty costs if he lost, not to mention the farm assets would be frozen until things were settled. It might just be enough to stop him. I could only hope. Either way, it was finally going to be over. I didn't give a damn if I came out of it with nothing more than my university debt paid, providing there was enough for my sister and nephew to get a much-deserved leg up in life. My father could go to hell. I slumped in my seat, checked the rear vision mirror, wiped my eyes, and for the first time in years, wished I still drank. The thought of kicking back on my couch with a water or coffee just wasn't doing it for me. Then I remembered my dance lesson with Abe, and a flicker of a smile crossed my lips. An hour in Abe's arms would be better than any drink. A disgruntled meow broke through the quiet, and I huffed out a laugh. Okay. I climbed out and opened the back door, hauling the cat cage free. Welcome to your temporary home. I spun a slow circle. Man, I'm going to need arm day at the gym with you around. The porch light snapped on, and Leroy appeared in rumpled grey sweats and an old black jersey coming apart at the shoulder seam. Heard you drive up. Did you get whatever you needed done? Yes. I wandered over. Thanks for giving me the day off. No problem. Who's that? He squinted into the cage. Was it exchange day at the vets or something? Rabbits for cats? Ha. This is Tank, and he was unexpected. Leroy barked at a laugh. I bet he was. Excellent name, by the way. He peered at the cat through the bars of the cage. Gavin saw you coming a mile off, and someone's been eating way too many cat biscuits. I sat the heavy crate down on the deck. Just a few. His owner's an elderly man with zero backbone as far as Tank is concerned. Gavin said Tank won't see another year if he doesn't lose some weight. So, the owner agreed to let Gavin give him to me for a few weeks, see if I can trim the poor thing down. I figure a young bossy running rings around him might help. A thought suddenly occurred to me. I hope I didn't overstep. I'll keep him inside. His owner said he apparently walks on a leash. A leash? Leroy chuckled and shook his head. And it's fine. Gavin should be paying you for all the free key you give his misfits. I shrugged. It's just a few weeks. How's Judah? Cora sounded a bit freaked when she called on the radio. Leroy's smile slipped away. He's still spinning. It's a bad one. Morgan was way up north when Jam called, so Mum's been with him. Leroy rolled his eyes. God knows how that went, but I caught sight of Morgan's SUV screaming past not long ago, so I'm about to go down and check. I hesitated. Will you tell Judah I hope he gets better soon? Leroy stared, clearly surprised. Yeah, of course. And, can we talk sometime? It's nothing urgent. More staring. Is something wrong? I shook my head. No, it's nothing like that. Just an overdue conversation. But there's no rush. Maybe sometime over the next weekend or two. Weeknights, we're all too tired, right? Leroy's gaze narrowed. So it's going to be one of those conversations, huh? Now I'm really intrigued. What have you been up to? You better not be leaving me. I rolled my eyes and said nothing. Who knew what the outcome would be? Sorry. He gave a quick smile. But if there's no rush, can we leave it a week? I've got plans with Fox this weekend. No problem. Other than a set of very frayed nerves. I reached for Tank's carrier. I'd better get this guy upstairs. Hang on. Leroy stepped back inside and then reappeared with a large, square Tupperware and a sheepish grin. I was actually keeping an eye out for you. We wanted to give you this. He shoved the container into my hands. It's a cake. You didn't tell us it was your 30th birthday, dipshit. Huh. Someone had been talking. But also, wow, what the fuck? I felt ridiculously touched. Leroy shuffled on his feet, looking all kinds of awkward. Martha baked it, but it's from all of us. I arched a disbelieving brow. All of you? Leroy winced. Well, Judah didn't say it wasn't from him. Fox appeared at Leroy's shoulder and pressed a kiss to his boyfriend's temple. Yeah, miracles take a little longer. I opened the lid and peeked at the cake, then gave Leroy a sly grin. Chocolate with coconut frosting. Isn't that your favourite, Leroy? He blushed furiously. Huh, what a coincidence. Fox stared at his boyfriend. Leroy? Leroy turned a fetching shade of beetroot and returned a scowl. What? Martha asked for a suggestion, and since none of us knew what cake Kane liked, I gave her one. I mean, who wouldn't love that? It's fucking delicious. Fox shook his head. You're impossible. I'm sure it'll be delicious. I shoved the Tupperware under one arm, and I'll make sure to pack leftovers for the boat tomorrow. Leroy waggled his eyebrows at Fox. See? It was an awesome idea. Then he turned back to me. But seriously, Kane, happy birthday, man. I mean it. Yeah, happy birthday, Fox added. We all mean it. Then he not so discreetly elbowed Leroy, who shot him a glare. Okay. Leroy rubbed the back of his neck, looking like he wanted to be anywhere else. I know I didn't exactly welcome the idea of you working with us at the start. The part where you almost punched him? Fox qualified. Leroy rolled his eyes and huffed. It was one time. But, yeah, okay, that part. But I am really glad we got through that. You do a good job and we... Oh, man. He groaned and threw a panicky look at Fox, who simply nodded. Fine. Leroy sighed and continued. You do a good job, and we all like you, and we wished we'd known about the birthday 30th thing. He shot a desperate look at his boyfriend. Fox pulled him close and nuzzled his hair. Good work, Grasshopper. Leroy grumbled something in reply, and Fox winked at me before pulling Leroy back inside the house. Still speechless, I stared at the closed door, a lump the size of White Island lodged in my throat and tears welling in my eyes. I don't think it's a good idea for me to come down there tonight. The boathouse is too busy. Sorry. I stared at the text, felt a lingering pang of disappointment and pushed send. With Judah laid up in the boathouse and half the family checking on him, it was too damn risky. Any one of them could pop into the studio without warning. I sighed and shoved my phone away. That was that. It was probably for the best anyway. Dinner was an excellent farro and grain medley Cobb salad that I'd picked up while in Whangarei, and after I'd stacked the dishwasher and set it going, I grabbed a quick shower. Then I pulled on some sweats and a warm jersey Fox had given me, on the pretense that it was too small, and spooned a hot chocolate mix into a mug. As I waited for the kettle to boil, I replayed Leroy's stumbling words of what sounded like friendship, and a flush of warmth spread through my chest. Even if they'd been said with Fox's encouragement, they meant so fucking much. I could only hope he felt the same way after I'd talked to him in a week's time. The thought alone was terrifying. I had the fleeting notion to ask Abe if he'd be my support, then dismissed it just as quickly. We weren't like that to each other. We weren't anything to each other. You could be. Abe's offer repeated in my ear as it had for the last 2 days. Just the thought of saying yes had my cock stirring in my sweats. Like the possibility would ever seriously be on the table, even though the idea of it made my skin itch with want. But I was way too complicated for a 6-week fling. I leaned on the countertop and watched Tank and Bossy eye each other warily from opposite sides of the room. Introductions hadn't gone quite as well as hoped for, Bossy's enthusiastic greeting being met by a cuff around the ear sans claws from the unimpressed older cat. Bossy had then tried his luck a couple more times, only to be rebuffed at each attempt, and had finally settled for eyeing the large newcomer longingly from a safe distance, which got Tank's seal of approval. Bossy wasn't the only one on Tank's shit list. I quickly made it to the top after offering him a restrained amount of Diet Cat biscuits, which went down about as well as expected. He tasted a couple, then sat and stared at them for a long minute before returning to his chair with a hoity-toity swish of his tail, and the standoff had begun. But if the armoured vehicle masquerading as a cat thought I was a soft touch like his owner, he was about to get the shock of his life. Hot chocolate in hand, I leaned against the countertop and wagged a finger at him. Not a chance, Buster. Think of this place like your own personal weight loss spa, minus the yoga and happy ending massage. Tank narrowed his eyes and flicked his tail. No back chat, I eyeballed him. I can fill that bowl with healthy shit till the cows come home, and nothing you can say or do is going to change that. I won't be coerced, bribed, threatened, or made to feel sorry for you. This is for your own good. You're only 7. There are a lot more cat years left on you yet. He yowled a little creepily, lifted a weighty leg in the air and began licking his butt. I rolled my eyes. I'm sure you're a nice cat and all, but that's not going to fly with me. You're not my type. A chuckle filtered through the partially open window by the front door. That's somewhat reassuring, I have to say. Abe's comment was followed by a single knock. Can I come in? Just watch for the cats. The door opened a crack and Abe's head poked through, scanning the floor. Cats, as in plural, has Bossy multiplied? Is this like that Gremlins movie? I'll have you know that was way before my time, old man. Oh, so it's going to be like that, is it? Abe slipped inside looking all kinds of fucking edible. He shut the door, ditched his canvas shoes, and made his way to where I still stood at the breakfast bar. I tracked every sexy, slinking step. Dark grey sweats hanging low on those slim hips, offering a tantalising peak of dance tights at his waist, a loose cut-off t-shirt and a puffer jacket for warmth against the midwinter's evening chill. I shrugged. If the cap fits, cheeky shit. He scowled, but those wayward eyes danced with humour, and the way he looked me over, like he wanted to eat me alive, had my blood pooling in places it had no right to be. Then his gaze landed on Tank curled up beside a pile of books, and the moment was broken. Whoa, that's some cat. I smiled and cleared my throat. Abe, meet Tank. Tank is my weight loss project for the next month. His owner is spoiling him into an early grave, and the time for tough love is nigh. Tank shot me a killing look and Abe blinked. Wow, I think he understood every word you just said and is plotting your demise. May the force be with you. He pinned me with a glare. And if you tell me that was before your time? I feigned shock and horror. Hush your mouth. The spies of the Empire are everywhere. Good to know. Or it was going to be a very short friendship. I hesitated. A friendship? Yes, he said firmly, his blatant once-over trailing fire over my skin and making me squirm. You got a problem with that? There was more than a hint of a challenge there. And look at that. I'd somehow acquired 3 friends in one night. Nope. My gaze drifted to the tempting band of skin visible just above Abe's dance tights. He caught me and smirked, reaching above his head and then side to side, as if stretching his muscles. I groaned and flipped him off. Asshole. But I still looked. I'm sorry about cancelling, but it's been a day, and then with Judah not well, don't apologise. He shucked his jacket and pulled his laptop from his gym bag, sliding it onto the countertop. It was a good call. A tough day then? Did the muscles fight back? I snorted, frowning at the laptop. Actually, I had an appointment with my lawyer. He blew a low whistle. So, how'd it go? I shrugged. Okay, I think. He's going to start the paperwork to hand to Dad's lawyer, and then I guess we wait and see what happens. According to him, it looks pretty straightforward, but that doesn't mean Dad won't be a dick about it. Abe studied me, concern etched deep into his face. Are you worried? That he's going to drag it out? I nodded. A little. He's a stubborn bastard, and I wouldn't put it past him to fuck with me even if it did cost him money. He's going to be mad as hell when those papers hit his lawyer. He's used to getting his own way. Most bullies are. I winced at the reminder. Sorry. He reached for my hand and I shrugged. It's the truth. Anyway, I'm done with thinking about him for the day. You haven't told me why you're here. There was a moment's hesitation. Well, he looked suddenly nervous. Something I hadn't seen in him before, and it sparked my curiosity. I'm here because I made something for you, and I want you to have it. Tonight. I shot him a puzzled look. You made something? For me? Abe nodded and opened the laptop. Now, don't get too excited, it's just a playlist. He produced a small speaker from his bag, then hit a key, and sensuous strains of guitar filled the bedsit. A tango. I bit back a smile. You're a very determined man, Mr. Tyler. He shot me a sultry look that had nothing to do with dancing. It might have been said once or twice. I just thought you might like some music to practice with. The tango doesn't require a lot of room after all, and if we push the furniture back, this should do nicely. Practice? My brow arched. I thought this was about you practicing your teaching, not my dancing. He shrugged. What kind of teacher would I be if you suck as badly at the end as you did at the beginning? My reputation is at stake here. I rolled my eyes. Your sweet talk could do with some work. But the music was already working its magic. Just listen, he whispered, taking a step closer and starting to sway. But I didn't need to be told. My eyes fluttering closed, my imagination already lost to images of a smoke-filled bar in Argentina. Beautiful people seated around tiny tables, all attention locked on the couples on the floor. And yes, I might have done a spot of tango Googling in the last few days. Not that I was going to tell Abe that. Before I knew it, the tension of the day was adrift in the haunting melody, only to be startled back to the room by the sudden warmth of Abe's hand on mine and the tang of liniment in my nostrils. So like Judah. My eyes sprang open to find Abe's smile just centimetres away, the closeness sending my heart into a thudding mess. Welcome back. He put his lips next to my ear, his chest a flash of heat against mine, the tender skin of his cheek so close I could almost taste it with my tongue. I snapped my mouth shut just in time. The man was killing me. Would you care to dance? His breath washed hot across my ear. He stepped back, eyed me up and down and nodded, hand extended. Fucking hell. The look alone had me almost coming in my sweats. I took a second to scrub that image and a few others from my brain and remember the protocol. I returned the nod. Yes, I believe I would. He smiled so wide, I was lost in the sheer joy of it and missed the flick of his fingers beckoning me forward. Shit, my hand was in his before I knew it, and he pulled me out of the kitchen and into the living room. Together we moved the couch against the wall and pushed the chairs and coffee table aside, and I flicked off the heater, figuring we wouldn't need it. Abe returned to stand in front of me, holding my gaze as the haunting strains of music rose and fell with the tide of want that flooded my veins. How was this so fucking hot? Come here. The low pitch in Abe's voice went straight to my balls, and again he flicked his hand. I hesitated, knowing there was no way to miss my cock doing its own little shimmy as it freeballed in my barely there sweats. Abe's gaze dipped and then climbed back slowly, the smile on his face never wavering, the fucker. But two could play that game. I returned the slow once over, drawing a sharp breath at the sight of him half hard in his own sweats. But when my gaze made it back to his eyes, he simply smiled. The tango is a dance of passion, remember? And Argentinian tango is all about connection and being caught in the intensity of those emotions. And so, he ran his lazy gaze achingly slow over me once again, then licked his lips. What did you expect with you looking like that? He smiled. Looking like what? I huffed, my cheeks searing at the compliment. I'm wearing sweats with a hole in the knee and held up by wishful thinking, an old jersey of Fox's that's 3 sizes too big, and a pair of way too expensive for me socks that would walk out of here on their own if they'd a better offer. He cupped the side of my face. And you look beautiful. So damn beautiful. I would have laughed if there wasn't enough heat in his eyes to melt my toenails off. And so, instead, I gaped like a fish, attractive as that was, my chest too tight to breathe, and my heart loud enough to be ticketed by noise control. Sure, guys had said I was hot, but mostly it was as they pulled me somewhere to fuck. No one had ever said I was beautiful, or looked at me with anything like what was in Abe's eyes. Like I was something special, like he actually fucking cared about me. I leaned into his hands, and he softly brushed his thumb across my cheek. So sweet, so tender. And I was 2 seconds away from embarrassing myself by tearing up like a stupid kid. You're obviously crazy, I finally managed, shifting out of his grip. But thank you. Not crazy at all. He tipped my chin up, forcing me to look at him. Whatever am I going to do with you? I shrugged, struggling to hold his gaze. Dance with me. His mouth curved up in a slow smile, and his arms lifted into position. Just dance? No. The word was on the tip of my tongue, but I stepped into his hold and met him eye to eye. Yes, just dance. He nodded and held my gaze. Okay then. He adjusted the embrace until he was happy, much closer than we'd started last time, and then he paused. Breathe, Kane. Easier said than done. Our faces were so close I could count the tiny flecks of grey in the blue eye closest to me, and the margin of almost brown around his grey one. I couldn't help but stare, my attention flicking from one to the other. Heterochromia, remember? He gave me another of those liquid smiles that turned my knees to jelly. Or just fucking pretty, I answered in all seriousness. And to my shock he blushed. There and gone in a flash, but I hadn't been mistaken. He chuckled and murmured something about me fucking with his concentration and turned his head slightly to the side. Ready? I wasn't at all sure I was. And I absolutely wasn't convinced that what we were doing was just dancing either. But we were safe from prying eyes, and so... Ready? I answered. We'll start just like last time, but then once you're in the swing of it again, I'll teach you a couple more steps. Nothing difficult. But we'll do more than just walk tonight. All right? I nodded, my cheek moving alongside his, the salty menthol scent of his skin messing with my brain as we took those first steps. His leg moving between mine, my cock humming at the brush of pressure. Just dancing, I whispered against the side of his head, sounding about as determined as a limp noodle. "Just dancing," he answered. And I didn't have to see his face to know the huge grin that covered it. And so we danced. A repetition of the first night, simple steps, albeit smaller and extra turns due to the constrained space. Slow, slow, quick, quick, slow. We continued until I slipped into a comfortable rhythm, and then the bastard switched it up and threw me into things called a corte, promenade, and the fan. I was hopeless, needing endless repetition, but Abe was patient, and my awkwardness never seemed to irritate him. And step by step, it started to come together in my head. The fragile connection between my brain and body began to form. Once that happened, things began to change, and we started to move as one. Well, maybe 1.5. It wasn't easy. But Abe felt the shift as well, and pulled back to grin at me. "Aha! That's it. You're doing great, sweetheart." Sweetheart? Something warm and too fucking fuzzy for words bloomed in my chest. I stole a glance at Abe, who was frowning like the word had surprised him as well. It tightened the embrace, pressing the side of his head gently against mine, and just like that I was having a moment. A sappy, uncomfortable, yearning moment. Our bodies too close to fit a single sheet of paper between. The ache in my chest, Abe's kind words, the want, the loneliness, the emotion of the day and the hopelessness of the hunger pouring through my veins. I leaned back and glanced at the clock to avoid those clever eyes, shocked to see we'd been dancing for nearly an hour. But the break in rhythm proved my undoing, as I promptly stumbled over Abe's foot for the millionth time and toppled sideways, almost taking him with me. "Shit!" I flailed, reaching for the back of the couch. "Gotcha!" His arms circled my waist and pulled me back onto my feet, my chest dragging up the length of his torso, the soft brush of our cocks zinging all the way to my balls. "Oops." He smiled and his warm breath fanned my lips, that gentle gaze dancing so close I could almost feel the brush of his lashes. 1 blink, 2. And then I was kissing him, reeling in the heady rush of his lips back on mine, the soft brush of his scruff scraping my jaw, the heat of his body fueling the desire I'd jacked off way too many times to since he'd arrived. He startled, froze, and almost drew away. "Are you sure, Stay?" I growled, stealing my hands around his neck to keep him exactly where I wanted him. "This fucking music is driving me crazy. I give up. I'm done saying no to this. To you. You know more about me than anyone in this whole of a town. Please, just kiss me." He relaxed and smiled against my lips, and I nipped none too gently at his lower one until he opened, and let my tongue sweep through to capture the taste I'd been craving for 2 days. Salty perspiration, chocolate from his stash of energy bars, and something else uniquely and addictively Abe. "Oh, Jesus," he groaned, and slammed me against the wall, our matching heights fitting our cocks together like a jigsaw puzzle. He was hard, so fucking hard as he rutted against me, his groans lost into my open mouth. And as he took the kiss from 0 to nuclear in half a second, I pictured riding that glorious cock, the image only serving to steam my eyeballs further toward oblivion. It was a dangerous thought, little more than a fantasy, but just for a second. I could almost feel it. Abe pulled off, breathless, his forehead pressed to mine. "Jesus, what you do to me." He shoved his hand down his sweats and adjusted himself. "Damn tights. Kane, I don't—" "Just keep kissing me." I lunged forward to claim his lips again, the feel of his body electric against mine. He moaned something unintelligible into my open mouth, then slid his hands under my ass and lifted me off the ground. I wrapped my legs around his waist, and he carried me to the bed before throwing me on the covers and climbing on top of me. His fingers went straight for the waistband of my sweats, but I immediately wriggled out of his grasp. "No," I mumbled against his lips. "Just like this." I ground against him, urging him on, but instead he pulled off and frowned down at me. "Are you okay?" I nodded, lifting up to tug his lower lip between my teeth before letting it go. "I'm fine. Can we just do it like this? Please say yes. His frown deepened for a second, and then a slow smile spread over his face, and he rubbed his nose against mine. We can do it any way you like, but fair warning, this isn't going to take long. I grinned up at him, wriggling my hips so our dicks rubbed together, and watching his eyes roll back in his head. Thank Christ for that. I'm about to break the land speed record myself. Now can we do this before I explode like one of those puffball mushrooms? Abe snorted. Now there's an image I won't get rid of for a while. He looked a stripe from my shoulder to my jaw, nudging my knees apart to fit his legs between them. Then his mouth covered mine, and when he lowered his weight, I circled my legs around his thighs, getting our cocks perfectly aligned. And dear God, I hadn't known I was even capable of the noises that fell out of my mouth when he started to grind. As Abe fisted my hair and owned my mouth, I cupped that glorious, hard-muscled ass through nothing but thin sweats and tights. And oh my fucking God, that felt good. With a handful of each cheek, I pulled him harder onto me before roaming under his t-shirt and all over that spectacular back. And holy shit, it was embarrassingly quick and dirty and verging on painful, but we came within a few seconds of each other, barely a dozen strokes in, Abe with a loud shuddering groan, his face buried in my neck. And me wrapped around him like a fucking limpet, shouting God knew what at the ceiling until the final tremor rippled through my body, and my legs fell apart. My body weighted down under a boneless Abe, who was still sprawled on top. Damn, that was good. His breath blew ragged in my ear. I turned and kissed the pounding pulse point in his neck. Can't breathe, I gasped, nudging him until he rolled onto his back on the bed, spread eagle across my duvet like a delivery from the gods themselves. The chill air in the bedsit immediately pricked at my skin, and I reached out a hand to test Abe's. Fire burned under my fingers. Oh my God, you're like the best furnace. I immediately curled up against his side and hummed in appreciation. He laughed and kissed my brow. How can you be cold after what we just did? I shrugged. My body temp tends to run on the low side. Abe held up an arm. Come on then. I didn't need to be asked twice, snuggling as close as I could get without physically burrowing under his skin. I just settled my head on his shoulder when an ungodly yowl split the air. We looked up in unison to find both cats staring disapprovingly from the arm of the couch. Abe laughed. I feel like they're going to hold a scorecard up any minute. Let's pretend they're not there. I dragged a throw over our legs and snuggled back into Abe's arms. I may as well have hung out the welcome mat, as 2 seconds later both cats landed on the bed. Bossy settled at my feet while Tank made for my pillow, putting a suitable distance between them. Damn it, I sighed, getting up on an elbow to glare at the intruders. Abe chuckled and pulled me back down. They're fine. He wiggled until he got me where he wanted me, my head on his chest, and his lips pressed against my hair. He gave a contented sigh. I snorted and looked up at him. Quite happy now? Perfectly. Although I'd forgotten how gross it is lying with cum drying in your sweats. And I have to say, the dance tights beneath had an extra layer of yuck I could have happily died without experiencing. I laughed, palmed a softening dick through his sweats, and squished it around a little. Fuck off! He batted my hand away and tried to return the favour, but I fought him off. I'm naked underneath, I blurted, as if that mattered in the slightest. Oh, I know. He pulled me back into position and slipped an arm around my waist. Believe me, I know. He squeezed my ass and brushed his lips across my forehead. Well, can we just agree not to talk about the ick factor then, or I'm going to have to boot you out so I can clean up? He brushed a few stray locks of hair from my face. I guess we're not showering together then. I frowned, not sure how to answer. I've never actually done that. Hell, I've never done this. The corner of his mouth quirked up. Cum in your trousers? I snorted. No, that I've done. I meant that I've never had a man in my bed. He stared at me. Never. I shrugged, reaching my hand under the hem of his t-shirt, rocking it halfway up his chest so my fingers could roam free. Feel better? His eyes twinkled in amusement. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I flushed, lowering my hand. He grabbed my fingers through the cotton. It was a joke. In case I haven't made it clear already, I very much like you touching me. I shoved his t-shirt higher and slid my fingers back into the soft crop of dark hair on his chest. His skin pebbled under my touch. The few silver strands caught the light and I fingered them gently. He was beautiful, tight-muscled and defined. Not as much as Judah, a little softer and almost 20 years older, but equally strong and with that same sense of grace. You have an amazing body. I ran the tip of my finger over his nipple and down the flat expanse of his belly to the silver-streaked happy trail below. He trembled and his eyes closed. For an old man, you mean? I stopped exploring and went up on an elbow to give more weight to the glare I levelled at him. For any age, you're 44, not 74. It's beautiful, and it has a story to tell. Like that. I touched the scar above his right eyebrow. London Coliseum, Don Quixote. The result of an altercation with a set prop. I snorted. And this? I ran a finger over the bump on his nose. Winspear Opera House, Dallas, the Nutcracker. Collision with another dancer. I took an elbow to the nose. I winced. Ouch. Oh, yeah. Luckily it was only a dress rehearsal. I sprayed the stage with blood and needed a ton of makeup to hide the black eye on opening night. Wow. I shook my head. See? Stories. Just like yours. He smoothed the scar on my temple. And they've all brought us to this moment. I thought about that for a moment and shook my head. I'm not so sure. I mostly think I'm here in spite of, rather than because of what's happened in my life. Like maybe I've been given a chance to do it differently and stop fucking things up for myself. And others. In what universe does it make sense that I end up working for the brother of the boy I bullied and living next door to both of them? In the universe that sees a young boy who fucked up, but who was also fucked over himself. And a universe that sees the promise of the man who survived. I stared in surprise. Do you think that's really possible? He slid a hand around my neck and drew me down for the softest of kisses. Yes, Kane. I do. Thank you. I breathed the words against his lips. You're welcome. He kissed me again. Now, before I can't stand myself any longer and have to head down for a shower, can you tell me why you didn't want me to remove your sweats? He eyed me steadily. I like you, Kane. I really want to do this again, but I need to know if there are boundaries. Shit. Heat climbed up my throat, and I went to pull away, but he tightened his hold. Stay, please. Talk to me. I fell back onto his chest, careful to avoid those shrewd eyes. I like you too, Abe. But we can't. You don't understand. You won't want... I sighed and simply shook my head. I'm sorry, Abe. He tipped my chin up. What are you sorry for? I rolled free and onto my back, staring at the ceiling and the stupid line of fluorescent stars I'd stuck above the bed, so I didn't feel quite so fucking alone. I counted them as Abe lay still at my side, quietly watching me. I wanted to prolong this tiny, perfect bubble we'd been in, capture the memory for another time. But when I finished counting, and Abe still hadn't spoken, I closed my eyes and steeled my nerve. I'm HIV positive. Chapter 13. Abe. My heart jolted. I didn't know what I'd expected, but it wasn't that. And my first instinct was to wrap the guy in cotton wool and stand over him against all who came. How much shit could one short life handle? Kane had lost his mother, been abused by his father, taken his pain out on others, been closeted by fear, lacked any close family support. And then this. My thoughts, strangely, flew straight to Judah. Even with vast differences between them, The two men had more in common than they could possibly imagine, including being crapped on by life and having a relentless determination and spirit to survive. Jude would laugh in my face at the idea, but that didn't make it any less true. Kane remained tense and still at my side, waiting, focused on the playful run of stars above his bed that I somehow knew had been put there by him. There was an innocent, uncomplicated quality about him at times, like he was plugging holes left in his childhood, and it showed itself in things like the stars or the animals that were such a big part of his life. Maybe even in the dancing. There was wonder and joy and a shy gratitude that was so fucking addictive I didn't know what to do with it. And it stood in stark contrast to the way he shielded so much of himself from others. Always alone, always so careful, like he never expected anyone to stick around. I slid an arm around Kane's waist and tugged him toward me. He stiffened, but rolled onto his side, his gaze skipping on and off mine, a deep red staining his cheeks, a slight tremble in his body. I cradled his face, registering the sharpness to his cheekbones in a new light, along with a slight gauntness to his body. And I waited until his eyes finally settled on mine. And when they did, I kissed him, long and slow, savouring his soft lips, my tongue sliding languidly alongside his, my heart tripping in my chest. He melted deeper into my embrace, with every second that passed. And at the end of the kiss I kept our foreheads together and watched his eyes flutter closed above damp cheeks. Did you think I'd run? I kissed both his closed eyelids and he shuddered, sliding his face to the side to burrow against my neck. I rolled onto my back, taking him with me so he lay on top, spreading my legs so he fitted between, and wrapping him in my arms. Yes, he breathed against my neck, then rested his cheek on my collarbone. How long, baby? I blinked hard at the endearment that rolled off my tongue without permission, but Kane seemed not to notice. 9 years, he murmured. I did the math. You were still in university? He nodded, swallowing hard enough for me to hear. I was diagnosed halfway through my final year. I never actually finished my degree, so I couldn't have taught even if I wanted to. I might not have been out at uni. I'm pretty sure Dad wouldn't have let me put one foot back on the farm if I had been. But there were more than a few bathroom and party hookups who got up close and personal with me. Not the best experiences, but I wasn't exactly picky. I shot Kane a sympathetic look, but he just shrugged. It is what it is. I didn't take enough care and I wasn't always safe. I grabbed whatever dirty sex scraps were on offer, quick and anonymous, and some of it was pretty bad. Being in the closet will do that to you. No one else to blame. I totally fucked myself. Whoa. I rolled us both onto our sides so I could see his face, and the shame and misery in his eyes struck deep in my chest. It happens. It sucks, but it's not possible to be 100% safe. Life doesn't work that way. His gaze slid off mine. I only found out I was positive because a bunch of classmates were doing a drive to push regular testing and dragged me along. He shook his head, clearly disgusted with himself. Hey, I stroked his cheek. After everything you'd been through as a kid, I'm not surprised that you didn't think you were someone worth taking care of. He stared at me, his brain working through the idea. Maybe, he finally admitted. But the crazy thing was, as soon as I was diagnosed, I was hell-bent on beating the disease. In some ways, HIV did what nothing else had been able to. It woke me the fuck up. I stopped drinking, changed to a vegetarian diet, and just generally got healthy. I'm still too skinny, the drugs kicked my ass at the beginning, and I still struggle to put on weight. I kissed the single tear rolling down his cheek, my heart in fucking pieces for him. Can I ask what your labs are like? His gaze jerked to mine. I would never put you or anyone at risk. I put a finger to his lips. I'm pretty sure I know that. Just asking. He sighed. My viral load is undetectable. It took me well over a year to get there because they kept changing my bloody drug regime. Not that it mattered. I was so fucking terrified of passing it on, my sex drive practically disappeared overnight. By the time it started nudging again, I was back on the farm and, yeah, it's all just seemed too fucking complicated. He got up on an elbow and scanned the room. Wait here. He scrambled out of bed, grabbed his phone from the kitchen, and then held out his latest results for me to read. I looked and nodded. Thanks, but you're not required to tell me your HIV status unless we're going to have unprotected sex, right? I never thought you'd put me at risk, Kane. He stared at me for a few seconds, then slid his phone on the bedside table and crawled straight back into my arms. I just wanted you to be sure. I tucked him into my side and started playing with his hair, enjoying the feel of the silken strands against my fingers. How long since you've been with a guy? For anything? He slung a leg over my thighs and burrowed closer. Since I was diagnosed. My fingers froze in his hair. 9 years? Fucking hell. He snorted. I know, right? Do you think they give out medals for that? They bloody well should. How's your wrist? He gave my nipple a hard tweak. Fuck you. I kissed the top of his head and whispered, that can be arranged. His gaze jerked up, eyes wide. What? No. What we did tonight was great. Amazing. And I'm really fucking grateful. But we can't do anything more. Grateful? You make it sound like I picked up your groceries for you. I wanted you, Kane. I still want you. He shook his head fervently. I can't. What if... You're only here for 6 weeks and... Shh. I pressed a finger to his lips. Just think about it. Yes, I'm only here a short time. But whether that's important is something only you can decide. I'm okay with it. It's kind of all I have. You know the life I lead, I'm all about short-term relationships. It's all I can manage. So this can't be anything more, we both know that. But I am here now, and I like you, and I think you like me. As for the HIV, I'm on PrEP, and it's not my first rodeo, Kane. I know the drill. It's hardly an unknown in my industry. His gaze jerked to mine. You've had other positive partners? Yes. It's not a problem for me. He huffed. You say that like there's nothing to worry about. But it's not like that, Abe. Not to the person who's positive. I'm positive. And believe me, it's not nothing. It's a very big something when you have to live with it. Shit. Fuck, I didn't mean to diminish it for you. I can't imagine what it's like to learn you're positive. All I meant was that I understand the risks. If you're undetectable, the chances of you passing HIV to me, even without a condom, are infinitesimal to a big fat 0. But you need to think about it, maybe talk to someone, and then we can discuss it. Tomorrow? His eyes bugged. Tomorrow? I grinned. When I come back for another lesson, I'm only here for 6 weeks, remember? How does 8 suit you? His gaze narrowed. I thought we weren't practicing again until Thursday. I licked my lips and stole a kiss. Way too long to wait. I tapped the spot between his eyes. I think your concerns are in here, not in the facts. Doesn't mean they're less important, just that you need to decide if they're enough to hold you back. I like kissing you, Kane. I like it very much. And kissing is very definitely on the HIV-positive free ride list, along with a lot of other things if you're undetectable, from blowjobs to rimming. The dip in his brow reached a scowl. Exactly whose list are we talking about? There may be nothing on my list at all. I did my best to look contrite. I stand corrected, although I brushed his lower lip with my thumb. That would be a damn shame. These beauties deserve some attention, and I think I'm just the man for it. He arched a brow, fighting a smile. You seem very sure of yourself. Not at all sure, just charmed. Kane's mouth curved up in a slow, sexy smile that curled my toes. You are quite the smooth talker, aren't you? He slid a hand up my jaw and pulled me into a leisurely kiss before running his nose up the side of my cheek. I love your scruff, he hummed, scratching his fingernails through it. But you really have to go before my dick is cemented permanently to my sweats. I laughed and kissed him quick before gathering my things. He walked me to the door and held my gym bag while I put my shoes back on, then shot a quick look at the dark homestead before he kissed my cheek. Thank you. This was the best night I've had in a long time. I slid my fingers through the mess of blonde waves on the side of his head, and he leaned into the touch. See you tomorrow at 8. Kane rolled his eyes. Let's leave it open. That way you don't have to text or anything if you change your mind. I shook my head and put my lips to his ear. Tomorrow. I kissed him quick and ran down the stairs, wincing at every pull in my nether regions, thankful the guys had left the outside light on. I slipped into the hushed house, noted the band of light under Leroy and Fox's door, and practically ran for the shower. The last thing I needed was curious questions. Peeling my cock from my dance tights was an experience I wasn't keen to repeat, but the hard spray of steaming water that followed was heaven on my aching muscles, not to mention an opportunity to relieve the throb in my surprisingly resurgent dick. I felt 15, not 44, and I shook my head at the stripe of cum that painted the shower tiles, breathing hard as I rinsed it to the floor because I needed the complication that was Kane Martin like I needed a hole in the head. The two of us made no sense whatsoever, and yet he was intriguing. Intriguing, beautiful, and sharply honest, and I couldn't stop thinking about him, because whether he was in my arms on the dance floor or lying on his bed, when he let me see behind those walls, it felt right. He felt right. And because when I was with him, I came alive in ways I couldn't explain. I stepped out of the shower and stared at the mirror. Get a grip, Abraham. This wasn't in the plan. But that plan had been fraying around the edges for a while. Shit. I was having a fucking midlife crisis, wasn't I? My stomach clenched. Stop. I stabbed a finger at the mirror and breathed deeply, absorbing the details of the reflection staring back at me. Older, yes, but I was doing okay, and I wasn't about to be scared off by a few lines and a softer belly, or a few life adjustments if needed. I straightened my back and ran my hand over my scruff and through my hair, both of which needed a trim. Now that was something I could fix. I love your scruff. I smiled at the memory. So maybe just the hair then. Chapter 14. Abe. I woke early to the sounds of Leroy and Fox getting ready for work, and dragged myself out of bed to join them in the kitchen. Leroy smiled when he saw me, looking way too chirpy for the arse crack of dawn. Man, look what the cat dragged in. It's not even light outside and it's pissing down with rain. What the hell are you doing out of bed? Sit. He slid a mug of coffee my way and I almost kissed him. I've got a list a mile long today, starting with a haircut. Any recommendations? Leroy nodded. You can't go wrong with May up in the main street. She used to own an Auckland City salon, and she does Judah's frou-frou fancy shit. Just ignore the whole caftan thing she has going on. I snorted. Fair enough. You were late last night? I hedged, wrapping my freezing hands around the warm mug and lifting it to my lips. Fuck, it's cold in here. Leroy laughed. You're just not winter-proofed after leaving that nice northern hemisphere summer. We don't usually put the heater on since we're not here all that long in the mornings, but I'll fire it up for you. He aimed a remote at the heat pump on the wall and it kicked over immediately. My blue balls, thank you. I took a long swallow of delicious coffee and sighed in appreciation. Fox eyed me as he strolled in from the hall, a towel slung low on his hips. Wow, look who's up. Rough night. Leroy's gaze raked over his boyfriend and the smile turned to a scowl. Jesus, put something on, will you? He flicked a glance my way. You're half naked. Oh, so I am. Fox grinned and wrapped Leroy in a bear hug, holding on until Leroy whacked him on the arm. Let me go, you big lump. Oh, but I'm your big lump. Fox fired over her shoulder as he disappeared into the laundry. Yes, you are. Leroy said quietly, with a sappy grin that fell flat as soon as he caught me watching. I thought you might have been at the studio. He eyeballed me. Only the place was dark when I walked back outside around 9. But there was music playing up in Kane's place, the same stuff you had Fox and I dancing to on Monday. He finished with a raised brow. Didn't realise I was on a curfew. It came out sharper than I intended, and I winced. Sorry. But Leroy already had his hands in the air. No, you're right. It's none of our business. Absolutely. Fox reappeared with a pile of clean T-shirts and accepted the coffee Leroy handed him. No, it's me being an asshole. I was with Kane in his bedsit. He graciously agreed to be my guinea pig so I could practice my tango teaching techniques for you guys. Leroy's eyes bugged. Kane? Our Kane? His gaze flicked to Fox in disbelief. And he's okay with that? With you and him? He circled a finger in the air. Dancing? For fuck's sake. He's fine with it. Jesus, he works around you lot all the time. Leroy frowned. Yeah, I know, but... He snapped his mouth shut and I waited, wondering if he was going to finish and whether I could stop myself responding if it was anything judgmental of Kane. In the end, he simply shrugged and began unpacking the dishwasher. Whatever. That's nothing to do with me. I sighed, not wanting any bad feelings between us, but I was also acutely aware of the fine line I was walking. I needed a guy to practice with since I was teaching. I waved my hand in their direction, hoping they were buying the crock of shit I'd concocted on the fly. And Judah and Morgan and your mums, and same-sex dancing has its quirks, right? Fox snorted. Yeah, like trying to lead when your partner is a ball buster. Leroy smirked and I laughed. Exactly. Which is why I asked Kane if he'd mind, and the only reason I hadn't said anything was because of Judah. Leroy and Fox shared a look and nodded. Good point. We won't breathe a word. But if I can convince Kane to partner me on the night, I'll tell Judah then. Leroy choked on his mouthful of coffee. Yeah, good luck with that. Never gonna happen. Hey, I got you dancing. I eyeballed Leroy. And Judah guaranteed me that would never happen. Leroy scowled and Fox shot me a wink that said, well played. Shows what he knows, was all Leroy said. But there was a new and determined cut to his jaw, and I knew in that moment that getting him all the way to the recital was in the bag. It's just a surprise, that's all. He shot me a curious look, because, well, it's Kane. He's like the lone wolf of lone wolves. The guy won't even go down to the wharf with us in the morning, always walks. Have you actually asked him? Leroy's look of surprise quickly turned into a frown. Well, his gaze jerked to Fox, who finished for him. No, not lately, and maybe that's on us. He refused at the beginning, so we just left him alone. But you're right. It's winter, we should check in again. I shrugged, trying to backpedal my interest. That's up to you. I just think a lot of people leave Kane alone because it's easier. But he's a quiet guy, and he knows what people think of him. He'll never push himself. Leroy's gaze burned 2 holes in my head. You seem to know quite a bit about him for such a short time. Not at all. But sometimes it's easier for outsiders to see stuff, right? Leroy continued to study me. Right. Well, thanks for the heads up. Fox left to finish dressing, and after another long second or two, Leroy followed. I breathed a sigh of relief and hightailed it back to my room to check on emails and continue my refresher course on HIV. Yep, I was doing really well with the whole walking away option. 15 minutes later, the outdoor security light clicked on and Leroy's SUV fired up. Shortly after, the sound of boots on the bedside stairs had me scrambling to the window to peer through the sheeting rain. Kane glanced my way and a frown tugged at his brow. I gave him a wide smile and eventually his mouth turned up at the corners. Then Fox called his name, flagging him over with a hand out the passenger window. They talked for a few seconds with lots of gesticulations on Fox's part, and then Kane clambered into the back of the SUV, throwing me a "what the fuck" look out the window as they drove off. A few seconds later, a text arrived on my phone. Was this your doing? If it's a good thing, yes. If not, then hell no. Dots came and went. I guess it's a good thing. Didn't feel like getting wet. Thank you. Thank Christ for that. They asked what I was doing last night. Heard the music, rookie mistake, sorry. I said I'd roped you in as my guinea pig for dancing lessons. I think they bought it. I waited. This reply took a lot longer but was succinct in its message. Fuck. Yep, pretty much. How much wiggle room do I have? May stood at my back, fluffing my hair while she stared in the mirror, wearing a frown of concentration. Nothing too short, I clarified, suddenly nervous. I want it longer on top, a bit like Judah's, but I definitely want it buzzed around the ears and up off my collar. It's getting in the way with the kids. It got caught in Hannah's elbow crutch yesterday when I was helping her place her feet, and if it has to be up in a bun all the time, then I may as well try something new, right? She narrowed her gaze. So you're saying you trust me? Because I know you creative types, and far be it from me to mess with the talent. I snorted. Sounds like you've been there before. Honey, you have no idea. Well, I'm way too long in the tooth for that nonsense, so you're safe. She circled me once again, still studying my hair. Okay, I'm going to keep it tight around the ears like you want, but I'm going to leave a little more length at the back than you asked for. It won't get in your way, but it will look more balanced. I gave her a thumbs up. Good. She patted my shoulder, keeping her eyes on mine in the mirror. How's Judah? Small towns. I bit back a smile. He's better this morning, a bit groggy and feeling like a truck ran over him, but at least he's on his feet. We agreed to a late start, which is why I'm here. He won't be dancing today, but that only means he'll be bossy as all hell to make up for it. She laughed. You're doing a good thing with those kids and helping him out. I know he's grateful. To be honest, I think I'm the one doing most of the learning, not the kids, and it's been fun. In this industry, there's so much pressure on perfection you forget that it's supposed to be about joy. She nodded. I think we could all do with a reminder about that. Are you coming to watch? We wouldn't miss it. When you get the flyers, drop some in and I'll make sure all my clients know. Judah mentioned something about a community dance afterward. Yes. We want to make it so there's something for everyone, including some old school. Are you keen? Judah's going to run a couple of free refresher classes for anyone who's interested, closer to the time. She pulled a thoughtful face. You know, I haven't danced in years. But yeah, why not? Link will freak. She laughed. That's my partner. But maybe if we go to a class, it'll help. It could be fun. Tell Link that Morgan and Judah, Cora and Martha, John and Connie, and Leroy and Fox are going to do an exhibition, a tango to start things off. It should be fun. Only Judah has ever danced one before. May's face broke into a huge smile. Oh my God. Leroy? I wouldn't miss that for the world. Okay, I'll spread the word. We're actually doing our first tango session on Friday night. How would you feel about joining in with that? It would be great to have another straight couple. Her eyes grew wide. For the exhibition dance? Yeah, why not? She looked stunned, blinking furiously as she ran the idea through her head. Then she shrugged. Yeah, why the hell not? I'll check with Link and let you know. You want a coffee while I work? I'm pretty sure my smile was incandescent. Absolutely. Black, please. She headed to the back of the salon just as my phone rang in my pocket. I smiled at the screen and swiped it open. No, I'm not picking you up drunk from another party just so Mum doesn't find out. Con chuckled. It was once, bro. Well, maybe twice. And you made me pay through the nose both times. Dishes duty for a fortnight, you fucker. Don't forget washing my dance gear. Ugh, I'd forgotten. Those tights were gross. Shut up. So, what can I do for you? Is Mum okay? He fell quiet. Con? What's up? She's fine. Well, she's no different than when you left anyway. It's just sad, you know. I did. If you need me to come back for a bit, you only have to say. If it becomes too much down the track, you don't have to do this alone. You know that, right? Anytime. Oh, no. There was another long silence, broken only by a sigh. It's partly why I called her. I wanted to talk while you were down here, but I kind of got lost in the busyness. Okay, I'm listening now. All of this with Mum has got me thinking about what happened when Dad died, and Mum checked out there for a while. How you stepped up to make sure I was okay and got us both through school. I know I wasn't always grateful at the time. I mean, who likes being told what to do by the big brother, right? But I guess I'm starting to understand that responsibility you carried, and maybe why you kind of disappeared after as well. Fuck. I didn't mean it to feel like that for you guys, I tried to explain. It was just so nice to have no one to worry about except me for a change. It sounds really selfish. No, Con interrupted. It sounds exactly right. You're only 18, Abe. You deserve to have a life after 3 years of holding the family together. Mum didn't understand, I said softly. No, she didn't. And neither did I at the time. But I do now. And you had it way worse. You were just a kid. The responsibility should never have been left to you. But I should have come home more often after I left. He sighed. Yeah, you should have. We missed you. I missed you. And you missed watching Fiona grow up. She's almost a teenager. May slid my coffee onto the shelf in front of me and whispered, "I'll give you a minute." I nodded my thanks. "I regret that more than anything. Anyway," his voice was thick with tears, "I just wanted to remind you that you've carried more than your fair share in this family already. And I don't want you feeling guilty about your job and being away. I promise I'll tell you if I need you, but we're okay for now." I put a hand over my face. "Jesus, Con, you're going to make me cry and I'm in the middle of the damn hairdressers." He snorted. "Sorry, but there was another reason I called as well. We've got Mum's assessment appointment finalised. I'll text it to you so you can book flights. You're still coming, right?" "Of course I am. And we'll talk more then." We said goodbye and I pocketed my phone. A warm hand rested on my shoulder and I looked up into May's sympathetic eyes. "You okay, sweetie?" I sighed. "Family's right. Never a dull moment." She smiled and set a massive slice of caramel brownie next to my coffee. "There are some things only sugar can fix." I snorted and swallowed half the brownie in a single bite. Chapter 15. Kane. It had been a long-ass day on the boat, but at least the rain had stayed away. The breeze had switched to a light northerly, bringing a little tropical warmth and humidity along for the ride. And for once, my newly healed forearm wasn't aching. It had been a prime opportunity to get a ton of weather-delayed work ticked off, and Leroy's list had been relentless. Only the insistence of Fox ensured we got any sort of lunch break, clamping his hand over his boyfriend's mouth when Leroy tried to argue. Leroy acquiesced immediately. It was a superpower above all others, and I secretly admired the fuck out of the man. The huge workload wasn't made any easier by my late-night shenanigans with Abe and my hamster brain, which had assigned the man's words to some mind-numbing loop that was driving me crazy. Just think about it. Just think about it. Well, good fucking luck thinking about anything else. Almost 9 years of abstinence. And then Abe presents himself to me on a platter in all his gorgeous silver fox deliciousness, finger-licking good, knife and fork not required. Good God. He hadn't been gone 5 minutes when I jerked off just at the memory of what we'd done, and again in the shower before work. 12 hours later, and my dick was still on standby. That's what happens when you put your cock in solitary confinement for 9 years, idiot. The genie was well and truly out of the bottle, and fuck if it wasn't messing with my metaphors. I also wasn't kidding myself that any of it meant anything serious to Abe. He was in town for 6 weeks, and even though I believed that he liked me, I was also readily available. It was how Abe lived his life. He'd been crystal clear. Short relationships, nothing serious, wherever he was at the time. But did it matter? That was the question I was stuck on. And if it didn't? Was I supposed to just walk away from him? My first sex in years? Was the universe insane? Was I insane for even considering the idea? Not according to my doctor who had called from the boat during our morning tea break. He'd barely drawn breath, itemizing all the reasons it was in fact absolutely fine. And that had followed the part where he almost choked on his coffee when I told him exactly how long it had been for me. He tried to pretend it was a perfectly natural reaction, if a little over the top, while the unsaid commentary between his words actually screamed, "Are you fucking crazy?" I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd written me a prescription for it over the phone. "Hey, sugar," Fox called from the back of the boat, where he'd snagged a blustering Leroy into a tango hold and was busy trying to dip the wriggling red-faced man. "I bet you could teach us a thing or two from dancing with the master himself. Got any smooth moves to pass on?" "Fuck you," I flipped him off. "I'm just doing the guy a favour." I'd copped flack all day about the dancing thing, and I didn't know whether to be relieved it was all out in the open or freaked out by the sidelong looks Leroy kept sending my way. Not to mention I still intended to have that conversation with the man. So good luck pretending Abe and I were just dance partners once Leroy knew I was gay. And I still didn't know how he'd feel about keeping the information from Judah. Maybe telling him wasn't such a good idea after all. If Judah found out... Shit, I had no idea what to do. Leroy freed himself from Fox's embrace, shoved the laughing man onto a coil of rope and straddled him. They grinned stupidly at each other, and before I had to witness yet another tooth-aching bout of sickly sappiness, I headed aft to help Patrick. Ignore them. Patrick handed me the bag of towels for washing. And are you really helping that guy as his dance partner? I shrugged. Didn't seem a big deal at the time. I avoided his gaze. Should have known better with this lot, right? I flicked my head to where Fox and Leroy were still horsing around. Patrick said nothing, but I felt his keen eyes on me. You know you can talk to me, right? Any time. About what? I kept my tone light as I took the toolbox from him and stowed it. He shrugged. Nothing in particular. Just wanted to make sure you knew. Well, thanks. You too, okay? He nodded, and we finished up in silence, the boat rolling softly on the light swell. We berthed just before 5, the wharf striped in lengthening shadows, the office light a small beacon of warmth drawing us home. Leroy headed to debrief Martha, place any orders, and transcribe the numbers and notes for the day, while the rest of us unloaded the gear. When the headlights tracked over the boat, I looked across to find Abe waving off the last of the dance class while Judah was making his way to the wharf office. Judah raised a hand our way, but since I knew it wasn't really aimed at me, I simply nodded and left it to Fox and Patrick to return the greeting. 5 minutes later, Cora drove up and also headed to the office, and I turned to Fox. That's Judah, Leroy, and Cora all in one confined space. Do you need to go referee? He thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. Nah, they're grown-ups. Plus, I think Cora got a timely reminder when Judah had his attack about what's really important in life. And it's not fighting with your sons about their right to privacy. Besides, he grinned, there's a good first aid box in the office if it's needed. We all laughed. But I noticed Fox kept his eye on the office nonetheless, and we shooed him over there as soon as the heavy lifting was done. Wait for us in the car when you're done, he said over his shoulder as he left. We'll give you a lift up the hill. I don't need, just get in the fucking car, sugar. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, fine. I squashed the urge to look over and see if he was standing there. Damn you, Abe. But I couldn't stop the smile. 10 minutes later, when I was leaning on Leroy's SUV, all 5 occupants of the office emerged with limbs intact, no obvious signs of blood, and a reasonable set of smiles on their faces. Armageddon had been averted, or at least postponed. Hugs all around sealed the deal, and that uncomfortable knot in my chest that I'd barely acknowledged since I'd heard about the great key debate finally slid free, along with any pretense that this complicated family was just a job to me. As Leroy, Judah, and Fox chatted by the office, Cora headed to her car and called me over. I dropped a bean casserole at the top of your stairs. Made too much. I shook my head in defeat. You didn't need to do that, but thank you. I'm pretty sure you don't even like bean casserole. She gave a sly grin. I have no idea what you're talking about. But before you take it, can I ask you something? Sure. I'm sure you've heard about the key business. I nodded warily. Cora, I can't get involved. I don't want that. She glanced back at her sons and sighed. It just got me thinking about pushing you to see Leroy for a possible job. It couldn't have been easy for you, and I'm sorry if I made anything worse. I desperately needed a job, Cora. I was grateful. I am grateful. She gave a half smile and touched my arm. That's sweet of you. Thank you. But I upset my boys at the time. I know that. I always push too hard. A bull in a china shop, Martha says. Same as this bloody key thing. I haven't always got things right. I know that. Far from it. Especially with Leroy. I took a second to frame what I wanted to say. Cora, what you did for me, helping me find work and a place to live, was amazing. You always have the best intentions, and you only want to help. But if you're asking my opinion, then yes, maybe sometimes the delivery could be tweaked. She snorted. That's very diplomatic of you. I smiled. Knowing Leroy as I do now, he has the biggest heart. I doubt he'd have turned me down once he blew off his feelings about what I'd done, even without your pushing. You raised good boys, Cora, and they're wonderful men. Maybe you could trust that a little more? Cora sighed. I'm certainly going to try. Thank you. She cupped my jaw. And just so you know, I think you're a wonderful man, Kane. I leaned into the soft touch, my heart tripping back 19 years to another woman, and another time. You have so much of your mother in you. I didn't know her well, but she was always friendly and gracious and helped where she could. I know it's been hard, but I think you've been a true blessing for us. You've earned your place here, and you can stand tall on that. Leroy speaks very highly of you, and you'll always be welcome in my house any time, whether you stay in Painted Bay or not. I'm very proud of you." She drew me down into a tearful embrace that caught me off guard. I tensed, unsure and exposed with her sons close by, but also impossibly touched, my chest brimming with a feeling long forgotten. Cora never hugged me like that. Not like she did her boys, not like I was family. I could barely form the word in my head, and I waited for her to pull away to realise her mistake. But she held on. "You're a good man, Kane." The whispered words hit my heart hard enough to bruise. And just like that, my arms were around her, squeezing her against me, stupid tears in my eyes. "Thank you, Cora. Thank you for everything." She held on a moment longer, and then pulled away with a smile. And only then did I notice Judas standing watching us from the office. He stared for a moment, then headed for the boathouse. "Thank Martha for me, won't you?" I stood and waved Cora off, blinking to clear my eyes before turning to find Leroy and Fox waiting in the car. I wandered over and climbed into the back seat. "What was that all about?" Fox turned and raised a brow. "She left some food for me up at the bedsit." I left it at that. Leroy snorted. "Don't tell me they're still cooking for you." "It's supposedly leftovers," I explained with a shake of my head. "But we all know that bullshit for what it is. Not to mention they're not even vegetarian." Fox laughed. "You may as well save your breath. When either of them get a bee in their bonnet about helping in some way, there's no stopping them." Leroy caught my gaze in the rear vision mirror. "I remember you ate burgers with the rest of us in high school. Plus, your farm grows organic beef, right? Can't imagine your dad's impressed with a vegetarian for a son." "He's not." I turned to stare out the side window. I switched in university. Just healthier, I guess. Also, I don't give a fuck what he thinks. Leroy pulled into the garage and had to fend off an excited Mac who'd been left home for the day. "Thanks for the lift, guys. I'll be fine for tomorrow." "Yes, you will." Fox clapped me on the back. "Because we'll see you by the car at 6. "But 6. Understand?" I huffed out a put-upon sigh. "Fine. Whatever." "Come on, boss baby." Fox put an arm around Leroy. "We've got a dancing lesson after dinner, remember?" Leroy groaned. "Oh, fuck my life. Why tonight?" "It's for all the kids, remember? I'll tell you what. You behave for Abe, and there might be a reward in it for you." Leroy's gaze narrowed. "Last time you said that, I expected sex. I got a fucking bag of chocolate fish instead." Fox bit back a smile. "But they're your favourite. And you got them as well as sex." "Did I?" He flashed Fox a sly grin. "Can't remember. Must have been the sugar rush." "Get inside." Fox pointed to the door. "See you tomorrow, Kane. At 6. Yeah. I headed up the stairs, collecting the still warm casserole from the front door on my way inside. Bossy bounced up to meet me, full of the day's events, while Tank eyed me from the kitchen where he sat like a stone statue next to his decidedly empty bowl that he'd cleaned up once I'd been out of sight. I filled it with diet kibble again, and Tank took one sniff and walked away with his tail in the air. "So be it," I told him, shutting Bossy in the laundry so Tank didn't muscle the poor cat off Bossy's food, leaving Tank sulking outside the closed door. Animals sorted, I put the casserole in a low oven to heat, shucked my clothes, and threw them in the washing machine and headed for the shower. Abe had clearly forgotten his dance lesson with Leroy and Fox, so I could relax. I wouldn't be seeing him after all. It should have been a relief, but all I felt was disappointment. Not to mention, I was so fucking horny I didn't know what to do with myself. The man had flicked a switch I'd worked very hard to pretend wasn't even there for 9 years, and now it seemed I couldn't turn the bloody thing off. I showered, jerked off, again, then grabbed my favourite old pair of sleep pants with more holes than material, and ate my dinner curled up on my couch watching a rerun of Star Trek. A run of knocks on my door startled me awake, and I blinked rapidly and checked my phone. 8:30, and 2 missed texts from Abe. "Are you still awake? I'm coming up now." "Shit. I flung the blanket aside and scrambled to my feet, making it to the door in time for yet more knocking and ducking to avoid being donged on the nose when I opened it. Abe pulled up short, and after raking his gaze over me head to toe, a huge grin split his face. Wow. It was only then I realised I was shirtless and wearing the world's least sexy pair of Scooby-Doo sleep pants, although possibly the thinnest. My cheeks blazed hot because of course they did, and a sudden lick of icy air pebbled my nipples to many Matterhorns just to fuck with me completely. His gaze dipped to my sleep pants, and the grin turned wicked, possibly at Scooby's awesomeness, or more likely the fact the woeful material hid precisely 0 regarding the state of my treacherous dick, which had taken one look at Abe standing there and said, "Yes, please." Not a word. I grabbed his hand and yanked him inside, slamming the door shut before reaching for the blanket from the couch to wrap around my shoulders. Abe chuckled and, without so much as a by your leave, walked right into my space. "I've been thinking about doing this all day." His cool hands slid against each side of my jaw before he brushed his lips across mine with a hungry moan, the tip of his warm tongue teasing along the crease before slipping into my mouth. I melted into his embrace and opened to him without a second thought, and he sucked on my tongue, then swept through my mouth like he was starving for me. It was heady and drugging and filled my heart with pleasure. He was so sexy, so there, so everything. "Off," I mumbled against his lips, tugging at the hem of his heavy wool jersey until I had it over his head, losing the blanket from my shoulders in the process. Another groan and Abe's hands left my face to trail fire up and down my back, before finally settling over my ass and pulling me tight against him. Jesus Christ, I'd only have to breathe on these ridiculous things and they'd melt right off you, he muttered, finding the waistband of my pants and sliding a hot hand inside to cup my butt. Then his fingertips slipped into my crease and brushed my hole, and, oh, fuck yes. I arched into him, our cocks jammed together so hard it verged on painful. He turned and backed me against the door, running his mouth down the slope of my shoulder as he drove against me. I wrapped a leg around his to give him better access down my sleep pants, and then met him thrust for thrust, every nerve in my body focused on that single, tiny ball of luminous fire where his fingers still pressed against my hole. Then, without warning, he pushed off me with a frustrated growl, his fist at his mouth, skin flushed dark pink above that thick scruff, and pupils blown to hell. "Holy shit!" He shook his head as if to clear his thoughts. "What the fuck was that?" "Yeah." I leaned against the door and caught my breath, although I'm not opposed to a repeat to get a few more details. Just saying. He snorted and reached for my hand, pulling me close and fingering the hair at my temple, something he seemed to enjoy. "I think we missed a step. Hello, beautiful. Hello yourself." He smiled and placed a chaste kiss on my lips, then led me to a seat on the couch before very deliberately taking the chair opposite. Tank studied us from the second chair he shared with a sound asleep Bossy, yawned, and tucked his nose under his paw. Abe stared at me for a few seconds, then shook his head. "No, I'm sorry. This just isn't going to work." He grabbed the blanket from the floor and handed it to me. "I can't be expected to have a serious conversation with all that temptation sitting right in front of me." He made a show of adjusting himself. "Sorry, not sorry." I dutifully wrapped the blanket around my shoulders. Abe looked tired, I realised with a start, my lust-addled brain finally registering the slight pallor and tight lines around his eyes. Then I blinked. "You've cut your hair?" "Yeah." A wrinkle formed between his brows. "What do you think?" I circled my finger and he turned from side to side. "It looks good. Did May do it?" He nodded. "She's good. The shorter style shows off your scruff nicely." A thought occurred to me. "You won't get rid of that, will you?" He smirked. "You like it?" "You know I do." It's staying. I just had it trimmed. I never know whether it's scruff or a short beard." "Doesn't matter. It's sexy either way." We locked eyes. "To be honest, I didn't expect you tonight. Leroy and Fox mentioned their dance lesson, and I think I'd already talked myself out of your coming." "We've just finished." Abe's gaze tracked over me with enough heat to make me squirm. I'm gonna need another shower if you keep looking at me like that. He grinned. Can't help it. I've been pretty much sidetracked by thoughts of you all day. Couldn't wait to see you. I frowned. You don't have to say stuff like that. He looked genuinely puzzled. Like what? You don't have to win me over, make me feel special. You don't think you're special? He asked, wide-eyed. I scrubbed my hand down my face. I'm making a mess of this. I just meant that I get what this is. You're here, I'm here, it's convenient for both of us. I quickly added, which is fine, absolutely fine. Convenient? He fell back in his chair. Kind of a harsh term, but yes, I get where you're coming from. I prefer the idea of us being a temporary but mutually beneficial relationship, myself. And that doesn't mean I can't appreciate you. What? I don't follow. His eyes flashed in irritation. You think I say shit just for the hell of it? That everything I've said about how much you interest me, how much I like you, was just blowing smoke up your ass to get you in bed? I stared, knowing I'd fucked up. Maybe? Don't shoot me. I'm sorry, okay? But it's not like I've had much experience in any of this. Abe's sharp eyes held mine, his expression softening. He left his chair and sat beside me, taking my hands. I'm not that guy. I'm not a machine who just wants to fuck you and walk away every day for 6 weeks. Jesus. It's not only about sex. I like you. And I meant everything I said. I don't typically spend all day thinking about any guy, that's for sure. And I do just fine with my right hand, so today was different. And you, Kane, are special regardless of my opinion. You don't need me for that. I took a breath and digested his words. Thank you. I'm sorry if it came out wrong, but you have to understand that in my world at the moment, you're a bit of a unicorn. I still can't believe you're here. So, he leaned in and kissed me softly. I believe we agreed yesterday to think about it. I have, and I've given you my answer. I'm here for as much or as little as you want. He kissed my nose. Say nothing, and we'll just dance. He kissed my forehead. If you want to make out, I'm completely down with that. You taste delicious. He nipped at my lips. But if you want more, he gave me a shining look. I'm up for anything. And there it was. The ball was in my court. We locked gazes, and I thought about what Abe had said, what my doctor had said on the phone, and what the voice in my head had said to me for the last 24 hours in one form or another. It's time. You deserve this. I leaned forward and snagged Abe's lower lip between my teeth, tugging it gently before letting it go. My answer is yes, but no anal, not tonight, and no unprotected oral, and we take it slow, agreed? He stood and pulled me into his arms, the blanket puddling on the couch. You know oral is safe unless there's broken skin. I hushed him with a hand over his mouth. I know, but I'm not ready for that. He nodded. Whatever you want, baby. Then he kissed both my eyelids and ran his nose up the side of my face. You are so fucking sexy. I dropped my chin to my chest and blushed like a motherfucker. I will never get used to you saying shit like that. What are you doing? I flung my arms around his neck as he scooped me into his arms and started walking me to the bed. In that case, he said, lowering me to the mattress, I'm going to say shit like that as often as I can until you get used to it. Because it's true. Don't test me on this, Kane. You're a gorgeous guy in every way. Complicated? Yes. A little unusual? Also true, although I prefer the term special. I rolled my eyes. But I happen to like complicated, and I especially like unusual, so deal with it. Now, are we done with the negotiation part? His eyes danced over my face. I nodded solemnly. Excellent news, because I have a few stipulations of my own. Oh, really? Yes. He grabbed both legs of my sleep pants by the hems, and they slid off without a whisper of protest. Number one. He threw the pants to the floor. No fucking cartoon dogs watching while I take you apart. Oh, fuck. I swallowed hard, palming my rocketing cock. He grinned and batted my hand aside. 2. You're mine tonight. I'm in charge. Holy mother of God. We can switch it up as much as you like after. But tonight, I'm going to take my time with you. I want you to feel how it can be between guys who actually care about each other. That's you and me, in case I lost you there for a minute. Got it? He raised a brow. I wasn't sure I had enough saliva in my mouth to get the words out, so I just nodded and grunted something. I wasn't sure what. Good God, look at you. His gaze ran the length of my naked body, and my cock thickened and dripped under the scrutiny. Lube. He held out a hand. I scrambled in my drawer and slapped a tube and a condom in his palm. He grinned, threw the lube on the bed, and handed the condom back. We won't be needing that tonight. Oh, I brushed the stab of disappointment aside, but it must have shown in my eyes because his gaze softened. Do you trust me? I shouldn't have, but I did. I nodded, then cast a disapproving eye over his still-clothed body. I want to see you too. You're not the only one with fantasies. Abe grinned and took it slow, while I rested on my elbows and watched a man strip for me for the first time. I had no idea what Abe saw when he looked at me, but his body stood testament to years of dedication to his passion. Steel calves and sculpted thighs, a deep V at his groin, a stomach hard and flat enough to spin a coin, that tempting dark-haired treasure trail, and a thick, mouth-watering cock with a slight curve to the right, half hard and growing by the second. You're so beautiful. I fell back flat as he climbed onto the bed and up my body until his face towered above mine. Right back at ya. He lowered himself until his weight pressed me into the bed, and I shuddered, pleasure rocketing through me. You like that? He rocked gently, and a groan filled the room, and then another, both of them mine. I tilted my head back, exposing my throat, and he pressed his mouth to my pulse point, licking a stripe from there to my open mouth before dipping inside with a hum of approval. Then he pulled off and stared down at me. No touching yourself unless I say. Your orgasm is mine. Understand? I groaned and narrowed my eyes. Then you better stop saying shit like that, or I'm going to blow if you even look sideways at me. He chuckled and kissed me again, owning my mouth before rolling to the side so he could run his hand down my body, all the way from my jaw to my knees, long stripes over and over, skirting my dick, sliding his hand between my thighs, forcing them open so he could slip a finger into my crease, and then behind my balls and then back up my body. Oh, God. Oh, God. I spread my legs, and he hummed, nipping at my jaw before running his tongue down my neck and chest to circle both nipples, taking them into his mouth one at a time, suckling gently, his teeth gently scraping the nubs as his fingers continued their scorching trail up and down my body and between my legs. Christ, Abe, I can't. Yes, you can. God, you have such a pretty cock. He got to his knees, and that slick, hot tongue continued its journey south from my nipples to my belly button, dipping inside before making a wide circle around the glistening threads of pre-cum webbed in my happy trail, while noises I didn't know I was capable of poured from my throat. I tensed a little as he licked lower, wondering if he'd forget our agreement in the heat of the moment. But he hadn't. He avoided the slick on the head of my cock by gently levering it out of the way as he licked and sucked at the base and at my balls, the rough brush of his scruff on my tender thighs satisfying every fantasy that had circled in my head for days. Clever fingers found their way to my hole and circled, pressing for entry as I fisted the sheets and begged Abe for more. If I never saw my dildo again, it would be too soon. But before I got my wish, Abe crawled back up my body and took my mouth in a hard kiss, plunging inside to share the musky taste of my deeper creases. I almost came on the spot, clamping my hands around his face to plunder his mouth while my body arched up, my aching cock desperate for his weight. "I need to come," I begged as he untangled himself. "Soon." He rolled me onto my stomach and kneeled between my legs, running his hands down my back and pressing kisses to my spine. His hands glided over my ass, trailing fire in their wake. Then he gripped my hips and lifted me to my knees. The snip of the lube cap was almost enough to have me shoot, and only a firm grip on the base of my cock pulled me back from the brink. "Let it go," he warned. I did, grumbling, "Fucker," as I fisted the sheets instead. He laughed and slapped my ass. "Behave." Then my cheeks were spread, and warm air gushed over my hole. Shock rocketed through me and I gasped. "Oh, fucking fuck." I face planted the pillow as his tongue slid over my hole, my closed fist thumping the mattress. No one had ever. "Oh, sweet Jesus. Abe." "You want me to stop?" His tongue swept from my hole to my balls and then back. "Oh, my fucking God. Don't you dare," I squeaked, burying my face again. "A little to the right was all I was going to say." He snorted against my ass, sending ripples of pleasure through all those electrified nerve endings. Noted. Then he went back to reducing me to a puddle in the bed in under 2 minutes flat, alternating his tongue with a finger, then two, and then a combination of whatever the hell, I had no idea, other than it felt like fucking heaven. And he kept doing it until my legs shook like jelly, and my hips slammed back to get whatever was in there way the hell deeper. And when he had me exactly where he wanted me, a quivering jumble of pleasure in his hands, he reached between my legs, fisted my cock, and the world took a step to the left and fell right down the rabbit hole. It didn't take long. A few strokes at the most before white light exploded behind my eyeballs, and I shot over Abe's hand with a shout of relief, my body jolting with the aftershocks that shuddered through me until I collapsed on the mattress, my lungs clawing for air. "Holy fucking shit," I gasped. He fell at my side, pressing kisses to my shoulder, and somehow I gathered my wits and rolled to face him, cradling his face and capturing his swollen mouth in a deep kiss that carried the memory of exactly where he'd been and what he'd done for me. Then I pressed our foreheads together and just held him. "No one has ever," I began, then bit my lip. "I can't tell you what that meant. I don't." The tide of emotion spilled down my cheeks, and I pulled back, wiping my face with the back of my hand. "Jesus, look at me. Bawling like it's my first time. You must think—" "Shh." He scooted over, putting our faces close again. Maybe in some ways, it was. He studied me with kind eyes, and I sighed. I had nothing to hide with Abe. "It's true," I said, kissing his nose. "No one has ever cared for me in that way. It was... I didn't know it could be like that. And oh God, please just kiss me before I fucking cry again." He grinned and did just that, licking through my mouth like he had all the time in the world, and taking me with him. And when he was done adding another first to my list, kissed by a sex god right beneath the one that said "ass licked into oblivion," he got to his knees at my side. "Confession time?" A sly grin stole over his face. "I wasn't exactly solely focused on your pleasure." He took a still hard cock in his hand and raised a brow. "Hell yes." I licked my lips and pushed his hand away. "Get off the bed." He chuckled and I glared. "Shut up. You don't have a monopoly on bossy. Now stand, so I can get that gorgeous thing in my mouth." He scrambled off the bed, and I scooted around to sit on the edge, then reached out a hand to run my finger down his slick length. He jerked and thrust forward. I smiled and repeated the stroke, circling the flushed head and dipping into his slit. "I've been dreaming about this since I first laid eyes on you. I might be unexperienced at some things." I looked up and gave him a wink. "But I fucking rock at this. I went down on my knees, my own cock bobbing to life just at the thought of taking him down my throat. Abe fisted his dick and stroked a few times before painting my lips with pre-cum and sliding his cock inside, his hand around the back of my neck. I groaned around the hot thickness of him, his taste, and the smooth glide of his first thrusts that made my balls tingle. Damn, that's good. Those mismatched eyes locked on mine as he slid in and out, making my eyes water. I smiled around his cock, opened my throat and swallowed him down. Holy fucking shit! A wanton moan filled the room as his head fell back, and I wrapped my hands around the back of his thighs and pulled him deeper. His gaze jerked back, a question in those beautiful eyes, and I nodded as best I could, needing no translation. Fuck my mouth. He smiled and ran his fingers through my hair several times. Then he fisted it in his fingers and thrust into my mouth with a satisfied rumbling growl. And holy shit, that was hot. I grabbed my own cock, which was already fully engaged with the hotness factor, and stroked off, matching Abe's rhythm in my mouth. Damn, your hair. His rhythm faltered as his tangled hold on my hair tightened to a sharp sting. Saliva dripped from my mouth to the floor and my dick swelled in my fist and... Right fucking there. Abe gave one final thrust before erupting down my throat and taking me over with him, holding his breath as he shuddered into his orgasm, followed by a long, drawn-out moan. Fuck! He huffed, sliding free of my mouth and pulling me sideways onto the floor in a sweaty heap. He reached for my softening cock and smiled against my face. You came again? I did. I snuggled against his chest. But I'm pretty sure I blew my brains out my cock, so I get to die now. But what a way to go. He pressed a kiss to my hair, and then reached up and dragged the cover off the bed to keep us warm before doing it again to snag a pillow. You realise the bed is only 2 steps away. I turned on my side so he could be the big spoon to my little, adding another first to my list. He wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me close. But I like you right here, and I don't want to break the feeling. I ignored the swell of something unmentionable in my chest and focused on the slinking approach of Tank with Bossy hot on his heels. Incoming. Abe peered over my shoulder. There's room. Tank shot me a look that clearly said, so, fuck you, and curled in a ball close to my head, while Bossy settled for Abe's feet. Abe dropped his head back to the pillow, his breath hot on my neck, closely followed by his lips as he trailed kisses up into my hair, and then back down my neck. You smell really good. Like, really good. Hey, that tickles. I shrugged my shoulders, and FYI, I'm still dripping lube. His hand left my waist to investigate. He kissed my neck while sliding a finger inside, and my body jumped to attention. It's like my own private slippy slide. Hot and wet and so fucking tight. I groaned and pushed my hips back as his mouth found the slope of my shoulder and began working its way up. Your mouth and fingers should be bloody illegal, I murmured, rocking back and forth to get him deeper. I can't help it. You're too tempting. He kissed and nibbled at my ear, his free hand finding my nipples and tweaking them gently. And God damn if my dick wasn't filling again. I can't believe I've another one in me, I moaned, drawing my knees up so he could really go to town. Really? Impressive. Let's not waste it. He added another finger, catching my prostate to fire an electric zing through my balls. Oh, God, don't stop. I grabbed my cock, stroking hard as he mouthed and nipped and laved at that tender, sensitive spot behind my ear, while still finger-fucking my hole and tweaking my nipples. Before I knew it, the rising tide of sensations crashed through me, and I came with a strangled cry. He wrapped me tight, his fingers gliding in and out of my twitching ass, slower and slower, until my body fell to jelly. That's it. I'm officially dead. Send flowers. Does that mean I can take my fingers out of your ass? I thought about it. Nope, you can't. I like the feeling. I wriggled my butt. Although, maybe we can drop one. He snorted, but did as I said, massaging the rim as the muscle reshaped itself. And god damn this cat! I blew Tank's fur out of my nose. He stealthed my pillow. Abe grinned against my back. How's the weight loss effort going? A few grams in the right direction, although I think he mostly burned that impissy irritation. I'm telling you, the look he sends me when he sniffs that dyed kibble could strip paint. Okay, I'm done. Out. I clenched around his finger a couple of times to make my point. He laughed. It's almost like Morse code. He grabbed his shirt from the floor and cleaned us both before flinging it across the room and scaring the shit out of Bossy in the process. I'll wash it with my stuff tomorrow if you like, I offered. Not gonna argue. I rolled over and drew him into a soft kiss. I like you, Abraham Tyler. He smiled and tucked my hair behind my ears. I like you too, Kane Martin. But no haircuts before I leave. I narrowed my eyes. I think you have some weird fetish thing going on with my hair. I absolutely do, he said with a smile, twirling a lock around his fingers. And I have big plans for it next time. Think all over my ass and between my thighs and more. A lot more, if that's okay with you. I drew a shaky breath. Does that mean you want to do this again? He smiled. And again. If you're in. Over my head. Way, way over my head. I nodded. I'm in. I ran my fingers through the soft hair on his chest. So, how was your day, dear? He snorted a laugh and wrapped his arms around me. How long do you have? I tipped my head back to see him better. All the time in the world. And so he told me about his day, including the call with his brother, and I told him about my day on the boat. We talked and laughed and made out. For 2 hours, on the floor, and then in the bed, and then in the shower, crammed like sardines as Abe washed my hair and kissed my tears, listening as I rambled on about losing my mother and Cora's unexpected words, blubbering like a crazy person. And then we went back to the bed and kept talking, wrapped around each other, the cover tinted over our heads to keep out the chill, like teenagers at a sleepover. We talked until midnight, until the wind dropped enough for the distant scuff of the tide on the sand to make itself heard above the moorpork's cry. We talked until we couldn't talk any more, until my eyes fluttered closed and Abe turned me in his arms, his knees tucked behind mine, one arm around my waist, the other under my head. His breath was a rhythmic wash of heat across my shoulder, his heart, a soft thump at my back. This is dangerous. The thoughts skittered through my head, chased into the night by a yawn. He should leave. We shouldn't be doing this. Shouldn't. I was so fucking sick of shouldn't. Abe hummed contentedly against my back, lost in some dream he'd escaped to, and any protest died before it even made my lips. I folded my arm over top of his across my chest, and nestled down with the warm weight of his body lush against my skin. I could get used to this. The thought came from nowhere, but more concerning, I wanted to get used to this. A man in my bed, Abe in my bed. A man I wanted. A man who wanted me. A life. Oh yeah, I was going to need a whole new notebook for those firsts. Chapter 16. Abe. Kane's alarm went off at the arse crack of dawn, and I had just enough time to kiss him soundly, quickly grope his morning wood, and groan at the frustration of having to leave it untapped before legging it back to my own bedroom so I wasn't missed. I barely made it between the sheets before Leroy knocked on my door to offer me a coffee, something he'd done ever since he'd found out I was generally awake at the same time they got up. Jeez, it's freezing in here. He glanced at the extra blankets still folded on the chair. Didn't you get cold last night? I shrugged. I like it fresh. Not exactly true, but it did the trick. Leroy fetched me a coffee and informed me Fox had received a call the night before wanting him for another stint as an official observer on a fishing boat, making sure all the catch regulations were being adhered to. This one was for 5 days. It was a couple of weeks away, but we agreed to fit in some extra dance lessons to get ahead. When he was gone, I wrapped my hands around the steaming mug and sighed. Between extra lessons and time with Kane, we were both in for more late nights. After way too little sleep, I already felt like crap warmed up, and I wasn't the one headed out for a full day's work. Prue and Mac arrived to take their usual positions on the bed, and while I sipped on my coffee, I searched and then emailed some flight options through to Conrad. Then I snuggled down and listened to the morning banter between Leroy and Fox that always brought a smile to my face. When Fox called Mac and they all headed out the back door, I peeked through the window to watch them leave, earning a wink and a surprisingly shy smile from a tired and pale-faced Kane as he ran down the stairs to join them in the SUV. The small acknowledgement made me ridiculously happy, and as I watched the taillights disappear down the driveway, I marvelled at how quickly I'd fallen under the younger man's spell. Kane turned my crank in unexpected ways. Sure, that gorgeous beach bum vibe was so very, very different from most of the men I'd been with, but it was much more than how he looked. We'd talked for far longer than we'd done anything else, and the conversation was just as good as the sex. I didn't give a fuck about our age difference, and neither, apparently, did he. It hadn't even been mentioned, except in teasing, and in many ways my life experience paled next to his. Yes, he was complicated, but out of the public eye and in my arms, all that quiet insecurity just fell away, and he'd proven to be fun and sassy, generous and sexy, and wonderfully responsive in bed. Everything about him was intoxicating, and I was hooked like a fish on a line. And fuck, if I wasn't starting to sound like a bloody romance novel. Any worry that sleeping with him might have been a bad decision had vanished overnight, but in its place was a much deeper worry. I liked Kane. I liked him a lot, and the fact he'd given me more than a glimpse behind those 10-foot-thick walls of his told me a great deal about his feelings, which meant I needed to be cautious. We needed to be cautious, for both our sakes. I didn't want to be just another disappointment in Kane's life, just another guy who took what he offered and left. And for my part, Kane was going to be a hard man to walk away from. And I was going to have to. I needed to be careful with both my heart and his. And that was going to be a problem. For both of us. Judah was back on form and the kids' dance class was a blast. It was time to start teaching them the top hat, white tie and tail song, incorporating the props we'd gathered from Jam. Judah worked with Hannah, who picked up her section fast, a simplified version of a tap dance using her canes on the floor. I rehearsed with Corinne, who sat in her chair wearing a jerry-rigged top hat that she tipped on and off with one hand while swinging a cane in a sequence of wide arcs alternating with taps on the floor. We left those two rehearsing while I taught Joseph the words of the song itself and had to dip and manoeuvre the old-fashioned stand-up microphone from his chair. His voice wasn't the best of the group, but he was a natural in the spotlight, so we opted to have him front and centre and lip-sync, much to his relief. The other four, Rory, Violet, Candy and Mike, provided a kind of chorus line to Hannah and Corinne, and although Judah started them off, it needed both of us to coordinate once I could leave Joseph to memorise the song. The varying abilities and the aids required by all the kids needed careful choreography to ensure they danced safely and no one was injured with a wheel over a foot or a cane to the back of the head. We had a few close calls and all sorts of hilarity, the kids lampooning with each other in between some serious work. At one point, all four kids went in completely opposite directions when they were supposed to be in tight formation. And that was it. Judah and I collapsed on the floor laughing, along with the kids. And that was exactly how the parents found us when they came to collect their precious offspring. I couldn't remember having more fun in a dance class. The class finished at 5, followed by dinner and a quick dance lesson with Leroy and Fox, after which I excused myself to Leroy's raised brows and quietly ran upstairs to Kane's bedsit. He met me at the door wearing nothing but a cocky smile and perky nipples, and it took me a second to catch my breath. "Am I at the right place?" I peered around her shoulder. Because I'm sure the man who lives here would never be so shameless. You might know him. His name's Kane. He's the quiet, retiring type. Never heard of him. But you have excellent timing. He tugged me inside, stripped me bare in 30 seconds flat, then yanked me into a steaming bathroom and set about blowing my mind, along with my cock in the shower, his naked bum hanging out the opening of the tiny stall. I returned the favour by facing him to the wall and rimming him while jacking him off until we both puddled on the floor in a wet, tangled mess of arms and legs. We caught up on our day while we towelled off and donned some sweats. Kane dimmed the lights and lit some candles. I pushed the couch and chairs aside, and we had a 45-minute dance lesson to Julio Iglesias' Tango album. Fuck, that's one sexy voice. Kane breathed the words into my ear as we danced. I've no idea what he's singing, but oh my God, that accent. Tell me you can speak Spanish. I laughed. Sadly, no. I guess you can't have everything. He hummed and nuzzled into my neck, setting my cock jumping to attention without permission, like always seemed to happen whenever I was around him. But you do have other attributes. He brushed his groin over mine and nibbled the soft lobe of my ear. I groaned and turned to find his lips for a quick kiss. Such a bad student. You're supposed to be paying attention. Oh, I am. He licked my ear. You have no idea how much attention I'm paying. Our cocks grazed again, and my footwork might have stuttered. Oh, I'm sorry. He turned his head towards me, setting his forehead to mine, his nose at my cheek, a head position that worked well for similar heights, and I drowned a little more in his magic. I do hope I'm not distracting you. You're such a brat. I pulled him tight and made a sharp turn, forcing him to focus and hang on. He'd barely caught his balance when I did it again. He laughed, and the sound filled the dimly lit room with a joy I could get lost in. Showered and shirtless, with his long blonde hair smelling of vanilla, those deep blue eyes so close I felt the flutter of his lashes on my temple, the smooth tanned skin of his back hot under my hand, and what had become my favourite barely there sweats hanging low on his hips. I was falling so fast I was going to need a parachute. And as the music faded at the end of the song, I stripped us both and pulled him into bed, wrapping my hand around our cocks and kissing him like I was drugged on his taste, while I brought us both to a shuddering climax. Afterward we lay naked in each other's arms and whisper-talked about everything and nothing until it was after midnight and time for me to return to my own room. Staying that first night had been a mistake. There was no point preempting Kane's discussion with Leroy by being caught out of my bed in the morning, especially since we weren't entirely sure of Leroy's reaction. I just hoped no one was a dick and that the whole thing didn't blow up in Kane's face. I crawled out of bed and dressed with Kane's help, which meant it took 3 times as long due to the amount of groping and kissing involved. Then I sneaked back into the homestead, silently cursing when I saw the note on my bed, reminding me about dinner at Judah and Morgan's the next night. Shit. Friday I didn't see Kane at all. Judah and I rehearsed in the morning and then took a break before working with the kids in the after-school class. We rehearsed the Top Hat number a few times and then made a start on a second instrumental piece I'd choreographed around the theme of the 4 seasons. I'd done some prep for it while I'd been in Wellington, but having learned about the strengths and individual challenges each kid faced, I was reworking a few parts. The kids were also preparing a short piece to present as either a solo or a pair performance. Judah wanted them to come up with the idea on their own and then use us to work through the actual logistics, rather than us doing it all for them. They were nervous but enthusiastic. With not long to go till the recital, things were starting to take shape, and although I'd done this for 20 years, I felt surprisingly excited. When class was done, I rushed back to the homestead, showered, grabbed something to snack on, and then legged it back down to the studio for the tango rehearsal. I was thrilled to see May and Link were parked outside, having decided to give it a go, and there was a much easier vibe between Cora and her sons. Everyone was making an effort, and a little bit of dancing could only help. I set Julio Iglesias on repeat, my foolish brain immediately tracking to Kane as I fought back a ridiculous grin and an unwelcome stir in my loose sweats. I shook it aside and focused on getting everyone on the floor so I could see what I was working with. Morgan was lighter on his feet than I expected, and under Judah's tutelage they made a handsome couple. He's such a bossy shit, Morgan grumbled as they danced past. I'm taking him fishing next week to get my revenge. I hate fishing. Judah kissed Morgan's cheek. Precisely. Morgan switched holes to take lead, walking Judah backward. That lasted about 5 seconds until Judah promptly switched them back. Leroy and Fox had come a long way in the lessons we'd had so far. The biggest issue was persuading Leroy to stop fighting Fox for control. Fox was a natural lead, a solid, calm presence, not to mention very tall. Relax, Leroy. I adjusted their embrace. You guys look great together when you just let Fox do what he's supposed to do. Fox shot me a wink. As with everything in our relationship— Ow! He hopped on one foot, rubbing at his shin. What the fuck, Leroy? Leroy smirked. Sorry, must have slipped. Judah watched the mothers and Leroy and Fox, while I spent quite a bit of time with May and Link, and John and Connie, all of whom had danced a little rock and roll in their past except for John, although he at least knew how to partner. After 30 minutes or so, with the basics under their belt, I sent them out onto the floor, promising to shoot them some music and website links so they could rehearse at home. They stumbled around a little, but Judah stuck close, giving instructions and using himself and Morgan as examples while I circled the room. Cora and Martha were the best of the lot. They'd clearly been practicing. I adjusted their holds now and then, gave them a few tips, and let them go, rather than getting too bogged down in details or small errors. I'd broken the dance into a very simple choreography for them. This was all about fun and tickling up some interest in classes for Judah, showing what could be achieved in a short amount of time. It was never about perfection, and just as well. I smiled to myself. There were more errant elbows and wayward feet in the room than a beginner's ballet class, but there was also a ton of laughter. I wandered the room, grinning at all the furrowed brows, tongues poked between teeth, and glares directed my way when I reminded people to look up and not down at the feet, not to mention the occasional laughter when couples banged into each other. All in all, they weren't too bad for a bunch of beginners. I watched and smiled and made suggestions and ached so damn hard for Kane to be with me on the floor, I could hardly bear it. The thought of him alone in his bedsit, while we were all down here dancing and having fun, did funny things to my stomach. Stupid protective urges. I rolled my eyes at myself. I'd barely known Kane for a week. What the hell did I think was going to happen between us? I travelled the world for a job while Kane had no idea what he wanted in life. Nothing past settling things with his father and his sister and nephew. He had no life plan, no career, no particular goals beyond that. He wasn't even out. Maybe that was just the age difference, and I wasn't sure it even mattered. Maybe not if I lived here, because none of it spoke to Kane's strength, his courage, his humble honesty, and the way he owned all of himself, good and bad, just trying to make his life work and make amends. But I didn't live here, and I was so deep in trouble over him, I wasn't sure I could find my way out. And I wasn't sure I wanted to. I reached for my phone and texted him. Wish I was dancing with you. He replied in seconds. Me too. More dots came and went, or that you were here in bed with me. The thought definitely stirred some interest. Don't tempt me. Dots came and went. I know you and Judah are working this weekend, but I was thinking about what you said. I have next Saturday off, and I was thinking I could give you that tour, if you still want. I definitely want. More than I should. Great. You can say I'm giving you a ride into Whangarei if anyone asks. Right. That was a timely reminder the man wasn't out, and no guarantee that the planned conversation with Leroy would even happen. Sure, Morgan offered to drive me around since Judah can't, but I don't want to take up their weekends. I can spin it. More dots. It's nothing special, just painted bay according to Kane. I frowned at the screen and wrote without thinking. If I'm with you, it's always special. I stared at the words, my thumb hovering over the backspace. But an image rose in my mind from the night before. Kane wrapped in my arms with my lips buried in his hair. Fuck it. I pushed send. A few seconds later, his single-word reply plastered a sappy grin on my face, wide enough to be seen from space. Same. Still smiling, I pocketed the phone and looked up to find the music had stopped and everyone was chatting. Everyone except Leroy, who stood a couple of metres away, staring at me like he could read my mind. "Someone special?" He arched a brow, and I almost laughed at his choice of words. "Just my brother," I lied, "organising the Wellington trip." Leroy's cagey look said he didn't believe me, but he let it go, and I took the opportunity to change the subject and glanced to where Cora stood talking with Judah. "Things look to have settled with your mum." He followed my gaze. "Yeah. She's a strong personality and it's going to take some time, but at least she's listening. And I think she said something to Kane, because she kind of took him on as a project as well, and I'm sure that's getting old fast. Still, if Judah and I can get a simple door knock out of her, we'll have struck the motherlode. I can't tell you how many times she's arrived unannounced in the middle of stuff." He flushed bright red and I bit back a smile. Judah took that moment to stride over and pull me into a hug. "Great night. Thank you. On Monday, I'll send a ton of emails about the free public classes, and May said she'll put up flyers in town and along the coast, but right now, I'm starving." He grabbed Morgan's hand. "Come on, Fred Astaire. We'll take the two mums and get dinner heating while the rest of you shut the place down. Don't be long." "We won't." I waved them off and then walked John and Connie and May and Link to their cars. When everyone was gone, I headed back, only to be met by Leroy stacking chairs just inside the door. "So, is Kane enjoying the dancing lessons?" Leroy's look was studiously neutral. Shit. "I think so. He's been a good sport about it." "I'm sure he has." "He's giving me a lift into Whangarei next weekend. There's a couple of things I need." Leroy's eyebrows hit his hairline. "Kane Martin, our Kane Martin, is leaving Painted Bay on a weekend. And he's taking you. Which means talking and being social and shit." His hand landed on his chest. "Be still my heart." I rolled my eyes. He's not that bad. He just doesn't have a lot of spare cash or a lot of friends to spend it with. I shot Leroy a look, then gathered another couple of chairs. You know, he should have been here tonight, especially since he's been helping me. I knew Leroy was still staring by the hot pokers stabbing into the side of my face. I'm not sure what Judah would have said about that, Leroy said quietly. "Why is everything about Judah?" I fired back. "I mean, I get the history and all and why things are complicated between the two of them. But they do inhabit the same space without imploding most of the time. And you work with Kane 6 days a week. You even seem to have fun doing it. You also obviously like him. And yet in the same time I've been here, I've never seen him set foot inside your house. He sits up there and watches you lot coming and going and having fun and lunches and shit, but he's never invited on the inside." Leroy's cheeks pinked and I cringed. "Fuck. I'm sorry." I dropped the chair I was carrying and walked across to him, aware of Fox watching us from the other side of the studio. "It's none of my business." Leroy worried his lip, a deep frown carved into his forehead. "It's okay. I know what you're saying. But we've been protecting Judah. He didn't want to be unexpectedly confronted by Kane, and at the start I wasn't so sure about him myself. But that was months ago," I said, not trying to hide my frustration. "You don't feel that way now, do you?" Leroy shot a look to Fox, who was watching the proceedings but keeping his distance. "No, I like Kane. He's not what I expected." "Exactly!" I threw my hands open. "And you know I love Judah. But Lord knows he can be a stubborn son of a bitch." Leroy chuckled. "We have that in common. But we're also only just getting our relationship back on track. I didn't want to..." He paused. "Look, I'll think about it, okay? Maybe we can get him down for a meal just with us sometimes. It's complicated, that's all." I nodded. And I spoke out of turn. "I'm sorry. No, forget it. Time to shut the fuck up." But Leroy didn't move, watching me like he was trying to work something out in his head. Then he put a hand on my arm and locked serious eyes with me. "Just be kind with him." "What?" My breath caught in my chest. What did that mean? Was he saying... Did he mean... Fuck! I wanted to laugh the comment off, but the words wouldn't come, lodged in that ball jammed in my throat. Instead, we stared at each other for what felt like forever until Leroy finally blinked and waved Fox across to join us. Fox jogged over and looked between us. "Everything okay?" "Fine." Leroy kissed his boyfriend's cheek. "Let's go eat." He caught my eye and added, "Don't be long." Then they headed out the door, chatting inanely about the evening being a good workout, how cool the music was, and who the best dancers were. The light-hearted banter was so at odds with Leroy's expression and his words only a minute before that I was left wondering if he'd even said them at all. Chapter 17. Abe. The next week passed in a blur of phone conversations with Con about our mother's increasingly odd behaviour, and ensuring we had everything finalised for the upcoming recital and public dance lessons. Finessing the choreography for the kids took a lot more time than I'd planned, not only to get the sequence of moves fluid and in time with the music, but ensuring the kids were safe in the process as well. We worked from 8 until 5, or until Morgan dragged Judah home by the scruff of his neck. Sometimes I ate at the boathouse, other times with Leroy and Fox, and once I even managed to cook pumpkin-stuffed ravioli with Kane, the two of us laughing and bantering and talking about our day. It was so fucking domestic it should have been the stuff of nightmares. I avoided that type of activity like the plague. It hardly fit with the transient relationships I cultivated. But with Kane it had been nice. Really, really nice. Nice enough to have me smiling about it days later. Nice enough to carry a consumer warning label. Caution, contents may contain Class A drugs. Kane had been hilariously bossy, firing instructions like I was his damn sous chef. He'd checked the consistency of my sauce, the chop size of my mirepoix, a word I made him repeat 3 times while I nibbled on his earlobe, and handed out an exhaustive critique on the shape of my pasta, which was sadly lacking, according to him. That state of affairs lasted until I shoved him against the fridge door and shut him up with my tongue down his throat, before dropping to my knees and taking his sweats and briefs with me. His initial reaction had been a scramble to stop me, but that only lasted until I waved a condom in his face, and he relaxed with a grin. A big grin. I smiled at the memory. Up until then we'd kept things between us to grinding, hand jobs, or him blowing me. But I'd fantasized about having his gorgeous cock in my mouth for days, and I was done waiting. I wasn't as good as Kane in the deep throat department, but I could hold my own. The condom wasn't for my benefit. Kane hadn't had a partner in years, was tested more than an Olympic sprinter, and I went with the science. Undetectable was untransmissible, made even more so by the fact I took PrEP. But Kane was insistent, and I loved his protective concern. So I dealt with the latex tang and the ache in my chest at not tasting him raw, but in seconds those minor drawbacks were lost to the look of pleasure on his face, as he cradled my face and came like a freight train in under a minute flat. "Not being blown in 9 years will do that to you," he said, as his knees wobbled and he slid down the stainless steel refrigerator door with his eyes crossed, a smile on his face and a mouth full of thank yous. My fucking pleasure. Needless to say, he was a lot more mellow for the remainder of the cook. Point to me. And I had a new nickname. More often than not, I started the night in Kane's bed, with or without a dance lesson beforehand. But since I always returned to my own long before the witching hour, Kane had taken to calling me Cinders. It was another sappy thing I kind of loved. Sometimes the light still shone under Leroy and Fox's door when I sneaked back inside, and I figured I was cutting it thin to hope the dance lesson ruse held. But Leroy hadn't said anything more, and I could only hope. More importantly, he clearly hadn't mentioned anything to Judah, my biggest concern. By the Friday night tango session, Judah and I could barely keep our eyes open, and we'd finished with Morgan calling a moratorium on any work for Judah over the weekend. He hadn't had another attack since the previous week, but he was poking the bear. We all knew it. He'd protested, of course he had, but that was shut down by a single blazing look from Morgan, who calmly informed him that Saturday night dinner with John and Connie was the only time Judah would be leaving the boathouse all weekend. Period. Judah's red-cheeked but instant submission had been a miracle akin to that guy who walked atop the Sea of Galilee, and we picked our jaws up off the floor. Secretly, I was relieved to have the break as well, especially with Kane talking to Leroy on Sunday. Who knew how that potential fiasco would roll out? But I had every intention of staying close to the action, figuring my name would surely come up. Kane wasn't convinced Leroy knew anything about us, but I'd have bet my last pair of dance tights on it, which is why I intended to make the most of this tour Kane had organised. I clicked the seatbelt in place and looked to where he sat smiling at me from the driver's seat. "What? I like you in my car." His eyes darkened, and shy Kane slid to the background, as he so often did when we were alone. I groaned. "Jesus, don't start. I pretty much spring wood every time I'm within 50 metres of you as it is." He laughed, just as someone thumped on my door, and I spun to find Fox, the fucker, laughing at my no doubt startled look. "Have fun, you two." I flipped him off and watched as he headed down the hill to the beach with Mac bounding at his heels. "Do you think he knows?" Kane shrugged. "I've given up worrying. They'll both know tomorrow. Ready?" I sat back and relaxed. "I'm all yours." He held my gaze for a long second, the space between us electric. Then he smiled. "Good to know." He threw the Accord into gear and pulled away from the homestead, slowing to pass Jam, who was headed up the driveway, no doubt to visit Leroy. It was an odd friendship, but it seemed to work, and he waved as we drove by. The further we got from the homestead, the more Kane relaxed, until eventually his warm hand found my thigh, his fingers tapping along to 660. I smiled, covering it with my own, and he glanced over with warm, happy eyes. "This is nice." "Yeah, it is." I slid my free hand around his neck, giving those blonde locks a gentle tug or two, until he shot me another smile. "You've a one-track mind, old man." "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." I tugged again. "And enough of the old—" "Stop it," he laughed, "or I'll drive us off the road. Now who has the one-track mind? I can't help it if the feel of your hair in my hand is irreversibly linked with the image of my cock in your mouth. Who'd have guessed?" Kane glanced my way. "Really?" I moved his hand up my leg and pressed it against my semi-hard cock. "Really?" He snorted. "You need to get out more." I squeezed his neck. "No, my cock needs to get out more." He licked his lips, which really didn't help my predicament, before practically purring the words, "I'm sure we can do something about that later." Really not helping. Fucking tease. I dropped my hand and adjusted myself, trying to focus on the perfect weather and pretty scenery, and knocked Kane's tempting mouth and exactly what it was capable of. The narrow coast road snaked its way through tiny villages, the summer tourist madness gentled and mothballed for the winter. It wound in and out of secluded white sandy coves with gentle lapping tides and along open shorelines dotted with surfers riding long breaking waves to a backdrop of small offshore islands. All of it pretty as a postcard. On the other side of the road, a patchwork of green paddocks rubbed shoulders uneasily with small acreages and holiday homes. The cool of the off-season and the quiet roads doing much to improve the awkward friendship for a while. "Look at this." I shook my head at the passing parade of virtually empty beaches, all shining under a crisp blue sky, the air still and warm. A beautiful day and hardly a soul in sight. We don't know how lucky we are. Kane glanced to the passing beach and shrugged. "I guess I'm used to it. Never been anywhere else." I squeezed his hand. "Do you think you'll travel when all this is settled?" "Maybe. Are we still dancing tonight?" I turned in my seat to face him. "If that works for you. Judah and Morgan are at John and Connie's for dinner, and Fox and Leroy are heading to the pub for a date night since Fox's work trip is coming up. But with everyone gone, I thought we could maybe use the studio for a change. It would be nice to have a little more room to move, now you're getting the hang of it." Kane grinned. "Good idea. We could make it earlier, say 6. Get an early night for once. You're wearing me out." I snorted. "Not nearly as much as I'd like. But then I'm an old man, right?" I squeezed his leg and he chuckled, then lifted my knuckles to his lips. We could have been any couple out for a Saturday drive, and I slid down in my seat to enjoy the tour and pretend this cutesy hand-holding and almost date-like vibe wasn't breaking every fucking rule in the keeping things simple between us handbook. Then again, I didn't think we'd even torn the wrapping open on that particular tome of caution. 2 hours later and we'd covered a lot of territory, with Kane proving to be a fascinating and fairly knowledgeable tour guide when it came to the history of the area. But it was his personal footprints that tore my heart open. We'd parked at the remote beach where Kane had slept in his car when he'd left the farm, and where Cora had found both him and the litter of kittens. Looking around the tiny inside of his beaten-up Honda Accord, I could scarcely imagine spending a day cooped up in it, let alone a couple of weeks, and my heart squeezed at the thought. There was a noticeable choke in his voice as he talked about that time, the loneliness and desperation, and I felt an urgent need to hug Cora Madden for all I was worth. And when he was done talking, I threw open the door and walked around the car so I could pull him into my arms. He came without protest, clinging to me like his life depended on it. After that first stop, I got the full-service tour, starting with Kane's old school, followed by a drive-by of the first Martin property, where Kane had spent his childhood before the farm got into financial difficulty and his father needed to downsize to the current holding. It only served to highlight the validity of Kane's concerns about his inheritance. Then it was a visit to a secluded bay about 5 kilometres from Painted Bay, where a 15-year-old Kane had first kissed a boy and shared fumbled handjobs, and where he'd realised just how much trouble he was in. The place where all the lying had begun. Back then, I would never have guessed that 15 years later I'd still be lying. 10 minutes from the bay, Kane pulled off to the side of the middle-of-nowhere country road we were travelling down and sat with his forearms resting on the steering wheel. There was nothing to suggest why he'd stopped other than the sudden tension that filled the car, the pallor to Kane's face and the determined set to his jaw. Shit. I followed his gaze and studied the front veranda of a fairly typical farmhouse for the area. Weatherboard, 1950s or so, 1-story, 3 or 4 bedroom family home, more functional than graceful, and in definite need of some TLC. It sat at the end of a very long gravel driveway and in front of a series of outbuildings whose roof lines peaked above the house itself. There was an oppressive feel to the grey-painted walls and overgrown lawns that had "Don't give a shit" written all over them. A second driveway peeled off from the first and appeared to run parallel, but was quickly lost to thick bush on either side. Is this it? Kane turned and the raw pain in his eyes pinned me to my seat. It also scared the shit out of me. This wasn't a Kane I'd met before. Kane? Is this your farm? He blinked and nodded. I wanted you to see it. The lawyer filed the papers with Dad's solicitor yesterday. Yesterday? Why didn't you text me? Kane shrugged. It's a waiting game. They've got 2 weeks to reply, only because my lawyer requested an actual date for the audit. He turned back to the farm and shook his head. He can't see how bad it is, and he doesn't care. He's actually better off selling it now because it's only going to get worse. But he's so fucking stubborn, and he's so sure I'm going to give in. I looked closer, noting all the fences needing repair, the driveway gate hanging on one hinge, and the house owed more than a lick of paint would fix. Is he still texting you? A few times. I don't answer. Not since my birthday. But now the papers are filed, I guess I'll be hearing from him soon. I frowned. Let me know, okay? He shrugged. There's nothing you can do. I cupped his cheek and turned his face to me. I can listen. He said nothing for a second, then nodded. Thanks. Another first from my list. But the smile was forced. Does your sister know what you're planning? No. He hesitated. Not until it's final. I wanted to have something good to say next time we talked. How long has it been? His gaze flicked to mine. Christmas, since we last talked. But I got a text not long ago. But there was something about how he said it. For your birthday? I pressed, still hopeful. But he shook his head. No. It was a suggestion for Bobby's birthday, which is coming up. His gaze slid sideways. She didn't remember your birthday. I tried to keep the hard edge from my voice, but it wasn't easy. He shrugged. She's busy, single mum and all that. I didn't expect her to. The man broke my fucking heart. I grabbed his hand and brought his knuckles to my lips. We are damn well going to celebrate your birthday before I go. Somehow, some way. He flushed a deep red. You don't need to do that. It's fine. It's not fucking fine. Stop saying that. My gaze darted sideways to movement on the veranda and Kane spun to look. Shit, that's my dad. An older man appeared through the front door and looked our way, and even from 100 metres, I could feel the animosity in his stare. He knows it's you, doesn't he? Kane nodded. We should go. Wait. I put my hand on Kane's arm and slid the other around his neck, drawing him closer. His brow crinkled. What are you doing? You're not going back there, are you? He shook his head. Never. Then how about we ruin his fucking day? I licked my lips and left the decision to Kane. He stared at me for a long second, shot another look to the house, and then a sly grin stole over his face and he dropped his window. You have the best fucking ideas. He leaned in and pressed his lips to mine, sliding his tongue deep and practically climbing the console to make sure he reached every corner. But the very best part? Watching Kane reach backwards through the open window and shoot his father the middle finger as we continued to kiss. The arsehole spun on his heels and slammed back into the house, and I fucking hoped he stroked out. Mission accomplished. I breathed the words against Kane's open mouth. Oh, my God. He fell back in his seat, the two of us laughing until tears ran down his cheeks. That was so fucking good. He wiped them away and started the car. Let's get the hell out of here. But first, he sat on his horn for a couple of beats, just to make sure his father got the message. Okay, now I'm done. And he peeled back into the quiet road with a killer smile in place. 30 minutes later, I recognized the original family farm Kane had shown me earlier. But this time he didn't stop, driving another kilometre or so before turning left onto what amounted to little more than a narrow tree-lined track, half hidden by rampant undergrowth that squeaked along the side of the Accord as we inched our way through. Should I be worried? I peered through the windscreen into the shadowy isolation. Are you intending to have your wicked way with me and then dispose of my body? Kane rolled his eyes. Your mind is a weird and wonderful place. No, I'm not going to do away with you, at least not today. Although the wicked way option has a lot of merit that's definitely worth exploring. I wanted to show you my favourite spot when I was a kid. The bush suddenly thinned, and Kane pulled the Accord off the track and onto a sheltered grassy expanse alongside a sparkling river dappled with light. He cooled the engine and took a deep breath, like he was cleansing himself. Wow, this is beautiful. I got out of the car and leaned on the bonnet, my imagination instantly transported to fairy glades and midsummer night musings. A few seconds later, Kane joined me, his body warm against my side, and for a long while we said nothing. Sunlight filtered through towering macrocarpus to cast an enchanted glow over the small clearing. It danced in bright patterns across clear water that bubbled and gurgled around deep, tempting swimming holes and smooth, worn boulders made for jumping, a teenage boy's wet dream. A carpet of lush emerald grass cushioned her feet, while 15 metres away on the far side of the river, a towering bank added yet another wall of privacy. Kane laughed as I ducked to avoid a bumblebee that cruised nonchalantly in front of my face, its soft drone drifting into stillness. And I smiled as the light caught the dart of a fantail flitting and dipping over the grass, edging closer, hoping we disturbed a few insects for its afternoon tea. It was like standing in a magical bubble of time and place. Mum used to bring us here as little kids, and then later on it kind of became a place of refuge for Jacqueline and me. We rode our bikes here, summer and winter, just to get away from Dad. I haven't been back here since he sold the farm and bought the new place. His hand slipped into mine. I wanted you to see something that had happy memories for me, because it wasn't all bad back then, and I want to share this place with you. He pushed off the car and stepped in front of me, crowding me against the bonnet. You're the first truly good thing that's happened to me since then, and I wanted to put the two happy things together in the same place. I lost myself in those beautiful eyes and simply shook my head. What the fuck did you say to that? I needn't have worried. Kane closed his mouth over any reply I might have made and kissed me thoroughly, enough to curl my toes in my socks and fill every sense with him. His fresh scent mixed with a hit of salt on his skin that was so Kane. Those urgent, honest eyes and demanding lips. That needy groan of approval that rumbled down my throat to my balls. And last but not least, the fumbling jumble of his fingers between us as he worked the zip on my jeans. "Going somewhere?" I murmured against his lips as he pushed my jeans down to my thighs. He nipped my jaw, rubbing his cheek along my beard with a happy sigh. "Remember the part where I have my wicked way with you?" Before I could answer, he'd dropped to his knees, freed my cock from my briefs, and taken my thickening cock down the back of his throat with barely a passing hello. "Oh, fuck!" I groaned and leaned against the car as Kane swallowed around my dick and set my knees wobbling. A half-dozen solid sucks, and I was fully erect and wanting to drive into his mouth. But he held me at bay with a wagging finger, sucking and licking and driving me crazy. Then he pulled off and ran the slick head of my cock all over his face, dialing the sexy up to fucking incendiary until finally his hand fumbled for mine and pressed it to his hair, patting the back. I smiled and threaded my fingers through all that silken mess until I had a good grip. Then I gently tugged his head back until our eyes met and slid my cock deep. The drugged look on his face almost undid me on the spot. Lips swollen and slick with pre-cum. Saliva dripping from his chin and the corners of his mouth. "Jesus, you are so fucking sexy like that," I swallowed, my voice so thick with emotion it startled even me. Kane cupped my ass in both hands and pulled me deeper, and the understanding hit me like a freight train. Kane trusted me. I drove into his mouth again and again as he held me close. He trusted me, not just with his body, but with his secrets, his hurt, his tender places. After everything that had happened in his life to break his faith, Kane trusted me. And I wanted that trust. I wanted him. This was way more than a few fucks for both of us. I wasn't sure if Kane knew it, although I suspected he did. But I had a lot more years under my belt and no one knew friends with benefit sex and short-term relationships better than I did. And this wasn't it. This was a world away from that. And suddenly I didn't want Kane on his knees anymore. I grabbed the base of my cock and withdrew. He looked up in surprise. "Abe?" His face was a glorious mess. "Shh, baby. Let's do it this way." I drew him to his feet. "I want your lips where I can reach them." I flipped our positions, so his back was to the car, then unzipped his jeans and pushed them down with his briefs, freed his hard cock, and took us both in hand. He sighed happily, thrusting into the hold the slide of my wet dick against his crazy good. Then his hand wrapped around mine, and the pressure exploded. I cradled his jaw with my free hand and kissed him hard. On and on, watching his eyes widen as he absorbed the emotional shift and change in mood that I knew I couldn't hide. For a second, I wondered if he'd pull away and shut this thing down, whatever it was happening between us. But his mouth curved up against mine instead, and he melted into the kiss, giving himself over, an arm circling my waist as he groaned some kind of assent into my mouth, and met me, reckless emotion for reckless emotion. Until finally he tensed, arched and moaned, the sound barreling down my throat to thunder in my chest as he shuddered in pleasure and spilled over my hand. I joined him a few strokes later, clutching him to me like a life preserver as my body jerked and shattered in pleasure, and we were left shaky in each other's arms, faces buried on the other's shoulder, and me, at least, too frightened to pull away and count the cost in his eyes. This wasn't what either of us had signed up for. With the courage I didn't possess, Kane broke free first. He said nothing, just lifted my hand to slowly lick it clean, sucking one finger at a time into his mouth, his eyes carefully averted. Then he tucked himself back into his briefs and jeans, before doing the same for me with a tenderness that nearly undid me. When he was satisfied, he patted my soft cock fondly through my jeans and finally looked me in the eye. "What are we doing, Abe?" he whispered. There was a weariness in the words I hated to hear, and that I knew I was responsible for. I have no fucking idea, I answered honestly, skimming my hand up his jaw to cup his face. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. He stepped in and brushed his lips across mine. I love what we do. I love how you make me feel. You're helping piece together my jigsaw. But we both know this can't go anywhere. I can't risk... He paused and sighed. I can't afford to hope for more. You and I... Jesus, Abe, we've only known each other a couple of weeks, and you're leaving in not much longer. He swallowed hard and looked me in the eye. It's best if we keep things simple between us. Okay? No, not okay, my ridiculous brain shouted, but the immediate protest died on my lips because Kane was right. And I was more than stupid to be daydreaming of anything beyond what we'd agreed to. How the hell would that even work? It wasn't possible. Kane stared, waiting for a response that far too much of me didn't want to give. I pulled him against me, burying my face in his hair. Okay. I forced the only answer I could give, the only answer that made sense. Thank you, he mumbled against my neck, and then freed himself and made his way to the back of the Accord. I watched him go, seeing my own struggle reflected in his expression. This was crazy thinking. He popped the trunk and threw a blanket and 2 cushions my way. I caught them on the fly. Find somewhere dry for us to sit, he instructed. And I smiled at the bossy tone. I made bacon and egg pie, minus the bacon in lieu of a ton of cheese. He looked up and smiled. Sorry, vegetarian, remember? I'm fine with it. I wasn't asking. And just like that, the awkwardness vanished, and we ate and talked and joked and teased, like that heart-wringing moment between us had never happened. We paddled in the freezing water until our toes turned blue, wandered the banks of the river looking for eels until we found one, scaring the shit out of both of us, and then loaded the car up and headed back to Painted Bay. We chatted all the way home, my brain absolutely not planning how I could upend my entire fucking life to spend just a little more time with Kane. My heart not thinking once about how very much it liked that ridiculous idea. And my cock, well, fuck that bastard. Kane had that sucker on speed dial, and nothing short of a zombie apocalypse was likely to change that. Maybe not even then. Just saying. Chapter 18. Kane. Don't go down there. I leaned on the fire escape railing and stared down at the studio, its lights striping the grass all the way down to the boathouse, the soft strain of tango floating up on the still air. Text an excuse and don't go. It was, of course, the sensible choice, the right thing to do, the best decision for my ridiculous heart. What happened by the river had come with 1,000,000 alarm bells attached. I more than fucking liked this guy, and Abe was clearly not in the friend zone either. The way he kissed me, the look that stripped my heart naked, his soft voice in my ear. It had shocked the hell out of me, and I'd stupidly fallen into it, wanting to feel that connection, if just for a moment. Wanting to feel it with Abe. But that hadn't been the surprise. To be honest, I kind of expected it. My heart had been an accident waiting to happen as far as Abe was concerned. I'd known that from the first time we talked. But Abe feeling something more for me? That had never been in the plan. And it fucked everything up. A mutual romantic entanglement was the last thing I needed. I could crush on him, walk away and survive, knowing Abe wasn't on the same page and there was no hope of anything more. That was safe. Abe and I were supposed to be about sex. Friends and sex. A chance for me to have something for me, and for him to have fun while we were at it. Then he'd leave and I'd have a glimmer of a future I could wish for with someone else. A benchmark, raise my standards as Abe called it. He was never meant to feel something deeper for me, to shift what we were in my head from fantasy into the what-if box. I couldn't afford that roller coaster and its inevitable conclusion. My heart wasn't strong enough. A glance at my phone with its half-written text showed I was already 5 minutes late. I worried my lip for a few seconds more, then shoved my phone in my pocket. Fuck it! I stepped back through the window, slammed it shut, grabbed my coat, warned Bossy and Tank to behave themselves, and headed down the hill at a jog. Abe was waiting outside looking fucking edible, because of course he did. Tight as fuck dance leggings, a loose t-shirt and a sexy smile. Plant the white flag now. His face lit up as I approached. I thought maybe you weren't coming. His expression said he'd have understood, and I mentally poured some concrete around that pole. People really didn't give enough credit to the high-ranking value of just plain niceness on the sexy scale. I can't lie, I thought about it. I let him help me out of my coat. Then I figured, we're grown men. We're quite capable of managing ourselves, right? He nodded. Right. And I believe that about as much as you do. I rolled my eyes at him, and he kissed me. Now get those shoes off and let's see if you can keep up with me in a bigger space. Pfft, watch me. I shucked off my shoes. While you've been busy this week, I've been practicing on the sly. His brows shot up. Really? I shrugged and wriggled my toes in the cool air. I could possibly be a little more competitive than I let on. I just bet you are. He pulled me to my feet, then crossed to the sound system. What are we dancing to tonight? Tango Monologues by Juan Maria Solari. Abe set the music going, and I tried to ignore the way his thick dance tights hugged his perfectly muscled ass and cradled his package like an offering to the gods. He turned and caught me staring and winked. I'm calling foul. I waved a hand at his legs. We're supposed to be cooling things off. I can't be held responsible for my cock's behaviour if you wear that kind of shit. It's cruel and unusual. He laughed and looked down at himself. What, these old things? Never even crossed my mind. I stood and stretched for a minute, making sure my cropped tank, that I'd only recently taken scissors to, rode up in all the right places, and when I looked up, he was staring at my stomach with his mouth hanging open. I tapped his chin to close it. Very attractive. Then I walked away while calling over my shoulder. Come on, I haven't got all day. The next thing I knew, he tackled me to the floor, flipped me over and had his tongue down my throat. Not sure how it got there, but I wasn't going to complain, wrapping my legs around his waist to hold him in place. When he was done mauling me, he crawled back onto his feet, tilted his head a little snottily at me, still lying on the floor, and then nodded his invitation to dance. I snorted, biting back a laugh, and lifted my chin in return, going up on one elbow to check him out head to toe, as if I found him wanting, and then gave the tiniest nod, if I must. Brat. He reached a hand down to help me up. That's Mr. Brat to you. I accepted and dusted myself off. He opened his arms and I stepped into his frame, sliding one hand into his. He immediately yanked me tight to his chest, his warm lips against my ear, and it was so damn sexy, my cock stiffened without authorization. Hold that thought, he hummed, running his nose through my hair and canting his hips just enough to graze my dick. I narrowed my eyes and turned my head just enough to put my forehead against his, my nose brushing his cheek. Bastard. He snorted and snagged a kiss, and then we danced. We danced until the sweat ran slick down my back, until the music sang in my blood, and I could almost taste the tobacco and barbecue in the air, until my heart beat an urgent thrum in my chest, until my cock was achingly hard from the constant in and out pressure of Abe's thigh between mine. Fire roared in my blood, and it was so damn intoxicating. My dancing still wasn't that great, but Abe was good enough to carry any mistakes I made, and when I messed up I could recover. He didn't need to spell it out as he'd done before. All I had to do was listen and let him move my body around. It was sex without the bed, without anything except the thoughts in our head, the tangle of our bodies, the heat of our breath, and the music. Always the music. We practiced different embraces, and Abe spoke about the style of tango that went with each, about on and off axis and shifting my centre of balance, which was harder than it sounded. And we talked about tango culture and etiquette, things to protect the experience for everyone on the floor. Not talking or teaching during a dance, never correcting your partner on the dance floor, and how using eyes and the nod, the cabeceo, to request and accept a dance avoids anyone being obviously turned down. You simply look away. It was beguiling, and I wanted to know more, imagining what it would feel like to dance in an actual bar where tango was the essence of the experience. And when we were done and toweling off the perspiration, Abe leaned across and cupped my cheek. You were good tonight. Really good considering the short time we've been doing this. I snorted, wriggled free, and put the towel through my hair. You make it easy. I'll just follow. He gripped my wrist and pulled it away so he could see my face. No. You were good. You let me lead and push you around, sure. And you've got a long way to go learning the techniques, let's face it. But that's not what I meant. You have a natural rhythm, Kane, and you're starting to feel and respond to the music. The way you look at me, the way you carry yourself, it's beautiful. And that's not easy with two men. Between a man and a woman, the man defaults to the more arrogant stance. But between two men, it's more subtle and can even alternate. You're stepping into that attitude at times. I feel it. That mix of passion and anger and humour, a to and fro between us. And it's so sexy. I almost forget my own feet at times. I stared at him. Are you serious? He grinned. Of course I'm serious. And you can't teach that. It's either in you or it isn't. And I have to say, it surprised me. Maybe it's anger about the shitty things that have happened in your life, or your dad, who knows. But whatever it is, you don't fade with it. You don't hand it over. You grab it and throw it back. And it's kind of amazing to have all that energy in my arms. My heart galloped in my throat as I stepped in close and palmed his dick, our lips only a whisper away. Is that right? Fire burned in his eyes. Jesus, look at you. This is what I'm talking about. It's all there. Yes, you were good tonight. Still learning, obviously, but so much better. With time, you could be very good. I bit the inside of my cheek, determined not to cry. I'd never been good at anything much, except maybe English and animals, but Abe's words fit in my head like they belonged. I'd felt the difference myself, like a silent part of me came alive when we danced, and it wasn't just about Abe. It was inside. I recognised the soft taste of anger from glimpsing my father at the farm, but it somehow fused with my body's unfailing reaction to Abe and the sizzling, snarky banter we shared, the laughter, the connection. He was right. It was all there. I might not be great at the steps yet, but I was there for the rest. Come here. My fingers wrapped around Abe's stiff cock through those ridiculously sexy tights, and I leaned in to take his mouth, sliding my tongue deep alongside his, my eyelids fluttering closed as his arm circled my waist and took the kiss deeper. Nothing but Abe in my head. Abe wrapped around my body. I lost myself to the moment, completely and utterly unaware of anything else until a lick of cool wind curled around my ankles and a familiar voice jolted me from Abe's arms. Well, well, well. Who'd have fucking guessed? Judah. I lurched out of Abe's hold and spun to find Judah standing just inside the entrance area. Disbelief and simmering anger carved deep into his beautiful face. Fuck. Judah, Abe? Judah ignored me and focused on Abe, who stood motionless at my side. I tried again. Judah! Abe put a hand on my arm and shot me a tight smile. It's okay. He took a deep breath and faced his friend. Something you need, Judah? I thought you were at John's. Judah huffed. John was called out to a burglary. He looked at us. It appears you've been keeping secrets. Irritation flashed in Abe's eyes. You know, Judah, in respect to our friendship, I'm going to let that one go. But that's the last free ride you get, because in case it slipped your mind, this is none of your business. What I do, what Kane does, or what we do together is none of your business. Oh, shit. Judah's eyes blew wide. None, Abe repeated. Got it? Judah glared. Well, in case it slipped your mind, this is my studio, and anything that happens in it is my business. Abe shook his head and his hand wrapped around mine. Shocked, I went to pull it free, but he held tight and Judah's scowl deepened. Come on, Judah. I expected more of you than this. I'm an adult, a lot older than you, and I'll kiss any damn man I want to. I don't need your approval, and I certainly don't appreciate your judgment. So you can back the fuck off. Right now. Judah paled and his attention flicked to me. So, you're gay now? He strode toward me and Abe stepped between us, putting a hand on Judah's chest. That's enough, Abe warned in a tone I hadn't heard him use before. I put my hand on his lower back to settle him down, and he leaned back into it. Judah's eyes glistened with moisture. Get your hands off me, friend. Abe didn't move. Step back, and I will. Judah's jaw worked, but he finally stepped back, those bright hazel eyes flashing with anger and something that looked a lot like hurt. And all because of me. Again. I expected more of you too, Abe, Judah said in a hoarse voice. I don't know what's going on here, but you're my friend. And you know what he was a kid. Jude, shut up! Both of you! I dropped Abe's hand and stepped around his body, glaring at both of them. I'm still fucking here, you know, and I don't need you to protect me. I shot Abe a pointed look. He blanched and stepped away, and I instantly regretted my words. He didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. I touched his arm. He shook his head. No, I'm sorry. Of course you don't need me to protect you. Judah shook his head in disbelief. Holy fuck! This is really happening between you two, isn't it? His lip curled and a cold anger coiled in my belly at the sight. And suddenly, I was done. I shot him a glare. Yes, it is. Judah blinked. And you know what, Judah? I was a total asshole bully to you when we were at school, and I deserve every bit of contempt you want to throw my way for as long as you want to throw it. I can't change what happened no matter what I do. But Abe's right. I was a stupid kid. I was 16, and I'm not that person anymore. So yes, I'm gay, and I knew I was gay back then. Judah's eyes widened, which only makes me more of an asshole for taking my frustration out on you. So there's some more fuel for your fire. I can't change how you feel about me, and I understand why you do. And I'd apologise to you until the day I die for what I did. I huffed. If you ever let me speak to you, that is. Judah frowned and looked about to say something, but I wasn't done. It was now or never. I'm not looking for forgiveness, but Jesus, Judah, I am trying to do my life differently. I've been trying since that day I kicked you. For 14 years. I'd planned to tell Leroy that I was gay this weekend and just deal with the fallout. I thought I could work for your brother and keep my head down and keep out of your way. And I thought it was working. I thought that maybe things were getting a little easier between us. But nothing has changed, has it? You've got me in a box with the lid on, and I'm never getting out. You put yourself in that box after what you did, Judah said flatly, but it lacked heat. I won't be made to feel sorry for you. You're right. I did put myself there, and I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I don't need that. I drew a shaky breath and Abe's warm arm slid around my waist in silent support. I leaned into his touch and drew what strength I could. But regardless of what you think, I deserve a life. I deserve some happiness, just like you, just like everyone else. But it was stupid of me to try for any of that here, in Painted Bay, where the past is too close for all of us. And for that I apologise. But I won't apologise for being in the closet. I don't owe you any explanations, Judah. And I won't apologise for finding a little bit of happiness with an amazing man. You don't get to take that from me just because you're pissed about it. Not that it matters now. Whatever it was, it's done now. What? Abe turned and grabbed my shoulders. Kane, no. This doesn't have to change anything. He doesn't get to decide about us. He doesn't get a vote. Don't do this. I cupped his cheek. You're wrong. It changes everything. Judah's your friend. The kids need you. And you'll be gone soon. I can't be the reason this good thing you're both doing falls apart. You and I were never going anywhere. We both know that. Let it go. We'll talk tomorrow. Abe shook his head in disbelief, his eyes wide in anger. Whether at Judah or me, I didn't know. but I couldn't let it change my mind. So I pushed it aside. It didn't matter what I wanted. Abe wasn't here for me. He was here for Judah and those kids. Judah's gaze flicked between us, his expression unreadable. I stepped forward. I'm so sorry for what I did to you, Judah. It was cruel and unnecessary, and I know you still feel it. If I'd had any backbone at the time, it would never have happened. Jesus, Cain, it wasn't that simple. Abe's hand reached for mine, but I shook him off, trying to ignore the sting of hurt in his eyes. I can't undo what happened, but I can stop being a daily reminder of it for you. I'll finish out next week with Leroy. Then I'll leave you to get on with your life. Abe spun to Judah with fury written on his face. For fuck's sake, Judah! But Judah said nothing, or he didn't know what to say, whichever. It didn't matter. I grabbed my jacket, shoved my feet in my shoes, and made a beeline for the door, choking back a wave of emotion. I was done bearing my soul for other people. It hurt too fucking much. Cain, wait! Abe followed me to the door, but I turned and stopped him from passing through. Abe, please. Tomorrow, yeah? I can't. I bit back the flood of emotion threatening to break my resolve, the desperate urge to lose myself in the safety of his arms. Tomorrow. I didn't think his frown could get any deeper, but eventually he nodded. Okay, tomorrow. I'll text when I'm on my way back. Just to check in. Okay. I touched my lips to his, and then turned and headed up the hill without daring to look back. Abe. I watched Cain disappear into the night and then closed the studio door with a bang, leaning my head against it while I tried to calm down. But when I turned, Judah was still standing there where I'd left him, a cold, flat expression in place. My blood boiled. Whatever you're about to say, don't. His eyes carried a warning that I was in no mood to pay attention to. You don't get off that easy. I stalked across to where he stood. Cain didn't deserve that. I didn't deserve that. How do you know what he deserves? Judah's eyes flashed. You weren't there when he shoved me down and kicked me that day. You weren't there for the name-calling and the shaming and all the other shit that went down. You don't know anything about what he does or doesn't deserve. And now he's suddenly gay? What the fuck, Abe? And as for you, don't you fucking dare, I warned, getting up in his face. I have almost 20 years on your ass. I don't answer to you and I never will. And those 20 years have taught me a few things, first and foremost being that people can change. I've changed. You've changed. You're not the mouthy little shit you were the first time I choreographed a piece for your company. The aspiring principal who thought he knew everything and would argue black was white just to hear the sound of his own voice. Judah's mouth quirked at the corner. I wasn't that bad. You fucking were. But once I heard your story, I understood. You needed that arrogance and unshakable self-belief to get you where you were, to fuel that fight for the top. Which brings me to the second thing my advanced years have taught me. There are reasons why people do what they do. It doesn't excuse appalling behaviour like what happened to you. Not that Cain's ever asked for that, right? A flush spread up Judah's neck. That means nothing, I huffed. Doesn't it? Are you sure about that? Believe me, I get why you feel like you do. It was a shitty thing to live through. And if you want to hold on to your righteous anger, you're absolutely entitled to do that because you were right. I wasn't there. Damn right. Judah's eyes filled. And I wanted to just fucking hug him, but I had things to say first. But the Cain I met, the Cain I've come to know and really like, is so far removed from that teenage boy you describe, I can barely get my head around it. You must have seen that. You're too perceptive not to. But I know you've never talked to him about it, never once asked him. Trust me when I say that Cain has been nothing but brutally honest about what happened and his shame about it. Judah snorted. Shame. It's a pity he didn't feel any of that at the time. Those assholes made my teenage years a fucking nightmare. I spent every day looking over my shoulder, wondering when the next taunt, shove, or slur was going to come from. You have no idea. But I do. I didn't get it as bad as you. But I grew up as a gay dancer too, remember? I reminded him. And here's a question for you. Was Kane part of all that happened? Judah faltered, and I could tell he wanted to lie to put me in my place. To his credit, he didn't. No, not much of it, to be honest. He was mostly on the sidelines until that day. But he was with them, watching, listening, doing nothing to stop it. Was he? Was he really with them? Judah chewed his lip and his gaze danced away. Well, he was there. He knew what they did. He gave a broken sigh. All the kids knew. It wasn't a big school. Making fun of the gay kid kept the bullies off everyone else's back. What happened after that day he kicked you? Judah scowled. I know what you're doing. But the fact Kane backed off after that doesn't excuse what he did. I pissed blood for a week, Abe. Of course it doesn't excuse it. I gave a frustrated sigh. The man was stubborn as hell. But from what I've heard, he hasn't once tried to shift responsibility from himself either. Judah said nothing. These were his demons, and I had no right to tell him how to feel. He had to decide that for himself. But I could give him a nudge. Has it ever occurred to you what it must have taken for him to come here like he did? Living in his car, desperate for work, but knowing how you and Leroy felt about him and what he'd done. Cap in hand to the last person and place he'd want to be, the humiliation of that. And yet he's done his job and done it well, from what Leroy says. He's quiet, trustworthy, goes the extra mile, keeps to himself. But you've made sure to remind him every day of what he did, keeping him on the fringes, always looking in from the outside, never really part of the group, keeping him exactly where you were for all those years. Fuck off! Judah's eyes flashed with anger. You don't know me as well as you think. Maybe not. And I'm done here anyway. But you better find a way to explain to Leroy why his employee is leaving. I sat on the bench and pulled on my socks and shoes. Judah hovered in front of me. You think he's really going to leave? I looked up at him. What do you think? Would you stay? And I'll tell you something. I'm going to miss him. Judah's gaze narrowed. So, he really is gay? I rolled my eyes. No, I'm fooling around with a straight guy. Really, Judah? If you want to know, talk to Kane. And while you're on it, you know damn well why we kept things quiet. Because based on tonight, why the fuck would Kane ever risk coming out to you? Yes, he was going to tell Leroy, and how fucking brave is that? But you... Jesus, I doubt even I'd have had the courage to do that. And between two gay men, that's just plain fucking sad. I snatched my jacket from the bench and headed for the door, jolting at the sight of Morgan leaning on the wall by the coat rack. He nodded sadly as I passed, patting me on the shoulder, which told me all I needed to know about just how much he'd heard. Pretty much all of it. The wind caught the door as I left, slamming it shut, and I headed up the hill, wondering if my friendship with Judah was strong enough to survive this, or if I'd even have a job tomorrow, unpaid or not. As I walked, I pulled out my phone and sent a text to Kane. Please don't decide anything until we talk. I don't regret a thing. I didn't get a reply. Chapter 19. Kane. I barely made it up the stairs and into the bathroom before losing the contents of my stomach down the toilet, and then again and once more, just because. Empty, but still dry-heaving, I slid to the floor with my arms wrapped around the bowl, the strain as good an excuse as any for the tears coursing down my face. How long I sat there I'd no idea. Long enough to check an incoming text from my father, who'd clearly heard from his solicitor. You cock-sucking piece of shit! I'm not selling and you're not getting a penny from this farm. Your mother would be ashamed of you. You're not throwing me off what's rightfully mine, what she and I worked hard for. You better be careful what you start. Someone's going to finish it. I'd ignored the implied threat, I'd had way too many of those over the years, and replied, "I don't care what you do with the farm, but I'm taking my share. Buy me out or sell up. It's up to you. And calling me names isn't winning you any favours, just so you know." He didn't text back. And I sagged against the bathroom wall and wondered just how ashamed my mother would be. I'd only known her from the perspective of a child. I was fucking guessing. Flying by the seat of my pants, hoping to hell that she'd left it to me so I could do exactly what it was. Get out once I'd grown enough to know what I wanted and make a life for myself and my sister. It was the best I could do. Then Abe's text arrived, and with it more unwanted tears. I didn't reply, not sure quite what to say. And finally, convinced I'd nothing more left in my stomach, I took my pills, chasing them with a swallow of milk to calm the bile that was still churning. And then, without bothering to undress, I crawled into bed, pulled the covers over my head and tried to sleep. Fail. By morning I looked just as bad as I felt after a tangled night of regret and self-recrimination. Not about Abe and me together, or what I'd said to Judah. I did have a right to a life, and to some happiness, as squeaky new as those feelings were. But I regretted landing Abe in trouble with his friend. And if my not being out had cost Abe and Judah their friendship, I'd regret that forever. 14 years on, and I was still making fuck-awful decisions about my life. I should have come out to Leroy, maybe even Judah, before I'd contemplated anything with Abe. Abe. I blinked back the wall of emotion and opened the bathroom window to clear the steam. The blast of cool air, ripe with the tang of salt and seaweed, did a good job of waking me up, and I breathed deeply before hanging my head outside. Another calm winter's morning cradled the bay, the fading sunrise throwing a subtle wash of pink over the teal-green sea, a few ripples riding the swell to rush across the sand. I was going to miss this place. The ache was sudden and surprising. I'd missed Leroy and Fox and Patrick, and even the mussel farm. Hardly my first choice for a job, but it had been unexpectedly fun, and I'd rediscovered a happier me, a me I'd almost forgotten. I'd missed Judah too. We might not have been friends or even friendly, but his energy, grace and force of will were stamped on this town, and on my heart. My life and his were inextricably linked, whether we liked it or not. My gaze swept Painted Bay, the stain of pink over the ocean already fading in the light. I'd miss this place, this view, this tiny bedsit, a refuge when I needed it most. I'd miss its secret deck, a safe corner of the world to watch the rolling tides and risk a dream or two. And it suddenly struck me how much I'd changed. I wasn't the man who'd moved in here 6 months before, and I wasn't the man I'd been only weeks before either. The Maddens had changed me. Painted Bay had changed me. Abe had changed me. I'd spent months stuck in a mental loop with blinkers on, feeling trapped, marking time, planning for a life beyond this tiny fucking town. A place where I could come out and be myself, holding off living for some make-believe future when things would finally be okay. And now that I was leaving, I was shocked to find an unexpected gaping hole in my heart, with a half-moon shape that looked remarkably like Painted Bay. Abe's voice rang in my ear from that first night we danced together, his guidance achingly on point. The tango is about passion. Stop watching your feet. Stop trying so hard to get the steps right and just feel the music. Lift your head, step out bravely and trust. You'll make mistakes. It's not about perfection. It's about connection. I just hadn't expected his words to be about more than the dance. My gaze jerked to the right as a loud quarrel ignited in the group of seagulls, perched on the ridgeline of Judah and Morgan's boatshed. I pictured Judah swearing at them from their bed directly underneath, and almost smiled until I remembered. I suspected they'd slept no better than me. I sighed and turned my back on the crisp blue sky. Bossy followed, ever hopeful for a cuddle down my jersey, while Tank sat staring at his food bowl, willing for a miracle. A half kilo down in weight after 2 weeks, Tank's energy level had definitely seen an upswing, something that pleased Bossy no end. I gave him a passing stroke. Never going to happen, but you do you. When I reached the kitchen, I paused and took a moment to scan the cosy space that had come to mean so much to me. The first real space of my own, a safe space, and more recently a space that had known dance and laughter and tenderness I'd only dreamed about. I smiled at the mismatched rugs and furniture, the generic seascapes on the wall, the faded curtains, the persistent cool draft that defied all attempts to determine its source, and the endless piles of books that sat like cans on the floor. One by one, they'd miraculously materialised on my front doorstep over the months, from Cora and Martha, Terry, and even Jam, a balm to my soul, an escape, just as they'd always been. Jesus Christ. I shook my head. I really was losing my shit. This was way too fucking maudlin. Enough! I switched on the coffee maker and stripped my bed for a load of laundry, taking a few minutes to play with Bossy and Tank, who decided the remaking of the bed was an opportunity for a game. I'd have to pull the plug on Tank's spa holiday a week early, which set me thinking about Bossy and another round of self-recrimination. Maybe Leroy would take him for a bit until I got settled somewhere. With the bed made, I poured a coffee and grabbed a pen and paper to start my to-do list. I'd barely got past the first item when a quiet knock on my front door sent my heart into my throat. Shit. I was nowhere ready for that conversation with Abe I knew was coming. But maybe it was best to get it over with. I wiped my palms down the front of my jeans and took a deep breath, blowing it out slowly. You can do this. I swung the door open and he turned from staring at the view across the bay. My stomach lurched. Judah, not Abe. We stared at each other in silence, his normally bright hazel eyes dull with exhaustion, his mouth a thin, tight line. He smelled freshly showered but was unshaved, and about as uncomfortable and uncertain as I'd ever seen him. Can I come in? Judah's gaze darted over my shoulder. I can come back if you're not. I'm alone. I stepped back and waved him inside, my heart pounding in my chest, a tight knot of worry growing tighter by the second. I wasn't sure I was up for another round, if that's what Judah had in mind. He passed in front of me, looking around the small space with obvious interest. I haven't been up here in years, he said, walking to the window that overlooked the driveway and the front door of the homestead. He stared out for a moment, then turned back around to face me. You've got it looking nice. I blinked slowly. What the hell? Had I missed the tear in the space-time continuum? That was the only explanation for the weirdness of the moment. Small talk, Judah? Really? He flushed and I took another mental step back into the rabbit hole. Then Bossy, seeing the opportunity for some attention, curled around Judah's ankles, and Judah immediately dropped to his knees, breaking the tension. Hey there, little man. How you doing? Judah on his knees, stroking my cat and my bedsit, which he apparently thought was nice. I wasn't even going to try to get my head around it. I threw up my hands and wandered into the kitchen. I've just made coffee. Do you want one? He looked up. Thanks. Morgan has me on a caffeine limit, but I get to cheat when he's not around. I made him a coffee, in silence, while he wandered the room, obviously curious but asking nothing. Have a seat. I handed him his mug and sat in one of the armchairs. Thanks. He took a seat on the couch opposite me and wrapped his hand around the mug, taking a sip before frowning into the brew. Wow, not bad. I shrugged. Leroy and Fox gave me their old machine. Oh, he looked surprised. That's good. He took another sip and the silence grew thick between us. I let it. Whatever this was about, it was Judah's show. One more mouthful and then Judah put his cup down on the coffee table and sat back, running his palms down his thighs. Appearing around the end of the couch, Tank took it as an open invitation and immediately jumped into Judah's lap, settling himself into a ball like he was there for the day. A smile broke across Judah's face, and he stroked the cat from ear to tail. You must be Tank. Leroy's told me all about you. I was surprised Leroy had even mentioned the cat, but I was too busy puzzling over this new and disconcerting version of Judah currently sitting on my couch. Is there something I can do for you, Judah? He finally looked up. I thought maybe we could talk, if you want to. Judah held my gaze, but it was hard to read his expression. It's long overdue, and I know that's entirely down to me. You've tried, but I haven't, he sighed. I guess I haven't been ready. I'm not sure I am now, to be honest. But I'm here. I let out a slow breath. Will you listen? He thought about that for a second, then nodded. Yes. I frowned. Is this Morgan's doing because I don't want you here if... No, Judah interrupted. Then Winston rolled his eyes. Well, maybe a little bit. It's like living with the bloody Dalai Lama or the United Nations all rolled into one. I snorted. The words, it's not all about you, might have crossed his lips once or twice, along with overly dramatic. Me? His lips twitched. I managed a smile for the sake of bridge building. Yeah, shocker, Mr. Understated, right? Judah's mouth dropped open and he studied me for a moment, giving me pause. Too far? Then he threw back his head and barked at a laugh that startled me and lit up the entire room. I know, right? He shook his head and kept on laughing. It was kind of miraculous. And at first, I could only stare. But after a bit, I felt myself pulled under that spell I'd watched Judah weave over so many others, which I'd never been privy to, and found myself laughing with him. It was a Judah I'd seen and knew about, the happy, sassy man, so different from the Judah presented to me through scowls and barely restrained anger. The laugh completely transformed him. Fuck me. He calmed and regarded me with a curious half-smile, like he was seeing me for the first time. Then he sighed and turned serious. I braced myself, but his voice, when it came, had none of the cutting edges of the night before. It's hard for me to put aside those old feelings, you know, he began, staring at his hand stroking the fur of Tang's back before looking back up at me. It's hard to get perspective. I hated my school years, all of them. And I'm still so fucking angry about it. The only good thing in my life back then was dance. This town was a small-minded prison, and school sucked for a lot of reasons, but mostly because guys like you made my life miserable. The only safe space I had was at home or on the dance floor. Pain flashed in his eyes, and my heart squeezed, knowing I'd been responsible for some of it. It also struck me that, in some ways, Judah and I had been mirror images of each other back then. His safe space at home, mine anywhere but there. I couldn't wait to get out of here, he continued. And then when I came back, it was almost impossible for me to see you as anything different from who you were back then. Maybe because I never saw you in between. You now and you back then are bookended together without any break, without any chance to change. Oh, God, we were really doing this. We were finally talking. I get that. He snorted. Morgan says that anger is like this warm, reassuring blanket that's hard to give up because it's safe and seems easy. To change means you have to make an effort, and that's true. Fuck knows it's been like that with me and Leroy, and I'm sure he feels the same. I was a diva as a kid, and I did take up a lot of my parents' attention, not to shut him out, but because I didn't really have anyone else. I didn't even see Leroy, you know? Not really. We had nothing in common and 4 years between us. I didn't see his pain and he didn't understand mine either. Judah sighed and reached for his coffee, taking another swallow before sinking back into the couch. I want to understand why you did what you did to me. Especially since you knew you were gay, and fuck me, I'm still getting my head around that little gem. I mean, hell, Kane. I could have done with actually knowing about you back then, knowing I wasn't the only fucking queer for miles. He gave a weak grin. He stared at me, lost somewhere in his past, eyes glistening, and I recognized the loneliness I saw. I knew that place intimately, knew it to my bones. Judah drew a shaky breath. And in case you're wondering, Abe has told me zip about you. But he did ask some questions that got me thinking. Back then, you were never the one I was worried about in that little group of fuckers.
I always saw you as a tag-along. I never saw it coming, not from you. And then afterward you kind of disappeared. I hardly saw you around school at all and never back with them. I guess I want to know why."
I sighed and swallowed the dregs of my coffee, taking my time to slide the empty cup onto the coffee table before answering. "Okay." I looked into his earnest eyes and took a steadying breath. "But to be clear, my decision about not coming out back then isn't up for discussion." He nodded. "Fair enough." And so I told him everything. I told him about losing my mother, about my father's abuse, about realizing I was gay and knowing I could never tell my family, about the beatings and the homophobia and the ripping apart of my family, about what happened that day, why I snapped, how terrified I was that the other boys would talk and my father would find out and think there was something between Judah and me, and how ashamed I was after, how my father hated Judah but how I actually admired him. An admission that came as a shock to Judah. I told him about the farm and university, and about my first real taste of men, and how giddy that revelation had made me. He'd smiled at that, although the smile slipped when I reminded him I was still in the closet and it wasn't exactly the romantic experience I'd hoped for. I told him about the land and my mother's will, my sister and the kittens, and why I'd finally left the farm earlier that year. And lastly, I told him about his mother finding me in my car, and the relief of landing a job and a place to stay. I spoke for nearly an hour. Judah threw a question into the mix now and then, but mostly he just listened and passed the box of Kleenex when it all became too much, after taking one for himself, which had pretty much thrown me. And when I was done talking, I slumped in my chair and stared at my feet, exhausted but oddly calm at the same time, having finally told my story to the man who needed to hear it the most, the man I'd hurt so much. At first Judah said nothing, although his gaze burned hot on my face. I couldn't meet it, too scared of what I might find there. Rejection, more cold anger, disgust, or maybe even some kind of twisted satisfaction in my pain. "I get it," he said finally. So quietly I almost had to ask him to repeat it. "It doesn't excuse what you did. Hell, I could have been down a kidney, but I guess it explains it as much as it can. To be honest, I feel a bit better knowing I hadn't read you wrong at the start." I finally looked up to find soft eyes watching me, and I blinked. I'd seen that look before, but always directed at Morgan or Leroy or any of Judah's family or friends. Never at me. "And your father's a fucking asshole. Goes without saying," he grunted. "Growing up with that breathing down your neck is something I can't even begin to imagine. And I'm really sorry that happened to you. I'm not sure I would have survived in your place." The admission surprised me. "But you were always so strong, so ballsy even as a kid. It was something I admired about you. I wanted to be you, to have that fuck the world attitude." Judah snorted. "Trust me, you wouldn't have wanted that. Not really. Besides, I could afford to be like that because Mum and Dad always had my back. You had no one, and I think that sucked more." He paused. "But on another topic, you almost kissed me, huh?" His lips curled up in a shit-eating grin. I threw a cushion at him and he ducked, laughing. "Back then you were the only fucking gay guy I knew." I shook my head. "Hell, I'd have kissed old Mike the janitor if he was gay and had fallen into my arms." Judah's whole face screwed up. "Ew, he smelled like turpentine and 3-day-old fish." "Exactly." Judah laughed and then blew a slow breath and started picking at the hem of his sweater. "And you and Abe?" I sighed. "We just clicked." I couldn't hide my smile. It wasn't planned. In fact, it was the last thing I was looking for, as you can probably imagine. He just seemed to want to get to know me. Me. I patted my chest and Judah's gaze followed. Like he couldn't see the fit between what he'd been told by Leroy and who I was now. "Ed, you have no idea what that meant to me. It was so fucking refreshing. When I'm with Abe, I feel seen for who I am without all the fucking baggage that I carry around in this town. And with your family." I threw up a hand. "I know there's good reason for the baggage, but it's still hard." Judah let out a breath as he stared at me, long and hard. I squirmed under his gaze, but it didn't relent. Like he was looking for something. Finally, he arched a brow. It probably helps that he's hot as all fuck, right? I rolled my eyes and grinned like a ridiculous person. It's a consideration. He snorted. Fucking silver foxes. What is it with us men? All the dancers had a crush on him, men and women, even me. Really? I chuckled. The first time I saw him dancing in the studio with his shirt off, I just about swallowed my fucking tongue. Judah laughed. Yep, been there. He's pretty ripped for an old dude. For any dude, I corrected, and Judah laughed. And let's just say it had been a while since I'd let myself look at anyone. He thought on that for a minute, still not taking his eyes off me. Is it serious between you two? And before you say anything, I know it's none of my business, so feel free to tell me to fuck off. It's fine. I mean, we've only known each other just over 2 weeks. How serious could it possibly be? Don't even go there. Besides, his job is based overseas, whereas I've no fucking clue what I'm even doing with my life, so... No. I really like him, Judah, but that kind of talk is just looking for heartache. Christ, I'm not even fucking out. Judah snorted. Yeah, well, good luck with that. Leroy has a nose like a bloodhound for my bullshit, as does Patrick, and I can't lie to save myself. Morgan will know I've had this coffee just by the look on my face. And you were already going to tell Leroy, right? God knows how my mother kept it a secret, and I suppose that means Martha must know as well. Just how long do you think till it leaks to the grapevine in Painted Bay? I remembered the sizzling kiss Abe planted on me in full view of my father, and a smile crept over my face. Well, I guess I'm out then. But I'll make sure to revisit the whole thing with Cora and Martha, so they know it's not a secret anymore. Judah leaned across and held out his hand. Congratulations. We shook, and I suddenly needed to be out from under that shrewd gaze. Another coffee? I collected our mugs and walked them to the kitchen. Sure. Can I use your bathroom? Go ahead. I set the coffee machine going and stared at it like it held the answers to my problems. Talk about a bombshell morning. Judah wandered out from the bathroom, crossed to the kitchen and sent me a wary look. You're positive? Fuck. My gaze shot to his, a sudden chill sweeping through me. He held up his hands. I wasn't snooping. Your meds were just sitting on the vanity. I lived with a couple of guys on the same stuff when I was dancing and recognized it straight away. It was clearly one of those days. Jesus, Judah. Were you missing when they were doling out discretion? He laughed. What can I say? You're growing on me, Kane. I huffed. I was diagnosed in university. I did warn you my experiences were, let's just say, not what you'd want for yourself. But my viral load is undetectable. He looked relieved. I'm sorry. Nothing for you to be sorry for, and Abe knows. I didn't have to tell him, but Abe was Judah's friend. I shoved his coffee toward him and we returned to our seats. Don't leave. His words caught me mid-swallow and I almost choked. Our eyes met over our coffee cups and I saw all I needed to in Judah's expression. Okay. I'll stay. And that was that. We talked for another hour until Judah eventually had to respond to an increasingly urgent slew of texts from a worried Morgan. When I switched my own phone from silent, I met a similar number from Abe. I told Judah to get Morgan up to the bedsit while I got a surprised Abe on the phone and asked him to bring Leroy and Fox. You sure you're ready for this? Judah reached over a hand to squeeze mine, and that rabbit hole took another dive. The sooner the better. Get it over with. You realize that once the news hits Terry, the rest will be history. That hardware store is gossip central. As I said, I'm all in. The words came out a lot calmer than I felt. You don't have to tell them everything. You know that. He didn't need to explain. But when I thought about the home they'd given me, the security, the job, and the friendship, I nodded. It might be the Cliff Notes version, but yes, they deserve to know. And as for the HIV, I'd like Leroy to be aware in case I get injured again. Judah squeezed my hand once again, and then he lifted Tank back onto his lap. As we waited for the others to arrive, we chatted about all the animals and Judah's excitement at his impending visit with a service dog who might meet his needs. He talked animatedly about how this meeting had the potential to change his life. And for the first time in a long while, I didn't feel alone in this tight circle of men. Instead, I felt the warm thread of belonging to something more. Chapter 20. Abe. We sat in a tight circle, and the minute Kane finished his story, Leroy turned to Fox with a smug grin and clicked his fingers under Fox's nose. "Pay up, loser." "Damn it." Fox dug into his wallet and pulled out a $20 note, slapping it into Leroy's open palm. Leroy snapped it between both sets of fingers and then tucked it into his shirt pocket. "Oh, hell no!" Judah growled at Leroy. "There's no fucking way you knew he was gay." Leroy waggled his eyebrows. "Open your eyes, little brother. I didn't pick up a dicky bird from Kane. I got everything I needed to know from the way Abe looked at him." Kane chuckled, and I shot him a glare from my position on the floor next to his chair. "Oh, that's so sweet." I rolled my eyes. "For fuck's sake." I turned back to the room. "That is so not true. I don't look at him any particular way, at least not in public." "Sorry." Leroy spread his hands wide. "What can I say? Dancing lessons every night?" He made quotation marks with his fingers. "Creeping back into the house after midnight? Going sightseeing? Sticking up for him, the list goes on. And if anyone knows about closeted crushes, I'm the fucking master, right, babe?" He turned and kissed his boyfriend on the cheek. Fox sent me a look that said, "Don't bother arguing," and Leroy continued. "Kane might have been a closed book, but you, my friend, may as well have had 'He's with me' tattooed on your damn forehead every time you were together." "He's with me?" I was too shocked to reply. But there was a spread of warm longing in my chest that was harder to ignore. 2 weeks. It's only been 2 weeks. "Bullshit," Fox grumbled, startling Bossy awake from his position sprawled over Fox's thighs. "You got lucky is all." "Excuse me, still here." Kane held up his hand and turned to Leroy. "I'm sorry about not mentioning the HIV thing. I should have said something working on the boat and all, especially after the accident." Leroy held up his hand. "You're legally under no obligation to tell me or any employee, you know that. But thanks for trusting me. Are you... is it... fuck." He sent a pleading look to Fox. "What the hell am I asking? I suck at this." Kane grinned. "I think the word you're looking for is undetectable, and yes, I am. It's a bit hard to keep weight on, but that's the drugs, not the HIV. "Yeah, you're a skinny little fucker." The comment earned Leroy another elbow from his boyfriend, and he scowled. "What did I say?" Fox rolled his eyes and slipped an arm around Leroy's shoulder, pulling him close, which made everyone laugh, and left Leroy scanning the room with confusion written on his face. "No, really, what did I say?" "Do you think your dad is going to cause trouble?" Morgan redirected the conversation, and Kane's smile slipped. "Maybe you should tell them," I said softly. "It's their property, Kane." "Tell us what?" Leroy looked between the two of us. Kane sighed and then explained about his father leaving the birthday card and contracts in his bedsit while Kane was out and the implied threat to Bossy. "Why the cat?" Judah asked. Kane sighed and reached to give Bossy a stroke. "All the kittens I had when I came here belonged to my cat from the farm, Possum. When I was at uni, Dad booted Possum out of the house and she turned feral. She lives in the barn mostly. She had the litter in the new year, and the next thing I knew, Dad had them bagged in a sack and was taking them to the river. He said if I wasn't going to run the farm, he wasn't interested in looking after my useless animals." Leroy gaped. "Fucking hell. So you left for a litter of kittens?" "Yeah, I guess. Sounds stupid when you say it like that, but I guess it was the last straw." Then he read the text he'd received the night before, which I knew nothing about, regarding not selling the farm and that Kane had better watch what he started. Fucking hell. The colour drained from Leroy's face. "Why didn't you say something?" "Because I'd have to tell you why. And that would have led to, well, everything." I slipped my hand around his and he gripped it fiercely. Leroy's jaws set. "First off, we're changing that old lock today, and we're getting a camera on your front door and one on ours as well. That'll catch anyone coming up the driveway." Kane shook his head. You don't have to do... I do. Leroy glanced to Fox. We do. Fox nodded, lifted Bossy off his lap. Then he stood and held out his hand for Leroy to grab. We'll go to that big hardware store by the northern turnoff. It's open on a Sunday, and they have some basic cameras we can work with an app. They're going up before I leave on that fishing boat. No arguments. He fired a pointed look at Leroy, who nodded. And I'm going to put a couple more around the wharf and the studio and the parking lot. We've only got the one on the office. We've been slack. I'll tag along, Morgan offered, also getting to his feet. We'll put one up in the boat shed as well. I've been meaning to after what happened last year. You're right, Fox. That's not good enough. He turned to Judah. You coming? Judah glanced at me, then shook his head. I'll fall you down in a bit. Morgan nodded and turned to Fox. Pick me up from the boathouse in 15. The three men blew out the door in a cloud of determination, and just like that, it was down to Judah, Kane, and me. It was the first time I'd really had a chance to study Judah. I'd been so concerned for Kane once I'd understood what he was going to do. Judah looked exhausted, but also oddly buoyant, much like Kane. 2 peas in a tricky pod. I want to apologise for last night. Judah's gaze flicked between us. Not for what I was feeling, but for not listening, for not reaching out to ask the questions. In some ways I think I knew that if I asked, I'd hear something that would make me rethink. He glanced at Kane. And I did. So I'm calling enough. I'd like to try and redo this thing between us. A fair game. Kane's hand shook in mine, and I watched him fight a tide of emotion, but eventually he got the words out. I'm game. I'd like that too. Judah sighed. You might need to be patient with me, because I'm bound to fuck up, although I'm sure everyone will remind me whenever that happens. He rolled his eyes. But I'm tired of carrying this, Kane. We're both tired. Kane's shoulders caved, like he couldn't hold himself up any longer. We are. And I am sorry. Judah smiled softly. I know you are. An understanding passed between them that made my heart squeeze. Then Judah turned to me. Thanks for what you said last night. I know it wasn't easy for you to say, and it certainly wasn't easy for me to hear. But I needed it. Are we good? I nodded. We're good. I pushed off the floor and sat on the arm of Kane's chair, pulling him close and kissing his hair. You okay, baby? He sighed and slipped his arms around my waist. I will be. Judah's brow notched. Jeez, you two don't make things easy on yourselves, do you? The heart wants what it wants, I guess. But since you've been getting dancing lessons from the expert, Kane, I'm thinking you should join our exhibition group. It was a barely disguised peace offering, and Kane recognised it as well. I'd love to, if it's okay with Abe. I lifted his knuckles to my lips, aware of Judah watching us closely. It would be my absolute pleasure. Judah groaned and shook his head. Fuck me. It was bad enough dealing with my mother and Martha, then Leroy's bisexual bomb and him and Fox all over each other like horny limpets. And now I have to cope with you two dripping saccharin all over the damn place. What the fuck is up with this town? I'm beginning to have fond memories of when I was the only rainbow around, and that's saying something. He pushed up from the couch and wiped his palms down the front of his jeans. I'm leaving before I have to bleach my eyeballs, but fair warning. Best you're done with whatever it is you're about to do before that lot arrive back from their quest, or you'll be in for a world of pain. I got to my feet and pulled him in for a bear hug. Thank you. Yeah. He tried to wriggle free, but I held on until he finally gave in and relaxed against me. Only then did I let him go. He stepped back and whacked me on the arm. Asshole. Then he smiled and held his arms open to Kane. You, I want to hug. Kane's eyes filled, and as the two men wrapped their arms around each other, I nearly fucking sobbed. The hug went on much longer than I'm sure either of them planned, and even when they separated, Judah kept his hands on Kane's shoulders. The next Sunday lunch at the homestead. Judah's gaze fixed on Kane's. I'd like you to come. Kane stared, then nodded, and I could tell he was close to overwhelmed. Come on, I'll walk you out. I put an arm around Judah's shoulder and steered him to the door and down the stairs.
When I got back, Kane was standing at the window watching Judah head down the drive. I sidled up behind him, sliding my arms around his waist and resting my chin over his shoulder. Hey, you. How are you feeling? He leaned back against me. I don't think I... Fuck. He turned in my arms, eyes brimming. I don't know how the hell I feel. So much has happened in a couple of days. He touched my face, running his fingers over my lips. Beginning with yesterday and you, for a start. He leaned in and kissed me. And then last night and today. So many years I'd hoped to hear those words, you know? Not forgiveness, just understanding. And now I've heard it. I have no idea what to do with it. I cupped his face. You don't have to do anything with it. It'll sink in its own time. He shook his head. This morning I woke thinking I was leaving this place, and ironically, how much I'd miss it. Then 2 hours later, I'm talking with Judah. He's fucking hugging me. Fox and Morgan and Leroy are buying locks for my front door, and I'm out. I'm fucking out. He buried his face against my chest. I'm out, Abe. I'm finally out. I wrapped a hand around the back of his neck, his hair falling like a river of silk through my fingers. The other slipped around his waist, holding him close as he shook against me. I peppered his hair with kisses and words of reassurance and comfort, and who the hell knew what. A lot more than was prudent. A lot more than I should have. A lot more than a couple of weeks warranted, for sure. And yet none of it was enough. Not nearly enough. He's with me. I let Leroy's words sit where they belonged, and stopped fighting them because, God help me, I wanted that. It wasn't love, not yet. But I thought it could get there. At my age, I'd skirted close a few times, but nothing like this. I'd figured maybe it wasn't in the stars for me. Not that I'd been worried. Love meant compromise and a wrinkle in my career. I wasn't ready for that. At least, I hadn't been. He's with me. What the fuck was I going to do? I pressed my lips to Kane's hair again and again and rephrased the question in my head. What the fuck were we going to do? Kane tilted his head back and stared at me with wet eyes. Take me to bed, Abe. I want you to fuck me. My heart jolted in my chest. Are you sure? He kissed me softly. 100%. Then he hesitated, and a frown creased his brow. Are you? I returned his kiss a lot more thoroughly, diving into the sweet taste of him, savouring what I thought I'd lost the night before. Are you kidding me? I can't fucking wait. He stole another kiss and grinned against my lips. Just remember, it's been a while for me. I snorted. Yeah, I think woolly mammoths were still walking the earth. Ouch! He licked the sting from his tooth marks on my neck. Think you're funny, don't you? I cradled his face and brought us eye to eye. In fact, I'm going to consider this popping your cherry, babe. Your good fuck cherry. He grew thoughtful. My good fuck cherry. You know, in lots of ways, that's exactly what it is. But there was a nervous edge to those blue eyes I'd not seen before. Trust me, I whispered against his lips. I'll look after you. His mouth tipped into a smile. I know you will. I took his hand and led him to the side of the bed, where he started to unzip his jeans. Let me. I wanted this to be all about him. Just wait a second. I grabbed the cats and shut them in the laundry, then locked the front door and returned to Kane, who was watching, clearly amused. What? I shrugged. I'm not about to be interrupted by nosy felines or even nosier friends. You don't interrupt a master while he's at work. Kane snorted. You talk a good game there. I'm an old man, baby. I nuzzled his neck. There has to be some benefit to age, and I'm thinking experience is one. I bit lightly into the slope of his shoulder, and he groaned and opened his neck to me. Jesus, Abe. I love it when you do that. I bit a little harder, and his cock thickened against my thigh. I slid my hands around to cup his ass so I could grind against him. He groaned and arched into me, clamping his hand around the back of my neck as he buried his teeth into my neck. The sharp sting of his bite firing a jolt of electricity straight to my balls. God, that feels so good. His head fell back, and I sucked at his throat, smiling at the rumbling growl that vibrated against my lips. He was so damn responsive. Fuck. Oh, fuck. He hissed and drew back. Shit, be careful. Just the thought of where this is going, and I'm like a lit firecracker. I laughed and put some space between us, lifting his t-shirt over his head and throwing it to the floor. Then I unzipped his jeans and removed both them and a pair of bright red briefs, leaving him gloriously naked. Jesus, look at you. I sucked in a shaky breath and took a second to just drink in my fill. His sexy morning stubble adding depth to those blonde surfer looks, blue eyes dark as coal, and the flush of arousal washing his olive skin. God, you're beautiful. I reached out a hand, trailing fingers over his tightly nubbed nipples, and he groaned in approval, his cock jumping at the touch. I smiled and circled him, my fingers keeping contact with his pebbled skin, moving in a wave up and down his body until he trembled. And when I'd completed the circle, I stepped in and took his chin between my thumb and finger, tilting his face to kiss him, while my other hand wrapped around his hard cock for a couple of firm strokes. I'm so fucking proud of what you did today, what you said last night. I kissed him every few words and then pushed him gently onto the bed before stripping in front of him, taking my time, as he watched and fisted himself, a run of filthy groans tumbling from his mouth. Jesus, you're killing me here. His head fell back as he thrust into his fist. Behave? I batted his hand away and threw a condom and lube on the bed, then straddled his legs, my heavy dick slapping against his stomach. Kane licked his lips and eyed me coyly. Can I? No. I tried for my best glare. That way lies an embarrassing disaster. Now, turn over. He laughed and flipped onto his knees, burying his face in his pillow and wiggling his ass in invitation. I groaned and ran my hands over the firm globes. That move was never in the cherry-popping manual, mister, just saying. Less talk. More tongue. Who said you were getting any tongue? I did. Because you can't say no to me. That was too damn close to the truth to be funny, and so I shoved my tongue against his hole, which silenced any further sass. Oh my God, you're... Oh shit. He wriggled back. You're scruff. Do that again. And so I did, brushing my chin over his taint and the back of his balls while my tongue slowly licked and worked him open. Damn, that feels good. His legs trembled against me. More. No problem there. I slid my tongue into his wet hole and... Fuck! He drew out, then panted into the pillow as I worked him over, adding a slick finger and then two, before reaching through with my other hand to stroke his cock, struggling to find a rhythm as my own dick ached for attention. I left 2 fingers in his ass and kept a hand around his cock while I sucked his balls one by one into my mouth. Oh, Jesus! He shuddered and pushed his ass back, sucking my fingers deeper. How do you do... Ah, oh, damn it. I'm too close. Hey, stop. I'm too... He slammed a fist into the bed. I pulled my fingers free, let his cock go and collapsed back on my knees, hungry for air. Turn over, baby. I gently slapped his ass and he flipped to his back and got up on his elbows, his face red and sweaty from the pillow, eyes wild, looking thoroughly debauched. He glanced at my cock and shivered. Can I... Do you need... Not a chance. I gave my dick a tug to prove my point, pre-cum oozing. If you so much as touch me, I'm going to blow. His eyes danced. Just a taste. Please? I tried for a glare and failed dismally when he drew his bottom lip between his teeth and batted his lashes, his finger moving closer and closer, until it grazed the head of my cock. You're a wicked man, I groaned. And you love it. His finger slid over my slit, and then lifted slowly to stretch a thin thread of pre-cum between the two until it snapped, and his finger disappeared into his mouth where he sucked it clean, a filthy groan rumbling in his throat, his eyes fixed on mine. It was about the sexiest fucking thing I'd ever seen. Jesus, Kane, if you want to be fucked, you need to stop that shit, or I'm not going to make it. I'm not kidding here. He gave a sly smile. There's always round two. I grabbed the condom packet and rolled my eyes. I'm 44, babe. Round two needs more than a 2-minute recovery time, and those guys are coming back, remember? His eyes widened. Good point. Hurry up. Oh, so now he's in a hurry. I swore as I fumbled with the condom, all thumbs and no brain, and then I slicked everything in sight before unloading half a tube of lube into Kane's ass, much to his amusement. With lube running out his hole, Kane wrapped his legs around my waist, and I nudged my dick into position. He fisted the sheets and took a deep breath, staring up at me. Have I told you how much I like you? I blinked and searched his eyes, finding exactly what I knew he saw in mine. That this, whatever this was, whatever we weren't calling it, whatever pain we were flying headlong toward, we were in it together. I smiled and kissed him. I happen to like you too. Far, far too much for my own good. He smiled a little sadly. Yeah, we're a couple of idiots. But that's a problem for another time. Right now, I want you to fuck me, babe. Show me just how much you like me. I kissed his nose, and then covered his mouth with mine as I slowly pressed inside. He groaned and tensed as I popped through the muscle, panting against my lips as he adjusted to the pressure. Fuck. Jesus, I'd forgotten. Oh, damn it. He blew a few breaths and slowly relaxed, letting me slide a little further. I fought the urge to thrust and inched inside as Kane swore threats into my ear, while at the same time digging his heels into my ass to pull me deeper. And when I was finally seated, he lifted his legs onto my shoulders, breathing hard against my face while I waited for the signal that he was okay. Waited and thought of anything and everything except the tight as fuck grip of his gorgeous ass around my cock. Okay. Ready. And I'm pretty sure I wept in relief. The first couple of strokes were slow and easy, letting Kane adjust his position or let me know if there was a problem. If that's all you've got, I'm going to be hella disappointed, he grunted. I snorted and dragged my lips across his, hooking his legs a little higher. Hold on, baby. He wriggled for a second, then paused, and I took my cue, pulling almost all the way out before thrusting back inside, his dick squeezed between our bellies. Yes, Kane hissed as he slammed his head back onto the pillow. I repeated the deep, driving stroke again and again, watching his face, checking he was okay, changing the angle until he cried out with pleasure. Then keeping that rhythm until he arched, rigid in my arms, grunting his release, hot cum shooting between us, the spasm of his ass around my dick enough to send my own orgasm exploding in my balls as I plunged deep inside him. He groaned at the depth but held me in place as I shook and jerked with every wave of pleasure. And when I was done, his legs slid from my shoulders and he starfished on the bed. I went to withdraw, but his arm tightened around me. Stay a minute. And so I did. Kneeling over him, my face buried in his neck, my cock in his ass, his hands tracing lazy circles on my back as he murmured who the fuck knew what in my ear. My brain still untethered somewhere in the ether. All that mattered was it was Kane's voice, Kane's arms, Kane's body. Shh. He patted my hair and rocked me slowly. And it was only then I realized I was shaking. Let's catch a few minutes' sleep. He turned enough that I slipped free. Then he removed my condom and tied it off, dropping it to the floor. Come here. He pulled me into his arms, and my last waking thought was how much I loved his smell, loved that tang of salt mixed with the vanilla of his shampoo, and the scent of our lovemaking. Love-making. Oh, yeah, we were in trouble. Chapter 21.
Kane. Abe snorted softly against my shoulder, as he had for the last 45 minutes or so, out cold, his arm wrapped tight around my waist like I might suddenly vanish. I hadn't even come close to falling asleep, my ass aching delightfully, every nerve jangling despite my jelly limbs, my heart too churned to settle, too happy, too soft. Everything was too soft. And that was a problem, a big problem. I dropped my book to the bed, a failed attempt at distraction, and tunneled my fingers through his hair as I watched him sleep. The same question on repeat circling my brain since yesterday. What the hell were we doing? I'd asked Abe that same question by the river. I'd asked him after seeing that look in his eyes, after feeling the way he held me and knowing the way I held him, the way I knew I looked at him too. Just like today as we'd fucked. Yeah, right. I snorted softly, watching a wave of his hair puff up as my breath caught it. What we'd just done had very little to do with fucking. I might know zip about relationships, but even I could tell the connection we had was a lot more than passing friends and fuck buddies. I pressed my lips to his forehead and he stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He blinked and took a few seconds to focus. But when we finally locked eyes, he smiled and snuggled closer. I think I'll stay right here the next year or so, if that's okay with you. It's a potential solution to our dilemma, right? His breath washed hot across my throat, and the knot in my chest I'd carried ever since he'd slid from inside me finally loosened. I should have known Abe wouldn't run away, that there'd be no talk of regret or stepping back. We were clearly going to face and deal with the mess we'd got ourselves into. He lifted his head onto the pillow, and once again tucked my hair behind my ears. It was an endless and futile battle he was seemingly happy to wage. Hey, you. Hey. I skimmed my fingers along his jawline, relishing the rough brush of his short beard, long scruff, whatever we were calling it. He yawned and rubbed his eyes. How long was I out? 45 minutes or so. His eyes widened. Really? Shit, sorry. He strained to look around the room. They're still not back? Not yet. And no apology needed. You're pretty damn cute when you're sleeping, all snuffly and black bear grumbly. His cheeks, above his dark scruff, washed pink. I do not snuffle, and I'm not a bear. You just keep telling yourself that. He rested his cheek on his hand and stared at me with gentle eyes. How are you feeling? I rolled my eyes and bopped his nose. Sore, in the best possible way. That was... well, it was pretty fucking awesome. You were awesome. I think my good fuck cherry has been well and truly popped. His brow creased. I don't know why I said that. I didn't mean it to sound like he'd never had good sex, but shh. I pressed a finger to his lips. I might have had sex before, but I'd never had someone take care of me like that. And I've never been with someone I care so much about either. Those are the very best cherries ever to be popped. I took a deep breath and he mirrored it. And I've never been made love to. He never looked away, simply cradled my face and kissed each eyelid, then my nose, and then my mouth, languidly slipping his tongue between my lips to slide over mine in an erotic rush of sensation that had my cock perking up just as he pulled away. I wanted you to know how special you are, he said. And something flooded in my stomach. He got up on one elbow and looked down at me, his finger tracing the line of my lips. You do things to me, Kane. Things I don't know what to do with. This, he waved a hand between us. Us, this feeling, this closeness we have. It's all new to me. The surprise must have shown on my face, because his gaze slid from mine to his finger tracking the length of my collarbone and back. I've gone out of my way to avoid being entangled with anyone. I choose my partners carefully. I make sure there'll be no trouble either side when I leave, as I inevitably do. I put back a hopeful smile. Are you saying you're entangled with me? He rolled his eyes and groaned, falling onto his back. God help me. Yes. My heart did a little happy dance, but all I did was shake my head in amusement. Well, disregarding the palpable and somewhat discouraging distress that went along with that admission, I'm going to take it as a good sign. I leaned forward and pecked his lips. Because I am so fucking entangled with you, Abe Tyler. They'll be naming a whole shibari knot system after me. He laughed, but it sounded slightly forced. But you're only just... I stabbed my finger into his chest and he winced. So help me. If you're about to say I only feel this way because I wasn't out until this morning, or that you're the first to treat me like they give a shit, I'll test every one of those damn knots on your dick, while it's hard. I arched a brow. He held up his hands. Okay, I'm sorry. Good. Because while those things are true, I'm not a child, Abe. And I know what I feel. In fact, I know a lot about sex without feelings. Which kind of makes me an expert in recognizing the difference, wouldn't you say? And I wouldn't have risked what we've done so far. Risked my job and everything I have here without knowing something was very different about you. I felt that too. He stroked my cheek. I guess I was half hoping that if you didn't feel the same, then it would make things easier, because we both know where this is heading if we let it. But my job isn't here, baby. And I'm not ready to give that up. At least not for a what if, maybe, are we, aren't we, after so short of a time. I leaned in and brushed my nose across his. And I wouldn't ask you to. I'm not ready to do anything crazy either. I feel like I'm just about to get my life going for the first time, and a complicated relationship with a guy who doesn't even live in the country was never part of that plan. He nodded. So, what do we do? Because I'm a fucking selfish bastard, and for all this is going to screw with both of us, I don't want to stop. He shuddered and ducked his head. God, did I just say that out loud? I laughed. Uh-huh. He stared accusingly. See, this is what you do to me. Good. Because neither do I. Want to stop, that is. But now that we've been all mature and shit and talked about stuff, I ran a hand around the back of his neck and pulled him close. I have a suggestion. Oh, yeah? Those grey and blue eyes wandered my face while clever fingers wrapped around my cock. And what would that be? I nipped his nose. I suggest we keep going and enjoy it while we have it. Full throttle. He pulled back and gave a wry smile. That sounds an awful lot like dating. It does, doesn't it? I waggled my brows. But dating with a time limit. We have 4 more weeks until you leave. Enough time to see if this thing between us has legs enough for another conversation then. How very sensible of you. His smile was full of affection. I like it. I swallowed a grin. I thought you might, Mr. I travel light with no baggage or attachments. On the other hand, it could be the stupidest idea ever, like we need to get any deeper. Right on both counts. But we're still going to do it because apparently when it comes to you, I eat stupid for breakfast. He hesitated for just a second. I want this time with you, Kane, especially if we don't have to hide. Oh, right. My mouth curved up in a slow spreading grin. Because I'm out now, aren't I? I paused as the reality of the morning truly sank in, rolled to my back and shouted at the ceiling. I'm gay! And you can all go screw yourselves, especially you, Dad. Abe laughed and flung an arm over top of me. And I'm the lucky bugger that gets to screw you. A pissed-off yowl sounded from the laundry, and we broke into giggles. But no undying declarations of anything, okay? I whispered. Let's not make things harder than they are. Agreed? Agreed. But dating, yes? I grinned. Absolutely. And you can move out of your bedroom and up here with me. I want your body on tap while I can. He snorted. So much for dating. The back of his hand hit his forehead. I feel so objectified. I poked him in the ribs and he jerked away with a cry of protest. I meant having your body on tap for dancing. I've no idea what you were thinking. I was thinking about dancing too. He nuzzled into my neck and palmed my increasingly interested cock. Lots and lots of dancing. I like the way you think. I pulled the sheet over our heads and was just about to show Abe exactly what sort of dancing I had in mind when the sound of car doors slamming bolted me upright in bed. Shit, they're back. You take the shower first. Abe threw me my clothes, yanked the duvet over the sheets and opened a window. Although, What the fuck he thought that was going to do in 30 seconds, I'd no idea. The place stank like a gay club bathroom after a pride parade, and he was still dragging his jeans up over his jizz-crusted belly when the first knock came. "Why is the door locked?" Leroy's voice came sing-songing through the keyhole. "Just a second," I answered, hissing at Abe to hurry up. Leroy laughed. "That's another $20, babe. Pay up." "God damn it," Fox grumbled, then shouted through the door. "You guys are costing me a fortune." Chapter 22. 2 weeks later. Abe. "Okay, listen up, everyone." I clapped my hands and the chattering conversation hushed, all 20 couples gathering for a summary of what the remaining free public dance lessons would cover. Everyone, not least of all Judah and I, had been pleasantly surprised at the number who'd signed up. The idea of a community dance after the kids' recital had been a big hit, and not just with the parents. May and Link and John and Connie proved to be successful if somewhat overly enthusiastic promoters, and I was pretty sure there'd been a fair bit of arm-twisting involved in some of the tune-ups. Henry, the die-hard bachelor pharmacist, had raised a few eyebrows by turning up with a woman no one knew. A nervous Patrick had arrived with a shy, much younger, cute-as-shit guy by the name of Kelly, who had a head full of dark curls and an irrepressible smile. Kelly followed Patrick around with something close to adoration in his eyes, and Fox had been seen handing over another $20 to a smug Leroy. Even I Can't Dance Terry had come along to support Hannah, going so far as agreeing to dance with Jam since neither had a partner. And everyone, including 2 teenage couples dragged along by parents, seemed to enjoy learning and relearning some of the older dance styles. There'd been a lot of hilarity. And Martha's scrumptious chocolate brownie and her triple-decker coconut pineapple cakes for supper had gone a long way to soothe any lingering nerves or embarrassment. Not to mention, there'd been almost as much gossip covered in the 2 hours as any dancing. We refreshed everyone on the basics of a couple of old-school dances, and then spent a little bit of time on the tango, which seemed to generate a lot of interest. After that, Judah and I gave an exhibition of swing to rapturous applause, including Kane's, which I tucked away for our next private lesson. And to finish, we walked everyone through a few useful generic moves for free dancing, including a little hip-hop panache, something to make them look good on any dance floor without having to know very much, which had probably been the most successful part of the night with the younger lot. No surprise there. "So, that's it," I finished up. "See you all next week, and don't forget to spread the word." There was a round of applause and people began heading out, with Judah and me thanking each couple as they left. And when we finally shut the door on the last pair, Judah and I looked at each other, groaned, and collapsed onto the nearest bench. "Holy crap, I'm exhausted." He grabbed a towel and ran it over his face. "That was way harder than working with the kids." "Right?" I chuckled, kneading my cramping thighs. "You did a great job with them." "You both did." Kane fell into the seat next to me and pressed his lips to my cheek, something I was still getting used to. For a guy who'd been closeted his entire life, he was pretty damn free with his affections in public. His first week out had been full of tentative gestures, wary looks, and nervous kisses. But once he realized Judah and Leroy really were okay about it, it was like living with an octopus. And I loved it. He elbowed me. "You have to teach me swing." Judah huffed. "Teacher's pet." I shot Judah a grin to find him studying the two of us with a curious look that sat somewhere between puzzled and fond. I guessed he was still struggling with old feelings about Kane, but if he was, he kept them to himself. "I have to admit, you guys looked pretty good on the floor together," he said. A flush swept up Kane's throat, and I wanted to put my lips to it, which was no surprise, since I always wanted to put my lips on him, and any excuse would do. I told him he's a natural. I shot Kane a wink, and the blush deepened. Morgan appeared and held his hand out for Judah to take while keeping his eyes on me. FYI, that tango you and Kane demonstrated was barely a lube squirt short of actual fucking. Henry's eyeballs nearly dropped out of his skull, although his lady friend seemed riveted. "Shut up." Kane aimed a playful kick at Morgan's shin, which he skillfully sidestepped, just missing Cora, Leroy, and Fox coming up behind. Leroy had his arm around Fox's waist, where it had pretty much been glued since he'd returned from his latest 5-day fisheries observer role. "Martha and I will clean up," Cora instructed. "You guys have done enough, all of you. Now get out of here." Judah's groan of relief said it all, and I couldn't agree more. There was a brief mad scramble for jackets and shoes, and then we were gone. Judah and Morgan peeled left toward the boathouse, while Leroy, Fox, Kane and I headed up the hill, laughing and chatting. 2 couples, hand in hand. Hand in hand. I tried to remember the last time I'd ever held hands with a guy and couldn't. When we got to the bedside stairs, Leroy turned a wicked grin on Kane. "You need a wake-up call, sugar? Or maybe room service breakfast?" Kane's cheeks fired red. "Shut up. No, I don't. I'll be on time like I always am, arsehole." Leroy shrugged. "Just checking. I mean, we apparently run a full-service hotel." He flicked a glance over Kane's shoulder to Abe. "And by full service, I mean, leave them alone." Fox shoved Leroy toward the front door. "No, guys. See you tomorrow." I pushed Kane ahead of me up the stairs, my hands clamped on his tight arse as he grumbled about Leroy's teasing. At the top he paused, fumbling with a new double lock system the guys had installed, all of which gave me time to crowd him against the door and grind my dick into his crease. "Oh, my God, stop," he griped, glancing up at the new camera. "They'll see that on their fucking app." "So?" I nuzzled my lips into the back of his neck, drawing his collar down to hit that spot that sent him straight to jelly. I consider it payback for all that monkey sex they forced me to listen to the first week I was here. Those two have no shame. Forced to listen to, huh? Finally. The door swung open and we practically fell inside. I slammed it shut and stalked Kane into the kitchen. Now, where were we? I made a grab for his jacket and he jumped back with a grin, wagging his finger at me. "Behave." But his eyes said the opposite, and I lunged again. He danced out of the way and made a run for the far side of the kitchen island. I snagged the back of his jacket, but he immediately shrugged out of it, laughing. I flung it aside, barely missing the cats curled up together at one end of the couch, and hot-footed it after him. Kane circled the island, throwing a tea towel at my head before making a dash for the bathroom. But I caught him before he could make it through the door, and we fell in a heap on the floor, pissing ourselves with laughter. I was thrown to my back. To be fair, I didn't exactly put up much of a fight, and then straddled with my hands held above my head. He stared down at me, grinning like a loon, until ever so slowly he lowered his lips to mine and slid his tongue into my mouth, melting against my chest like butter in my arms. Fuck, I loved the taste of him. Couldn't get enough of his mouth. Couldn't get enough of him. Almost 2 weeks sharing the bedsit had passed in the blink of an eye. 2 weeks of long conversations with a cat in each lap for all 4 of us in the bed. 2 weeks of cooking together. Kane teaching me his favourite vegetarian recipes while I teased him mercilessly. 2 weeks dancing together, watching movies, making love, comfortably sharing a tiny space. Pretty amazing for a guy who lived and died on the hill of non-attachment, as Kane liked to call my aversion to commitment. 2 weeks already gone, with me desperately trying not to focus on the 2 that remained. Who was this needy guy? 2 more weeks, and I'd be gone. It wasn't enough, even though it would have to be. 2 more weeks and I'd be back in London, where I had interviews to attend for a couple of up-and-coming ballet companies I hadn't worked with before, and I missed a bad schedule due to my extended New Zealand trip. I'd had to find a replacement for a contract, which left my income lean and no new contract to fill the gap. I was going to have to scramble for some work. But above all that, there was this growing panic about what staying any longer with Kane might mean for my heart. He slid off me and onto the floor, spreading his arms wide. I'm exhausted. Exactly how exhausted? I rolled to face him, running a finger down his chest, all the way down to the buttons on his jeans, which I began popping one by one. His blue eyes darkened. My, whatever are you do... He jumped as the front door slammed back against the wall like a gunshot, and I spun just in time to see an older man take a leisurely step inside the bedsit. Kane's shocked intake of breath and a vague memory from 2 weeks before told me exactly who it was. Gerald Martin. At well over 6 feet, he was a solid brute of a man, and knowing his history of violence along with the distinct aroma of alcohol pervading the room, I wasn't taking any chances. He was steady enough on his feet to hold his own. Kane scrambled to his feet and I quickly followed suit. His eyes lit with anger. "What the hell are you doing here?" Gerald spun, took in our slightly dishevelled state and curled his lip at me. "Who the fuck are you? None of your goddamn business. Get out of here." He turned to his son. "So, you are a fucking fag after all. Your mother would be proud of me," Kane snapped, to my gratified surprise. "She knew about me before she died, and she was proud of me." Gerald hesitated, clearly caught off guard, although he quickly hid it. "You're lying," Kane snorted. "Think what you like. You didn't know your wife as well as you thought you did. She hid lots of stuff from you. She didn't give a fuck I was gay. In fact, that's why she left me her share of the farm. She hated you that much." It was all I could do not to laugh. I knew Kane had no fucking idea if that was why his mother left him her share, but his father didn't know that. "You're fucking lying!" Gerald fumed, spittle flying. "She would have told me if you were a fag. She felt the same as I did. Disgusted. But that's where you're wrong, Dad." Kane's chin lifted in something so close to pride, I wanted to fucking hug him. "It was you who disgusted her. She loved me." Gerald stabbed a finger toward Kane. "I should have listened to my gut. I knew there was something wrong with you." "Shut your mouth." I started forward, but Kane stopped me with an outstretched arm and stared his father down. "This is private property. I suggest you leave." "Nothing says I can't visit my son. Try and talk some sense into him. Maybe save him some trouble down the road." "What trouble?" Kane scoffed. "You're the only one in trouble, asshole." Gerald's gaze narrowed at the insult, and I figured Kane didn't stand up to his father very often, but right then, indignation and fury were rolling off Kane in palpable waves. Gerald Martin had underestimated his son, and I saw by the sudden weariness in his eyes that he was beginning to realise that. Kane took another step forward. "How does it feel not to have all the control for once? You might not have known I was gay, but I've always known exactly what you were. An abusive, small-minded coward who took his disappointment in life out on his wife and his son and daughter, blaming everyone except himself for the fuck-up he made of his life." Gerald's eyes bulged, and he took a step closer to Kane, raising his voice. "You know nothing about your mother and me." "Don't you fucking dare," Kane interrupted, shouting his father down, and I got ready to step in. "I don't know if you ever hit her or not, but I do remember the fights, the horrible shit you called her, and the careful way she watched you and tried to protect us. You weren't a husband to her. You were just another fucking child in the house throwing tantrums and demanding attention, and she'd still be here today if you looked after your fucking farm equipment like you should have. Mum complained for over 6 months about the brakes on that quad, and the way it pulled to the right." Gerald blanched. "That had nothing to do with me. I told her not to ride until I got it fixed." Kane's hands fisted at his sides. "Liar! I was there that day. I heard you tell her to bring the bulls in from the backfield, all the way up that fucking track in the pouring rain. There was only one way to get there. The quad. She was your wife, you motherfucker, and our mother. And you were as much responsible for her death that day as the rain in that damn quad. Maybe more. I don't know how you can live with yourself. What the hell's going on?" Leroy appeared in the doorway with Fox on his shoulder. "Sounds like a bar brawl up here, and we found Bossy here on our front step. Who's this?" He glared at Gerald. I grabbed Bossy from Leroy and Tank from where he was cowering by the bed, and shut them both in the bathroom while Kane covered the introduction through gritted teeth. Leroy cast an eye over the older man and grunted. "Yeah, I recognise you. Only back then I didn't know just what a piece of shit you were." Gerald's flat gaze flicked between Leroy and Fox, lingering on Fox, who matched him in size, but was clearly a lot fitter. "Yeah, and I heard about you," he sneered at Leroy. "Gone the same way as your brother. Still, what do you expect? Look at your mother. Shut your fucking face!" Leroy lurched forward with his fist drawn back, but Fox grabbed him around the waist. "You need to leave. Now." Fox eyeballed Gerald. "Or we're calling the police. We've got you on our security camera. You're not welcome on this property. Ever. So stay the fuck away." Leroy wriggled free of Fox's hold and added, "And that includes the wharf, arsehole. So you better find somewhere else to launch your boat, and good luck with that after we put some calls in." Gerald's furious gaze swept the four of us, clearly bristling for a fight, but he eventually took a step back. "This isn't finished." He glared at Kane, who returned to my side. "I'm not signing that agreement. You're not getting a cent of my money. Your mother should never have left it to you, and the courts will see it my way. You wait and see." He glanced at the closed bathroom door. "I should have drowned those rats when I had the chance. You piece of shit." Kane launched himself at his father, adrenaline unleashing something powerful in that slender body. Leroy beat me to it, catching Kane just in time, while Fox put a tight restraining hold on Gerald's arm. "Take your hands off me!" Gerald wrestled to get free, but he wasn't going anywhere. Kane strained against Leroy's hold, getting right up in his father's face. "You touch Bossy or any animal on this property, and I'll fucking have you! I'm not selling!" Gerald lunged again for Kane, but Fox hauled him back. And that was it. I was so done with this fucker. I grabbed Gerald's other arm, nodded to Fox, and we hauled him out of the bedsit and down the stairs with Kane following. At the bottom of the stairs we released him, shoving him toward his car, which he'd parked halfway down the drive. Kane surged past, striding after his father before I could stop him. "Do yourself a favour and just sign the damn papers," he called to Gerald's back as I swore and ran after them. "You've got a chance to do the right thing by your kids for once in your miserable life. Do you even know you're a grandfather?" Gerald's step faltered, but he didn't turn around. "Yeah," Kane nodded. "And that's all you get to know, other than I'll make sure they get their share. Just fucking sign, goddamn." If Kane hoped his father might be swayed by the thought of a grandchild, he was mistaken. "And I'll be filing a restraining order," Kane shouted as Gerald climbed into his old Ford. "Jesus, what an asshole," Leroy muttered as we watched the car disappear from view. I put an arm around Kane's shoulders and pulled him close. Deep lines cut across his brow and he shook like a leaf. "What's running through that head of yours?" He shot me a worried look. "I need to get Possum out of there. If he wants to hurt me, that's where he'll start. And there's no one to stop him." Fox slipped an arm around Leroy's waist and kissed his boyfriend's hair. "Well, we can't have that, can we?" Leroy's smile turned feral. "Hell no, he can't." Chapter 23. Kane. "I'm never going to get rid of these stains." Judah rolled up the hem of his jeans with a horrified expression, his warm breath fogging in the cold night air. "No one mentioned cow shit." I snorted but said nothing, too busy shoving my arms into the warm jacket Abe held out for me, while keeping my eye on the dark paddocks just to the side of the bush. We'd taken Morgan's old SUV, as it had slightly more room to fit the six of us, and parked in the same spot I'd used a few weeks before. Abe turned me around and zipped me up like I was 12 years old, and I kind of loved it. "You done, Daddy?" I whispered, and he flushed to the roots of his hair. He was dressed in black, as we all were, and looked good enough to lick if you liked your lollipop's dark scruffed, ballet dancer bendy, but with a smoking cat burglar vibe, which I apparently did. Who'd have thought? A niche market, but I was there for it. And I made a mental note to fuck the man senseless with just his trousers pulled down to his knees as soon as we got home. It would be my first time topping, but Abe had been asking for days, and I was getting hot under the collar watching him boss everyone around with that mature confidence he oozed in spades. It was going to be epic. The whole plan was crazy, but kind of wonderful at the same time. After my father's threat, Leroy led a crusade of determination to rescue Possum come hell or high water, and I was still trying to wrap my head around the novel idea of having friends who would actually go to bat for me. It was a plan the local cop, John, wanted to know nothing about after I got him started on a restraining order. A raised eyebrow and a cautionary warning were quick to come, although he agreed that my half share of the property entitled me to access and that removing Possum would likely not be regarded as theft. He also said he'd keep his phone handy and find a reason to be in the general vicinity at the time if we needed him. I could have kissed him, or not, cop and all. But even with the camera footage and witness to Dad's veiled threat and behaviour, John wasn't sure it would be enough to get the restraining order through. Still, it was worth a try. "And look at my fucking shoes," Judah hissed. "This is all your fault." He glared at Morgan, who was making no effort to hide his amusement. "You couldn't have parked in a shit-free zone, could you?" He gently pressed the SUV's door, leaving the narrow dirt track lit only by Abe's small flashlight aimed at their feet. "It's a farm, sweetheart." Morgan held Judah's coat for him to slip his arms into. "Occupational hazard. Plus, anywhere that you are, there's bound to be a fair bit of—" Judah's hand clamped over his husband's mouth. "I advise you not to finish that sentence. Besides, it's all right for you. This is only a half-step sideways from stinky fish and sweaty fishermen's armpits." He shuddered. "Whew, thank Christ I'm staying in the car. If you need a quick getaway, I'm your man." Leroy rolled his eyes. "You're not even supposed to be driving." "Minor wrinkle. Anyway, I only have to get us down the road, then Morgan can take over." "You should have stayed at home. Safer for all concerned," Leroy Whisper shouted, and Judah flashed his brother a killing look. "Fuck that. No way I'm having this story told around the table and not be part of it. Now get going before I freeze my nuts off." Morgan cupped Judah's face and stared intently into his eyes. "You're such a gentle soul. I do worry about you." Judah snorted. "I try." Morgan kissed him softly. "You sure you'll be okay?" "I'll be fine. Just don't be too long, and don't get caught. Although if Kane owns half, it can't be trespassing, right?" Morgan shrugged. "Technically, no. But if we get caught, I think that'll be the least of our worries." "Kane says the fucker has a shotgun stashed somewhere," Leroy said casually, earning himself a whack on the arm from Morgan. "Ow! What?" Judah's face blanched. "You never told me that, Morgan. What the actual fuck?" "That's what." Morgan drilled Leroy with a glare, and Leroy bit back a smile. "Oops. It'll be fine." Fox rested a hand on Judah's shoulder. "Abe and Kane will get Possum, while the three of us watch his dad and each other's backs and provide a distraction if it's needed. Kane says Gerald is likely to be pretty pissed by this hour of night, and the trickiest part will be Kane getting his actual hands on Possum." Judah scowled at Morgan. "I'm still not happy. If he gets so much as a scratch on you, I'm burning your favourite dance tights. All of them." Morgan popped a kiss to Judah's thinly set lips. "I promise I'll be careful." "Are you sure he won't see that from the house?" Fox indicated Abe's flashlight. I shook my head. "The bush is too thick in this spot. But as soon as we leave here, we'll light up like beacons, so we're going to have to get across to the carport in the dark. We pen the balls in the paddock next door every now and then, and they cut up the ground, so you're going to have to watch your feet as you run. We'll follow your lead." Abe's gaze swept the group, and I took a second to admire that self-assurance again. "Is everyone's phone on vibrate and somewhere you can feel it?" he asked in a whisper. "Check." The answer came one at a time, and I fought back a smile. This whole thing was likely a god-awful idea, but the humour went some way toward easing my jangling nerves and the inescapable cramp of fear in my stomach. If we didn't get Possum out, if we got caught, if she was already dead. "Nope, I couldn't go there," Abe continued. "And we all follow Kane, understand? He knows the quickest and safest route. Once we know where Gerald is, you guys peel off and Kane and I will head straight for the tractor shed and barn. Text if there's a problem. Have we got the cage?" I held the cat carrier aloft. "Check." Abe shot me a grin. "Flashlights?" We reached for the small ones clipped on our persons somewhere, and there was another round of "check." They'd been purchased on a covert ops shopping trip led by our fearless leader, Leroy "Call Me Jason Bourne" Madden. Abe stepped up and cradled my face. "You ready, babe?" I nodded. "Ready. And thank you, everyone." My gaze swept the motley crew assembled around me. I've never had... Oh, shit. I shook my head. "Just thank you." Fox's hand landed on my arm. "You're welcome. More than welcome." Morgan ruffled my hair. Leroy patted my back. "I'll send you the bill." Abe kissed me and Judah groaned. "Enough already, it's like the fucking Musketeers with glitter and booty shorts." He sent me a wink. "Now let's just do this so I can get the freaking out part over and done with as soon as possible." Abe repeated the kiss. "You heard the man. Let's do this. Operation Cat in a Cradle as go." "Such a cool name," Leroy smirked. "I wonder who thought of that." Fox ruffled Leroy's hair and pushed him to follow Abe. "You're such a dork." And then we were off. running with our backs hunched, just like in the movies, over the stile built in the fence line and across to the carport and garage at the back of the house, where everyone came to a stop while I did a quick recce of the house to see where my dad was holed up. 2 minutes later, I was back. "He's crashed out in the lounge, asleep in front of the television," I whispered. It was a cloudless night, still and calm. Crap for hiding even the softest of noises, and we all knew it. There's at least half a dozen empty beer bottles on the coffee table, and an open bottle of scotch. That should give us an hour or so until he drags the sorry ass to bed. Abe blew a slow, calming breath, and then rubbed his hands together. "Right. Ready?" Everyone nodded, and then split up and headed to their assigned positions while Abe and I made a beeline for the tractor shed, struggling to stay on the shadowed path. Even with the weak moonlight, the gravel crunching like cornflakes under our feet. As we slowly jogged, I tried to ignore the roiling in my stomach as the reality of the risk we were taking truly hit home. If any of these men got hurt, I'd never forgive myself. And as we rounded the corner of the carport, I turned to Abe. "Maybe this wasn't such a good—" "Stop it." He put a hand on my arm, reading my mind. "We all chose to do this with you. We want to be here. Let's just stay focused." I gulped a cool breath of air and nodded. "Okay." The chickens startled as we crept past their run, fussing and clucking in disapproval, and panic fired through my chest. Shit, I'd forgotten about the coop. Abe's wide-eyed gaze darted to mine, and I mouthed a silent apology. "Thank God we never got a rooster," I muttered, as we turned the corner for the barn and left the small commotion behind. The barn was well hidden from the house, and the stacks of round bales and deep shadows blocking the stripes of moonlight made it almost impossible to see. The quawk of a moorpork sounded somewhere in the rafters, as Abe wrapped the bottom of his T-shirt over the end of his flashlight and switched it on, providing enough of a soft glow to light our way. I made my way to the far corner of the barn, and a narrow gap between a couple of ragged and dusty round bales that had been there for years. It was Possum's favourite place to hide, and she often slept there as well. It had been where I'd first seen her litter of kittens. I opened the cage and set it down. "Stay out of sight." I waved Abe away. "She won't come anywhere near if she sees you." Abe disappeared into the gloomy shadows on the opposite side of the shed, the tiny circle of light at his feet the only sign he was there. With him gone, my eyes adjusted to the murk, and I went to check the bag of food I'd left for Possum last time. The bag had been taken, which meant my father had found it. Shit! I prayed it didn't mean more than that. I prayed Possum was okay. But since I needed her hungry for this catnapping to work, that was maybe a blessing in disguise. I called her name, my breath fogging in front of my face. Shit, it was cold. I repeated Possum's name over and over as I emptied her favourite minced salmon into a small dish and gently tapped the can. She'd smelled that stuff at 100 paces. Then I squeezed myself between the stacked hay bales, carrying the dish, until I found a T-junction between 4 and managed to get myself to the ground. Safe in the middle of the bales, I put the plate on the ground and risked using my flashlight to check around. Nothing. I called her several times again and waited. It took a few minutes of patience before a thin answering cry bled between the bales opposite, and a pair of green eyes shone in the soft glow of the flashlight. Possum stopped a metre away, sniffed the air, and I saw at a glance she'd lost a lot more weight. The line of her ribs was visible even in the dim light, and her hips jutted to the side. I cursed my father again. "Hey, girl," I cooed. "Look what I've brought for you." I pushed the plastic dish closer. She sniffed the air again and cried, but she didn't move. Damn it. I inched forward. "Look! Yummy! Come here, sweetheart. Let me take you away from this place. I've got a warm bed waiting and your babies have missed you." Possum yowled loudly, and for a second I thought she was going to come out, but she sat instead. "Kane, what's happening?" Abe whisper shouted from the front of the bales, and Possum startled and took a step back. "We can't hang around." "Be quiet," I shot back. "I can see her, but she won't come, especially with you making noise." "Sorry," he muttered, "but you need to speed things up." "And just how am I supposed to do that?" I grumbled as my phone vibrated in my jeans. I left Abe to answer and focused my efforts on tempting Possum with the food. "Your dad's awakened in the kitchen," Abe hissed again, his shadow falling through the gap between the bales. "Shit. Okay, I'm trying here. Come on, Possum, don't do this to me." I grabbed the plastic dish and stretched as far as my hand could reach toward Possum until she started to draw away.
Look, salmon, your favourite. Yum. Come on, girl. Just this one time, please.
She stretched her neck until her nose was almost in the food.
That's it,
I crooned softly.
Take a bite. He's left the house and is heading for the carport,
I warned.
Come on, Possum, please, girl.
She leaned forward and licked the salmon and then came back for a tentative nibble.
Yes, good girl, see? Yummy, right?
I fought the urge to try and grab her, knowing she'd dart back between the bales. Patience.
Kane, hurry!
Abe hissed and Possum's gaze darted to the side once again. But she didn't run, just watched and waited and then finally looked away. I ignored Abe and focused on the small paws taking tentative steps out into the wider space in the T-junction until finally Possum stood over the plate and began to eat.
There's a good girl.
I inched toward her over the dirt floor of the barn, wincing at the crunch of hay as I moved. Possum's gaze flicked up, but she kept eating.
Kane, you need to get out of there now. Your father left the garage and is headed this way, and Fox says he's carrying something. Fuck.
I slid the final few centimetres and caught her around the scruff. She yowled and bucked up in my hand, claws out.
Shit, girl, I'm sorry, all right, ow!
Her back claws raked my arm.
I've got the carry cage ready. Hurry!
Abe sounded increasingly rattled.
Easy for you to say.
I squeezed my way out of the small passageway.
She's not happy and... Ow, shit!
Possum landed another set of claws on my thigh this time.
Ungrateful little missy.
I finally got free of the bales.
Here.
Abe held up the open cage. I deposited a very frightened possum into it, along with her salmon, before throwing the towel I'd brought over top just as the chickens started up.
There's no time left. We have to hide.
Abe doused the flashlight and bundled me out the far side of the shed, away from the chicken coop and into the shadows around the back.
No, this way.
I pulled him sideways toward the spreader next to the silage pit, about 15 metres away.
That salmon stinks. He'll know someone was there. The stench of silage might disguise us for a bit. Let's hope Possum knows when to keep her mouth shut.
We made it to the large spreader and I pushed Abe behind the equipment. A grunt was the only warning we got before the shape of my father emerged from the front of the barn, silhouetted in a crosshatch of moonlight, and what looked like a tire iron swinging from his hand. Fuck. Abe's arm looped around my shoulder, and his lips found my temple, grounding me and easing the panic in my chest. My father looked around, sniffed the air, grunted, and then slowly walked toward us. I pushed myself flat to the ground, with Abe lying almost on top of me, the sound of Possum chewing her salmon seeming as loud as crashing cymbals in the still night. Another few metres and Gerald couldn't help but see us. But then he paused, his gaze sweeping the night.
I know it's you, Kane, feeding your bloody cat. Do you think I didn't know you came sneaking around here behind my back?
My stomach dropped, my hand shaking in Abe's tightening grip.
You always were too damn soft. But you're not here all the time. You can't watch her all the time.
Abe's phone buzzed and he let my hand go to check it under his jersey. Then his gaze lifted to the barn and the three shadows creeping up behind Gerald. I grabbed Abe's arm and caught his eye, keeping my voice to a hushed whisper.
What are they doing?
He put a finger to his lips, and I turned back to my father. He'd resumed his search, a flashlight sweeping the side of the barn, and he was making his way toward the silage pit. Any second now he'd spot the cage. I grabbed the handle and scanned the immediate vicinity, but there was nowhere to run.
Wait.
Abe gripped my hand, but Gerald had already seen me. His mouth turned up in an oily smile and he shined his flashlight on me.
There you are, you little shit.
He swung the iron back and forth in his grip.
I'm taking her with me. She's mine.
I answered, sounding a fuck-ton calmer than I felt. I shook free of Abe's hand and stepped away from the spreader, hoping my father would think I was alone. The beam of light moved with me, thank God.
You're not taking anything. She belongs to the farm, and you can watch as I make sure there's nothing left to come back for.
He glanced at the cage and swung the iron again.
You think you can just take this farm from me with a stupid piece of paper? Who the hell do you think you are?
He juggled the tire iron again and stepped forward. The blur of shadows at his back made a sudden run. Leroy was there first, whipping the tire iron from a surprised Gerald's grip before the three of them surrounded him.
What the fuck?
Gerald turned on the men, swinging his fist, but Fox grabbed his arm in a vicious hold, and Morgan shined his flashlight in the man's face.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Leroy stared Gerald down, the tire iron firm in his grip. "How about you use a bit of common sense for once in your miserable life?" Abe appeared at my side, and a comforting arm slid around my waist as I tried to catch my breath. "You're trespassing!" Gerald spat, circling the centre of the three men. "Get the fuck off my property!" Leroy put a finger to his chin and cocked his head. "But are we? Really? I mean, since Kane owns half of this property and he invited us, I'm thinking that's a no." And a dangerous smile broke over his face. I snorted and my father turned toward me, wrenching free of Fox to step right up into my face. "You're a fucking coward." "Watch your mouth." Abe shoved him back with a hand to his chest, and my father fired him a murderous look. But that was all he did, clearly outmanned, and it was all I could do not to laugh. Then Gerald glanced at the cage and his lip curled. "All this for a fucking cat? You couldn't man up on your own. You had to ask your friends to hold your hand?" "Family." Morgan stepped right up into Gerald's face, and my heart broke open at his words. "We're Kane's family. He didn't need to ask. We've got his back, and you'd do well to remember that. And what the hell were you going to do with that?" He indicated the tire iron. Gerald hesitated, reading Fox's furious expression and the icy calm warning in his eyes. "Leroy?" Morgan waved him over, and Leroy stepped forward, brandishing his phone. "Would you mind?" Leroy gave a wicked grin. He was enjoying this way too much. "My pleasure. A nice, still night like this makes for a really clear recording." He hit play and my father blanched at the sound of his voice threatening us. "We have video too." Leroy held up his phone and waggled his brows. Then I really did laugh. And although it might have sounded a bit manic, it felt so fucking good. I couldn't believe that I had the presence of mind to record him. And suddenly I was so done with my father's shit. I pulled free of Abe's hold and shoved my father back again and again until he hit the wall of the barn, his eyes wide, darting to the others, who I felt at my back, before landing back on me. "Get your fucking hands off me!" He flailed, but I held him firm against the siding, not quite sure where I got the strength. Abe appeared at my side, his warm hand at my back, a quiet reassurance, nothing more. Like he knew I needed this. "You won't touch any more animals, do you hear me? Or you won't just lose half the farm. I'll drag your name through the courts for the shit you've handed out over the years. And I know the farm accounts aren't right, either. You think I didn't know about you fiddling with the bull sale prices? You better hope the accountant doesn't pick that up. I was going to ignore it just to get things settled, but if you push me, I'll take you for everything I can get, and make sure you face charges for the rest." My father's face pinched in anger, but he glanced over my shoulder and said nothing. When I turned to check, I found all 4 men at my back. I jerked my father forward and then slammed him back against the siding once again. "So you'll sign that contract and sell, old man, whether it's now while you still have enough in the bank to buy yourself something to live in, or after you're too bankrupt to do anything because you've had to pay all my legal costs, as well as yours, for wasting everyone's fucking time. Either way, you'll sign and sell. It's up to you. But if you touch any of those animals, I'll do everything in my power to make sure you damn well go to jail as well." We stared at each other as I tried to catch my breath, adrenaline pumping so hard my hand shook around where it fisted his shirt. His teeth ground top on bottom, his jaw working, and I knew that look. He was about to spew something vile. Leroy pressed the end of the tire iron into my father's chest, and Gerald's gaze jerked sideways. "Don't," was all Leroy said, and my father stared for a second, then grunted. "Get off my land." "Our land," I corrected, patting his cheek just because I fucking could. Then I stepped back and let him go. It was apparently the last straw for my father, whose face blew red in fury as he pushed forward and spat in my face. I had my fist up before I knew it, collecting his jaw with a satisfying crunch, before following it with a second as he fell back against the wall. Abe caught the third in his open hand, yanking me to the side while Fox and Leroy took an arm each and dragged a dazed and swearing Gerald back through the barn to the house. Holy fuck. Breath whooshed from my lungs as I collapsed into Abe's arms, my body shaking violently against his. Jesus, Abe. But also,
Ow! The fuck, ow! I gingerly held up my plated forearm. That bloody hurt! Come here. He pulled me close and I clung tightly to his chest, burying my face in his neck as he wrapped his arms around me, plastering my hair with kisses and murmuring reassurance in my ear about how proud he was, and how everything was going to be all right, and how he'd look after me until the shaking stopped and my brain landed back in my head. A text arrived on Abe's phone, and he grunted when he read it. Your father's fine. Nothing broken. Shame. They've left him in the lounge with a warning to stay put, and Judah's bringing the car up the drive. He kissed my cheek. Come on. Let's get you home. And with one of Abe's arms around my waist and the other hand carrying Possum's cage, I left the farm for the last time, without a single backward glance. Abe. By the time we got back to the homestead, Kane had some colour in his cheeks and was looking a lot less like a stunned rabbit in the headlights, no doubt helped by the loud debrief of events on the way back, including a lot of laughter and piss-taking. Kane had, in fact, become downright frisky the last few kilometres. Wrapped in my arms and crowded against a rear door, his hands wandered shamelessly under my jersey as he put his lips to my ear and informed me I was getting topped like a jar of pickles when we got back. Colour me surprised and instantly fucking hard. Not that I was complaining. I'd whispered back, Is this another first for your list? He nodded almost shyly. Is that okay? I couldn't keep the smile from my face. I can't wait. Back in the bedsit, I checked to see if he didn't want to talk any more about what happened and received a very definite hell no in reply. I wasn't about to argue. You feed the other two cats and I'll get Possum settled in the laundry for the night. We'll save introductions till tomorrow. He practically ran Possum's cage to the back of the bedsit, watched from the couch by two sets of curious, gleaming eyes, and I couldn't hold back the laugh. Excited, are we? He stuck his head out the door. Like you wouldn't believe. I feel like a coiled spring. You better be ready. He disappeared. Oh, and you'll need to throw some kitty litter in a separate box for them. Bossy Kane was in charge, and hell if my cock didn't like the sound of that. I tumbled some cat biscuits into 2 bowls, put one and a fresh litter tray into the bathroom with Tank, and left the second for Bossy in the kitchen. I'm going to have to return Tank to his owner a few days early, Kane called from the laundry. It's getting a little crowded in here. You're telling me, I chuckled. I'm going to take a quick shower. I stood under the hard spray and took a deep breath, trying to collect my thoughts. Talk about an interesting night, and it wasn't done with me yet. I was going to get fucked by Kane. The thought sent shivers up my spine in the best possible way. I got myself prepped as best I could, soaping up while reliving the evening's crazy escapade. My heart might have beat out of my chest when Gerald appeared, but I wondered if that hadn't been the best possible outcome in the end. The Kane that left that farm had a very different feel about him, and the word exorcised came to mind. Time would tell. And working together, hearing Morgan call Kane family, and that inescapable sense of close friendship had warmed my heart in ways I wasn't prepared for. Or rather, in ways I'd been ignoring, because I already knew what I'd find. My growing feelings for Kane, for Painted Bay, and for the good people I'd come to know. Not to mention having my own family just a short plane trip away whenever I wanted. And since when had that ever rated in my life? Since Kane. That's when. What I didn't know was what the fuck I was going to do about it. I was gone from Painted Bay in a couple of weeks with contracted job commitments I couldn't just ditch. And I wasn't sure I wanted to. Painted Bay wasn't my life. Kane wasn't my life. These people weren't my life. But they could be. I slammed my palm against the wet tiles, struggling with even the thought of losing a life I'd spent 26 years building. Ever since I left Wellington as an independent 18-year-old, after 3 years of holding my family together, the only functioning adult in the house, I'd built a life I loved, or I had, and I couldn't just throw it all away on the basis of 6 weeks with a guy I liked. A guy I loved. The thought hit me like a freight train to the chest. You okay in there? Kane knocked on the door, opened it a crack, and skirted Bossy inside. Can I wash my face? Sure, I won't be long. He stood at the basin with his back to me and took his pills, his gaze flicking on and off me in the mirror. It was just too tempting in there.
He slid an arm through the glass door and ran it over my chest. I grabbed it and kissed his fingertips. "Don't be long," he said, pulling free and drying his arm. "I'll be waiting." Now there was an image I could get on board with. I needed to stop borrowing trouble and just enjoy the time I had. I shut the water off, then dried and wrapped a towel around my waist. Kane was splayed out, naked, and stroking himself on top of the sheet with the heat pump on full. One look and my heart caught in my throat. He was lean, lickable, and gorgeous, and all mine. For now. I pushed aside the sour thought that Kane was also now out, and that when I left, he could date anyone he wanted. And I hated the idea. Hated it with everything I possessed. Just enjoy what you have now. A tube of lube and 2 condoms lay beside Kane on the sheets. I raised a brow. 2? Really? He shrugged and a flush crept up his throat, a few nerves showing through. Just being careful. My heart squeezed. He was always so fucking careful with me. I don't need you to wear 2, sweetheart. I'd really like both of us to actually feel something, yeah? But it's up to you. He frowned and went still, working it through his head. Then finally he nodded and the smile returned. "Okay, you win." He slid to the side of the bed, biting his lip in that alluring way he had. "You know I was going to take you over my couch in that fuck-me cat burglar outfit you were wearing?" I snorted and dropped my towel. "You want me to change back?" "No." He got to his feet and palmed my solid cock. "Another time, maybe." He ran his nose up the side of my face and inhaled deeply. "God, you smell good." Then he covered my mouth with his and slid his tongue inside as he started stroking me, his thumb grazing my slit for lubrication. He kissed down my neck and chest to mouth my nipples, sucking and licking, before making his way across my armpit and sliding his tongue high up inside and... Oh, fuck. That should not feel as good as it does. He grinned against my ribs and did it again. And, nope, not a mistake. "You like that, huh?" He kissed and licked and nipped his way back up to my face, while sliding his cock alongside mine so he could stroke us both off. "Old dogs, new tricks." I breathed into his open mouth, then pushed him back until his legs hit the mattress and he sat, which put him pretty much at the perfect height to... Holy mother of God! He swallowed me down without a single hesitation, and I would never, ever get used to how good he was at that shit, how deep he could take me. I cupped his jaw, my fingers resting on his throat, feeling him tighten and swallow. "I'm not going to last if you keep that up." I gripped the base of my cock for emphasis. He popped off, wearing a wicked smile. "Well, we can't have that." He grabbed my hand and pulled me down beside him. "Turn onto your stomach." "How long has it been?" I had to think. My thoughts had been consumed with Kane to the exclusion of anyone else for weeks. A year, I think. Maybe more. His smile slipped a little, giving me another glimpse of those nerves that lay just underneath. "I want to make this good for you," he said earnestly, biting his lip. I leaned in and kissed him softly. "It will be amazing, because it's you." At which he sighed. "Good answer, but I want you begging for it." Bring it on." And he did, eating my ass like it was his favourite thing in the world before grabbing the lube and fucking me with his fingers until I was a blabbering mess and boneless with my face smashed into the pillow. When he was satisfied he had me where he wanted me, he pulled free and slapped my hip. "On your back. I want to see you." "Yes, please." I couldn't get there fast enough, and in seconds Kane was positioned between my legs, suited up in just one of the condoms, thank God, and with enough lube shoved up my ass to keep me shitting silicone for a week. I put back a smile and let him go for it. Finally happy he had me as ready as he wanted me, the tube of lube was fired off the bed, but his hesitation and ragged breaths told me everything I needed to know. I slid a hand up his jaw and made him look at me. "It's going to be great, sweetheart. I can't fucking wait. Just when you're ready." I dropped my hand and got some purchase as the first pressure hit my hole, and Kane pressed inside, popping through the muscle with a filthy groan. "Oh, my fucking God!" He paused, panting, eyes wide with pleasure. Holy shit, you're so tight. I'm not going to last, Abe. I'm not going to breathe." We locked eyes. "You'll be fine. Feels amazing, right?" He nodded. "I never thought. Fuck, Abe. I have to keep going. I can't." "Then go." I breathed through the stinging stretch, keeping my expression calm. "I'm fine. It's okay." Kind of. It had been a long time, and Kane wasn't small. But I didn't want to scare him off, and I knew I could take him. To his credit, he showed enough restraint to slide in slow enough that I coped just fine, the sting quickly easing to a burning ache before slipping into raw need. When I finally opened my eyes, he was staring down at me, the stress of his knife-edge control showing in his furrowed brow, along with what looked like worry in his eyes. "Are you okay?" I nodded. "I'm perfect. You feel so good, like you belong there." His eyes widened a fraction. "Now do your worst. I like it soft, rough, anything that takes your fancy." A grin split his face. "Fast is about all I think I can guarantee at the moment." I laughed. "Then fast it will be." I fisted the sheets, pretty sure I was in for a ride. And I was. Kane's first couple of thrusts might have been tentative and exploratory, but he quickly found a solid rhythm and settled on hard and fast and a little wild at times, and I was there for it all, with bells on. "Oh my God!" He huffed the words, his eyes rolling back in his head as he pounded into me. "You're so fucking hot. This is... I can't... Ugh." I grunted with each drive, pleasure building in my body as Kane connected with my prostate time and time again. "I'm close." He opened his eyes and buried his tongue into my open mouth before planting his face in the pillow beside my head. "Then go," I told him, sliding a hand between us to grab my cock. He slowed a little, taking each thrust deeper instead. Once, twice, 3 times before coming with a loud groan, tensing and jerking with each surge of release. I joined him a few strokes later, arching up in his arms and spilling thick ropes of cum between us as he shuddered with the squeeze my orgasm put around his cock. "Oh God! Oh God!" He groaned into my ear, falling limp onto my chest. "That was fucking amazing." He gasped for air, our bodies slick with sweat under the still raging heat pump. I gave him a moment, then nudged him, chuckling. "I'm pretty sure I'm grilled to well done, and quite possibly crispy around the edges. Can we turn the heat down now?" He snorted and eased himself free, my ass instantly missing the fullness of him. He tied off the condom and took a second to check it before dropping it into the bin by the bed and reaching for the remote. The heat pump died, and I groaned with relief. Kane starfished on his back, and I rolled to face him, pulling the top sheet free and balling the corner to clean our bellies. He took it from me and wiped my tender ass until he was satisfied, then chucked the sheet to the floor and pulled the duvet over us both, snuggling against me. "Thank you." His breath fired hot against my chest. "And not just for letting me top you. Although it has to be said, that was fucking awesome." I snorted. "I want to thank you for everything. I'm not the same guy I was when you arrived, Abe. And you did that for me. You saw past the shit and you looked at me. And you gave me a chance to maybe like who that person was for the first time in a long while. I can't ever repay that. All I can do is say thank you." It sounded a lot like the beginning of goodbye, and my throat squeezed tight, emotion curdling the breath in my lungs. Unable to answer immediately, I buried my lips in Kane's glossy hair and kissed his head, buying some time. "You're so very welcome, baby," I finally croaked. "But you were always you. All I did was fall for the man I saw." He went still in my arms, and then, without looking, he covered my mouth with his hand. "No declarations, remember?" I nodded and kissed his palm. "No declarations." He curled up and sighed happily, quickly falling into the deep, even breaths of sleep, while I studied the ceiling and the luminous stars that crossed it, and wondered how in the hell I would leave this complicated man without ripping my heart in two. I wrapped Kane in my arms and kissed his temple as he slept. Then I brushed my lips over his hair and whispered on the softest of breaths, "I love you." Chapter 24. Kane. A week since the great cat burglary, and I'd disappeared so far down that rabbit hole of, nope, I wasn't going to say that word out loud, that I doubt I'd ever surface. And I suspected, maybe even hoped, that Abe felt the same. Not that I was about to ask him, because either answer to that question wasn't going to end well. But if he did feel the same way, it would go some way to explaining the sudden appearance of a very large and tooth-achingly sappy elephant in the room every time we were together. Not to mention the number of times I caught him watching me with that oddly affectionate look in his eyes, like I was some dopey puppy he couldn't wait to cuddle up with. It was either that look or the one that said he wanted to nail my ass over the back of my couch 7 ways from Sunday. I could go either way. Each had its own appeal, and more often than not, I didn't have to choose. For 2 grown-ass men, we were ridiculous. As tired as I was at the end of a day working the mussel farm, I'd walk in the door of the bedsit, set eyes on Abe cooking in the kitchen, and within minutes we'd be at each other. Sometimes we didn't even manage a hello. Then came food, and more often than not, dancing, sometimes round 2, and then bed, curled up in Abe's arms until my morning alarm. And I loved every domestic, angst-ridden, crushingly tragic and gloriously happy moment of it. It was wonderful, exciting, addictive, and hugely problematic for my heart, which had waved the white flag and gone down in a pile of embarrassing yearning long before I clued into it. I checked my phone for the millionth time and then looked up to find Leroy rolling his eyes. He chuckled. "Relax, Romeo. We'll get you back on time." Sorry. I really needed to chill out. Bad enough that Leroy and Fox had cut an hour off our usual Saturday morning's work, just so I could pick up Abe from his Wellington flight. It was Patrick's turn to have a Saturday off, and Abe had planned to have Morgan and Judah collect him. But when Leroy found out, he'd scuttled that idea, saying they could all do with an extra few hours off. I knew that for the lie it was when Fox nearly fell off his chair and promptly laid his hand on Leroy's forehead. Leroy had grumbled that he was just being a good boss, and he could do what he goddamn liked, and Fox had nearly laughed him off the boat. Regardless of his reasoning, there was no arguing with Leroy when he made up his mind, and the matter was settled. Which left me skulking down the back of the boat, trying to pretend I wasn't coming out of my skin with excitement to see Abe again. This was regardless of the fact we'd texted or called enough to justify an overwinter at Scott Base in Antarctica, rather than a paltry 3 days in Wellington. I did a mental eye roll because, really? Kill me now. 3 days. Abe had only been gone 3 ridiculously long days. Like the longest days in the history of ridiculously long days. And I was acting like a lovesick teenager, whatever they were like, because really, how the fuck would I know? The whole thing was a fucking mess. A broken heart just waiting to happen. But our time together was limited, and I couldn't seem to pull back from the edge. It was something I mostly refused to think about, because, yeah, Ostrich, thy name is Kane. The minute we berthed, Fox shooed me out of the boat. Go, we'll clean up. Say hi to Abe for us, since I'm thinking we won't see much of him until tomorrow. Leroy snorted and added, "Oh, and Henry wants to know if he has to order in more lube. His supplies are getting low." I flipped them both off and grumbled. "I think I liked you better when you hated me." "No, you didn't." Leroy blew me a kiss and they both laughed me off the boat. I grabbed my pay from the office and headed up the hill. And if I happened to run most of the way with my feet barely touching the ground, that was no one's business but my own. At the top of the bedside stairs sat a container of bean chili with a note attached. "To keep your strength up. Figured you might not have time to cook. Cora and Martha." Smiley face. Good God. Are there no fucking secrets in this place? I groaned and ferried the chili inside, refusing to acknowledge just how grateful I was because they were right. When I got Abe back home, no, there would be no coming up for air for the foreseeable future. I bribed the cats with food to distract them from demanding their usual cuddle, and then jumped in the shower, making sure to clean thoroughly and give my nifty new douche another run. I'd purchased it as an extremely embarrassing last-minute addition to my regular pharmacy script pickup. I should have known better. "So, you and Abe, huh?" Henry had asked carefully. He'd been the first to broach the subject head-on, although I knew from the looks I'd been getting around town that word had spread. But no one had actually asked. Not that Abe and I had exactly been hiding. I was too giddy just finally being out. And at 30, I didn't have too many fucks left to give about what anyone thought. Judah and Leroy and my father had been my only concerns. I'd surprised even myself at how comfortable I was holding hands or kissing Abe in public. "Yeah," had answered Henry. "Me and Abe." He'd simply nodded at that and then taken me aside and given me far more hideously detailed instructions for the douche kit than I'm sure were warranted. My blush had deepened to solar flare level when he'd added a free tube of lube to my order at the counter. Bloody Leroy! With my new purchase in my hot little hands, I'd spent most of the week trying to master the skills of said douche kit, much to Abe's amusement. He'd offered to lend a hand the first time, which had cost him an early morning pre-work blowjob as punishment. In retrospect, since he'd repeated the offer that same night, it clearly hadn't been the deterrent I'd hoped for, and I tucked that little tidbit of information aside for later consideration. But I'd been determined to get it right, especially for Abe's homecoming. Homecoming? I mentally slapped myself. Tie a fucking bow in my head and call me ridiculous. Finally showered, dressed and clean enough to park a train, where it mattered, I arrived at Whangarei Airport with 30 minutes to spare. I cooled my heels in the cafe, which gave me far too much time to dwell on the fact that the next time I was there, it would be to put Abe on a plane to leave for good. That went some way toward killing my good mood and added a sour note to my already churning stomach. But that only lasted until I saw Abe deplane onto the tarmac and watched his beautiful face light up in a huge smile just for me. The fact I was a 30-year-old man waving like a loon from the arrival area might have had something to do with it, but I still needed to pinch myself. Me? Out and proud, kind of, or at least getting there, and waving to a man I cared far too much about than was good for me, while knowing I was a short drive from dragging said man into my bed. All in all, kind of fucking amazing. Abe entered the concourse and made a beeline for me, scooping me into his arms and planting a don't give a shit who's looking kiss onto my eager lips, those crazy bi-coloured eyes twinkling with mischief. "I've missed you," he murmured into my ear and grabbed my hand. "Let's get out of here." We chatted all the way back to Painted Bay, Abe's hand warm and high on my thigh and doing wicked things to my nether regions, which was no doubt his intention, the bastard. I wriggled my balls away from his persistent little finger for the 100th time and asked the question I'd been holding back. "So, tell me more about the assessment and the follow-up appointment." He quieted immediately, and I almost regretted asking, but our phone calls hadn't covered many details and at times he'd seemed distant, almost wary. I got that he was almost sick of talking about it after long days with his brother, but I wanted to be there for him, just as he'd been there for me. "Early to mid-stage dementia is the official diagnosis," he answered evenly, avoiding my gaze. My stomach sank, and I covered his hand with mine. "I'm so sorry." He shrugged. It's not like we didn't expect it, but it was still hard to hear. The assessment was pretty telling. She's still mostly independent and can look after herself within limits. Cooking is an issue, although she can still manage laundry. And you can still have an almost normal conversation with her if you stick to tried and true topics. That was all on the positive side. But if you veer off those topics, she gets so many things confused or just completely wrong. At one point, she forgot her address, citing her old house instead, the one we lived in 20 years ago. And twice, she struggled to remember Fiona's name, her only grandchild, which really had gone hard. It's so patchwork. I sighed and squeezed his hand. "So, what comes next?" Abe kept his eyes on the road, his expression partly hidden by his sunglasses, the farmland and blue sky flashing in their reflection. "They think maybe a year or so at the most before she'll need some type of continual supervision or residential care. In the meantime, we use the 3 days to make the house as safe as possible, and the health teams are organising some home care assistance with regard to cleaning and shopping and hot meal delivery. Her driver's licence is revoked, and they said we needed to start planning for future care." Jesus, that's hard. I rubbed my thumb in circles over the back of his hand. "Yeah. Con wanted her to move in with him now, but she refused, and the team said he needs to think carefully about that, owing to the amount of supervision she's going to need later on. He raised it again with Mum in the car after we left, and again Mum adamantly refused. How's she taking things? Pretty devastated, obviously, but surprisingly matter-of-fact as well. It's going to take some time to sink in, though. Con is going back to talk to the doctor on his own in a couple of weeks. We'll work up a list of questions and I'll video in for that. But Mum was very clear that she doesn't want either of us to be responsible for her care and that she doesn't want to move twice. She made Con and me look at some residential care options while we were there, taking her with us. There was one place which was head and shoulders above the rest. It would need Con and I to cover some of the costs, the government doesn't, but that's fine. It just means I have to put my plans to chuck in my job and backpack the world on hold for a bit. I squeezed his hand as he hesitated and swallowed hard. She was really good, you know. I don't think I would be that strong. She was trying to stay upbeat about it all, but it's just fucking heartbreaking. He banged his head a couple of times against the passenger window and then covered his face. I pulled to the side of the road, killed the engine and slid my seat back so I could lean across and wrap my arms around him. I'm so fucking sorry, Abe. He clung to me, his hand fisting my shirt, holding me close, burying his face in my neck. We've got time until she'll need to move, he murmured, his breath hot on my skin. But it feels like we're already losing parts of her. And as much as I've struggled with Mum over the years, I love her. She's my mum, you know. I pulled back a little so I could see him better and cradled his face. I know. She is, I know. I kissed him softly, tasting the tears on his lips, and then I just held him against me until he was done. Once he'd emptied himself and settled, we got back on the road and he immediately changed the subject. Have you heard back about the restraining order? Not yet. Ashley has filed it, which means a copy will go to my father and he'll get a chance to object. But considering we both have videos now and the fact I had every right to be at the farm since it's still my legal address, Ashley doesn't think he has a leg to stand on. And his lawyer has sent the documentation on my farm claim back with some questions, but no outright refusal so far, so that's promising. Thank God. You deserve a break. And how did last night's community dance lesson go? It was a blast. I grinned at the memory. Judah did great. I lent a hand when he needed me, and then helped the mums get supper ready. He sent me a questioning look. You didn't dance? I simply shrugged. It wasn't the same without you. I left it at that, but I didn't miss the worried look. I want you to continue when I'm gone, he said, again avoiding my eyes. You don't really get a say in that, I said just as firmly. I couldn't imagine dancing without him. The memories would be too painful. It was my turn to change the subject. Patrick brought that cutie with him again, Kelly I think his name is, so I guess they're a thing now. Judah put the sign-up sheet on the board for the 10-week summer dance course, describing it as an intro to all the major dances, and it had 16 names on it by the time the class finished, and the high school principal has asked for a meeting with him about dance classes before the next senior ball. Abe managed a genuine smile. That's exactly what I hoped for. Couple dancing is making a huge comeback, thanks to Strictly Come Dancing, and all those shows. It's another string to Judah's bow. Has Tank gone home? I chuckled. Yes, and the owner seemed very impressed at Tank's svelte, boyish figure. Abe laughed, and the sound brought joy to my heart. Boyish? He scoffed. Man, the guy must have had some huge cats if he thinks Tank is boyish. Truth. And I, got offered a job. By the vet. I glanced sideways, barely able to hide my excitement. What? Abe jerked around, delight written all over his face. Yeah. Gavin asked if I'd be interested in working as his assistant/vet tech. His current one is leaving for a job in Auckland next month, and he said I'm a natural with the animals, so... And what did you say? Abe looked almost more excited than I was. I said I'd think about it. I mean, I don't have any training, but Gavin said that if I decided I wanted to get qualified, the practice would sponsor me. Abe leaned across and planted a smacking kiss on my cheek. That's amazing. And kind of fucking perfect for you. My face split in a wide grin. I know, right? It's not a job I've ever really thought about seriously. I always thought I'd do something with English, and to be honest, my sciences suck. But Gavin says the science stuff is all pretty low level, and that I should manage fine, and he'll help me if I need it. I haven't mentioned it to Leroy or anyone, though. I wanted to see what you thought. Me? I turned to face him. Yeah, you. Well, I think it's a perfect fit. Better than the mussel farm. His smile slipped.
I have some good news too.
You do? I frowned. You never said anything. Tell me.
I got a call from New York. The New York City Ballet wants me there for 3 months. 6 weeks with their main company and 6 with the startup contemporary dance wing they have under their umbrella. Then I'd head to Berlin after that.
My mouth dropped open.
But isn't that... Holy shit! Isn't that the company you've always dreamed of working with?
He finally grinned.
Yeah, they're one of the best. This would set me up, at least career-wise. I couldn't believe it when I got the call.
He looked so excited.
That's amazing, Abe. And you so deserve it.
I meant every word. But it was a struggle to keep that jagged edge from my voice at the reminder of his transient life. 3 months in New York. And then there was Berlin after that. A thought struck me.
Is this what you weren't telling me on the phone? I got the sense you were keeping something back.
His cheeks flushed.
Yeah, I guess I have mixed feelings about it.
I risked a glance sideways. Because of... me? He nodded.
It's just another thing, right? Another complication.
I said nothing for a second because he was right.
But you've been waiting for this your whole career. It's important. It's the same as this vet job for me.
So I guess that means you'll be staying in Painted Bay then?
For a while at least. But if I really like it, then maybe a lot longer.
I frowned at his look of disappointment.
Why is that?
He shrugged and his gaze again slid to the side window.
I'd been thinking I might get home more regularly now, what with Mum and everything. And I guess in my head I'd thought that if you moved to a bigger city like you've been talking about, then maybe it could be Wellington, and I'd still get to see you. But Painted Bay is a long way from Wellington, especially if my visits are short, which they will be if these contracts go through. A week at the most, and they'll be busy with Mum.
I squeezed his hand.
Our timing sucks. But I feel like this job is the beginning of something for me. It feels right, you know, like New York does for you. You've been waiting a long time for that contract, and I've been waiting a long time for this chance. Are you excited?
He took a second to answer, then looked at me.
Yes, I am. It's validation for all the work I've put in, and it's a big deal in my world. But I absolutely think that this job is the right thing for you too. I'm just being selfish. I can always fly down to see you when you're home, if I'm free.
He stared at me, then smiled, and lifted the back of my hand to his lips.
I'd like that very much. But right now, I just want to get home and forget everything else except you.
Home? I was pretty sure he didn't even realize what he'd said. But the idea he'd thought of my small bedsitters home did dangerous things to my already tenuous hold on my heart. I shot him a sly grin.
Well, I have 3 words for you.
He arched a brow.
I'm all ears. Anal, douche, master.
He barked at a laugh and slapped the dashboard with his open hand.
Faster. Drive faster.
Chapter 25. Abe.
I looked around the dressing room at the excited and shining young faces and couldn't believe we'd finally got there. Recital night. The energy was through the roof, nerves, anticipation, and even a little stage fright. It was as if every kid had chugged back 6 cans of Red Bull and followed up with a bag of candy just for good measure. I could only hope they blew most of it in the performance, so their parents got at least a little sleep after it was all done, unlike the night before, according to the tales I'd heard. With a mountain of last-minute things to organise, my last week in Painted Bay had passed in a blur of frantic activity. There were classes for the kids and the last public dance lesson, props and scenery to be delivered to the town hall, the setting out of chairs and confirming the catering, polishing the dress rehearsal, including May finalising hair and makeup, God love her, and jam with all the last-minute wrinkles in music and lighting. It was exhausting, and more fun than I'd had in a long time. Even with Judah taking half the load and the recital being a small-town event, my head still swam with checklists. This nuts and bolts side of getting a performance on the boards was way less familiar, and I was half excited, half terrified. My job was usually to arrive, get the choreography sorted, and make sure that side of things was ready. And then fuck off, leaving someone else to actually get the background show details ready to go. Most companies wanted me in and out as quickly as possible to keep the cost down, and I usually never even made opening night. But this time the buck stopped with Judah and me, and there was no way I was letting those kids down. "So, how do I look?" Kane sidled next to me in the backstage dressing room. He looked good enough to eat, in all that body-hugging black shirt split almost to the navel, showing off all that lick-worthy olive skin. Skinny black trousers in some stretchy material that hugged his ass in all the right places, but left him room to stretch those long, lean legs. A thin, sexy red bandana tied around his neck, and his blonde hair like a waterfall on his shoulders and gleaming like the sun, and, of course, jolting my cock to attention. "Jeepers!" I glanced at the kids, still busy getting dressed, and pursed my lips. "Come with me." I bundled a chuckling Kane out into the hallway and manhandled him down toward the back exit before shoving him into a dark cleaner's closet by the bathrooms, where I pressed myself up against him. "That's better. You're putting me back in the closet?" He smirked. "Is there a problem?" He arched into me, brushing his cock against mine, and all I could manage was a groan. Yes, a huge problem. I planted his hands above his head. He glanced down at my ballet tights and the X-rated arousal they contained. "Well, maybe not a huge problem. Cheeky fucker." I pressed closer and his head fell back against the wall. "Oh, God," he groaned. "I can't dance with the world's biggest erection." I ran my nose up the side of his face, inhaling the scent of him. He huffed. "Not unless you're a very horny puck." I crushed my lips to his and disappeared into the world according to Kane. After a few seconds he broke away, panting. "Jesus, Abe, we can't do this here. The kids." "Yeah, have some respect." Judah pulled open the door, scaring the living daylights out of me. "You could hear that moan from the space station, and the kids are about to get their last bathroom break. Wrap it up." He smirked and let the door fall shut again, muttering, "Ugh, kids these days." He's right. I stepped back and straightened Kane's shirt, saw the tent in his trousers, and curled my finger in his belt loop, pulling him back in for just one more kiss. "You look sizzling tonight." I ran a finger up his dick. "You better get rid of this before you scare the kids and half the adults." Kane cocked his head. "What about the other half of the adults?" I snorted. "They'll just want to fuck you. Have you noticed how gay this town is?" He laughed, adjusted himself, and headed for the exit door to cool down. I glanced at my own raging hard-on and followed Judah into the bathroom, where I endured the ribbing from hell, which funnily enough did the trick. In under a minute, I was respectable. When he was done taking the piss, he leaned back against the basin and studied me. "You two seem pretty close." I sighed. "Yeah, maybe too close." He huffed. "Is there such a thing? I mean, you're single, he's single, I work overseas. He lives in Painted Bay. So yeah, definitely too close." Judah's shrewd gaze held mine. "But you really like him, don't you?" I hesitated long enough to answer his question without saying a word. "Wow," was all he said. "Wow what?" I tried to sound dismissive. "Don't jump to conclusions." "Okay, then tell me I'm wrong." He waited. And being the idiot that I was, I couldn't lie to my friend. And so I said nothing, answering his question once again. "Oh boy." He sighed and looked a little sad. "Believe me, I'm no expert on this stuff." My hands shot up. "Dear God, I can't believe you're going to counsel me on relationships." Judah scowled. "But I've learned a thing or two this last year about life in general, so here's my 20 cents worth for nothing." I steeled myself because Judah Madden handing out love advice? Yeah, that was a history-making and somewhat terrifying scenario. "Life has a habit of fucking with us in ways we never expect," he said, folding his arms across his chest and looking all kinds of serious. Admittedly, an eloquent start. He whacked me on the arm. "Pay attention. This is shit I do know about. Sorry. But
You have to admit, his glare stopped me in my tracks, and I mimed, zipping my lips. Thank you. You love dance, I love dance, I still do, but everything I thought was my life, that I couldn't live without, seems to not have been the case after all. Career success, fame, climbing that ladder, all those external things that I craved were taken from me without warning. I'm not saying they weren't important. At the time, they meant everything to me. I'm just saying that they don't keep you warm at night or put that smile on your face like the one you've been wearing lately. The type of smile I've never seen on your face before. I can't give up my job, Judah. It sounded desperate even to my own ears. Is Cain asking you to? Have you even talked about it? He held up a hand. No, don't answer that. Not my business. And yet, this is... I arched a brow and his gaze narrowed. I lowered the brow. All I'm saying is that I don't know a lot about your personal life. We've never been close like that, although maybe that's changed now. I feel like it has. But if Cain is special, we barely know each other. But I recognised the lie for what it was the second it came out. If he's special, you know as well as I do, guys who make you feel like that don't come along every day. How long since your last one? Never. I kept my thoughts to myself. Exactly. And there are always options, Abe. You just have to want them enough to fight for them. I thought I'd die without ballet, and I was doing a good job of making sure that's exactly what happened. I winced. Then I met Morgan, and he was that someone special for me. And I discovered I hadn't even started to live. Many years in all, I wouldn't change a thing because it brought me to him. And that's fucking saying something. He pushed off the basin and drew me into a hug. Now, let's get these kids on stage. I'm in the mood to dance. You? Never more. What do you think? Have you seen Cain? Holy shit. Judah laughed and held up his hand. We high-fived and hugged again before making our way back to the dressing room packed with excited children and nervous chatter. The kids were amazing. Their performances went off with only a few small hiccups, Hannah getting one of her canes caught in Joseph's chair, the chorus line missing a cue or two, and Jam's sound system, which spat the dummy after the first song, leaving the packed audience of just over 100 waiting a long minute or 10 until it was rejigged. Other than that, the kids were a huge hit, their individual and paired pieces earning a lot of proud tears and hoots of delight. But it was the group work that stole the show. The top hat, white tie and tails number, the best of the night, receiving a standing ovation. Joseph owned the stage with the mic, lip-syncing like a pro, and Hannah's cane work was spot on. Corinne dropped her top hat once, but managed to scoop it up with her cane, making it look like it was a planned part of the choreography. I made a mental note to award her the Best Save of the Night prize in the 5-minute backstage awards we planned to follow the 45-minute show. Judah and I were kept busy whisper-shouting encouragement and instructions from the wings, cueing kids to go on stage, handing out props, changing scenery and settling nerves. But in the grand finale, we joined the kids on stage for a brutally cut version of Vivaldi's Four Seasons, about 2 minutes a season, with special effects courtesy of Jam, including thunder and lightning, birdsong, crashing waves and blowing wind. Judah and I added a little professional ballet flair to the predominantly upper-body dance choreography I'd planned for the kids, knowing they'd be tired by the time we got to the end, and I couldn't deny it felt good to be back on stage, instead of lurking in the wings or directing from the front. And when everyone joined hands at the front of the stage at the end of the finale, the audience erupted. Leroy and Fox, the two mums, Patrick and Kelly, and John and Connie roared their approval in hoots and hollers. But no one clapped louder than Cain and Morgan and the parents of those amazing kids, rising to their feet and taking the rest of the audience with them. And taking my bow in line with Judah's students and watching their faces glow with pride, my eyes filled and my heart swelled with something quite unexpected. The sense of being part of something special. This tiny town and this tiny country. Who'd have thought? Between the class recital and the exhibition tango that would lead into the community dance, Judah and I changed into more suitable clothes, sexy fedoras included. We cleared the chairs, chatted with parents, and handed out our mini awards to the kids. Everyone got something. That done, I was standing with Judah and Morgan in the hall, waiting on a signal from Jam to indicate he was ready to go,
when a warm palm grazed my arse. I jumped and turned to find Kane's wicked smile. He put his lips to my ear and whispered, "Damn, you look hot." He squeezed my ass through my black trousers, and I was thankful my back was facing the wall. I'd chosen something looser in the leg, but still firm around the butt, and the smooth feel of his hand on the globes of my ass sent fire licking at my balls. "Stop that," I hissed, keeping my voice low. "Or this is going to be an exhibition of more than just dance. I promise you'll get a private performance later." Kane caught my eye and winked. "Make that a lap dance and you're on." "Come on, you two. Enough. I want photographic evidence." Morgan pulled out his phone and Kane and I posed for a couple of shots with our arms around each other, and one where he caught us looking at each other in some undoubtedly sappy way. I returned the favour for him and Judah and Leroy and Fox. "Flick me some copies, will you?" I asked, and Morgan nodded. A drum roll quieted the hall. "Here we go." I gave Kane's hand a quick squeeze and let it go. Cora shooed the audience to the walls, and the lead partners strolled into the middle of the room. Judah, Martha, John, Fox, and me. We circled the centre as we'd rehearsed, eyeing the audience, our gazes sweeping over all the faces like we were cruising. After a round of the room, we eyed our partners, paused, and then, one by one, we gave them the requisite questioning look and nod, while Jam moved the spotlight to show each one's response. I almost broke character and pissed myself laughing when Kane stuck his hand on his hip and gave me a haughty up-and-down look, as if weighing my merit. Then it was Leroy's turn. He took one look at Fox and folded his arms with that "make me" glare he had down to a fine art. Cora swished her skirt and smouldered, something mothers should never be seen doing. And Connie stuck one very long and slender leg through a hidden slit in her skirt that went almost to her neck. And lastly, it was Morgan's turn. He shucked off his jacket to reveal a fabulous harness with silver buckles and D-rings threaded between an impressive amount of body hair. Absolutely none of it had been in the original choreography, and I glanced at Judah, who was still staring at his husband with his tongue lolling on the floor, and I bit back a smile. The partners had clearly taken creative matters into their own hands, and the audience laughed and clapped and wolf-whistled their approval. Game on. The lights dimmed just a little, and the opening bars of Tango Santa Maria by the Gotham Project filled the hall. I straightened my back and stepped toward Kane, nodding my head in invitation once again. This time he nodded in reply and stepped into my arms, and we took those first few important seconds to set the embrace and listen to the music. I was less of a tango purist than many. I'd had enough of rules in ballet, and was a little more eclectic in my style. To that end, Kane and I had been practicing more fluidity in our embrace, sometimes close with his arm draped around my shoulder, and sometimes further apart with his hand on my upper arm while still keeping the footwork simple at this stage. I'd taken to letting Kane determine the starting embrace, as was etiquette, but the tension in his back and shoulders spoke to his nerves, and his eyes, midnight blue in the dim lighting, flicked over my face, anxious and unsure. I put my lips to his ear as I tightened my hold for the first step and whispered, "I am so fucking proud of you. Let's show them what we can do." After the briefest hesitation, he nodded, and his shoulders relaxed, and I drove him into the first step. He fell into the rhythm as easily as he'd been doing all week, and just like that we were off, moving around the room, Kane following my lead and getting smoother by the second, with just the occasional whispered reminder if I thought he needed it. By the time we were 1 minute into the 6-minute song, Kane was out of his head and back into his body, pliant in my embrace, warm and responsive, his blonde hair silken at my cheek, his breath hot in my ear as we moved and switched position. He felt so fucking beautiful in my arms. My heart ached. I managed only fleeting glimpses of the other couples, but everyone seemed to be coping, a misstep here and there, and even Kane got his placement wrong a couple of times. None of it mattered. The audience were enthralled, and 2 other couples had joined in. They kept to the edge of the dance floor, but clearly knew their stuff. "Ready?" I whispered in Kane's ear as the music drew to an end. All of us had practiced a small lift and turn to finish the exhibition dance. It hadn't always gone to plan in the rehearsals, but we decided to go ahead with it anyway. "Ready?" Kane whispered back,
turning slightly so his body was a little more side-on, while adjusting his hold at the same time. The music ticked up to the critical bars. And now. Cain bent at the hips like he was about to sit, and I took his weight, lifting and turning us both as he extended his leg gracefully, and then switched to do the same with the opposite one, ready to retake his position at the end of the turn, and he was down, and we were coming to the final couple of bars. "Yes!" Cain hissed under his breath. "Fucking oath!" I couldn't hold back the smile. We'd done it. A sweeping glance reassured me everyone else had managed as well, which meant they'd all been practicing, and after a few more steps, the music finished and the dance was done. Rather than break apart immediately, we did as was custom for the dance. We paused, holding the embrace as we took a breath or two before stepping back. Then we took a bow along with the other couples, and the hall erupted into thunderous applause. 2 hours later, we hobbled from Cain's car to the foot of the bedside stairs, and then paused to stare up at the star-spangled night sky, while pretending it wasn't because we were too damn exhausted to go any further without a break. A refreshing salt breeze crested the hill from the bay and cooled our boiling faces, our bodies still hot from dancing. I reached for Cain's hand and brought it to my lips. A perfect night. He rested his head on my shoulder. The best. And the kids were amazing. You and Judah should be proud of yourselves. I thought about that. Yeah, we are. But holy moly, my feet, he groaned. Thank God for committees. Oh my God, yes. I laughed. The hall committee had generously volunteered to cover clean-up duties as long as we returned to gather our gear the next day. I could have kissed every cute grey-haired octogenarian one of them, including the men. Even better, Leroy ordered Cain and me to take a miss on even that small duty since Sunday was my last full day in Painted Bay. And I could have kissed him too. But I didn't because Leroy. He and Fox left even before the last dance of the evening, sneaking out the side door like a couple of teenagers intent on making out. And Morgan had whisked a pale Judah home the second the last dance finished with an assurance they'd see us at my farewell lunch the next day, and not a minute before. Judah had gone without a single protest, which only spoke to just how exhausted he truly was. Still clinging to the railing like it was the only thing holding him up, Cain dropped his gaze from the clear night sky and held up the shiny black leather shoes he'd borrowed from May's husband. Now it's me who feels like bloody Cinderella. Well, that would be hella disappointing. I laughed and pushed him up the stairs, keeping a hand on his lower back or possibly even lower, just for support, of course. I have plans for us, and none of them include a woman named Cinderella. Cain turned in my arms and muscled me back against the door, crushing his lips to mine. After a thorough debauching, he nipped my nose with his teeth. Don't think I've forgotten what you promised while I was in that closet. He waggled his brows. You're going to keep that suit on while you fuck me naked over the back of my couch. Got it? I nodded, pretty sure I'd lost the capacity to form words. I was going to miss Bossy Cain. He stepped back, grinned, and then straightened my jacket before flicking my fedora. And you can keep your hat on. Chapter 26. Cain. 24 hours. 6 weeks of life-changing firsts had finally come down to 24 hours. 24 hours, until I dropped Abe at the airport, and he left Painted Bay, my bedsit and my bed. But not my heart. That tender extraction was going to take a much longer time, if ever. I ran my fingers through the waves of Abe's dark hair, the first shafts of sun warming my fingers and catching the occasional silver threads. Spring had a firm grip on Painted Bay, lighting up the window behind my bed ever earlier, and laying a stripe of sun across the room all the way to the couch where Bossy and Possum were curled up asleep. Bossy sprawled on top of a copy of The Scarlet Pimpernel that I'd picked up from Jam's latest container of stock. It was going to be a cracker of a day. No stiff breeze charging off the bay to rattle the sash at the back of the bedsit. The distant wash of sea on the sand just a gentle background rustle. The bellbird and grey warblers singing in the new day from the fence at the top of the hill. A beautiful last day for the man curled into my side. That familiar soft buzz putting a smile on my face. It wasn't even really a snore.
more like a bumblebee caught in his throat. Abe swore black and blue he didn't snore, which only made the whole thing even more adorable. I'd thought about recording him to prove a point, but that seemed just a little petty when I kind of loved his indignant protests and the fact I got moments like these all to myself, when I saw a part of him he didn't see himself. It was only fair since he'd shined a blistering light on so many parts of me I'd only dreamed about, while accepting everything else without blinking an eye. The cowardly bullying, the HIV, my crappy father, and my hesitance about coming out. Watching him leave was going to kill me. But I wouldn't change the last 6 weeks for anything. Abe had walked into my lonely life and brought music and dance and joy and courage and love along with him, and I'd never be the same. It had been worth every shattered piece of my heart that was surely about to come. I wriggled onto my side, bringing us face to face while wincing at the sweet ache in my ass from the night before. Abe's eyes flickered beneath his lids, and I wondered what he was dreaming of. Just maybe it was me. I badly wanted to believe he was finding this parting as hard as I was. This was always how it was going to end, but trying to protect my heart had only gone so far. So be it. I made the choice, and I wouldn't change it. My life was just about to take root, and Abe had the biggest career opportunity of his life waiting for him in New York, followed by a string of contracts after, companies who relied on him to bring magic to their stages. These weren't things that either of us could or should walk away from. I ran a finger down his nose and into that scruff I'd come to love so much. His nostril twitched, but he didn't wake. He'd given me my life back in ways the farm money never could. A renewed belief in myself and my future, a restored confidence in my sexuality, a pride in who I was and who I loved, regardless of my history and my HIV. He'd helped me walk out of the shadows, and I wasn't sure he'd ever fully grasp exactly how much they'd meant to me. And today, I'd be sitting down at a homestead lunch for the first time, sharing a table with the Maddens as one of their friends. I belonged. It was something I'd never dreamed possible. And it was also down to Abe. I pressed my lips to his forehead and whispered, "I love you." His eyes shot open and I jumped back. "Holy shit! You're supposed to be asleep!" He smiled and drew me in for a slow morning kiss, then said, "I love you too." My heart tripped. "What?" He stroked his thumb across my cheek, collecting the tear that ran down it. "I said, I love you too." We stared at each other, knowing the words changed everything and nothing at the same time. I reached my fingers up and ran the tips over his brow and around those beautiful eyes. Then I kissed him again. "I vote we lift the moratorium on inappropriate declarations. Just for today?" "I agree. Just for today." I took a deep breath and steeled myself. "Good. I love you." He smiled. "Excellent. I love you too." "Okay. So I need to clarify something." "Go ahead." "I need to know if we're closing the door when you go. I thought we were, and I was okay with that. Well, not okay exactly, but that was before you said, what you just said." "That I love you?" "Yeah, that. Because I thought it was just me. But if it's not, I'm not sure what that means, if anything." He kissed my nose. "And I'm not sure I have an answer for you. If I'm honest, no, I don't want to close the door. But I also don't know if that's fair to either of us. What about you?" I shook my head. "Same. Do you think we can leave it ajar for now? Not closed, where we'd go our separate ways, but not fully open either, which is where we'd try long distance." So, kind of like you're just letting a draft in, keeping the possibility there." I nodded. "Yeah, but reinstate the moratorium so we keep ourselves in check. No expectations, no promises, but still keep contact. You've gone about 6 months, right? 3 in New York, split between 2 companies, and then 4 to 5 weeks in Berlin?" He nodded, watching me carefully. I shrugged a shoulder. "Enough time to see how deep this runs." His mouth curved up in a slow smile. "I would think. So, door open?" My heart held its breath. He nodded. Door open. He reached behind to the bedside table and waved a condom in my face. Now, can we move on to the part where I get your cock down my throat? I'm sure that's in the fine print somewhere in our freshly signed door open contract. I grinned against his lips. I just added it as an addendum. You move fast. Let me just initial that right now. He licked into my mouth and rolled me onto my back. There's one final thing. He nibbled down my throat. What's that? I groaned and turned my head to the side. I'll require a minimum number of billable hours to deem the contract fulfilled. Is that so? He nibbled at the slope of my shoulder, making me shiver. Then let me get right on that. He ran his mouth down my body, taking his time to map each centimetre like he was fixing every curve and angle into his memory, one by one, sucking on my nipples and nibbling my hips, taking a minute to roll the condom in place before sliding his fingers into my still slick ass and alighting on my prostate to shoot stars behind my eyes. And then with those fingers still buried, he swallowed my aching hard cock, the scratch of a scruff on my sensitive skin, driving the sexy right the hell up, and sucked me until I couldn't remember my name, and pleasure rode my spine like a lightning rod. I shot long and hard with his mouth a hot clamp around my dick, my body unravelling with a rumbling groan while my fingers fisted his hair. And then I fell back on the pillow as he got to his knees and jerked himself until he unloaded all over my chest, before straddling my body to look every centimetre clean. Then he collapsed with a grunt at my side, and we lay in silence, staring at the stars on the ceiling caught in an early spark of sunlight, with too much to say, and not enough time left to do justice to any of it. I have this fantasy, Abe's fingers traced circles on my chest, of finally getting to taste you. My gaze jerked to his. Really? He nodded. I want to so bad. But I know you won't let me, not yet. And I respect that. But maybe someday, if we walk through that open door and it's just you and me. I covered his mouth with mine and stole the words, which offered far more hope than I could afford to hold. Then I pulled back and brushed our noses together. Maybe. He held my gaze for a long second and then sighed. Turn around, so I can spoon you. He waited as I rolled over and then snuggled in close, wrapping his arms around my waist to anchor me. It's way too early to be awake. I want to lie here with you as long as I can. Me too. I relaxed into his embrace. I love you, he breathed against the back of my neck. I love you too. My heart flopped in my chest, the ache of impending loss already starting to bloom. I spent the day savouring each and every second with Abe, memorising every look, every smile, every kiss, the tone of his voice, the shape of his body, the feel of his skin under my hands. I'd initially resented the idea of sharing 2 hours of Abe at the Madden family lunch, but as it turned out, I loved it, even though I was all kinds of nervous when we first walked in. And I stayed that way until Judah arrived, sent me a quick smile, and then pulled me aside to ask how I was doing. When I'd answered I was fine, in a voice that sounded like a can of marbles, he'd pulled me into a hug and kissed my cheek. And I was still recovering from the shock. Leroy says he's giving you tomorrow off, right? Judah's eyes were soft and full of concern. I nodded, barely able to keep the tears at bay as it was, without adding a conversation about what was looming. Well, I'll be home all day, he said in a matter-of-fact voice. As per Morgan, I'm on home detention for the next week to recover. He's even threatening to ping my cell phone to check compliance, the arsehole. So come see me if you need a shoulder or a coffee or someone to yell at. I could do with the distraction. Failing that, Terry over there, Judah waved a hand at Terry, who lifted his beer in salute, says he'll be available all day if I'm not your number one pick. He shrugged, but I appreciated his honesty and the offer more than I could say. Later, at the table, with everyone handing around plates of food and talking loudly over top of one another, I took a second to pinch myself. I was actually here, sitting at Sunday lunch with Leroy and Judah's family and friends. Go fucking figure.
I took a few seconds to just drink it in. Abe's hand firmly clasped around mine, and sitting in plain view on top of the table. He'd barely stopped touching me all day. Cora's eyes meeting mine with a fond smile, a carbon copy of Martha's. Judah's concerned glances, Morgan's arm draped around her shoulder. Patrick, looking smug and happy with a wide-eyed Kelly at his side. Terry and Hannah giggling over some private joke, while Jam went around topping up everyone's drinks. Even Bossy had been invited to enjoy some playtime with Prue, while Possum was left to watch the world out the bedstead window and adjust to her new life. She'd settled into regular feeding in a warm bed, but was still leery of being touched, and we hadn't risked letting her outside yet. It was going to take time. I settled down in my chair and let the scene fill my heart, a smile slowly spreading over my face. My thoughts ran briefly to my father and my fucked-up family, but they didn't dwell. And it suddenly hit me that it wouldn't really matter if I got that money or not. If my father tied me up in court for years, I'd still be okay. I was enough as I was. I had a job, a place to live, friends, and maybe even a new kind of family. It was enough to start my life. I'd build that bridge with my sister and nephew somehow, but whatever happened, I'd be okay. And the man at my side had helped with a lot of that. Whatever became of us, I'd always have this. Abe squeezed my hand and leaned close. You okay, sweetheart? I slid my hand up the side of his face and he leaned into it. Yeah, I think I will be. He gave me a knowing smile, then kissed me. Yes, you will. Will you please tell me where we're going? I grumbled from where I sat blindfolded on the passenger seat of my Accord while Abe drove around in circles, or at least that's what it felt like. He dragged me out of bed just as the sun was setting after a late afternoon tasty set of handjobs and then clearly lost his ever-loving mind. We'd driven for a good 15 minutes while I listened to Nine Inch Nails blasting through the speakers and stopping on occasion as Abe's phone buzzed with 1,000,001 texts which I wasn't allowed to know anything about. Patience, grasshopper. He used that infuriatingly calm tone he'd used with me all afternoon whenever I'd asked what he was up to, because he had the world's worst poker face. Okay, we're here. The car came to a sudden stop and he jumped out. Stay there. Oh, fuck's sake! I grumbled some more and tried to keep the smile from my face because the whole escapade was too bloody cute for words. He rummaged in the trunk for a bit, and then my door opened and he took my hand. Okay, you can get out, but keep the blindfold in place. I slid out of the car, and he took my arm and we started to walk. It was a still night, but I could smell the sea, the salt on my tongue, fresh and tangy and laced with the slightly sour edge of a kelp bed partly exposed. It was so damn familiar. Hang on, I said, pulling him to a stop and sniffing the air while tapping my foot on the ground. I know this place. This is the damn wharf. You're such a nosy little shit, he griped. Okay, you can take it off then. I whipped the blindfold off, blinked to clear my eyes and adjusted the dim light that played over the 100-year-old deck, and then stared at him. We spent 20 minutes in my car driving nowhere? He gave a coy smile that I wanted to kiss right off his face, and so I did, surprising both of us. It was a delaying tactic. Judah and Fox weren't quite ready. Judah and... Ugh. My heart sank. I really didn't want to spend our last night together surrounded by other people. He smiled and tipped my chin up. They were only helping out. Look. He turned my shoulders toward the beach on the other side of the boathouse, and I squinted to check I was seeing right. Because there, at the far end of the small cove, about 200 metres away, a massive bonfire blazed in the deepening shadows. It took them 2 attempts to get it going, he explained. The wood is a bit wet. I spun around. They did that for us? He shrugged. As a favour. Come on. He grabbed my hand and pulled me past the boathouse, with its curtains discreetly closed, and along the length of the bay to the private spot at the end where the bonfire roared. On the other side of the fire, tucked back behind the trunk of an old pohutukawa tree, lay several blankets and a picnic basket. He motioned for me to sit and pulled out his phone. A few seconds later, soft music rode the flat sand to the outgoing tide about 10 metres away, while from the hill behind, the homestead moorpork called out from deep in the bush. Abe handed me 2 champagne glasses, popped the top off a bottle of sparkling grape juice from the picnic basket, and filled them to the brim. He left me holding the glasses while he laid out a spread of cheese and hummus and crackers, and grapes and chocolate truffles, before finally settling beside me and taking his glass. "Happy birthday, baby." He smiled and kissed my cheek. We clinked glasses and sipped on the tangy, bubbly goodness, then wrapped the blankets over our shoulders, threw more wood on the fire, and drank and ate and laughed as the tide bled out to leave a flat floor of hard sand. When our hunger was sated and the conversation quieted, Abe took my glass and set it aside. He flicked through his phone and the rich, reedy sound of an accordion washed across the sand and down to the sea, the sultry music beating in time with my heart. He stood and held out his hand, the fire crackling at his back, the salt on the air, the beach empty but for us. I dropped the blanket from my shoulders and let him pull me into his arms. He hummed and ran his nose up my neck, breathing me in, and sending a shiver all the way to my toes, which curled in the cool, damp sand. Then he lifted my arm up until it fell around his shoulders, and we were cheek to cheek, so close I could feel his heart thrum in his chest, his body hard against mine. And then he sighed, a weighty, rumbling breath that spoke of love and sadness and want, and his legs slipped between mine as he led me into the first steps of a slow, sensual dance. A tango, but different from anything we'd done, full of moves I didn't know, so tight in his arms that we moved as one body. No plan. Just Abe playing with whatever came to mind, barely moving, and yet it somehow felt like we were flying, holding me so close I could almost slide under his skin. I stopped thinking and simply let him take me with him, his hand reaching under my thigh to lift me high, turning and releasing, angling me this way and that, dipping and sliding, but always with his lips at my ear, his hot breath on my throat, his heartbeat against mine, both our eyes shuttered closed. Conversation crowded around, Spanish, the heat of bodies on the dance floor, and always, always the music. Abe was making love to me, nothing surer, and my body responded as it always did. I fell into that place where only he and I existed, serenaded by the siren call of the music, the salt on the air, and the feel of our bare feet on the wet sand. And we danced. We danced until our bodies demanded more. We fell onto the blanket, stripped one another slowly, and made love, taking our time as the dancing reds and golds of the bonfire painted our slick flesh, until we came undone in each other's arms, high on needy groans and tender whispers of affection. And then, sated and content, we scrambled back into our clothes and huddled under the blankets, wrapped tight around each other in the flickering firelight, talking of anything and everything and nothing at all. And when the fire died and goosebumps stole over our bodies, we headed back up to the bedsit, showered, and crawled into bed with Bossy while Possum watched on from a distance, still wary about getting too close. I got you something." I smiled at the surprise on his face. "I hope that's okay. I know we said no promises, and it's nothing like that. It's just something small. A memory, if you like." Heat roared in my face. "Shit, it was probably a stupid idea. I just thought—" He cupped my cheek, his thumb brushing my lips. "I love that you got me something. And I'm kind of glad because I got you something too." "Really?" I whooshed out a sigh of relief. "You first." He grinned and scooted up the bed. "It's really nothing." I retrieved the package from my bedside table and gave it to Abe to open. He ripped the paper off and opened the small nondescript box with the utmost care, gasping with delight as he held the small cut glass perfume bottle up to the light. "It's beautiful." He blinked slowly, his eyes suspiciously shiny as they met mine. "How did you know?" I shrugged. "Jam mentioned you collected them, and that's sand from Painted Bay." I nodded to the contents. "I actually collected it not far from where we were tonight. I hope I don't get into trouble with customs." "I'll risk it. Come here." He pulled me close for a leisurely kiss. "And I love it." He reached under his side of the bed. His side. The thought hit me with a pang of sadness as he pulled out a white paper bag with Painted Bay Pharmacy printed on the side.
This is for you. I arched a brow and he shrugged. It was kind of last minute. As long as it's not lube, because that would be cruel and unusual punishment. He laughed. I promise, it's not lube. I opened the bag and pulled out a stethoscope. Oh, God. My gaze shot to his, my throat thick with emotion and his brow immediately creased with worry. If it's the wrong thing, you can change it. It's for the vet job. I know. I launched myself at him, kissing him soundly. It's perfect, Abe. Just perfect. He blushed. It's for your new life, and maybe your training if you decide to go that far. I wanted to give you something you'd have in your hands every day. Something to remind you of me. Selfish, I know. No, not selfish at all. I put the stethoscope aside and crawled on top of him. But I don't need a reminder, Abe. Regardless of what happens, you will always have a place in my heart. He wrapped his arms around me, rolled us both to our sides, and then kissed me until he fell asleep. Sometime around 3 a.m, 4 hours before his plane was due to leave from Whangarei for Auckland International Airport, I gave up on getting any sleep myself and watched the moonlight wash over Abe's body instead, the shadows moving with the soft rise and fall of his chest as he lay in my arms. He seemed more peaceful, more serene than when he'd arrived in Painted Bay, and I suppose that was something. He'd lost some of that frenetic energy. This Abe, the Abe of the last few weeks, was a softer version of that other Abe. Not that the difference necessarily meant anything, except that this was my Abe, and I'd hold that in my heart. The other Abe no doubt missed the bright lights, the frantic pace, and the constant moving around, and Painted Bay might have been nothing more than a bit of much-needed R&R. He'd warned me at the start that he wasn't a small-town guy. He'd been desperate to leave Reefton as a kid, and Painted Bay was even smaller. The chances of us having any future together were slim at best, and the sooner I got on board with that, the better. I settled my cheek against his chest and drank in his scent and the warmth of his body. His arm slid around my waist and pulled me close, his lips in my hair. I love you, Kane. I swallowed hard and let the tears come where he wouldn't see them. I love you too. And when morning came, we exchanged lazy blowjobs in the shower, the water washing any tears into the drain along with my heart. Then we showered and dressed and drove to the airport almost in silence. Abe's hand wrapped around mine all the way. We'd agreed I wouldn't stay to wave him off, neither of us into quite that level of masochism. Instead, we settled for hugs in the car park and kisses that refused to end until finally I let him go. He disappeared through the departure doors with one final wave, while I fell into the driver's seat and watched and waited until his flight left the runway and hurtled into the sky, taking Abe and my heart with it. Chapter 27. New York, 10 weeks later. Abe. Are you joining us for a drink tonight? Maybe even dust off your dancing shoes? Marcus called from the stage where he and a group of dancers were seated on the boards going through their stretches. Marcus was a gorgeous, upbeat, 24-year-old, up-and-coming star of the New York City Ballet. He'd also made no bones about his interest in me. Not pushy, but not shy about flirting when we weren't working either. He was cute, I guessed. Thanks, but no thanks. I shot him a warm smile because he was a nice kid. This whole body needs a lot more rest this week than going out with you lot is going to allow. Most of the group laughed or made some joking comment about how I could still cut the boards pretty good for a middle-aged guy, but Marcus just looked disappointed. He held my gaze and aside, figuring the time had maybe come for a private chat, just so he was clear that nothing was ever going to happen between us. Marcus was too young, too bubbly, too eager, too everything, and about as far away from a certain blonde-haired, world-wise, slightly beaten up by life beauty as you could get. Why don't you ask Henri? I suggested. He needs some of the grumpine out of him after today's rehearsal. You lot are turning him grey. More laughter, accompanied by taunting shouts of, Henri! Henri! Henri!
Henri poked his head out from the wings, wearing a grin from ear to ear, and shook his head. Like hell. I have a husband I've hardly seen for 2 weeks waiting at home with catch-up on his mind, a bottle of red and a Christmas tree to decorate after. You guys got nothing to beat that. His words poked at that tender place in my chest that had been growing for weeks, and I mentally slapped myself, my gaze sweeping the beautiful theatre. This is what you've been working for, remember? New York, a career game-changer, and in so many ways, that was true. I'd loved the last 2.5 months, at least as far as the work went. The elite company didn't hold back on quality or expense when it came to their major productions, and I'd relished every moment working with its talented dancers. Contracts like this were the epitome of freelance choreography, and they didn't come easily. Reputation, word of mouth, and experience were crucial to landing the sought-after jobs, and I'd worked my butt off to get there. But there was no denying that parts of the lifestyle were getting increasingly harder to deal with. I shoved my arms into the sleeves of my thick coat and pushed through the theatre doors and out into the freezing New York winter, a flurry of seasonal snow making me blink. Just what I needed. I turned my collar up against the bitter easterly rollicking up the street and made a sharp right, heading for the tiny studio apartment the company kept on their books for visiting ballet staff. A Santa-suited busker crooning a pretty good rendition of Frank Sinatra's Silver Bells pushed his head toward me, and I filled it with a small change from my pocket as I did every day. He smiled and I kept walking, eager to leave the sentimentalities of the season in my wake. I didn't need to be reminded just how far I was from home, a fact which had never played on my emotions until, about 2.5 months ago. Go figure. 5 minutes later, I put the key in the lock of my very temporary and very un-Christmassy home. Vietnamese ordered, I cracked a beer and switched the television to CNN in the hope of getting something other than seasonal sappiness. Then I collapsed on the couch to check my emails. My work life might fire my creativity in all cylinders, but my social and downtime sucked big time. Although I had at least scored an invite to Christmas lunch with Henri and his husband, as bittersweet as they would surely be for my lovesick heart. An email from the Berlin State Ballet with my next contract attached, timed to start a week after I finished in New York, sat at the top of my inbox. But I went with the one from my brother first. It felt good that Con and I were approaching things like a team now, that I was a part of what was going on with our mother and the decisions around that. She was still managing fine with the extra assistants, and there'd been no notable worsening in her dementia since I'd left. We talked about me returning to help when things got sticky, as they inevitably would, and Connor jumped at the offer. I'd no idea how that would look in terms of my work, but I'd deal with that when the time came. I'd left Painted Bay with an oddly refreshed view on family, amongst other things. This latest email was full of gossip and family updates, photos of Mum and some of Fiona's 13th birthday party, a few of their Christmas tree and decorations, like I needed more of those depressing reminders, plus a ton of Fiona's end-of-year school production of Pinocchio. Those brought a huge smile to my face and took me right back to the kids in Painted Bay. Then again, it seemed every fucking thing led me back to Painted Bay. I closed Con's email and opened the one from Berlin, going straight to the amended contract that extended my time by a second term. Berlin was a great company, and it would be good for my resume. But it meant halving the amount of vacation I'd planned to spend in New Zealand. With only 2 weeks to visit Con and my mother, I'd have little more than a weekend to visit Painted Bay. My stomach clenched at the thought. To be back in New Zealand and not spend most of it with Kane fucked with my head in ways I couldn't deal with. Time apart hadn't lessened any of my feelings toward him. I just didn't know what the fuck to do about it. Kane and I talked a lot that first month after I left, but since I'd told him of the second Berlin offer, he'd begged off our last 2 video calls, citing various reasons that did a poor job of covering the real one. And I totally understood. This back and forth between us, without any clear understanding of what we were to each other, was killing me too. Protecting our hearts by a moratorium on saying how we really felt and steering clear of any conversation around what the other social life entailed, not wanting to know. My answer to any question about my spare time would have been simple. No dates, no hookups, a big fat zero. But I didn't dare ask Kane about his, and I guessed he felt the same. Which left us in a kind of no-man's land that was hard to navigate. Like he'd read my mind, a video call request popped up on my screen, and the profile pic of Bossy brought a smile to my face as always. I pushed accept and lay back on the couch, putting the laptop on my chest. "Hey, you?" His smile and bedmussed hair brought the sunshine of Painted Bay with it, washing my poky little apartment in unseasonable summer warmth. Or maybe that was just my heart. "Not working today?" I asked, noting the time. "Nah, I'm heading to Auckland for my specialist appointment." My heart rate shot up. Why hadn't he told me about that? "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just the usual HIV checkup. But I'm going to visit the vet tech school before I leave. I thought I might apply next year." I couldn't keep the smile from my face. "That's great. Then you still like the job after a month?" "Love it. And this new guy, Adam, seems to be working well for Leroy, so I don't feel guilty anymore about leaving him short-handed." "You don't have to feel guilty about building a life and career for yourself," I said, immediately regretting the words when her smile faded because, yeah, look what that did to us. "How are the Christmas plans going? Has Leroy popped a blood vessel yet?" Kane chuckled. He's got no one to blame but himself. After all, he agreed to Fox's suggestion to have an open-house Christmas lunch up at the homestead for friends and family. I guess neither of them expected the numbers to swell to almost 30. And Leroy's threatening a menu of mussel soup, mussel salad, barbecued mussels on the half-shell, and mussel linguine. He's running around in a panic, wrapping Secret Santa gifts and throwing tinsel at the angriest elf you ever saw. And, wait for it, Fox bought them matching pajamas for Christmas Day. Fox's pair says, "Spreading the Christmas queer," while Leroy says, "I'm the happy gay elf." I barked at a laugh. Oh my fucking God. I'd pay good money to see Leroy in those. You have to send me a photo. I will. The moment stretched out. I wish I could be there. Yeah, me too. His gaze slid to something in the room and then back to me. "I'm sorry about ditching our calls last week." His cheeks reddened and I wanted to dive through the screen and tell him it was okay. That I understood. It's hard doing this. Harder than I thought. And when you said you might not make it back for as long as you hoped, He sighed. "Well, I didn't handle it very well. I'm sorry. I know it fucks things up for us. I started to think I shouldn't be doing this, dragging this out while pretending I don't live for these fucking calls." His head dropped and he wiped at his eyes. Then he looked up. "But not talking to you has been driving me crazy. I know we said no promises and we'd just keep the door open, but it's hard, Abe. Maybe too hard." A furry blur walked in front of the screen and Kane reached to grab him. "Bossy, get off!" He disappeared for a few seconds and the screen went topsy-turvy while he dealt with the feline interloper. Meanwhile, I pictured him and the cats curled up in his bedsit, the windows open to the summer breeze off the bay, the harsh cry of seagulls on the air. "Damn cat!" Kane reappeared. "Yeah, so, anyway, I haven't decided anything yet, but I'm not sure I can just keep on doing what we're doing." I stared at him, lost in those deep blue eyes, and tried not to drown. A careless lock of blonde hair hung caught on a lash, and I remembered the way those strands felt in my fingers. "I get it, you know," I answered. "I miss you too. So much." I swallowed around the lump in my throat. "But I know that doesn't help any. I don't know what to say, Kane. I don't want to lose you." He said nothing for a bit, while I tried to get my head together. Was this it? Was this the beginning of the end? A wave of panic sliced through me. "I know. Me too." Kane shot me a pained smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, and I sensed a distance between us that was new. "My lawyer called today." He changed the subject. "Dad signed." I shot bolt upright. "He what?" Kane's father had been screwing around for weeks and Kane was mad as hell, thinking that maybe Gerald really would take it to court just to fuck with him. "Thank God. I'm so pleased for you. Oh, my God. That's the best news." I wanted to haul him through the screen and kiss him senseless, take him to bed and show him just how happy I was for him. dance with him in that tiny but perfectly formed home we'd shared for too few weeks. But I couldn't do any of it. And whose fault is that? A smile stole over Kane's face. Oh no, right? He's putting the farm on the market next month. I'm calling Jacqueline this week. I just wanted you to know. Just wanted me to know. The kind of thing you said to a friend. And I fucking hated it. You finish New York in 2 weeks, right? I nodded. I got the Berlin contract today. I get a week off between. Kane nodded but said nothing. And I had no answer either. There was no way to fit a trip home in a week. The silence grew. Kane glanced back at the clock on the kitchen wall, a Christmas garland strung festively above it. Look, I should really get going if I want to check in with vet tech school first. He stared at me, opening his mouth to speak before closing it again, as if changing his mind. Finally, he sighed. I miss you, Abe. I'm not going to lie. Nothing about that has changed. And I love you so fucking much. He hesitated and blew out a breath. I guess right now, I just don't know where we're going. My heart leapt at those 3 words we hadn't said to each other since I'd left. I love you too. More than I can say. Just promise we'll talk first, before you decide anything. In 2 weeks I'm done here. Can we think and then talk about it then? Kane hesitated, then nodded, pressing his open palm to the screen. Okay. I covered his hand with mine and it felt so much like goodbye I couldn't speak. His video closed to black, but I couldn't move my hand, leaving it flat against the cool screen as I replayed every word he'd said. We were drifting apart, and I felt every centimetre of it, like a rip to my soul. I snapped my hand away, slammed the laptop shut, and paced the tiny room. 10 steps to the window, 10 steps back to the front door, but instead of wood under my feet, I felt wet sand and the sound of a lapping tide. My pacing took me to the perfume bottle on the bedside table, and its sandy treasure from Painted Bay. I shook the bottle and watched the sand fall like a summer snow globe. What the hell was I doing here? I spun and threw the bottle across the room. It hit the door and shattered, thick shards raining with sand to the floor. Oh, fuck! I ran across and fell to my knees, scooping up what I could and carrying it to the kitchenette where I funneled it into a cup. Then I swept the broken glass into a dustpan and dropped it in the bin. The soft close of the lid like a coffin. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through the pictures Judah had sent of Kane and me dancing on the recital night. The first time I'd seen them, I could scarcely breathe. 2 months later, I hardly recognised the Abe I saw in those photos as the same one staring back at me from the mirror each morning. In the photo, Kane and I were looking into each other's eyes, laughing at something, and I looked so fucking happy. So in love. Judah's words spun in my head. There are always options. You just have to want them enough to fight for them. I fell onto the couch, opened my laptop, and began to write. Chapter 28. 2 weeks later. Kane. I parked the Accord alongside the carport and winced at the engine rattle that had been slowly getting worse over the holiday season. Still, I was lucky the thing was running at all considering the condition it was in, and I added replacement car to my burgeoning to-do list. If I got into the vet tech course, reliable transport was a must. Maybe if the farm sold quick enough, I'd be able to treat myself to a newer model. There'd certainly been enough buyers sniffing around, the organic tag drawing lots of interest. I hadn't been back there since the whole cat saga, but my lawyer had a farm advisor keeping a close eye, ensuring Dad didn't follow through on any of his sabotage threats. The sooner it sold, the better as far as I was concerned, not least of all so I could get the money to Jacqueline and Bobby. We'd spoken several times over Christmas and New Year, and I was still pinching myself. I felt like I had a family again. My life had done a 180 from the year before. In our first conversation, Jacqueline had been wary and sceptical, to say the least. But things between us had thawed a lot since then, and she was even getting excited at the idea of being able to afford a home of their own and moving Bobby to a better school.
I dragged my weary body up the bedside stairs and briefly wondered if Leroy would mind me borrowing their bath for a soak. It had been the weekly farm visit day for the veterinary clinic, which meant lots of hauling around large animals and the sticking of forearms up plenty of bovine butts under close instruction. It was part of my education, as Gavin laughingly called it. I preferred the domestic pet angle, but Gavin's was a mixed practice, and if nothing else, it was great for my training. At the top of the stairs I found Bossy and Possum stretched out in the sun. "Come on, you two." I opened the door and shoved the doorstop in place to let the breeze through. The cats ran straight to their food bowls while I threw open the windows and stripped out of my smelly scrubs. I laid my stethoscope carefully on the countertop, staring at it for a moment, like I always did, remembering, wishing. It wasn't like I ever knew how to use the thing properly, but I never left it behind. I weighed up the merit of a bath once again, but decided I didn't have the energy to walk down the stairs and opted for a quick shower instead. Then I dressed for the heat in board shorts and nothing else, and with the cats fed, arms well scrubbed, again, and a mug of tea in hand, I stepped out onto the fire escape landing and sank into the shaded chair with a lingering groan and a mental promise that I wasn't going to think about him or the fact we hadn't Skyped since New Year's Day the week before. Abe was cramming extra rehearsals with the principal dancers before his contract ended, and our communication had amounted to little more than a few rubbishy texts each day. "Stop thinking about him. Just enjoy the view and the peace and quiet." It had been a scorcher of a day, and a pink shimmer still lay above the flat skin of the bay. Children's laughter carried up the hill, and I leaned forward to peer over the railing. A young family with 3 children waited in the calm water not far from where Abe and I had made love in the sand not that long ago. I smiled to myself. If only they knew. The familiar low thrum of an engine caught my attention, and I looked up to find the CD rounding the point and heading for the wharf. I grabbed my phone and fired off a welcome home text. A few seconds later, Fox walked to the bow and waved up at me, and my phone beeped with an invitation to dinner. I was sorely tempted, but asked him for a rain check, saying I was in for an early night. He returned a thumbs up, and I sat back to watch them berth and unload the boat, which had been such a big part of my life. I finished my tea while watching them unload, and then put the empty cup on the deck and slid down on my seat to enjoy the cool turn to the breeze and the soft sounds of a summer evening. That was until Bossy's yowl broke the peace, and I blew an irritated sigh. Mother and son didn't always get along. "Possum, leave the poor boy alone." I think that was me. I jolted and spun around, taking a second to register what I was seeing. Who I was seeing. Abe? I blinked and shook my head, scrambling to my feet. "Abe! Where did you—" My words disappeared, leaving me staring like a complete idiot as I drank in the sweet sight of him. Dressed in loose travel pants and a plain black Henley, hair mussed and eyes creased with exhaustion, his scruff needing a trim. He was so fucking sexy, I could scarcely breathe. And he was here, standing in my bedsit in Painted Bay. "Abe, what the hell? Is it your mum?" I couldn't risk hoping for more than that. He stared at my shirtless chest, hate flashing in those grey and blue eyes. "Is your door still open?" I frowned, confused for a second before my heart caught in my throat as his words sank in. Our only promise to each other. To leave the door open. Yes, it is." I swallowed hard, my words breaking with emotion and way too much hope. "For the right person? God, he looked so good. But I wasn't sure he was coming back. Maybe you know him." Abe stepped through the opening and onto the deck, then paused, hesitant, his gaze nervous on mine. I stood to meet him, but my feet refused to move, my legs jelly, my heart thundering in my chest while warning bells rang in my head. This needed to be more than a visit. I'd learned one very important thing in the last 2 weeks. When it came to Abe, I was done with floating around the edges. It had to be all or nothing or my heart wouldn't survive. The frown deepened on Abe's brow, his gaze intent. I do know him. I know it took a while to get his shit together and see what was right in front of him. I know he didn't think we'd known each other long enough. I know he thought that dance was the most important thing he couldn't live without. I know he thought he'd suffocate in a small town and that he didn't need his family close. And I know he was wrong. Holy shit. My breath caught in my throat. This was really happening. Abe took another half step forward. You are the most important thing I can't live without, Kane. You... His voice broke. When I told you about that second offer from Berlin and felt you slipping away, I knew I couldn't let that happen. It was so fucking clear. And I'm so sorry it took me that long to see it. A tear grazed my cheek, but I still couldn't move. You don't have to apologize. We both decided to do this. I needed time as well. Time to make a start on something for me. But FYI, I'd never ask you to give up your work. He nodded. I know. He made to move, but I lifted a hand to stay him. But I also can't just be another man in one of your ports, Abe. I can't be someone you hook up with when you're back home. I love you, and I won't do that to myself. I deserve more. I shot him a half smile. Someone I respect once taught me that. His mouth curved up in a slow smile. Sounds like a cool guy. I grinned. He is. Abe sighed. I want that as well. I mean, more. I want more. I don't want anyone else. He bit his lip. I want everything with you. Everything? My heart beat against my ribs, so loud I was sure he had to hear it. He shot me a sheepish look. Everything. To be honest, I'm not sure what my future career will look like. The balls are up in the air, but I thought maybe we could plan that together. He eyeballed me. I turned both Berlin contracts down. What? I gaped. He shrugged. I'm not throwing it all in. And I'll still need to travel for work, but I've spent the last 2 weeks working out a budget and making inquiries. I can maybe keep the long international trips to just 2 or 3 a year, especially if I can pick up some regional work in Australia and New Zealand. What the hell? My head was still playing catch-up. Meanwhile, Abe just kept talking. And I thought, maybe you could visit with me on a couple of those longer trips. Get that passport finally stamped. He gave a lopsided grin. I contacted the Royal New Zealand Ballet, and they're interested in working with me. They even hinted at a semi-permanent position, but I'm not ready for that yet. Besides, that's something you and I would need to talk about. You and me? I'm pretty sure I squeaked. New York and Boston have each booked me for a 3-week stint next year, and along with a couple of other projects, I've enough to keep me going while we tweak things and see how it looks financially. I shook my head, scarcely able to believe what I was hearing. Abe had really thought about this. You've done all this for me? The smile split his face. Of course I did it for you. For us. I want you, Kane. I want us. And I want to come home. To you, to this ridiculously tiny town, and to my family down south. But I need to know if you can live with what I've said, with me still coming and going for a few years yet. I'll be done with it eventually. I can feel the day coming, maybe even sooner than I expect. I didn't need to think. I've zero problem with that. I want you to do what you love, what you're good at. I'm fine with all of it, as long as what you and I have is home base, and that we agree on how often and for how long. I don't need to live in your pocket, Abe, or you in mine. I just need to have enough of you. So yes, it's definitely something I can live with. Oh, thank God. He blew out a breath. Because I'm going to die if I don't touch you in the next 5 seconds. And this time his steps toward me were full of purpose. I finally got my own damn legs moving as well, and leaped into his open arms, our mouths colliding in awkward, frantic need. He crushed me to his chest, angling his head to take the kiss as deep as it would go, and heat washed through me as the taste of him exploded in my mouth. Oh, God. He was back. Here. With me. And like he couldn't get enough of me either, Abe leaned in for more, tipping me backward. I smiled against his lips and then gasped as I tripped on the leg of the chair and fell, taking him with me, our combined weight collapsing the flimsy thing and sending us both to the deck in a sea of arms and legs, pained cries and laughter. Oh my God!
I laughed and kicked at the broken chair, my feet catching in the webbing and needing Abe to free me. He lobbed the whole thing over the railing to crash on the lawn below, and then stretched out over top of me, his legs slotting between mine in a perfect fit, like he'd never been gone. I threaded my fingers through his hair, which had grown a few centimetres since I'd last seen him. "I've missed you so much." He cradled my face. "I've missed you too. I can't believe I can finally do this." He pressed his mouth to mine, the kiss more leisurely this time, his tongue sliding alongside mine and sending a bolt of heat to my balls. "And this?" He kissed each eyelid. "And this?" He kissed my nose and chin. "And especially this." He ran his nose up and down the side of my face, breathing deep, before burying his face into the side of my neck. "You smell so fucking good. How can anybody smell this good?" He lifted his head and kissed me again. His thick, hard cock pushed right up against mine as his hand found my chest, and a growl rumbled in his throat. "You're practically naked." He pressed a line of kisses down my neck as his hand lifted my thigh so he could get the head of his cock under my balls. "And you're practically fucking me," I groaned, as he pushed his dick up against my taint, which, by the way, is nowhere near good enough. I tugged at his shirt. "And you have way too many clothes on." He lifted up, and I hauled his Henley over his head and chucked it who the hell knew where, as long as I got my hands on all that hot skin. Much better. "This is ridiculous. There's a bed just inside." Abe tugged the string on my board shorts, undoing the bow and shoving them down just far enough for my dick to spring free, aching and heavy and ready to go. "God, that's a beautiful sight." He licked his lips and wrapped his hand around it, but I shoved him aside, popping the button on his trousers and scrambling to get them down his thighs before I fucking unloaded all over the deck without him even touching me. So ridiculous. I grunted, pulling at the waistband caught in his hip. "And so fucking hot. For fuck's sake, who made these things?" I yanked and pulled and finally got his trousers down. "Oh, fuck." He groaned as the dark, flared head of his cock sprang free, trailing pre-cum up my thigh. "Jesus, someone might see." He drove his cockhead into my groin, his eyes rolling back in his head. "I don't care." I rolled us to our sides, cracking my head on the lower railing. "Ow, fuck!" His addled gaze jerked to mine. "You okay?" "Never better." I wrapped my hand around both our cocks and groaned into the pleasure. "God, you feel good like that." I ran my palm over both our slits to catch some slick, and he leaped in my grasp as our cocks glided together in that first delicious slide. "Fair warning," I gasped as I settled into a rhythm. "This isn't going to be pretty." "Jesus," he cursed open-mouthed against my ear. "Just get us there before I embarrass myself." Then he covered my mouth with his and kissed me like a starving man. Kissed me until heat pooled in my belly, and the thrum of orgasm pulsed in my balls. Kissed me until I tore my mouth from his and threw back my head, arching and grunting into my release as I shot between us. He followed a few strokes later, groaning into my neck as he thrust into my hand and spilled hot and thick on my stomach. Then, panting and gasping for air, a film of sweat lying slick on our half-naked bodies, we fell apart on our backs and snatched some oxygen in the sniff of a cool breeze, holding hands while our hearts ticked down. And when I could finally form words, I snorted and turned on my side to face him. "I think we missed the hello part." A huge grin broke over his face, and he stretched a hand toward me. "Hello, Mr. Martin." I laughed and shook it. "Hello, Mr. Tyler." And for the next 10 minutes, that's how we stayed, holding hands, on our backs, on the deck, trousers around our thighs, searching for the first star of the evening while listening to the deep waters of Painted Bay creep in to whisper over the sand. Epilogue. 6 months later. Abe. "Where are you taking me?" Kane slid his arm through mine and pressed against my side as we fought the pedestrian crush. London was a nightmare at this hour on a Saturday night, especially in the West End, where people packed out bars and restaurants after the shows. "Oh, are we going on a ripper walk?" he pressed. I gave him a horrified sidelong look. "Absolutely not. A restaurant?
A gay bar? Just be patient. I went to kiss his cheek, but he turned to catch my mouth at the last minute. Much better. He licked his lips and winked, and I briefly considered pushing him into the nearest hotel and changing plans completely. We hadn't seen each other for almost 3 weeks before he flew into Heathrow 2 days before, his first ever long-haul flight. Since then, we'd barely left the bed in my tiny London flat, other than coming up for air to forage in a couple of second-hand bookstores for Kane. We'd been too busy making up for lost time. But I'd been planning this particular night for 3 weeks, and I wasn't about to be sidetracked. "Keep moving or we'll be late." I hustled him along the footpath. "Geez, this is supposed to be a holiday." He grumbled but picked up the pace, a smile tugging at his lips. He'd squeezed 10 days out of his precious vet tech studies and joined me in London, planning a reunion with his sister while he was here. Jacqueline was keen to show Kane the new flat she'd bought with her share of the farm money and to introduce him to his nephew. They spoke on the phone every week or two, and I was thrilled Kane had his sister back in his life again. Kane's father had thankfully disappeared into the ether once all the documents were signed. Kane heard he'd bought 3 acres just out of Whangarei and was still drinking himself into an early grave. No surprise there. He didn't talk about it much, but I knew the pain inflicted by his father was still free-floating in his life. But he was finally talking about seeing a therapist, and I was encouraging him for all I was worth. Even after Jacqueline's share had been deducted from the sale money, there'd been enough for Kane to pay his school fees, get a new car, and buy a rundown 2-bedroom cottage in Painted Bay, which we'd moved into 2 months before. My brother and his family came to the housewarming along with my mother and half of Painted Bay. I'd spent the entire weekend caught between grinning like a loon at how my mother welcomed Kane like another son, and filled with incredible sadness that it might well be the last time she travelled out of Wellington. All the new faces and excitement clearly rattled her, and she needed a lot of reminding where she was and who she was with. And Con and I were pleased to get her on that plane home to Wellington. She was still managing in her own house, but only just, and we'd finally put her name down for an apartment at the staged residential facility she decided on. On her insistence, she'd started going to their day groups to familiarise herself. I didn't want to think too much about what her future held, but we'd handle whatever it was as a family. Kane included. "If I've dressed up for nothing, there'll be words said, understand?" Kane grumped adorably, pulling at the billowy black silk shirt I'd bought for him. "And this costs way too much, by the way. And worth every penny." He looked downright edible with the sexy shirt tucked into his fuck-me black stretch trousers, all those shiny blonde waves bouncing on his shoulders in the surprisingly warm London summer evening. "Stop complaining. You're sexy as shit and I'll be fighting half the guys and all the women off you all night. Come on." I bossed him across the narrow street, dodging traffic and earning a few angry horn blasts in the process. Then I steered him down a tiny alleyway between an ancient-looking pub and a West End costume designer until we arrived at a lone bouncer standing next to a painted black door set into a nondescript brick wall. The bouncer opened the door and Kane stared at the bouncer and me in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. This feels like an episode of The Sopranos." "You're a few thousand kilometres off base." I pointed above the door to the arched neon sign that read, "Buenos Aires, Milonga. Welcome to Argentina." His eyes popped and he almost bounced on his toes. "Really?" I nodded. "One of the dancers told me about this place. Come on, I reserved a table. They said they'll only hold it until 10. I pulled him through the door and down a shadowy set of stairs lit by a run of coloured floor lights. Music poured from somewhere below to fill the stairwell with accordion and guitar, and the sensual rise and fall of a woman's voice singing in Spanish. At the bottom of the stairs, a second doorman opened another door, and we stepped through into another country. "This is amazing," Kane whispered, clinging to my arm as I gave my name to the woman on the desk. She led us to a front table set slightly to the side of a small dance floor filled with couples, and took our drink order. I stole a look at Kane's face and grinned. His fascinated gaze slowly swept the low-lit, intimate bar, taking in the sultry vibe and crowded dance floor, the sexy outfits, the vests, the slinky dresses, the fedoras and braces, his smile growing wider by the second, and his body already swaying to the music. On Kane's first trip to visit my brother in Wellington, I'd taken him to tango night at a tiny bar I knew of, and we'd danced the night away to interested looks as one of only 2 same-sex couples on the floor, Not that we cared a damn. But I'd been recommended the London Milonga as an inclusive space, and looking around, I saw at least 3 same-sex couples dancing and not an eye blink in sight. The server brought our drinks and I ordered some finger food, then sat back and let Kane people watch and finish half his sidecar mocktail while I sipped on my Malbec. But when the band struck up a cover of Dance Me to the End of Love, I left my seat and stood in front of him. He caught my eye and I nodded, keeping a serious face. Kane grinned, put his drink down, and nodded in return, pushing to his feet and sliding into my embrace. He'd taken to the performance side of tango with gusto, and with his cascade of blonde hair, fuck you attitude and emotional grasp of the music, it never took long for him to own all the attention on whatever dance floor we were on, even if he didn't have all the moves of the other couples. Face to face, he fronted me, his eyes just centimetres from mine as he made a point of looking me over. Then he slowly slid his arm all the way around my neck, our hands clasped between our chests, his forehead resting on my temple, his lips right there. And when we started to move, it was like dancing with a slick and dangerous black python, our bodies constantly in contact, cocks brushing, hot breath on my cheek, a leg hooked around mine, a tongue in my ear and my leg pushed between his. It was sex, minus the sheets and lube, and I was never more grateful for the dim lights that hid my constant semi. And when the music came to an end, we paused in a tight clinch, and I kissed him, audience be damned. We turned to find the dance floor almost clear and most of the bar's attention directed at us, along with a few wolf whistles. Kane's face flamed red, and still holding my hand, he tried to make a fast exit to our table. It was now or never. I took a deep breath and pulled him up short, then spun him around, and went down on one knee before he could say a thing. He gasped and scanned the room, his face moving from pink to scarlet. "What are you doing?" he hissed as the room fell silent enough to hear my heart slamming in my ears. Even the barman paused mid-cocktail shake to watch. "What does it look like I'm doing, sweetheart?" I held out my hand and unfurled my fingers to reveal the ring on my palm. This is where it all began, remember? On a dance floor. You stole my heart in that first tango. Marry me, Kane. He stared at the simple black titanium ring, chewing nervously on his lower lip, glancing up to my eyes and then back down and then up again. Are you sure? God, I love this man. I've never been surer of anything. I love you, Kane. Now take the damn ring. A grin stole over his face, ending so wide I thought he might very well topple inside it. He nodded and held out his hand. Oh, thank God. I slid the ring onto his finger, ignored the nuclear fusion occurring in his cheeks, and cheesily raised his hand to the crowd. The room erupted in applause. A few seconds later, the band launched into the opening guitar and violin combination of Tango Canción by the Gotan Project, and Kane and I were given the floor. I pulled Kane into my arms, and he melted against me, strong and fluid, confident and sexy, and so far from the man I'd held in my arms almost a year before, it took my breath away. I put my lips by his ear. Are you ready to dance, baby? He turned his face, bringing us eyelash to eyelash. With you? Always. The end. This has been In Step, painted by Book 3, by Jay Hogan, narrated by Gary Furlong. Copyright 2022 by Jay Hogan. Production copyright 2022 by Jay Hogan.